My name is Chinbo. I woke up back in time. Back to the day I first went to prison. 10 years they kept me locked up. 10 years of hell. And I know someone made sure I stayed there. In my past life, I went straight to Lu Ruyan after getting out. Bad move. The next day, her people broke my legs. She was scared I'd ruin her perfect rich wife life, so she had me shipped off to some dangerous place overseas. I suffered there for years until I died. But now I'm back, and I remember everything. This time, I'm smarter. I don't go after Lu Ruyan first. Instead, I go to her mother, Su Jing, in Jiang City. I work out hard. I keep my body strong. The scars on my back tell the whole story of what prison did to me. Su Jing begs me not to hurt her. She says she didn't know what her daughter did to me. I don't care. I recorded everything tonight, and now I have leverage. She offers me 500,000. Says it's her own money from a clothing shop, nothing from her daughter. I don't trust her. Her daughter framed me once. I won't fall for tricks again. I tell her I'll be back for more. This is just the first payment on a long debt. Before I leave, I notice something interesting. Su Jing doesn't call her daughter to warn her. Turns out she cares more about herself than about Lu Ruyan. She's not even her real mother by blood. Good. That makes things easier for me. Lu Ruyan, and everyone who put me in that cell, none of them will escape. I'll take back everything they stole from me. This time, nobody can stop me. After leaving Su Jing's place, I walked along the street, watching people rush by. I started planning my next move. I went to prison at 18 and got out at 30. 10 best years of my life, gone. But I didn't waste them. The old guys inside taught me a lot. How to be patient. How to fight back. I still remember my first day. I refused to follow the rules and got jumped by a group of tough guys. I bit one of them on the neck so hard, he almost lost his life. After that, a man named Han Chen noticed me. He was a lifer, used to be a big name in the underworld, with connections to powerful people. We spent 10 years together. The night before I got out, he offered me a deal. In my past life, I turned him down. Stupid mistake. This time, I said yes. His connections would help me get my revenge. Back at my rented room, I took a shower and smoked by the window. I was about to sleep when I heard a key in the lock and voices. A man and a woman arguing. I lived in a shared apartment with 3 rooms. The other 2 were rented by women. From what I could hear, the guy named Lu Hui was pushing a girl named Li Xiaoyu around. She kept saying no, but he wouldn't stop. Then I heard a slap. I opened my door and leaned against the frame, smoking. I told them not to mind me. I was just watching. They both froze when they saw me. Li Xiaoyu ran over, grabbed my arm, and begged me to help her call the police. She was shaking, her makeup smeared, tears in her eyes. I looked at her. Pretty face, nice figure, but I know that helping people always costs something. I told her I could help, but she'd have to do something for me too. Before she could answer, Lu Hui got brave and told me to stay out of it. Bad move. I grabbed him by the throat and shoved my lit cigarette into his mouth. I told him I don't like being threatened. He looked strong enough from a distance, but up close he was nothing compared to me. I made him swallow the cigarette, then told him to leave. He headed for the door, but couldn't resist one last threat. So I kicked my sandal right into his face. He shut up and ran. Then I turned to Li Xiaoyu and smiled. Could you help me pick up my sandal? Li Xiaoyu looked at me differently after what happened. I could tell she was impressed. She picked up my sandal, crouched down, and even helped me put it on. When she looked up, our heads bumped together, and she fell back, face turning red. It was kind of funny. I introduced myself, and we shook hands. She was clearly nervous being alone with me, so she grabbed her stuff and rushed to her room. I smiled. I could already tell what she was thinking. That night, I couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts about Su Jing and my plans. Prison trained my body clock well. I woke up at 5, went for a jog, and came back to find Li Xiaoyu had made breakfast, fried eggs and milk. She looked soft and warm in her home clothes, like a kind older sister. I sat down and ate with her. She asked me to lunch. I turned her down. She looked a little disappointed, but we exchanged WeChat and phone numbers instead. 10 years in prison taught me how to talk to anyone, so we got along fast. When she found out I had no job, she offered to get me a team leader position at her hotel. I told her I wasn't planning to work for anyone. She asked if I wanted to start a business. I said yes. She laughed and said she'd be my secretary. On my way out, I couldn't find a taxi, but Li Xiaoyu drove by and offered me a ride. I sat in the back and gave her the address, Xingfu Community, north side of the city. She kept glancing at me through the mirror. I pretended not to notice. Xingfu Community was an old, rundown neighborhood. I found Building 5, Apartment 302, and knocked. A young woman answered through the door. She told me her mother, Aunt Wang, had died last month. Aunt Wang had been Han Chen's housekeeper for over 10 years. I told the woman that the old employer sent me for the keys. She understood and opened the door just enough to hand them over. She looked terrible, dark circles, empty eyes, like someone in deep trouble. Before I could say anything, she slammed the door shut. I went upstairs to room 402. Han Chen had bought both apartments years ago, one for Aunt Wang, one for storage. The place smelled awful. Dust everywhere. I put on gloves and shoe covers. Han Chen was a careful man, and I wasn't taking any chances with traps. I went straight to the bedroom, lifted the tatami cover, found a hidden panel, and pulled out a leather suitcase. I entered the combination he gave me. It clicked open. Inside was everything a man would need to disappear. Old paintings, porcelain, jade, stacks of dollars and yuan, fake passports. Any one of those antiques could set someone up for life overseas. Then I found a heavy leather pouch in the corner. I opened it, and my eyes went wide. A replica Type 54 pistol. I checked the magazine, 8 bullets. I shook my head. Han Chen really thought of everything. The gun was too dangerous, so I left it in the suitcase. I only took a jade thumb ring. It came with a certificate and was worth 50 million yuan. With the right buyer, it could fetch 80 million. That's more than enough to start my plans. I cleaned up the room, locked the door, and headed downstairs. As I passed room 302, I saw a young guy smoking by the stairs. Then I heard voices from inside, men threatening the girl, the same one who gave me the keys. She was begging for more time to pay back a debt. They didn't care. They were talking about dragging her to some club and forcing her to work there. She was crying, calling them monsters. I couldn't just walk away. The guy outside told me to get lost. I kicked him to the ground and beat him until he stopped moving. No cameras around. I didn't hold back. I pushed open the door. A man called Brother G was ordering his guys to grab the girl. I punched him in the nose before he could finish a sentence. Blood everywhere. 2 more guys came at me with batons. I dodged, took a baton from one, knocked him out, and kicked the other into a shoe cabinet. Then I saw it. A broken urn on the floor, ashes scattered everywhere. Her mother's ashes. These animals had smashed it. I dragged all 4 of them inside, closed the door, and made them kneel in front of the urn. The girl, Wang Ting, told me her story. Her mother needed surgery, so she borrowed 100,000 yuan online. With their crazy interest rates, it had grown to 300,000. She couldn't pay, so they harassed her family and came to her home. I knew this was 2016. Online lending was out of control back then. No regulations, insane interest, violent collectors. People were dying because of these loans. Brother G mentioned he worked for someone called Iron Madam. That name surprised me. She used to run entertainment businesses under Han Chen. Now she was leading her own debt collection operation. I didn't want to get involved with the underworld yet. I just made the 4 of them bow 100 times to Wang Ting's mother's ashes. By the time they finished, their foreheads were bruised and bleeding. They crawled out like dogs. Wang Ting knelt down and gathered her mother's ashes into a glass jar, tears falling into the dust. I could see it in her eyes. She had given up on living. She told me she'd rather die than lose her dignity. She was a finance student at Jiangxing University. Smart, young, beautiful. It would be a waste for her to throw her life away over some loan sharks. I lifted her chin and looked her in the eyes. I told her death wouldn't solve anything. I'd pay off her debt, but she'd have to work for me in return. She looked at me with disappointment, like I was just another man trying to take advantage of her. Work for you? She asked bitterly. What kind of work? I told Wang Ting the truth. I wasn't interested in anything like that. The only reason I'd help her was because her mother once worked for Han Chen's family. I told her if she wanted to live, she could find me at my apartment. Then I left. I could tell she was thinking about killing herself, but my words gave her something to think about. I hoped she'd make the right choice. After leaving, I took a taxi to Royal Treasure Pavilion, the best jade shop in Jiangxing. My wallet was almost empty. I needed money fast. A saleswoman greeted me and brought me to the VIP room. Soon an old appraiser named Ho Qishan came in. I placed the jade thumb ring on the table and told him what it was. Ming Dynasty, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, likely from the royal court. He examined it carefully and confirmed everything. Then he asked my price. I held up one finger. He guessed 10 million. I said 100 million. He tried to lowball me at 60 million. I wasn't having it. I told him a similar ring sold for 105 million Hong Kong dollars at a poly auction 2 years ago. I said 80 million. Take it, or I'll send it to auction myself. He called his boss. 3 minutes later, he came back and agreed. 80 million. Half an hour later, the money hit my account. Just like that, I had the funds to start my revenge. I hired 2 private investigators right away. One to track Lu Rian's movements. The other to find Han Shuer, Han Chen's younger daughter. She disappeared before Han Chen went to prison. Someone powerful was holding her to keep Han Chen quiet. Han Chen used to do dirty work for a powerful figure and knew too many secrets. That's why his death sentence got changed to life. He and that person had been in a standoff for years. I promised Han Chen I'd find his daughter. It was dangerous. It meant going against that powerful person. In my past life, I refused to get involved. But this time, I also suspected Han Chen had people watching me. Saying no wasn't really an option. At noon I ate a quick meal, then went straight to Su Jing's apartment. I knocked on her door. She recognized me through the peephole. I could hear the nervousness in her voice. "Open the door," I said. Su Jing opened the door, trembling. She was wearing a yoga outfit. She'd been exercising to calm her nerves. She had no choice but to let me in. I had the video from last night. While I was there, her phone rang. The caller ID said Lu Rian. I picked it up and handed it to Su Jing, signaling her to answer. Lu Rian said she was coming back from Korea tomorrow and planned to visit her mother. I nodded at Su Jing to agree. Perfect timing. My private detective from Shanghai would arrive this afternoon. When Lu Rian showed up tomorrow, they'd be ready to follow her. Su Jing hung up quickly, afraid she'd slip up. Afterward, she opened up to me. She confirmed she was Lu Rian's stepmother, no blood relation. She said she tried to talk Lu Rian out of framing me back then, but Rian was already involved with Qin Wei, the young master of the Qin family. Rian even warned her own mother to keep quiet. Their relationship had been cold for years. Rian only visited on holidays. What Su Jing told me matched my memories from my past life. But this was the first time I really listened to her side. Before, I'd been too focused on finding Lu Rian to notice anything else. Before I left, I warned her, "Stay away from Lu Rian, or I won't be kind." At 4 o'clock, I met the Shanghai detective at a cafe. 1 million for 3 months, weekly reports, full confidentiality. I signed the contract, transferred the money, and gave him photos of Lu Rian and Qin Wei. This time I wouldn't be stupid enough to confront her face to face. I'd use careful planning to bring them both down. That evening, I met 2 more investigators from Beijing at a restaurant. Zhang Ping, a calm man around 40, and a sharp-looking young woman. I gave them a written list of targets. When Zhang Ping saw the name of a provincial governor on it, his face changed. He told me it was dangerous work. Investigating high-ranking officials could bring serious trouble. That's exactly why I hired people from the capital. I needed professionals with real skills and connections. I burned the paper in front of him and asked the only question that mattered. "Can you do it, and how much?" Zhang Ping said he needed time to assess the risks before deciding. I told him that was fine. I could be flexible on timing, and I'd cover any extra costs. He promised an answer by tomorrow night. We had dinner together, then went our separate ways. Walking home, I thought about buying a villa and a car. Near the park, I noticed a real estate agent handing out flyers, a tall, elegant woman in a white dress. Her name tag said Xiao Kaiyun. I asked her to help me find a villa. She looked me up and down. My clothes were cheap, probably worth less than 200 yuan total. She doubted I could afford a place in Xiangjiang Royal Garden, where villas start at 5 million. I turned to leave. She caught up and apologized. Smart move. I was her only real customer that night. She searched the listings on her tablet while I smoked and thought about my next money move. I remembered that in about a month, the government would announce a big development plan for South Jiangqing. Property prices there would skyrocket. I planned to buy early and profit fast. She found a villa, modern Chinese style, for 120 square meters, 2 floors plus a basement, 7.2 million yuan. I told her I wanted to see it right away. She didn't have a car. Neither did I, so she drove me on her electric scooter. I held on to her waist for balance. She tensed up but kept driving. At the villa, she showed me around like a true professional. The owners had moved to Canada, so the place was fully renovated and empty. I didn't need to see more. I told her I'd take it. She was shocked I decided so fast. I said comparing was a waste of time. I'd pay in full. Then I made her an offer. If she could get the price down to $7 million, I'd give her an extra $200,000 as a personal bonus, and I wanted her to handle all my property deals for the next 3 months. She could barely believe it. The commission plus the bonus meant $270,000 in 3 months. She told me the owner's bottom price was exactly $7 million. We signed the contract that night. I paid the $700,000 deposit. Afterward, we sat together on the sofa in the empty villa. We were both adults. Some things didn't need words. After everything, I told Xiao Kaiyun to help me gather information on houses in the Southern District. She was sharp. She could tell I was planning to invest in property. I asked her to wait for my messages starting tomorrow. She drove me back. On the way, I learned she was married, but things weren't great with her husband. Tight money, no kids, growing apart. Then my phone rang. It was Li Xiaoyu, panicking. Lu Hui had brought people to wait outside her hotel. She was too scared to leave. I told her to give me the address. Xiao Kaiyun dropped me off at the Jinjiang Banquet Hotel. I grabbed a ballpoint pen from her car before getting out. Not a weapon, but good enough. I spotted Lu Hui and 4 guys with dyed hair hanging around the alley. I had a plan. I called Li Xiaoyu and told her to go to the security room, watch the cameras, and call the police when they attacked me. I turned on my phone's voice recorder and walked right under a security camera. Lu Hui saw me and came over with his boys, talking tough. I warned them loudly, twice, that attacking someone was illegal. I needed it on camera and on the recording. They didn't care. They pulled out telescopic batons and charged. I yelled, "Police are here." They turned to look. That 1 second was all I needed. I grabbed Lu Hui, jabbed him 8 times with the pen, knocked the baton out of his hand, and got him in a chokehold. His boys froze. Their leader was caught. They had nothing. Lu Hui could barely breathe. He told them to drop their weapons. Li Xiaoyu came running out, grabbed my arm, and thanked me. I told her she owed me 2 favors now. She said she'd repay me however I wanted. Lu Hui almost choked with rage hearing that. Then 2 police cars pulled up. 6 officers got out, led by a tough-looking female officer. She asked what was going on. Li Xiaoyu told the police she called them and that Lu Hui's gang attacked me. The female officer, Captain Lin Yao, told me to let Lu Hui go. I did. Lu Hui tried to twist the story, saying I stole his girlfriend and started the fight. The officer took us all to the station. Sitting in that interrogation room brought back memories. Years ago, I sat on the same kind of bench, falsely accused, unable to prove my innocence. This time was different. Lin Yao asked my name. When I said, Chen Bo, she thought I was messing with her and slammed the table. Then she saw my file and realized it was my real name. Her face went red. She read my record, convicted 10 years ago, released yesterday. That made her suspicious of me. She tried to push the story that Lu Hui and I just had a mutual fight over a girl. I stayed calm. I told her to check the evidence before making accusations. That made her angry. Then I played my phone recording, the one where I warned them twice that attacking me was illegal, and they came at me anyway. She was furious I hadn't shown it earlier. I told her she never asked. I also pointed out she hadn't even watched the surveillance footage before blaming me. She couldn't argue with that. Finally, she shouted, "Release him," and stormed out. Li Xiaoyu was waiting in the lobby. She grabbed my arm and asked if I needed a lawyer. I told her no. She said she'd keep her job as long as Lu Hui stopped bothering her. She mentioned wanting to buy an apartment in Jiangxing. I told her to move fast. Prices were about to jump. In the parking lot, I saw Lin Yao again. That's when something clicked. In my previous life, I'd seen a news report about a female officer surnamed Lin in Jiangxing. She was killed in a shootout with drug dealers. She turned out to be the granddaughter of a retired high-ranking official in the capital. Her death caused a political earthquake. Many officials got fired. Getting close to her could help me. So I walked up and told her quietly that I knew something about a drug case she was probably working on. I gave her my number and left. She stood there, stunned, watching me drive away with Li Xiaoyu. On the way home, Li Xiaoyu wouldn't stop talking. She was the type who admired strong guys, probably watched too many action movies. I joked that her hero might show up on a tractor instead of a white horse. She laughed. When we got to our floor, Wang Ting was waiting by the window with a suitcase. She'd made her decision. She told me her mother's remains were at the funeral home and that she'd seen suspicious people around her old neighborhood that afternoon. She'd been waiting here for hours, too scared to go anywhere else. Li Xiaoyu got jealous right away, asking if Wang Ting was my girlfriend. I ignored her and told Wang Ting she could stay the night. I introduced Wang Ting simply. She'd be working for me from now on. Li Xiaoyu was surprised I was actually starting a company. She half-jokingly asked to be my secretary again. I told her if she wanted the job, she'd have to earn it with real skills. Li Xiaoyu ordered takeout for Wang Ting, who hadn't eaten all day. While they ate, I told Wang Ting her first task, go register a company tomorrow. She'd be the legal representative, my public face. She was confused, but I told her to trust me. Then I went to bed. Both of them were dressed in next to nothing, and I wasn't about to make things complicated. Next morning at 5, I jogged and brought back 3 breakfasts. Li Xiaoyu took the day off to help Wang Ting with the company registration. I gave Wang Ting 100,000 yuan for expenses. I went to the housing bureau alone. Xiao Kaiyun was already waiting with detailed listings of properties in the southern district. The villa transfer went smoothly, done before 10. She handed me the keys. I told her to hire cleaners and replace everything in the house. She was motivated. I'd given her 200,000 as a support fee. For the next 3 months, she was working exclusively for me. At 11 that morning, a flight from Korea landed in Jiangxing. Lu Rian had arrived. Designer dress, diamond necklace, luxury watch. She looked like a queen, but she had no idea I was watching. My detective was already in position. Lu Rian went to visit Su Jing. They had lunch together like nothing was wrong. Su Jing played dumb, pretended she didn't know I was out of prison. But she texted me Lu Rian's schedule. Rian would head back to Shanghai that afternoon. I didn't reply. I was still watching Su Jing. If she really had nothing to do with what happened to me, I'd leave her alone. My real targets were Lu Rian and Qin Wei. At noon, I met Zhang Ping at a restaurant. He'd agreed to take the job of finding Han Chen's daughter. We signed the contract, 10 million yuan total, 5 million up front. If they found nothing in a year, the advance would be returned. Since yesterday, I'd already spent over 13 million. I planned to put the rest into real estate. Money needs to make more money. Then Lin Yao called. Just as I expected, she took the bait. I told her I'd call back in half an hour. She was eager to climb the ranks, and I could use her to open doors in the government. A useful piece on my board. I went to the bank to pick up cash, then called Wang Ting. I told her to set up a meeting with the debt collectors to settle her loan. We'd meet them at a pavilion in the middle of a park lake. I chose that spot on purpose. It was close to the police station, and the long corridor meant we could control who came in and out. I brought 60,000 in cash, 30,000 for the debt, and 30,000 extra, just in case. Li Xiaoyu drove us there. She saw the cash and asked where I got it. I joked that I won $1 billion in the lottery. She didn't believe me. At 2 o'clock, Wang Ting and I walked to the pavilion. It was hot, and the park was empty. I told her to stay quiet and just watch. I had a voice recorder with me, good for recording and for signing documents. In my line of work, evidence was everything. Soon, more than 10 guys marched down the corridor toward us. Leading them was a scar-faced man called Brother Nyo. Behind him was Brother Ji, nose still bandaged from when I broke it yesterday. He pointed at me and yelled to his boss that I was the one who beat him. Wang Ting grabbed my arm, scared. I patted her shoulder. I wasn't worried. Everything was going according to plan. Nyo Shan sat down across from me, eyes glued to the cash. He was a big, chubby guy with a scar on his face and a mean look. He thought I was just some fool spending money to impress a college girl. I told him I wanted the debt cleared properly, original documents, everything settled at once. He laughed and said he made the rules here. I pushed him. I told him there was 50,000 in the bag, not 30. I asked if he knew how many years he'd get for robbing 50,000. He didn't care. He grabbed the bag anyway and had his guys count it. 5 bundles, all fresh from the bank. Then he got greedy, said I still owed 30,000 more, or he'd take Wang Ting to work at his club. I pulled out my phone and showed him I'd been recording. He still didn't care. He even bragged about what he'd do. Perfect. I had everything I needed on tape. Him admitting to robbery and making threats. I turned off the recorder and insulted him to make him lose his temper. It worked. He ordered his guys to attack. I was ready. I pulled out a small bag of flour I'd bought that morning and threw it in their faces. Everyone went blind for a second. I grabbed Niu Shan's head and slammed it into the stone table 3 times. His nose broke, teeth flew out, blood everywhere. Then I pressed my recording pin against his neck artery and yelled for everyone to back off. They froze. Their boss was caught, and they knew if they rushed me, I'd push that pin straight through. Niu Shan gave up fast. He agreed to cancel the debt. I had Wang Ting check the original loan documents. Everything was there. I threw them 10,000 yuan for the principal and kept the rest of my setup intact. The 50,000 they'd grabbed from me earlier was the key. Robbery over 50,000 means a sentence starting at 10 years. Niu Shan begged me to let him go. I looked up and saw Lin Yao walking down the corridor with a squad of police officers. Right on time. I released him. The second he was free, he screamed for his guys to attack me. I pretended to be scared and backed away. He even told his men he'd take care of their families if they killed me. That's when Lin Yao's voice cut through the air. Everyone stay still. You are surrounded. They turned around and saw police blocking the only way out. Niu Shan finally understood. He'd walked straight into my trap. He looked at me, furious, cursing my name. Too late. Everything was recorded. Everything was on camera. And the police saw him order the attack with their own eyes. I held up my hands and told everyone the truth. They robbed me. The money was still in Brother G's bag. They all knew robbery was serious. No one wanted to take the fall. Lin Yao's officers moved in fast. Handcuffs, police cars, done. Niu Shan threatened me one last time before crouching down. I told him threats would only add to his charges. Lin Yao walked up and asked if this was my gift to her. I told her it was a partnership. She solved a robbery case worth 50,000, good for her record and promotions. I handed over the video and voice recordings. Building trust meant showing my cards first. I asked her to help Wang Ting with the online loan mess. She agreed and took Wang Ting's statement personally. Wang Ting told her everything. Her mother's illness, the 100,000 yuan loan that ballooned to 300,000, the harassment, the thugs digging up her mother's ashes. Lin Yao slammed the table in anger and promised those men would go to jail. When someone called the station trying to pressure the police into releasing Niu Shan, Lin Yao shut them down with the video evidence. She had backbone. I respected that. Li Xiaoyu had secretly followed us to the lake and watched the whole thing. She was excited and told me she'd quit her job tomorrow to work with me. She joked about what position she'd take. I told her to watch her mouth. Wang Ting was right there turning red. But honestly, Li Xiaoyu had the right personality for sales and public relations. I was still a one-man operation. I needed people. Before we left the station, Lin Yao told us to stay in Jiangsheng while they built the case. I agreed. Then I sent her a message. Meet me tomorrow at 5 in the morning at the foot of Daong Mountain for a hike. That would be our real conversation, away from the station. She'd been useful today. I used her, but she gained something too. This partnership could work. What I didn't know yet was that Iron Madam had already heard about Niu Shan's arrest. She didn't care about saving him. She called him useless. But she was curious about me. She told her people to investigate my background and invite me to a bar called Shengyi tonight. Things were about to get interesting. Back at the apartment, I met the third roommate, Zhou Qinqin. She worked night shifts and didn't stay long. At 7, Iron Madam's assistant called. She invited me for drinks at Shengyi bar at 8. Her tone was polite, not aggressive. That told me she was smarter than her thugs. More dangerous, too. I thought about whether to reveal my connection to Han Chun. I decided against it. I wasn't his representative. We were partners. Besides, people change when they gain power. I couldn't be sure how much loyalty Han Chun still commanded outside. Before leaving, Li Xiaoyu asked if I needed company. I said no. I grabbed 2 voice recorders from my closet. After what Lu Rian did to me, I never went anywhere without them. What I didn't know was that Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting followed me to the bar anyway. Inside, a man led me upstairs to a private room. Iron Madam, Tai Sanyang, was lounging on a leather sofa, smoking a thin cigarette. She looked about 40, but well-kept. Cold eyes, red lips, black nails. 2 bodyguards stood behind her, a young man called Ah Biao and a woman called Ah Bing. I sat down across from her without being invited. Ah Biao told me to move. I blew smoke in his face and called him a barking dog. He wanted to hit me, but Tai Sanyang stopped him. She asked what I planned to do after sending Niu Shan to prison. I played dumb. She pushed harder, testing me. I pushed back. Then I did something clever. With just a few words, I made Ah Biao lose his temper and speak out of turn in front of his boss. Tai Sanyang saw it immediately. Her own bodyguard had been played. She told him to shut up or cut out his tongue. She was starting to take me seriously. She offered to let her young bodyguard fight me to test my skills. I raised the stakes. I told her if I won, the female bodyguard Ah Bing would come work for me. Ah Biao blurted out, "No," before his boss could speak. Another mistake. Tai Sanyang was furious with him. She asked what I'd bet if I lost. I said she could take whatever she wanted from me. She said she'd take my life. I agreed. I looked at Ah Bing more closely. She had a scar hidden under her hair, a long knife wound across her forehead. A woman with a story. I put out my cigarette, took off my shirt, and stood up. Let's begin. The private room was big enough for a fight. Good. Ah Biao and I stood 3 meters apart. He was muscular, professionally trained, and had a reputation. But I'd spent 10 years fighting people in prison. No fancy moves, just real experience from taking and giving hits. He came at me fast, like a leopard, threw a straight punch at my face. I turned my body slightly and dodged it without thinking. Then I faked an elbow at his throat. When he raised his arm to block, I drove my knee into his stomach. He groaned and stumbled back. I kept attacking. No breaks, no mercy. I hit his weak spots. Fast, accurate, deadly. He could only defend. He never got a chance to fight back. I finished it with a side kick to his head. Even though he blocked with his arms, the force sent him flying into the glass wall. It cracked, but didn't break. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The whole fight took less than 5 minutes. Tai Sanyang sat up from the sofa, shocked. The contempt in her eyes was gone. Ah Biao crawled to her and apologized on his knees. He couldn't even look at Ah Bing. I put my shirt back on, picked up my cigarette, and asked Tai Sanyang to honor the bet. She tried tossing me a lady's cigarette as a distraction. I turned it down. I smoke you, she. She kept her word. She told Ah Bing to follow me from now on. Ah Bing stepped forward and said she'd work for me, but I had to pay her. Tai Sanyang mentioned she'd been paying Ah Bing 100,000 a month. I told her that was too low for someone loyal enough to risk their life. I offered Ah Bing 3 million a year. Her life would belong to me. She hesitated, probably wondering why I valued her so highly. But she agreed. Then I brought the conversation back to business. I asked Tai Sanyang how she wanted to handle the Nyoshan situation. She backed down, said it was his own fault, and we should move on. I agreed and suggested we could cooperate in the future. As equals, not as her subordinate. She went quiet. I could tell she saw something familiar in me. Then she asked the question I'd been expecting. What is your relationship with Han Chen? Tai Sanyang asked about Han Chen. I was ready for that question. I told her he was just my cellmate, nothing more. She didn't buy it. She asked if he ever mentioned her. I played it slow, teasing out her curiosity. Then I told her what Han Chen said. That some people forget their roots, that no one visited him in all those years, and that even though his body was inside, his heart was always outside. Her face changed instantly. Fear. She was scared of him, even after all this time. That told me everything. Han Chen's shadow still loomed large over the people who once worked for him. Her hands shook as she smoked. She asked if he said anything else. I told her to visit him herself if she wanted to know more. She went quiet after that, lost in thought. Meanwhile, downstairs in the bar, Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting had followed me inside. I didn't know it yet. Li Xiaoyu was trying to get Wang Ting to loosen up, pointing at dancers on stage, ordering cocktails. Wang Ting stuck to juice, too shy for any of it. Then trouble found them. A rich guy called Shuel Yang, wearing a Rolex and Armani, walked over and tried to buy them drinks. Li Xiaoyu shut him down cold, and even used him as an example to teach Wang Ting about how men trick women at bars. His pride took a hit. He sent his guys over, a group of green-haired punks who sat next to Wang Ting and started demanding they name a price. Li Xiaoyu lost it. She threw her drink in one guy's face, slapped him, then kicked him between the legs. She grabbed a bottle and smashed it over another guy's head when he grabbed Wang Ting's arm. They tried to run, but Shuel Yang's people blocked their way. He stood there looking smug, saying nobody hits his friends, and walks away. I was still upstairs with Tai Sanyang. I had no idea what was happening below. Not yet. From the glass wall upstairs, I saw the whole thing. Li Xiaoyu was in the middle of a standoff with some rich kid named Shuel Yang. The spotlights were on them, and the whole bar was watching. Security stepped in and took both sides to a meeting room. The security leader tried to mediate, asked Li Xiaoyu to pay medical costs, asked Shui Liang to let it go. Neither side budged. I didn't jump in right away. I wanted to see how Li Xiaoyu handled it. She had guts, no apology, no compensation, no backing down. That impressed me. She also kept Wang Ting behind her the whole time. Loyal. Meanwhile, Tai Sanyang asked me again if I was Han Chen's outside representative. I denied it. I told her we just served time together. She was still suspicious, but she noticed I never used Han Chen's name to pressure her. If I were really his agent, I would have. I dropped one more hint. I said Han Chen was good at reading people's minds. She understood the message. She suggested we drink together, but I told her my 2 employees were in trouble downstairs. She was surprised they were mine. Since Ah Bing now belonged to me, Tai Sanyang couldn't send her. Instead, she called Old Li to help. I went downstairs with him. Outside the meeting room, Shui Liang and his guys were leaving. One of them shoved Old Li and told him to move. I held Old Li back. No point starting another fight right there. But I knew Shui Liang would have people waiting outside the bar. I stood at the meeting room door and watched Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting inside. They were worried, trying to figure out how to leave safely. Wang Ting suggested calling me. Li Xiaoyu was too embarrassed. She'd followed me here on her own, and now she'd caused trouble. She asked Wang Ting to make the call instead. Wang Ting pulled out her phone, and right then, my ringtone went off at the doorway. They both looked up. I was leaning against the frame, smiling at them. Li Xiaoyu's face turned bright red. She walked over slowly, gripping her bag like a kid caught doing something wrong. Chenbo, what a coincidence. I leaned close to Li Xiaoyu and smelled the alcohol on her. I scolded her for following me and causing trouble. She apologized and promised not to do it again. 3 seconds later, she was already asking who Ah Bing was. I told Old Li to pass a message to Tai Sanyang. I'd handle my own people's problems. I didn't want to owe her any favors. We left through the bar's back door. Ah Bing spotted 7 or 8 of Shui Liang's guys waiting near the trees. She told me Shui Liang was the second son of the Shui family in Jiangsheng, moderate power. Good. She already knew her job was to give me information and let me decide. I chose the back door on purpose. Dark area, no cameras, trees everywhere. Perfect. I told Ah Bing these guys were hers. 5 minutes. Anything goes. She didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, and I saw a blade flash in her hand. I hadn't expected that. She was a blade fighter. The green-haired guy with the bandaged head from earlier was leading this group. He barely had time to curse before Ah Bing was on them. Screams followed. She cut through the whole group in seconds. Legs, arms, backs. Precise cuts, lots of blood, no vital spots hit. Every strike was controlled. 7 or 8 guys ended up on the ground, holding their wounds, staring at her in terror. Her technique reminded me of the old Rongmen tradition, a secretive group of blade artists from the underworld. If Ah Bing was really trained in that style, then winning her tonight was worth more than I thought. Li Xiaoyu's eyes were glowing. She ran up to Ah Bing and started begging to learn blade tricks. I shook my head. This woman's fear lasted about 10 seconds before turning into excitement. Ah Bing told Li Xiaoyu flatly she couldn't learn blade skills. Cold as ice, I liked that. Then Shui Liang showed up with more guys from the front. When he saw his people bleeding on the ground, his confidence disappeared. The green-haired kid pointed at Ah Bing and called her a cheater for using a blade. Shui Liang recognized Ah Bing as Tai Sanyang's bodyguard. That changed everything. His family had money, but money meant nothing against the underworld. He stepped forward and apologized to the 2 women. I pushed Li Xiaoyu forward and asked if she accepted. She didn't. Good enough for me. I told Ah Bing to give Shui Liang's group a taste too. She moved fast, kicked Shui Liang down first, then cut through his guys one by one. Same precision as before. I wasn't doing this for revenge. I wanted to watch her blade work again. She was like a surgeon, every cut exactly right. We left through the front door. I told Li Xiaoyu to hand her car keys to Ah Bing since she'd been drinking. She obeyed without a word. She was being very well behaved now. In the car, she looped her arm around mine and pressed close. I understood. When a woman gets in trouble and a man stands behind her, it changes things. After we left, Shui Liang called his father. When his dad heard Tai Sanyang's name, he went quiet. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Tai Sanyang was growing more worried about me. She was afraid I might become the next Han Chen. At the apartment, I gave Wang Ting her tasks for tomorrow. open the company bank account, and find an office space, preferably from a closed-down company, so we could move in fast. Li Xiaoyu asked where all my money came from. I told her the lottery again. She didn't believe me, but she didn't push it. She asked about sleeping arrangements. I told her she could stay with me tonight. She didn't hesitate. She practically ran to the shower. Ah Bing and Wang Ting would share the other room. Ah Bing said nothing, just nodded. Quiet, invisible, reliable. The perfect bodyguard. Li Xiaoyu came to my door in a thin night dress. It was unlocked. She slipped inside, and our eyes met. I woke up at 4:30. Li Xiaoyu was wrapped around me like an octopus. I got dressed quietly. Before leaving, Ah Bing opened her door a crack. She'd barely slept because of the noise last night. I told her to watch over the girls today. I reached Daong Mountain at 5:10. Lin Yao was already waiting by her SUV in sportswear and a baseball cap. She pointed out I was 10 minutes late and told me I still smelled like a woman. I didn't argue. We hiked to the top by 6. I sat on a rock and started thinking about how to share what I knew. In my previous life, I'd seen the news reports about a poisoning case. A child drank coffee laced with a dangerous banned substance and died. The police traced it back to a private food factory in Jiangcheng that was mixing poison into coffee. The stuff was sold across the country through special channels, making drinkers addicted. Behind the factory were corrupt government officials taking most of the profits. When police finally surrounded the place, the workers fought back. Their families were being held hostage by the powerful people behind the scenes. A gunfight broke out. Lin Yao died in that fight. I wanted to change that, but I needed to be careful. If I shared too much detail, people would wonder how I knew. If my identity as an informant leaked, the corrupt officials would come after me. I needed Lin Yao to trust me completely and keep my name secret. I started by asking if she believed I was wrongly convicted. She said the old case files looked too perfect, finished in under a month, every piece of evidence too clean. She knew someone had pushed it through. But she warned me. Reopening the case meant going after people who were now in high positions. I told her that's exactly why I chose her. Then I pointed upward and said I knew her background. Her family's old master was at the very top. Her water bottle dropped. She stared at me, alarmed. Nobody in Jiangcheng was supposed to know who she really was. She asked how I found out. I joked about reading fortunes. She didn't laugh. I laid it out straight. I asked for 2 things: unconditional trust and absolute secrecy. Nobody else could know I was her source. She hesitated. We barely knew each other. I started to walk away. She stopped me. She said she couldn't fully trust me yet, but if my information proved useful, she'd try. And she promised to protect my identity. If higher-ups asked, she'd find a way to keep me out of it. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to start. Lin Yao understood the risks. If information leaked inside the police station, I'd be in danger. She decided to use her family connections to cover for me if needed. Good enough. I sat back down and laid out the deal. I'd give her inside information about the drug operation in Jiangcheng. In return, she'd help reopen my old case. But I told her not to get involved in the drug investigation herself yet. Too early, and she'd alert the people behind it. She asked if I was getting a bad deal. I told her the truth. Reopening my case was just a cover. What I really wanted was the connection to her and her family's power. She saw right through me and laughed. Kids make choices, I said. I want both. She appreciated the honesty. Then she asked what information I had. First, I told her to turn off the voice recorder she'd hidden in her bag. She'd activated it when she grabbed the water bottle. Too obvious. She looked annoyed but turned it off. I told her the drugs weren't in the usual form. They were being mixed into coffee, produced at a food factory right here in Jiangcheng. Small amounts of cannabis added to the coffee made drinkers gradually addicted without knowing it. She was shocked. Her team had never considered coffee as a carrier. She asked why I didn't just tell her which factory. I said I wanted to see her skills first. If she couldn't handle basic detective work, our partnership wouldn't last. She wanted to know where my information came from. I shut that down. When the time was right, I'd tell her. Not now. I promised her one more thing. Once she found the factory, I'd tell her the safest way to make the arrest. That part mattered more than she knew. She agreed to take a long leave and investigate personally. That way she could explain the source of the leads without mentioning me. I told her she was smarter than I expected. She said I was showing off. I admitted it. She drove me back to Yujing City. Made me sit in the back because I apparently still smelled like Li Xiaoyu. Before driving off, She warned me about Tai Sanyang possibly wanting revenge for Nyoshan. I smiled and asked if she'd come protect me. She hit the gas and left. What I didn't know was that after dropping me off, Lin Yao pulled over and called her grandfather in Beijing, Kong Lianxing, a retired high-ranking official with connections across many provinces. She told him everything about me, my prison record, my schemes since getting out, and my offer to cooperate. She was worried I was setting a trap. Her grandfather saw right through my plan. He told her I was using her as a bridge to reach the resources behind her. He said I was smart and confident, and that each of my moves was already aimed at the end goal. He assured her the cooperation would benefit both sides. He even predicted what I'd ask for next: outside police forces or local military involvement to raid the drug factory, bypassing corrupt local officials. It would ruffle feathers, but bring big results. Lin Yao understood. Working alone wasn't just about secrecy. It was about avoiding the corrupt local system entirely. Back at the apartment, Wang Ting and Ah Bing were heading out to handle company business. Wang Ting couldn't look me in the eye. She'd heard everything last night. I didn't make it awkward. Li Xiaoyu was still in bed, barely able to move. She called me husband when I walked in. I ignored that, grabbed my clothes, and took a shower. By 10, we left together in a taxi. She leaned on my shoulder in the back seat and told me she'd already quit her job at the restaurant. She was finishing her handover today. "What position do you have for me?" she asked softly. Chen Bo had already thought about Li Xiaoyu's arrangement. After a moment of pretending to think, he replied, "I registered 4 companies, and one of them is an e-commerce live streaming business. I want you to manage it." "Huh, e-commerce? Do you want me to open an online shop?" Currently, short videos are just emerging, and live streaming sales are still in the early stages. In my memory, in a few years, live shopping will become very popular. Planning ahead now is to prepare for the future. When the time is right, we can be among the first to jump into live streaming sales. Of course, some hosts tend to start their own businesses once they become successful. Chen Bo has his own way of dealing with this. "Yes, I will teach you how to do it when I have time." "Okay. Since you're the boss, do whatever you say." Li Xiaoyu cheerfully leans in and gives Chen Bo a quick kiss on the cheek. "Wipe it off yourself." Noticing that Chen Bo doesn't like showing affection in public, Li Xiaoyu quickly takes out a wet wipe from her bag and wipes the lipstick mark off Chen Bo's face. After spending these past 2 days together, Li Xiaoyu has learned how to get along with Chen Bo. Sometimes, she needs to be careful and proper. The taxi stops outside Jinjiang Banquet Restaurant. Seeing Li Xiaoyu walk awkwardly, Chen Bo smiles confidently. "Driver, take me to Central Street in the South District." "Okay." Chen Bo takes out his phone and calls Xiao Kaiyin to arrange a meeting there. The distance from the South District to the city center is about 20 kilometers. The taxi takes about 40 minutes to arrive. After paying and getting out, Chen Bo stands on the roadside and looks around. Everything looks exactly the same as he remembers. This is the district center, with a commercial area about 5 kilometers wide. Beyond that, it's mostly industrial factories. Now, the district government is moving some heavily polluting, high-energy consuming, and inefficient industries to third-tier cities, setting up industrial parks and attracting high-tech companies. Once the official documents are released, the pace of industry upgrading will speed up. Chen Bo's current plan is to accumulate property. After this summer, he expects their value to at least double. Suddenly, Xiao Caiyun's voice comes from behind. "Sorry, Mr. Chun, I'm late." Chen Bo pulls back his thoughts and looks at the tall, elegant Xiao Kaiyun, greeting her. "It's okay. I just arrived too. Let's find a place to eat first. There's a good chicken hot pot place up ahead. Want to try it?" Xiao Kaiyun suggests. "Sure." Today, Xiao Kaiyun is wearing a white shirt and a pink skirt. She isn't wearing stockings, and her long, white legs are very eye-catching, attracting many male passers-by. Xiao Kaiyun seems used to this and doesn't care about others' gazes. The two walk along the street for about 50 meters and enter a small restaurant by the roadside. The two of them found a seat facing each other, ordered food, and Chen Bo crossed his arms as he looked at Xiao Kaiyun and asked, "Are you sure there are no purchase restrictions?" "I've confirmed it. Currently, the Southern District has no purchase limits," Xiao Kaiyun replied honestly. "After we finish eating, we will go to the Weiyan New City Sales Office first, then to Zhujiang Garden, and finally to Charm Garden." Xiao Kaiyun didn't expect Chen Bo to have such a good memory. She quickly took out her documents from her bag and marked the names of the properties Chun-Bo mentioned. During the meal, they talked a lot. Xiao Kaiyun noticed that Chun-Bo could talk confidently about anything. Some of what he said she didn't understand at all, which made her admire him even more. At 2 p.m., they arrived at the Weiyan New City sales office. Usually, developers sell these new buildings themselves and then cooperate with outside agents to increase sales. Xiao Kaiyun's agency is part of a chain. As long as the developer has a contract with the chain, she can bring people to see the houses. Mr. Chun, there are currently 120 units for sale at Weiyan New City. Most are between 90 and 120 square meters, with half of them on lower floors. Xiao Kaiyun looked at the model and explained the available units to Chun-Bo. Mr. Chun, do you want to see the show homes in person? No need. It would be a waste of time. Chun-Bo didn't hesitate. He listed the preferred layouts one by one, like naming dishes on a menu. Xiao Kaiyun quickly marked them, her hand trembling as she held her pen. On the day of the villa transfer, Xiao Kaiyun accidentally saw a notification on Chun-Bo's phone. After paying the remaining balance for the villa, she noticed that Chun-Bo's account still had a long string of zeros. She was surprised to meet a young boss worth hundreds of millions. Thinking about it made her a little excited, and she dreamed of Chun-Bo that night. That's all. How many houses do you count? 25 in total. 10 are 3-bedroom units, each about 120 square meters, and 15 are smaller 3-bedroom units, each about 96 square meters. Calculate the approximate cost. Xiao Kaiyun tried to suppress her excitement. Was this a bulk purchase? It was so extravagant. Okay, I'll do the calculations now. Then, they moved to a small glass round table in the corner. Xiao Kaiyun began to tally the prices of these properties. While waiting, Chun-Bo received a call from Wang Ting. Brother Chun, the company's license and accounts are all set up now. I spent an extra 8,000 to get it done quickly. It's okay. I value speed. Spending a little extra money is no problem. Bring everything and go to the sales office at Weiyan New City in the South District. All right, Sister A Bing, and I will go there now. After hanging up, Xiao Kaiyun calculated the costs. She pushed her phone to Chun-Bo and tremblingly said, Mr. Chun, the cost for 25 properties is 21,120,000. Chun-Bo saw that the total was a little over 21 million. If they could get an 88% discount, it would only be about 19 million. Can you contact the leader of the developer? Yes, I will make the call. At that moment, a woman's sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. Wow, such a big attitude. Just 21 million? Xiao Yun, who did you manage to get as a big client? Xiao Kaiyun turned her head and saw a woman with big, wavy hair walking over. The woman was wearing a tight mint green short skirt, with the hem ending around her thighs, showing her long, straight legs just right. Her makeup was very heavy, with thick foundation that looked shiny and white. Her neckline was open, revealing her cleavage proudly, as if she wanted everyone to notice how bold she was. She approached Xiao Kaiyun, holding sales materials, tilting her head slightly, with her nostrils almost pointing to the sky. Her proud gaze carefully examined Chun-Bo, then she showed a sneering smile, as if she was looking at a rustic country bumpkin. Chun-Bo looked up and met her gaze. He had to admit, this woman exuded a youthful, flirtatious vibe and a high and mighty arrogance. Xiao Kaiyun looked uncomfortable and stepped in front of Chun-Bo, her voice cold. Lu Meili, if you can't speak properly, please just shut your mouth. The company could no longer keep her, so she had to resign and find a new way to make a living. Now she works in the sales office. Today, she suddenly saw her old rival, and naturally, she went over to mock her. She crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and sneered confidently, saying, "Ha ha, my mouth is on my face. I can say whatever I want. Do you have any right to interfere?" To tease Xiao Kaiyun, Lu Meili then glanced at Chun-Bo and mocked. Look at his outfit. He bought a house for 20 million, thinking he's some big shot. Like he's a common vegetable on the street. Xiao Kaiyun noticed Chun-Bo had a faint smile, knowing he wasn't angry. She retorted, Lu Meili, you used dirty tricks to steal my clients. Should I show my colleagues the evidence? Let them see how selfish and disgusting you are. You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Believe it or not, I can find someone to. Xiao Kaiyun cut her off directly, threatening, stop talking nonsense. If you don't want everyone to know, apologize to my client right now. Lu Meili was furious. She had been working in the sales office for less than 2 months. If today's incident caused a big fuss, she definitely wouldn't get a good outcome. Thinking of this, Lu Meili looked again at the young man in plain clothes before her. Suddenly, she sensed a special aura from him. Calm, reserved, confident, with eyes that seemed to look down on everything. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't seem his age. Realizing this, Lu Meili quickly changed her smile, moved closer to Chun Bo, and with a charming look, said, "Sir, I am the sales manager here. If you're interested in buying a house, you can come to me. I can give you a 10% discount." Xiao Kaiyun sensed the danger. She was about to steal her client. If that happened, she would be in big trouble. She hurriedly looked at Chun Bo nervously and said, "Mr. Chun, this woman has bad manners," and Chun Bo raised his hand to calm Xiao Kaiyun. He tapped on the desk and smiled at Lu Meili, asking, "What's your customer service phone number?" Hearing this, Lu Meili's smile froze. She stared at Chun Bo in disbelief and asked, "What do you mean? Have you been working as a prostitute for too long and can't understand normal conversation?" "You." Open insult, a blatant insult. Lu Meili couldn't bear such humiliation and gritted her teeth as she said, "Fine, very well. Just wait and see." Lu Meili left angrily, twisting her waist like a snake. At this moment, Xiao Kaiyun quickly lowered her head and apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Chun. She is a former colleague of mine. It's okay, no need to explain. Just make sure you handle the task I gave you well. You will get your full commission." Xiao Kaiyun bit her lip gently, feeling grateful. "Thank you. I will contact the person in charge of the sales department right away." Soon, Xiao Kaiyun arrived at the sales office on the second floor, standing outside the general manager's office, about to knock on the door. Suddenly, she heard a conversation inside between a man and a woman. "Little fox, who made you feel wronged?" "Sniff, that mean person is my former colleague. She brought a man to the sales office saying she wanted to buy a house. They were just questioning his financial strength, but she even threatened them. Stop crying. She's just an agent. Later, I will complain to her boss and make sure she gets what she deserves." "Thank you, dear." Standing outside the door, Xiao Kaiyun withdrew her hand, her anger burning fiercely. She couldn't believe how shameless some people could be. "All right, I promise to help you vent your anger. You should also thank me, right? That's not very good. Someone might come in. Didn't you just lock the door?" "Okay." Xiao Kaiyun clearly understood what was happening inside and suddenly came up with a plan. Suddenly, the office door was knocked loudly, startling the two inside. The man and woman inside were frightened, and the man cursed loudly. "Who the heck is so rude?" Xiao Kaiyun forced a calm smile and said politely, "Hello, Manager Wu. I am a salesperson from Jean Family Real Estate. A client plans to buy a large number of properties and wants to discuss the price with you personally." Wu Maokai looked displeased and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Don't you understand the rules? Can't you even knock on the door?" Hearing Xiao Kaiyun's voice, Lu Meili's face changed slightly. She lowered her voice and warned, "Mr. Wu, the woman outside is the colleague I mentioned earlier. She probably overheard the office sounds and is deliberately making a fuss to humiliate you. Shameless woman. If you're going to bully me, go open the door." When the office door opened, Xiao Kaiyun immediately took 2 steps back, covering her nose and mouth with a disgusted look, then pretended to be surprised. "Lu Meili, you're here too." Lu Meili frowned and stared at Xiao Kaiyun. Was she asking that intentionally? And what was the meaning of her covering her nose and mouth? "I'm working at the sales office, reporting to the boss." "Isn't that normal? Hee. Your way of reporting is quite unique, relying only on your 2 mouths." Her insult, delivered without using any dirty words, was quite clever, which made Lu Meili lose her composure. "Xiao Kaiyun, you're not a good person either. Why are you criticizing me, really? At least I'm not as lowly as you." At this moment, Wu Maokai was attracted by Xiao Kaiyun's figure and temperament, his gaze falling on her long, straight legs. Looking at Lu Meili again, and comparing the two, Wu Maokai suddenly felt Lu Meili was less attractive. Lu Meili noticed Wu Maokai's gaze was off, sensing danger, and quickly stepped forward to warn him. "Mr. Wu, don't be fooled by this woman. Her methods are very sneaky." Wu Maokai cleared his throat and sat back in his chair. "Xiao Lu, you better step back for now." Lu Meili wanted to say more, but was scared off by Wu Maokai's gaze. She cursed silently in her heart, thinking men were all bad. driven by lust. The two brushed past each other at the office door. Lu Meili didn't look at Xiao Caiyun's mocking smile and left angrily. After Lu Meili walked away, Wu Maokai pointed to the sofa inside the office and smiled. "Beautiful lady. Come in and chat about the client you mentioned." Wu Maokai seemed to pretend nothing had happened, his eyes full of aggression as he looked at Xiao Caiyun. Seeing the heavily pregnant older man, Xiao Caiyun felt his smile was very disgusting, far from the youthful, wealthy Chen Bo. She didn't enter the room but smiled and reminded him, "Mr. Wu, the client is still downstairs waiting. Time is precious. Please go downstairs to meet with the client." Xiao Caiyun's refusal made Wu Maokai very unhappy. No salesperson had ever dared to challenge his authority. "Is your name Xiao Caiyun?" "Yes. Since you don't understand the rules, I will have a word with your boss." "It's okay, Mr. Wu. Feel free to complain. I have brought a client to buy a house. If you don't have time to handle it, I can only let the client go directly to your company's senior management." Wu Maokai narrowed his eyes. "I'm just doing my job as a salesperson, helping clients with their house buying needs and problems. Is there an issue with that?" Her confidence naturally came from Chen Bo. She felt she had nothing to regret and believed Chen Bo could handle any trouble with the sales department. In a buyer's market, with money, isn't it easy to buy a house? She now fully represented Chen Bo, so she couldn't afford to lose her momentum. "Haha, very well. I want to see which client is backing you up." Then, Wu Maokai followed Xiao Caiyun downstairs to the sales area, where he saw Chen Bo leaning back in a chair, smoking. "Mr. Chen, this is General Manager Wu from the sales department." Wu Maokai carefully examined Chen Bo, a sneer forming in his mind. Someone like him could buy houses in bulk. Dream on. "So, you're the one buying the house?" Chen Bo crossed his legs and gave Xiao Caiyun a look. "Manager Xiao, show him the houses I've marked." "Okay." Xiao Caiyun agreed and handed over a marked A4 sheet to start explaining. "Mr. Wu, these are the layouts Chen Mr. is interested in. There are 25 units in total, 10 large 3-bedroom units and 15 small 3-bedroom units. At 8,000 yuan per square meter, the total cost is 21,120,000 yuan. Now, Chen Mr. hopes to buy at a 20% discount. Mr. Wu, if you can make a decision, you can sign the contract now." After hearing the request, Wu Maokai sneered. "Buying a house is not a problem, but the key is whether you can afford it." Chen Bo stubbed out his cigarette and stood up from the armchair, smiling as he asked back, "Oh? Mr. Wu is doubting my ability." Wu Maokai assumed that Chen Bo couldn't afford it and sneered. "Just look at you, clearly unable to buy. Don't embarrass yourself here. I don't have time to waste chatting with you." "Oh, so you judge people by their looks. Is that it? Do you think buying a house means driving a Ferrari, wearing a Rolex, and dressing in Armani?" "I never said that, but I can tell you can't afford it." "Really? If I could afford it, what would you do?" "I do a handstand and eat dirt." Chen Bo shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not interested in whether you eat dirt or not. It's just a waste of my time." Then Chen Bo waved his hand, walking toward the door while giving instructions. "Manager Xiao, file a complaint with your superiors. Say he looks down on people and refuses to sell the house." Watching Chen Bo leave, Wu Maokai didn't care and sneered. "Humph. Complaining to my boss won't help. Poor guys are just poor guys." Fortunately, it was a hot day, and no one else was in the office to look at the house, only sales staff. Their argument drew attention from many people. Wu Maokai looked around and shouted, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and invite clients." Everyone quickly looked away and went back to work, feeling annoyed but keeping it to themselves. Outside the sales office, Xiao Caiyun immediately called to complain about Wu Maokai, clearly telling him that Wu Maokai had refused a deal worth tens of millions. Xiao Caiyun understood Chen Bo's plan. Once the developer's higher-ups investigated, Wu Maokai and Lu Meili would definitely face consequences. "Mr. Chen, where are we going now?" Zhujiang Garden Sales Office. The locations Chen Bo chose for these neighborhoods were carefully selected, all near schools, subways, and shopping centers. 20 minutes later, Chen Bo selected 20 apartments at Zhujiang Garden Sales Center. He didn't go himself, but asked Xiao Caiyun to negotiate with the sales manager. When the sales manager learned Chen Bo was paying in full for 20 apartments, he quickly saw an opportunity and reported it to his superiors. Since it was a bulk purchase by a company, and such clients bring in a lot of cash flow, this high-quality customer had to be seized quickly. On the first-floor customer lounge, Wang Ting sat close to Chun Bo on the sofa. AI Bing stood nearby as usual, but her eyes kept subtly watching Chun Bo. Brother Chun, we registered 4 business licenses this time, and all the accounts are now open, Wang Ting explained. The 4 companies are an investment firm, a media company, a tech company, and a security company. According to Chun Bo's plan, in the beginning, he would use his past memories to quickly gather funds through various information gaps, then invest these funds externally. Xiaoyu will come over tomorrow to help you. Did Sister Xiaoyu really resign? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Since she wants to work for me, I definitely want to give her a chance. While they talked, Xiao Kaiyun and a middle-aged man arrived at the sofa lounge. She saw the young, beautiful Wang Ting and the cold-faced AI Bing and wondered about their identities. As a smart person, she knew not to ask too many questions. She reached out to introduce herself. Mr. Chun, this is Zheng Jiang, the general manager of the sales office. Zheng Jiang was surprised that Chun Bo was so young. He bowed and respectfully said, "Hello, Mr. Chun." Chun Bo shook hands with him, then looked at Xiao Kaiyun and asked, "Have you negotiated everything?" "Yes, we agreed. The total price for 20 properties is 17,600,000 yuan. After an 80% discount, it's 14,080,000 yuan. Chun Bo nodded and said, "Good. Deduct the small change, 14 million, and prepare the contracts." Seeing Chun Bo's indifferent attitude, Xiao Kaiyun, Zheng Jiang, Wang Ting, and AI Bing all looked shocked. Noticing their surprise, Chun Bo tapped the coffee table in front of him. "Speed is important. I don't have time to waste here." Realizing this, Xiao Kaiyun couldn't hide her excitement and quickly agreed. "Yes, Mr. Chun. I'll go with Manager Zheng to prepare the contracts right away." Half an hour later, Wang Ting, as the legal representative, signed 20 contracts with the sales office, and Chun Bo paid a deposit of 1 million yuan on the spot. Zheng Jiang saw Chun Bo and his group off at the sales office, and they agreed to go tomorrow morning to handle the online signing and registration. After getting into the car, Xiao Kaiyun took a deep breath and asked Chun Bo, "Mr. Chun, where are we going now?" Chun Bo checked the time. It was only 3 p.m. to the Charm Garden sales office. "Really? Do you want to keep buying?" Chun Bo glanced sideways and asked back. "Why not buy?" Faced with Chun Bo's question, Xiao Kaiyun was speechless. At this moment, Wang Ting spoke up to remind him, "Brother Chun, paying in full can be very stressful financially." Chun Bo didn't deny it. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about the money. Whatever we can sell, we will sell. By the way, let me introduce you. Manager Xiao is currently authorized to handle my property purchases. Please leave your contact info so we can communicate easily." Wang Ting smiled sweetly and said, "Miss Xiao, could you please give me your business card?" "Sure." Xiao Kaiyun noticed that Wang Ting didn't seem to be calling her formally, so she happily handed over a business card and said gently, "Wang Ting, if you have any questions about real estate in the future, feel free to contact me." Next, Xiao Kaiyun drove the 3 of them to the Charm Garden sales office. This time, most of the properties were small 2-bedroom units for basic needs. There were 30 new homes, and after an 80% discount, the price was 17 million. They signed the contract and paid the deposit on the spot. The person in charge of the sales office thought they were dreaming until the contract and deposit were handed over. Then they stopped. Chun Bo chose not to buy a second-hand home mainly because it was too troublesome and not as quick as buying new. The 4th property was Galaxy Dujuan. Chun Bo was familiar with the process, took 10 minutes to select 25 units of various sizes, and after the discount, the price was 18 million. Before nightfall, they had received contracts for a total of 75 homes. Xiao Kaiyun felt like she was floating. The total property value reached 49.4 million. After completing the deal, she would earn 490,000 in commission. That night, the news spread wildly in the real estate circle in the Southern District. A wealthy person had spent a fortune buying properties worth 50 million in 3 new developments. Some were happy, others worried. In a conference room on the 2nd floor of Weiya New City sales office, a middle-aged man with graying hair stood by the window. "You're good at causing trouble and making things worse. Damn it, I really want to slap you to death. Sorry, leader. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have looked down on people," Wu Maokai said, trembling, lowering his head. "Stop the nonsense. The client's complaint call has already reached the higher-ups. They are very angry now. You better pack up and leave immediately." Someone will take your place soon. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Please, please don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Damn it, you're just a bad luck charm. Don't ever show up in front of me again. Finally, Wu Maokai kicked Lu Meili to the ground. After saying a harsh word, he opened the car door, started the engine, and drove away. Lu Meili lay on the ground, her hair scattered, her face swollen, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was clear she had been beaten badly. Watching the taillights disappear into the distance, Lu Meili blamed all her anger on Xiao Kaiyun. Why could Xiao Kaiyun meet big clients, while she had to use her body to gain benefits? A woman's jealousy can be very dangerous. Lu Meili silently vowed to find a way to get revenge. Suddenly, she remembered Xiao Caiyun's husband. A sneaky plan began to form in her mind. In a busy Sichuan restaurant on the old street of the southern city district, Chen Bo sat in a private room with 3 women. Halfway through the meal, the phone suddenly rang. Chen Bo looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Seeing Chen Bo answer the call, everyone else fell silent. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Li Lan, the new manager of the sales office at Weiye New City. Sorry to bother you at this time. The people who offended you today at the sales office, Wu Maokai and Lu Meili, have been fired. From now on, I will handle the sales arrangements with you. Chen Bo sneered and mocked. Haha, handle what? I have money. I can buy a house anywhere. Who says I have to buy from your company? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. If it's convenient for you tonight, I can arrange a meeting. I want to apologize in person and discuss the house sale. I promise you'll be satisfied. Chen Bo didn't want to waste time on houses. He really wanted to buy, but if he bought again, it wouldn't be at today's price. He pretended to think for a moment, then remained silent for about 10 seconds before slowly speaking. In half an hour, meet me at Sichuan Flavor Legend on Old Street in Nantes City. Okay, see you then. After hanging up, Chen Bo picked up his chopsticks and signaled. If all goes well, we can secure the Weiye New City house tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Housing Bureau to register. Xiao Kaiyun admired Chen Bo's strategy of retreating to advance. The developer must be feeling uneasy now. The price for the house will probably drop even more. Mr. Chen, do these properties need renovation later? No need. Tonight, there was no drinking. After dinner, Wang Ting paid the bill voluntarily. The 4 of them left the Sichuan restaurant and saw a BMW SUV parked at the entrance. Suddenly, the car door opened, and a mature, elegant woman stepped out gracefully. Chen Bo recognized her as Li Lan, who had called earlier. Li Lan was wearing a brown, fitted short skirt that showed off her curvy figure and long, straight legs perfectly. Her long hair was casually tucked behind her ears, with a few strands falling on her cheeks. Her delicate features looked especially striking under the streetlights. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground drew many men's attention. Li Lan had a calm smile on her face, radiating a mature, sexy charm. She approached first and extended her hand with a smile, saying, Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Li Lan. As the saying goes, a smile can open doors. Chen Bo didn't refuse her politeness and shook her hand with his right hand. Suddenly, Chen Bo felt her fingers gently scratch his palm, a subtle hint or signal. Li Lan quickly glanced at Wang Ting and the other women, then released her hand and smiled, inviting, Mr. Chen, I've prepared everything. Would you like to get in my car? Chen Bo turned to Wang Ting and said, You all go back first. Wang Ting understood that Chen Bo was going to entertain clients, so she politely agreed, okay. The 3 women watched Chen Bo get into the BMW. They all knew he probably wouldn't be coming back tonight. In the car, Li Lan watched Chen Bo through the rearview mirror. Chen Bo, feeling the urge, lit a cigarette, resting his arm on the window, casually blowing smoke. They arrived at a busy commercial street in the southern district and parked outside an entertainment club. Mr. Chen, we've arrived. Please get out of the car. Chen Bo didn't say a word. He pushed the door open, looked up, and saw that the place was a karaoke bar. A smiling hostess greeted them at the door and led them into a luxurious private room. Sitting on a soft sofa, Li Lan told the waiter, Bring everyone in. Understood. The waiter nodded into his earpiece, gave a few instructions, and then left the room. Soon, women dressed in uniforms of various styles appeared one after another. Each woman wore high heels and carried a small bag as they lined up to enter the private room. These women each had their own charm, some sexy and alluring, others pure and sweet, and some passionate, like fire. They stood in front of a large screen, smiling sweetly and looking intently at Chun Bo. Lilan looked at Chun Bo, smiling knowingly, and said, "Mr. Chun, you can choose any of these women freely, or you can take them all." Chun Bo glanced over the women one by one. To be honest, the quality of the girls in this club was quite good. Suddenly, he noticed a woman standing nearby who looked familiar. It seemed he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. After 10 years in prison, many faces had become blurry. His close friends, classmates, and acquaintances from 2 lifetimes. He could no longer recall them all. Noticing Chun Bo's gaze lingering on a particular woman, Lilan tentatively asked, "Mr. Chun, if you like someone, you can also take her." Chun Bo spread his arms and relaxed on the sofa, glancing at Lilan with a calm expression. "Miss Li, I'm here to do business, not for these women." Lilan still maintained a polite smile and hinted, "I think business is small. What matters most is that you feel happy and relaxed." Lilan was very skilled at talking, and Chun Bo no longer argued. He took out a cigarette and pointed at the woman nearby. "Can you sing?" The woman looked at Chun Bo with obvious panic and seemed a little nervous when she spoke. "Why, yes, I can." Her reaction was unusual. She seemed to recognize him. Chun Bo caught this detail sharply. He squinted and waved her over. "Then it's you." The women who didn't get chosen looked disappointed. Compared to the greasy, unpleasant older men, Chun Bo was more to their taste, but unfortunately, he wasn't interested. Once the unrelated people left, only 3 remained in the private room. "What's your name?" "I'm Xiaoqing." "Good. Xiaoqing, sing me a song, Tear in the Iron Window." When Chun Bo made this request, both Xiaoqing and Lilan were stunned. Who would like a song called Tear in the Iron Window? Lilan was the first to realize what was happening. She checked Chun Bo's information and learned he had just been released from prison a few days ago. Maybe he was still getting used to life outside. Xiaoqing also seemed to have some thoughts. Standing in front of the song selection screen, she looked at Chun Bo with a hesitant expression. "Boss, I haven't sung this song before." "It's okay. Just sing it once, and you'll get it, all right? If I don't sing well, please don't mind." Chun Bo stopped paying attention to Xiaoqing and suddenly reached out to put his arm around Li Lan's neck, pulling her into his embrace. At the same time, one hand rested on her delicate thigh, and he began to touch her freely. Li Lan instinctively struggled a little, but then relaxed. She thought she might avoid trouble tonight, but it turned out she was the main dish for the evening. She looked up at Chun Bo, who was so close, and smiled calmly. "Mr. Chun, do you like this style of mine?" Chun Bo's lips curled into a smile. He leaned closer to her face, smelling her high-end perfume. "It's not about liking or not. It's about whether a man wants it." "Really? So, Mr. Chun, do you want it? What do you think?" "If Mr. Chun wants it, I can be yours tonight." "Good. That's what you said. I didn't force you." "Of course. Mr. Chun isn't short of women. It's my honor to be someone you're interested in." Chun Bo chuckled openly. "Haha. Women who can talk will usually have good luck." Unknowingly, they reached an agreement. Lilan no longer held back. She sat on Chun Bo's lap and started pouring him drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lilan began to ask questions. "Mr. Chun, I'm curious. With such a big investment in a new house, did you hear some news?" Chun Bo's large hand wandered over her body. He knew she was trying to get insider information while drunk. Hee. Whether there's any news or not, you real estate people should know that. Lilan was smart. She noticed Chun Bo wasn't drunk yet, so she didn't ask more. Asking too much might backfire. Chun Bo didn't cross any lines in the private room. He just played with her a little and didn't do anything else. Instead, Lilan was stirred by her feelings. Xiaoqing sat on a tall stool by the bar, singing Iron Window Tears over and over. Her mind was full of thoughts, and her eyes flicked intentionally or unintentionally toward Chun Bo on the sofa. Doing nightclub work is most stressful when you encounter someone you know. It can be embarrassing and might lead to rumors, making it hard to face family and friends later. Chun Bo noticed the timing was right, so he moved Lilan aside. "That's enough for tonight." Lilan looked tired but smiled knowingly. "Okay, the hotel room is arranged. Tonight, I won't go to the hotel. I'll choose the place." After saying that, Chun Bo looked at Xiaoqing sitting in the corner, stood up, and greeted her. "Tonight, you sang well. Here's a tip for you." Xiaoqing quickly waved her hands. "No need. No need. The tip tonight is from the company. Come here. I'll give it to you. So take it. Xiaoqing hesitated but walked over to Chunbo. They were very close, and Chunbo clearly saw a beauty mark near her eye. Suddenly, a person's name appeared in his mind. He remembered. Her name was Tang Qingqing, a classmate from his first year. Back then, Tang Qingqing was the most beautiful girl in the class. He never expected that after 10 years, she would end up working in a nightclub. Noticing Chunbo's gaze, Xiaoqing lowered her head, trying not to let him see her. Chunbo spoke in a teasing tone and ordered, "Lift your head." Tang Qingqing trembled slightly and slowly raised her head, but her eyes looked away, not daring to meet Chunbo's gaze. She seemed guilty. The delicate face in front of him looked more mature than before, but her lively eyes had lost their sparkle. Chunbo didn't expose her identity directly. Instead, he tilted her chin and smiled. "How much is your tip?" 1,800. "Tonight, you sang well. I'll give you 3,600. Next time, I'll choose you again." After praising her, Chunbo scanned 3,600 yuan onto her phone as a tip, then hugged Li Lan's waist and left the private room. The next moment, Tang Qingqing sat on the sofa, quietly crying. She knew Chunbo had saved her face. As for Chunbo, he wasn't a good person. He had no obligation or mood to care about her. His reasons were simple. His mother was sick, his father loved gambling, his younger brother was in school, and his family was broken. Giving a little extra tip was already his kindness. Outside the club, Li Lan opened the car door, helped Chunbo into the back seat. She had a task to do and drank only juice the whole time. "Mr. Chun, where are we going now?" "There is a man-made lake near the sales office. Please let me show you the night view." "Okay." Half an hour later, a BMW stopped under a tree by the lake. "Mr. Chun, to apologize for any inconvenience, the company has reduced the price of the house by an additional 10% for your purchase." Chunbo threw away his cigarette butt and sneered. "It seems you are short of money." "Yes, as you probably know, real estate development needs to keep cash flow steady." "All right, later you can list all the properties above the 4th floor. Since you provided good service tonight, I might buy a few more." Li Lan didn't expect Chunbo to buy more. She was excited but kept her composure and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will handle it first thing tomorrow morning. Do you need me to arrange a hotel for you?" "No, I don't think I've had enough fun yet." The next morning at 5 o'clock, Chunbo woke up in a hotel room. He stayed alone last night and refused Li Lan's invitation to go home. He opened his phone and saw a list sent by Li Lan, detailing the size and floor level of 70 properties. He checked his bank account balance. After buying the villa, hiring a private detective, and purchasing the house yesterday, he still had over 18 million yuan available. He originally planned to buy 25 houses, but decided to add 5 small 3-bedroom units. With a 30% discount, the total was about 17 million yuan, which matched his remaining balance perfectly. Then, Chunbo left a message on Wang Ting's WeChat and went back to sleep. When he woke up again at 7, there was a knock on the hotel door. Chunbo wrapped himself in a towel and went to open it. When the door opened, he saw 2 women outside, Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu stepped inside and looked around carefully. She noticed that only Chunbo had used the hotel's personal items, which made her curious. No one else stayed overnight here. Chunbo ignored Li Xiaoyu and took the spare clothes from Wang Ting. "All right, you two can wait outside." Li Xiaoyu lay down where Chunbo had just slept and confirmed again that only Chunbo stayed overnight last night. "Hey, we're not strangers. If you're uncomfortable, you can change in the bathroom." Considering Wang Ting was present, Chunbo still took his clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking some time to tidy up, the 3 of them went downstairs to check out of the room. Bing was responsible for driving. Her job was much easier now compared to before. She preferred spending time with Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting rather than her previous boss, Tai Sanyang. After getting in the car, Li Xiaoyu handed a breakfast to Chunbo and asked with concern, "I prepared breakfast for you. Who bought it?" Li Xiaoyu awkwardly replied, Sister Ting, when did you learn to give gifts to flatter me? If you want to please me, just do something real." Li Xiaoyu then smiled happily and reached out her delicate hand to pat Chunbo's shoulder. "Oh, boss, I understand. I will improve." At 8 a.m., Chunbo saw Li Lan at the housing bureau entrance, accompanied by an assistant. Li Lan was still wearing a tight skirt, and her long legs were as attractive as Li Xiaoyu's. It seemed like nothing had happened last night, as she greeted Chunbo casually. "Good morning, Mr. Chun. The additional property purchase should be discussed directly with Manager Xiao." Okay. Xiao Kaiyun had also arrived early. The remaining matters didn't require her to intervene, just needed her to confirm during payment. The Housing Bureau had been informed in advance and reserved a special window for bulk property purchases, making the process very efficient. The online signing was completed before 11 a.m. In the waiting area of the hall, Li Lan took the initiative to invite everyone to have lunch together. It was rare to see the 4 sales office managers gathered. Chunbo didn't refuse and went to the hotel with everyone. During the meal, they drank and chatted, then went their separate ways to report on their progress. Li Lan extended her hand and thanked Chunbo. "Thanks to Mr. Chun for your strong support. If you need to buy property in the future, feel free to contact me. Partnership is no problem. It depends on whether Miss Li is sincere. My sincerity is clear to everyone." As they shook hands, Chunbo felt Li Lan gently scratch his palm with her index finger, an affectionate signal. They parted at the hotel entrance. By then, Chunbo had invested almost all his money, leaving only a few 100,000 yuan for daily expenses. On the way back to Yujing City Community, Chunbo suggested, "Wang Ting, can you help me find a driving school and sign up?" Li Xiaoyu showed a playful smile. "Boss, you don't have a driver's license? But I see you're pretty good at driving, like a seasoned driver." Chunbo's face darkened. This Li Xiaoyu really needed to be taught a lesson. She started talking nonsense again. He frowned and warned her, "Be careful with your image when you're outside. When I get back, I'll deal with you." Back at the house in Yujing City, Chunbo, a little tipsy, ignored Li Xiaoyu's teasing. He simply turned on the air conditioner and went straight to sleep. In prison, he couldn't drink alcohol, and even cigarettes were hard to get without connections. Drinking was something he was trying to learn. So, Chunbo was trying to push his limits. He slept for nearly 3 hours. When he woke up, he sat up and shook his heavy head. He got out of bed, opened the curtains, and watched the sunset through the glass. As the sun set, Chunbo looked a bit lost. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Chun, can I come in?" "Yes." Wang Ting opened the door. Seeing Chunbo sitting on the bed smoking, she placed a cup of warm water on the bedside table. "Brother Chun, drink some water to soothe your throat." Chunbo put out his nearly finished cigarette. He appreciated Wang Ting's carefulness and kindness much more than the impatient Li Xiaoyu. "Wang Ting, you can tidy up this room later. You and Xiaoyu can live together for now, so there's someone to look after each other." "Huh? Brother Chun, are you moving out?" "Yes." Wang Ting's eyes looked a bit sad. She didn't want Chunbo to leave. After a few days together, she had grown used to the sense of security he gave her. "Okay, I'll tell Xiaoyu later." Chunbo didn't explain much. He didn't like too many women in his villa. After what happened with Lu Ruyan, he knew some things must not happen again. "Have you found a good office space?" "Yes, 2 suitable places. When you're free, go take a look. No need. If you think it's good, then it's fine. The 60,000 yuan I withdrew from the bank last time, just deposit it into the company's reserve fund account. If it's not enough, let me know." "It's enough. Right now, only Xiaoyu and I are in the company. Besides yesterday's real estate investment, we haven't started other businesses yet." Chunbo stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Currently, Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting are both beginners, so they should take some courses to learn. First, Wang Ting needs to attend a business management training. If she doesn't learn to manage well, it won't work. He doesn't trust outsiders much, and Wang Ting is better at controlling things. As for Li Xiaoyu, although she is good at sales, she is new to live streaming and e-commerce. Even if he tells her about the future online influencer business model, she probably can't do it well right now. She needs gentle guidance and encouragement. So, taking this free time to enroll in some courses is very necessary. Call Xiaoyu and a bing over. When Li Xiaoyu heard Chunbo's plan, she looked as wilted as a shriveled eggplant. "Do I have to attend classes? If you can't do it, I will have to replace you." Chunbo's words made Li Xiaoyu realize she had no choice. She really wanted to stay with Chunbo, so she reluctantly agreed. Okay, I get a salary anyway, so I'll follow the boss's arrangements." Wang Ting just finished school. Attending classes isn't difficult for her. She knows Chunbo is training her. If she does well, she could become Chunbo's right-hand person in the future. Wang Ting expressed her attitude. Brother Chun, I won't let you down. All right, I'll move out later. You can reimburse the rent for these 2 rooms. The company has paid for you. Li Xiaoyu was anxious and held Chun Bo's arm nervously. Why are you moving out? Did I do something wrong? Or do you dislike me? Chun Bo shook his head helplessly. For your safety, you need to live separately. Later, whether it's seeking revenge on Lu Ruyan or finding Han Chen's daughter, many people will be offended. Living together could put the 2 innocent women in danger. Li Xiaoyu was still not convinced and asked again. Where are you moving to? Can I go? Xiangjiangzun Garden. We'll go together to register later. Li Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a Bing and asked, what about a Bing? Is she living with you? TSK. Li Xiaoyu, are you the boss, or am I? Do I still need to report to you? Oh, I just want to care about my colleagues. From now on, a Bing will be responsible for the security company. She will stay here temporarily to protect you both. Chun Bo looked at a Bing and suggested, a Bing, if you know any skilled people, you can recommend them. The pay is negotiable, but their character must be good. Okay, I will keep an eye out, a Bing replied, still being concise and doing more than saying. That evening, the 4 of them ate briefly at a restaurant across from the community, then packed up Chun Bo's belongings. There wasn't much to pack, just a few clothes bought at a large discount store after Chun Bo left, buy one get one free deals. Li Xiaoyu looked at the cheap clothes and felt uncomfortable. She secretly noted the sizes and planned to buy Chun Bo some decent clothes later. At 8 p.m., a Bing drove into Xiangjiangzun Garden, picked up the key left by Xiao Kaiyun at the guard station, and drove straight to Villa number 9. After getting out of the car, Li Xiaoyu looked at the villa and couldn't help but comment, Boss, I think the sales job isn't exciting anymore. Do you need a family helper? No, I don't need that. I need talented people, Chun Bo replied, walking into the villa first. After cleaning and tidying up, the inside of the villa was spotless, almost like it was brand new. Li Xiaoyu sat on the sofa in the main hall on the first floor and teased again. Such a big house. Wouldn't it be lonely living alone? Chun Bo ignored her and went straight upstairs with his bag. The villa has 6 bedrooms, and he chose the main bedroom facing south. Living in a villa offers good privacy, so working inside wouldn't disturb the neighbors. Back downstairs, Chun Bo started to send people away, go back early, and rest well. From now on, focus on studying and learning. I will give you tasks when needed. Okay, Wang Ting replied, sending Chun Bo a phone number on her device. Brother Chun, I've already registered you for driving lessons. The fee is settled. Tomorrow, go to Changfa Driving School and contact this number to complete the registration so you can start practicing. Chun Bo nodded with satisfaction. I trust your work. I think highly of you. Wang Ting smiled slightly. Actually, Sister Xiaoyu is also very good. Chun Bo glanced at Li Xiaoyu with a noncommittal smile. Your qualities are different from hers. All right, go home early. Li Xiaoyu pouted and said angrily. Why do you keep chasing us away? Are you worried about finding another girl? All right, Xiaoyu, stop talking so much. Wang Ting quickly stepped in, worried that Chun Bo might get upset, and pulled Li Xiaoyu away. After seeing Wang Ting and the others off, Chun Bo sat on the sofa in the living room, smoking. He exhaled clouds of smoke. The house in Nanxing district needs time to wait, and during this gap, Chun Bo plans to go to Han Chen's house to find an antique to sell. In 2016, there were many chances to make money. Chun Bo thought about Bitcoin. That year, Bitcoin started the year at around $400, and by the end of the year, it approached $1,000. It increased a lot during the year, making it a safe investment that was almost guaranteed to make a profit. After putting out his cigarette, Chun Bo made a decision after weighing the pros and cons. He decided to sell all the antiques Han Chun had left behind at once, using Bitcoin for the transaction to avoid domestic regulations. A Bing parked her car and was about to go upstairs when she suddenly received a call from Chun Bo. She walked to different corners and pressed the answer button. Help me look up Ho Chi Shan from Yubao Pavilion. Get detailed information if possible. Send it to me before it gets dark tomorrow. If you need money, withdraw it from Wang Ting. Okay. Inside the Xiangjiangzun Yuan villa, Chun Bo put down his phone. He planned to find a breakthrough through Ho Chi Shan, the appraiser at Yubao Pavilion. This kind of appraiser probably knows many collectors in the circle. Getting a buyer through his recommendation could save a lot of trouble. Later, he would only need to pay a commission. Before that, He needed to learn about Ho Chishan's background and family to avoid risks in advance. Looking at the empty villa, which felt a bit lonely, Chen Bo decided to set up a gym in the basement. A strong body is the foundation of success. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone screen. The message was simple. Called a stranger 5 minutes ago. Chen Bo smiled and deleted the message directly. The person who sent it was Wang Ting. She was very sensible. Because Chen Bo was still testing a Bing and couldn't fully trust her, Wang Ting became his eyes and ears. Meanwhile, in the Shui family villa on the outskirts of the city, Shui Chong leaned on the sofa, smoking. Shui Liang, who had lost his composure, sat across from him, reporting on the investigation over the past 2 days. Dad, I've checked that young man's background. He's an orphan with no connections. 10 years ago, he committed a crime and served 10 years in prison. He was just released recently. Shui Chong looked at his son with a cold tone and said, Liang, just tell me your thoughts directly. I want to get rid of that guy. Oh, how do you plan to do it? A car accident, an unexpected incident. Really? What if it doesn't work? Even if it doesn't, it's okay. As long as I cut off the source, he won't be able to find us. Shui Liang was very confident about his plan for the car accident. However, Shui Chong's next words cooled him down. Do you know the saying, a barefoot person isn't afraid of someone wearing shoes? He spent 10 years in prison. Do you think someone like him is easy to take advantage of? If you can't kill him in one go, he will definitely hold a grudge and come after us. If he retaliates against our family, how will you handle it then? Faced with his father's questioning, Shui Liang felt pressured and looked a bit wronged. What should I do? If I don't do something about him, I'll never feel at ease. Shui Chong looked at his son and said earnestly, Liang, you're missing something important, Iron San Yang's connection. As I know, her female bodyguard lost to that young man. Their relationship is still unclear and needs investigation. Don't be discouraged. Consider this a lesson. Wait for the right opportunity. Without my permission, you must not act rashly. Shui Liang clenched his fists and helplessly agreed. Okay, Dad. I'll go back and rest now. Watching his son's back, Shui Chong shook his head, clearly disappointed in Shui Liang's performance. He learned from the police that Iron San Yang's subordinate, Niu Shan, was set up and sent to prison by Chen Bo. Such a person is definitely a tough character. Tonight, the heads of several real estate companies in Jianshan gathered to discuss 4 large transactions that took place today. They suspected Chen Bo's investment in new properties was based on inside information from the authorities. However, after inquiries, no official leaks were found. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Xiao Kaiyun brought breakfast to the villa. When the door opened, Chen Bo saw Xiao Kaiyun, who was dressed carefully, with elegant light makeup on her face. She wore a sexy short skirt that showed off her tall figure, catching Chen Bo's attention after his morning exercise. Mr. Chen, you haven't had breakfast yet. I didn't know what you like, so I brought a little of everything for you. Chen Bo moved aside to let Xiao Kaiyun come in. They sat at the dining table, and Xiao Kaiyun couldn't help but comment, Mr. Chen, I think you should find a girlfriend. Chen Bo took small bites of steamed buns, sipped his soy milk, and smiled slightly. Forget about a girlfriend. It's better to enjoy life while you're young. You're right. Being single is fine. I know what to do next. After saying that, Xiao Kaiyun took out her phone and called her boss. Boss, please hold off on the commission from the house sale for a while. I'll get it after I finish my work here. A man's voice came from the phone. Okay, Kaiyun. When you have time, introduce me to Mr. Chen. Now that Xiao Kaiyun was gaining favor, her boss, as the agency owner, was also envious. Xiao Kaiyun glanced at Chen Bo and casually agreed. Sure, I'll mention it to Mr. Chen later, thanks. If you have any questions, just talk to me. Since Xiao Kaiyun hadn't resigned yet, her boss would still get a generous commission. Chen Bo sensed her intention. She was planning to divorce. Once the commission was paid, it would become part of the marital property and would need to be divided during a divorce. Sometimes, silence is also a way to respond. Chen Bo didn't express any opinions or thoughts. He was an adult and had his own choices. He finished all the breakfast on the table. During this time, Xiao Kaiyun tidied up, reapplied her makeup, and came back smiling. Are you full? About 70%. Should I buy some more? No need. Later, take me to Changfa driving school in Xishan suburb. Okay. Xiao Kaiyun tidied up the table and thoughtfully took the trash away. The city was about 30 kilometers from Xishan suburb. It took an hour to get there. Standing at the driving school entrance, Chen Bo dialed the number Wang Ting gave him. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a woman's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Chen Bo, arranged by Wang Ting. Are you referring to the new student who registered yesterday? Please wait a moment in the registration hall. I am currently in the training area and will come over shortly. After about 10 minutes, Chen Bo saw a fully equipped woman with only her eyes visible. To protect herself from the sun, the female coach was also working hard. I wonder if she might get heat rash from this. When she saw Chen Bo, she approached and greeted him. Mr. Chen, please follow me. You just need to fill out a form and have your fingerprints taken later, and you're all set. 10 minutes later, after completing the paperwork, Chen Bo was led by the female coach to a corner near the stairs. She took off her hat and face towel, revealing a delicate side face. Under her high nose bridge, her lips were lightly colored with lipstick. Her shiny black hair was casually tied into a ponytail, making her look capable yet charming. Upon closer look, she had a mature, unique charm. Mr. Chen, Ms. Wang Ting told me about your situation yesterday. To avoid interfering with your daytime work, I plan to schedule your driving practice at night, around 10 p.m. How does that sound? This arrangement suited Chen Bo's preferences. Instead of getting sunburned during the day, it would be cooler at night. That time works for me. Great. I will pick you up in my car tonight. Please add my WeChat and send me your address. They exchanged contact information. The female coach's name was Ruan Xia. After less than half an hour at the driving school, Xiao Kaiyun drove Chen Bo onto the ring road. Inside the car, Xiao Kaiyun, while driving, asked her doubts. Mr. Chen, where do you plan to go next? Chen Bo lit a cigarette, then rolled down the window and said casually, let's drive around the ring road first and see where there might be business opportunities. In recent years, Jiangxing has reformed its high-tech industry, establishing several industrial parks and high-tech development zones. Running physical businesses is very slow to make money, much less exciting than the stock market. High-level investors often view investments from a godlike perspective, like the business model of Penguin. They cast wide nets to find opportunities, investing in leading companies across various industries, supporting them to go public, and making money from the stock market. Chen Bo leaned back in his seat, carefully searching his memory. Soon, the words new energy and drone appeared quietly in his mind. A bold plan to buy stocks at a low price suddenly came to him. This plan was aimed at the leader in the new energy vehicle industry. The car was driving steadily on the ring road. Xiao Caiyun's phone suddenly rang. When she saw the number on the screen, she chose to reject the call. However, the call kept coming in. Unable to avoid it, Xiao Kaiyun had to give Chen Bo an apologetic look. Answer the phone. With Chen Bo's permission, Xiao Kaiyun swiped her phone to answer. Since she was driving, she turned on speakerphone. Xiao Kaiyun, where are you now? Zhao Yong, don't disturb my work. Let's talk after work. Suddenly, a loud voice came through the phone. Damn it. Xiao Kaiyun, are you pretending to work just to find a man? Don't act like you don't know anything. Recently, you've hooked up with someone rich. What? Do you want to leave me and enjoy life? Xiao Kaiyun felt a bit guilty, but she still responded firmly. Shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense now. If you have proof, go to court, and I don't want to talk about your affair with the massage shop girl. When I have time, we'll meet in court. Before the other person could reply, Xiao Kaiyun hung up directly. To avoid further harassment, she turned off her phone. Mr. Chen, sorry about that. It's my problem. Chen Bo shook his head, still not saying anything. I can't say much about your matters. You handle it yourself. Worried that Chen Bo might be upset, Xiao Kaiyun quickly assured him. I understand. I promise I won't affect you. Take the next exit and find a restaurant to eat. Okay. At noon, the two of them ordered a few dishes of Huayan cuisine at a shopping mall. Chen Bo was not picky and ate happily. Xiao Kaiyun had no appetite. She was thinking about how to maximize her benefits during the divorce. After finishing the meal and wiping the oil from her lips, she leaned back and looked at Xiao Kaiyun, saying, people need to eat well to work well. After lunch, go back and handle your own affairs. If you need me, I will contact you again. I'm fine. Xiao Kaiyun forced a smile and managed a small grin. I suggest you find a lawyer and release the evidence you've collected. That would be more meaningful than arguing all day. After saying this, Chen Bo stood up and walked toward the cashier. Xiao Kaiyun quickly grabbed her handbag and went ahead to pay before Chun Bo outside the mall. Xiao Kaiyun stood in front of the car with an apologetic look. Mr. Chun, let me take you to your destination first. Take me to Yuanhe community. Okay. During the years in prison, only the old director of the welfare home and a brother who joined the army visited him occasionally. Later, when the old director fell ill, he never saw him again. Back at the welfare home, the old director was very kind to him. He was one of the people Chun Bo respected most. After getting out of prison, he planned to visit the old director first, but his plans were delayed because of Han Chen's matter. While passing a traffic light, a Range Rover suddenly swerved out from the lane beside him and hit from the side rear. With a loud bang, Xiao Caiyun's car was pushed to the side by the Range Rover. At a critical moment, Chun Bo, sitting in the front passenger seat, grabbed the steering wheel and kept the car from losing control. Xiao Kaiyun turned pale with fright. When she saw that both she and Chun Bo were safe, she finally relaxed a little. Mr. Chun, are you okay? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm fine. Let's call the police so the traffic police can handle it. Xiao Kaiyun felt guilty. She thought that besides work, everything else had been a mess these days. After calling the police, they got out of the car to check the damage. The right headlight and fender were broken, and the radiator was leaking. At that moment, a plump woman dressed in gold and silver jewelry got out of the Range Rover. She was accompanied by a young man with smooth, fair skin. Seeing her damaged car, her face instantly darkened. She angrily approached Xiao Kaiyun and said arrogantly, "Can you drive? Pay me for the damage." Xiao Kaiyun was also angry inside. It was clearly the other driver's fault for changing lanes and hitting her, yet she was blaming her. Her words were rude and aggressive, and she seemed to find a way to vent her anger. She shot back, "Old woman, are you blind? I was going straight, and you turned from the right lane. Why should I pay you?" The overweight woman trembled and pointed at Xiao Kaiyun, threatening, "You little brat, dare to curse at me. Believe it or not, I'll tear your foul mouth apart. Old woman, don't think you can act tough just because you drive a luxury car. I've already called the police." "Police? Who cares about them? I have plenty of connections at the station. Now, I'm going to tear your ugly mouth apart." The overweight woman said this, then raised her hand to slap Xiao Kaiyun. Xiao Kaiyun was not someone to back down easily. Just as she was about to fight back, Chun Bo pulled her behind him. Chun Bo grabbed the woman's wrist and shouted angrily, "Dog man, let go of me." While cursing, the woman reached out with her other hand, clawing at Chun Bo's face. "This is the second time. If you hit me again, I might have to defend myself. Stop bothering me. If you don't let go, I'll see if I can stop you." Chun Bo released her, and the woman thought he was afraid. She lunged at Chun Bo's face again. Suddenly, with a sharp smack, Chun Bo slapped her, knocking her to the ground. She clutched her swollen face and let out a piercing scream. "You're trying to kill me." Next to the Land Rover, a young man wanted to help, but was overwhelmed by Chun Bo's commanding presence and stayed put, unsure whether to move forward or back. "Idiot," Chun Bo said this and walked toward the Land Rover. The young man on the other side thought Chun Bo was coming to deal with him, so he stepped back cautiously and warned, "Don't blame me. I don't know her well." The young man's timid attitude made Chun Bo laugh. He couldn't help but tease, "Buddy, you should be honest. If you betray your boss openly, she'll be really upset." Sure enough, when the overweight woman heard the young man trying to distance himself, she looked like she was hit with 1,000 volts. She pointed at him and scolded, "You ungrateful traitor. Did I give you money to feed the dogs?" As a young puppy, the first thing to do was protect himself. More and more people gathered around to watch. The young man, worried about his boss, decided it was best to leave quickly. "Big sister, sorry, I have something to do. I need to go now." Another woman, called Big Sister, made the overweight woman lose her temper. She immediately got up and rushed toward the young man. The young man didn't expect her to be so fierce. He put on his mask and ran away, ignoring her curses. He earns money through his own skills, which is respectable. Chun Bo did not stop him. He calmly walked to the Land Rover and saw that the dash cam was still working. When the traffic police arrive, they only need to check both dash cams to determine who is at fault, so there's no need to review the intersection cameras. Suddenly, Chun Bo noticed a packet of coffee in the cup holder. Instantly, a memory from his past life came to mind. In his previous life, after the authorities uncovered a toxic coffee case, They displayed the coffee packaging as a warning to others. The coffee packaging in front of him looked exactly the same as in his memory. Seizing the chance while checking the dashcam, Chun-Bo discreetly slipped the toxic coffee into his pocket. Sometimes, surprises come with shocks. Chun-Bo didn't expect to find such an unexpected gain. It's clear that wealthy people enjoy various forms of entertainment. When they have more money, they seek more exciting ways to have fun. Soon, 2 traffic police officers arrived and began to determine who was responsible for the accident. "Hello, ma'am. You illegally changed lanes and went straight, which is entirely your fault. If you agree, please sign here." The overweight woman refused to accept this and argued, "I'm not responsible. Why should I sign? She was driving too slowly and affected my way through." Even the police couldn't do much with such an unreasonable woman. According to the dashcam footage, the facts are clear. You illegally changed lanes. If you disagree, you can file a complaint with the Traffic Management Department. Which police station are you from? I'll call someone to strip you of your badges. The arrogant woman didn't take the police seriously. The lead male officer spoke sternly. "Ma'am, you are suspected of causing trouble. Please cooperate with us. If you refuse, you will be responsible for the consequences." Suddenly, the woman slapped the officer sharply, making a clear slap sound. "My husband is a leader at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. You all will be unlucky." The male officer didn't retaliate but kept his distance. "Call the police station to come and take her away." Chun-Bo watched this scene and felt speechless. He guessed that this woman was used to acting arrogantly because of her husband's status. Marrying such a wife was just bad luck. The overweight woman turned her anger toward Chun-Bo, threatening, "And you adulterers, I won't let you go. Just wait and see." Chun-Bo put his hands in his pockets and showed a gentle smile. "Let's talk after you get out of the detention center. I will never go to jail, absolutely not." After the overweight woman finished speaking, a police car stopped nearby, and 3 officers got out. "You are suspected of causing trouble and deliberately assaulting a public official. Please come with us for an investigation." "I'm not going. Who dares to touch me? I'm calling my husband right now." The 2 police officers exchanged a quick look, then quickly moved to hold her shoulders from both sides, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into the police car. "Let me go? You won't get away with this. I want to make a call." Dealing with a troublemaker requires quick and firm action. Once she is taken to the station, she will calm down. The police car sped away, leaving the scene. The traffic police in charge of the accident called 2 tow trucks to remove both Xiao Ziyun's and the overweight woman's cars. After the accident was handled, Xiao Kaiyun apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. That's fine. I'll give you a few days off. Just focus on sorting out your own matters first." Chun-Bo waved his hand and flagged down a taxi on the roadside, then got in. Watching the taxi drive away, Xiao Kaiyun finally faced reality. After a few days of interaction, Chun-Bo never asked about her family or offered to help. Their relationship was just a transaction. 15 minutes later, Chun-Bo got off at the entrance of Yuanhe community. Opposite the community, there was a fruit shop. Since going empty-handed wouldn't be polite, he bought a basket of fruit and entered the community. In her memory, the old director lived in room 202 of Building 1. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door opened, revealing a woman in her 40s or 50s. Seeing Chun-Bo still holding the fruit basket, she looked puzzled. "Who are you?" "I'm Chun-Bo. I'm here to visit Director Xia." "Oh, come in first." The old man just finished his nap. Inside, Chun-Bo handed the fruit basket to the woman and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Director Xia had been widowed for many years and never remarried. It was said he had a daughter studying abroad. The woman brought a cup of tea and said, "Young man, have some water first. I'll go wake the old man later." The nanny sat across from Chun-Bo and started a casual conversation. From what the nanny said, the old director had a stroke a few years ago. His health was getting worse each day. His daughter was rarely around, so they had to hire a nanny and caregiver to look after him. After finishing a cup of tea, an old voice came from the bedroom. "Is that little Chin?" Hearing the voice, Chun-Bo quickly stood up and went to the bedroom. He pushed open the door and saw a very thin old man lying in bed. He hurried over to the bedside, took the old man's wrinkled hand, and choked up as he spoke. "Director, it's me, Chun-Bo. I've come out now." The old director looked at Chun-Bo and smiled kindly. "Good, you're out. Do you have a place to stay now? If not, you can stay here with me." There's an empty room nearby. Don't worry, I already have a place to stay, Chinbo said, feeling touched. The old director shook his head weakly and said, "Oh, old people like me, I can't worry about much anymore." The nanny brought a stool, and Chinbo sat by the bed to chat with the old director. They talked for about an hour, one young and one old. "Chun, earlier this year, Xiaohu visited me. He retired from the army and passed the police exam. You should get in touch with him later. Maybe you can help each other." The old director mentioned Xiaohu, who also grew up in the welfare home. His real name was Jiang Hu, and he was always following Chunbo around in school. Back then, Jiang Hu only got into a technical college. After graduation, he chose to join the army. By now, Jiang Hu had served for 5 years. Leaving the army seemed unnecessary. Staying in the military might have been a better choice for his future. "Okay, I'll contact him when I go back." They talked a little more, but Chunbo noticed the old director didn't seem well mentally. He decided to leave. Before leaving, Chunbo took out an envelope and handed it to the nanny, saying, "Annie, I was in a hurry today and didn't buy any health supplements. This money is for the old director. Please pass it on for me. I'll visit him again when I have time." The nanny saw Chunbo off and then took the heavy envelope to the old director. "The young man just now is quite nice. He left some money for you." The old director sighed deeply, a look of sadness passing through his cloudy eyes. After leaving the old director's house, Chunbo felt mixed emotions. Time has passed, things have changed, and his old friends may no longer be the same. So, Chunbo didn't rush to contact Jiang Hu. Standing in the shady spot behind the bus stop, Chunbo called Lin Yao. The phone rang for a long time before she answered, her voice lowered as she asked, "What's the matter?" "Of course, it's good news. I'm busy. Just tell me directly. Let's have dinner tonight. I want to give you something. Wait for my message. I don't know if I'll have to work overtime tonight. This food factory is so strict, I can't even slack off. I'll hang up now." Lin Yao complained briefly before ending the call and returning to the production line to continue working. Chunbo admired Lin Yao's determination. She was willing to risk going undercover at the food factory to investigate. After 20 minutes, Chunbo got on a bus heading back to the city. There weren't many people inside, so he found a corner, took out his phone, and looked at some information about Ho Qishan that Ah Bing had sent. Ho Qishan's wife is seriously ill and needs medicine and medical expenses all year round. He also has 2 sons, one working in trading in Magic Capital and the other working locally in Jiang City. As for Ho Qishan's character and abilities, the information shows he's generally trustworthy, with no record of dishonesty. He has only one minor mistake so far. After thinking for a moment, Chunbo decided to meet with Ho Qishan to discuss cooperation. The bus entered the city. Chunbo found a private room in a tea house and called Ho Qishan. While drinking tea at the Yubao Go, Ho Qishan was surprised to receive Chunbo's call. He greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Chun, are you calling with good news today?" Chunbo didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "Yes. I wonder if Master Ho is interested in having some afternoon tea together. Since Mr. Chun invited me, I'd be happy to accept. Yiping Tower in Jiang City. All right, I'll head over now. It should take about half an hour. Hee. Good tea doesn't get cold easily." No rush. After hanging up, Ho Qishan finished his tea and got up to leave. Half an hour later, Ho Qishan entered the tea house private room with the waiter. By then, Chunbo had already finished a pot of tea. When Ho Qishan sat down, Chunbo arranged for a beautiful tea artist to brew another pot of Minnan black tea. "Beautiful lady, your task is done." The long-legged tea artist in a cheongsam stood up, bowed slightly to Chunbo, then gracefully left the room. "Master Ho, please enjoy the tea." Ho Qishan picked up the teacup, closed his eyes, and took a small sip. "The tea is good, but the flavor is a bit off. It's Chin's tea." In fact, Chunbo didn't really understand tea culture. He just played along because he knew this old man loved tea leaves. "No problem. Later, I'll get Master Ho some fresh tea." "Haha, Mr. Chun, I don't seek fame or fortune. Compared to tea, I prefer art pieces. All right, I'll be straightforward. I have an antique porcelain piece here. I wonder if Master Ho can help me take a look." "Do you have the actual item with you?" "No, but Master Ho can look at the photos first." Chunbo handed over some photos he had prepared in advance. They were taken earlier at Han Chen's house and had just been developed at the tea house. Ho Qishan put on his glasses and carefully examined each photo. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. These photos showed a genuine antique. This is a Ming Dynasty Doucai chicken sensor. Master Ho, based on your experience, how much do you think this piece is worth? Ho Qishan stroked his chin, gave an assessment, then provided a fair price. This Ming Dynasty Doucai chicken sensor is small and delicate, with rich painted designs. It uses advanced firing techniques like filled-in, overglaze, dyed, and dotted colors. Its condition is very good. The last auction price was 280 million Hong Kong dollars, and it might be worth a bit more now. After finishing, Ho Qishan looked at Chun Bo and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Chun, could I see the actual item?" "Sure, I'd like to see it in person, but I have a request." "Please go ahead. I plan to sell this porcelain to a private collector. If Master Ho has a recommended buyer, I'll bring the real piece next time we meet, and we can discuss the price then." Ho Qishan had already guessed Chun Bo's intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged to meet outside. "Of course, I will take 1% as Master Ho's fee for his hard work. I wonder if Master Ho is interested in working together." Chun Bo's offer was very generous. If they sold the item for 200 million yuan, he would earn a 2 million commission. Why would he refuse such a deal? Although the Yubao Pavilion has some rules, everyone has friends. It's normal to introduce each other and get to know one another. Ho Qishan almost didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. "Mr. Chun, give me a bottom-line price, and I will ask my friends in the circle. It shouldn't be lower than the auction price. This rare treasure's value will only go up. Even after 2 years, it's still profitable to buy. All right, Mr. Chun, I will take these photos with me. I will inform you immediately if there is any news." The two shook hands. Chun Bo hinted, "I'm looking forward to this cooperation. Please, Master Ho, give me a quick reply. If it goes well, there will be many more opportunities to work together. Mr. Chun, since you say so, I will do my best. But finding the right collector for art pieces takes time. I understand. If more people are interested in this artwork, we could hold a small auction. The highest bidder wins. No problem. I will take my leave now." Ho Qishan left with the photos. The rest was up to time. For now, only Ho's connection seemed reliable. It was already 5 p.m. when he left the tea house. Back at the empty villa, Chun Bo suddenly received an email on his phone, followed by a call from the Magic City. "Mr. Chun, did you receive the email I just sent?" "I just saw it. I haven't had time to read it yet. The 2 targets you asked us to investigate are now tracked. Please check the detailed information in the email. We will send you regular updates on the investigation progress." "Good. Thank you for your hard work." After hanging up, Chun Bo opened the email on his phone and saw a detailed investigation report on Lu Ruyan and Qin Wei. The report included their habits, social networks, contacts, and frequent evening spots, along with many photos. This couple was really playing dirty. Lu Ruyan often visited a high-end health club, which, besides female therapists, also employed many handsome male therapists. There is a photo showing Lu Ruyan meeting a male technician alone. The date on the photo is the day Lu Ruyan returned from Korea. This means that on the night Lu Ruyan came back to the city, she did not go home, but instead met with a young man outside. Qin Wei's flirtatious behavior is well known. Whenever he goes out at night, he usually brings 2 women to a hotel, and he often engages in group activities. Looking at these photos, Chun Bo thought of a plan for revenge that was not yet fully developed. There was no news from Kyoto yet. Regarding the search for Han Chen's daughter, Chun Bo did not rely solely on the detective agency. He planned to gather a strong team that could handle anything. If he was powerful enough, he might find a different way, perhaps directly negotiating with a big figure. As evening fell, Lin Yao called him. When Chun Bo answered, he heard a noisy sound on the line. "Hey, I just finished work." "Where are you?" "At home." "Have you eaten?" Lin Yao asked. "Not yet." "Want to grab a meal together?" "Sure. You work at the factory, right? You probably earn a good salary. Why don't you treat?" "Hee hee. I heard you recently made a lot of money and bought a big villa. You can't be that stingy, right?" Chun Bo joked with a smile. "Wow, you found out. I can treat too. I'll choose the place." "All right, pick a good spot. I need to go home and take a quick shower before coming out." Chun Bo didn't go far. He found a roadside food stall near the villa in the busy city area. An hour later, Lin Yao parked her car by the roadside. When she saw Chun Bo standing there waving at her, she immediately walked over with a serious face. "Rich guy, Is it fun to treat a beautiful woman to a street stall? Does a beauty have to dine on Western food and wine? Shinbo asked back, his eyes scanning Lin Yao carefully. Lin Yao was wearing a white t-shirt and light blue denim shorts. Her hair was wet, and she smelled of shampoo. Noticing Chunbo's gaze, Lin Yao couldn't help but remind him, "Don't stare at me with those lecherous eyes, or I'll think you're a pervert. Beauty is meant to be looked at. If you don't want to be stared at, don't go out. So, you can be sarcastic too." "Were the two girls you met last time tricked by you?" Chunbo did not reply, and took Lin Yao to the previously agreed spot. The evening street stalls were lively. Although the hygiene was not great, everyone was just looking for affordable food. Chunbo had already ordered the dishes. Lin Yao sat at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and ate quickly, clearly very hungry. "Factory work really isn't for people. It's like they treat workers as machines," she said. After her grandfather's advice, Lin Yao's attitude toward Chunbo changed again. It was clear from her complaints. Future factories will be gradually replaced by machines. It will be hard to find jobs like screwing parts in factories, Chunbo agreed. Lin Yao put down her chopsticks and looked at Chunbo with curiosity. "So, what are you planning to give me?" Chunbo took out a pack of coffee and pushed it toward her. "Take it to a professional lab somewhere else to test the ingredients. You'll get the results you want." Lin Yao examined the coffee carefully and looked surprised. "Where did you get this?" Chunbo didn't hide anything. He briefly explained the car accident he experienced today. "Finding this today was a lucky accident. I think you should start with the rich woman. Follow the clues, and you'll find the sales network. I'm curious. You're helping me so much. Is it just to get in good with me? Do you have other reasons?" "Of course. For example, I still need a girlfriend. Your figure and looks match my taste." Chunbo could only say flattering words, though he actually preferred mature women like Su Jing or confident women like Li Xiaoyu. Lin Yao's lips curled into a slight smile, and she looked at Chunbo with a teasing gaze. "So, are you saying you want to pursue me?" "Of course." "Oh, what makes you think you have an advantage?" Chunbo cleared his throat and boasted. "I'm handsome, good in bed, and I have money. How about those three?" Lin Yao immediately looked at him with disdain and said scornfully, "Forget it. My standards are based on emotional connection. You only think with your lower body. You're not my type." Faced with Lin Yao's sharp words, Chunbo responded with a smile. "You haven't even tried to connect with me on a deeper level. How do you know there's no chemistry?" Lin Yao was speechless from Chunbo's shamelessness and simply continued eating. Neither side spoke for a while. After 10 minutes, Lin Yao put down her chopsticks. "I'm full. Do you have anything else to say?" Chunbo lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke. "Today, you owe me a favor. Do you agree?" Lin Yao was about to say she didn't agree, but she hesitated and then explained. "Isn't that something you should do?" "What do you mean should? I haven't gained anything from this so far, so how can I be expected to?" "Fine. You make a good point. Just tell me what favor you want. Don't rush. You can owe me the favor for now. I will keep working on things. I just need you to acknowledge my kindness to you." Haha. "So you want to use this method to move me? Then win my heart and get what you want." "Nice plan, but I'm not interested in you." Lin Yao looked at him with a face that said she saw through him. Then she stood up, grabbed her car keys, and turned to leave. "Thanks for the dinner tonight. Bye." Watching Lin Yao's back as she left, Chunbo thought maybe he could start with physical chemistry first, then move on to spiritual connection. In simple terms, get on the boat first, then buy the ticket. Back in the car, Lin Yao took out her phone and made a call. "Uncle, I need your help. Can you send someone trustworthy tomorrow to pick up something?" A confident male voice answered on the phone. Yao, what's wrong?" "It's hard to explain. I can't leave right now. I'll tell you more when we meet next time." "Okay. Since you asked, I, as your uncle, will help you no matter what." After hanging up, Lin Yao sighed in relief. She felt she had to use her connections this time, because relying on her own ability alone wouldn't be enough. Chunbo finished paying and aimlessly walked along the sidewalk. Suddenly, Wang Ting called with a video. When he answered, Li Xiaoyu's pretty face appeared on the screen. Li Xiaoyu looked around and saw Chunbo walking on the street. She smiled and greeted him. "Hello, boss. Good evening. What's up?" Wang Ting snatched the phone and awkwardly said to the screen, "Brother Chun, there's nothing much. I just want to update you on today's class." Then, Wang Ting reported on the courses she and Li Xiaoyu had signed up for. "If there's nothing else, let's end it here. Goodbye." Bo hung up the phone himself, worried that Li Xiaoyu might continue to tease him, and he might need to find a place to vent later that night. It was almost 10 o'clock when he reached home. He was about to take a shower to cool off when his phone rang again. "Mr. Chun, I am outside your villa's gate in a white coach car." "Okay. Wait a moment." It took some time to walk out of the villa. He saw the female coach standing across the street, waving at him. He opened the back door, and a slight smile appeared on Bo's face. Inside the car, he saw a sweet-looking girl dressed in a JK short skirt. Out of politeness, Bo asked, "Miss, do you mind if I sit in the back seat?" The girl glanced at Bo and nodded gently, indicating she didn't mind. After getting in the car, Bo leaned back in his seat and started to observe the girl beside him. Under the warm yellow light, she wore a fitted white sailor uniform paired with a navy blue JK short skirt, highlighting her petite and delicate figure. Beneath her pleated skirt, her legs crossed, with smooth, white skin shining like pearls. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands falling on her cheeks, perfectly covering one of her eyebrows. At the same time, she emitted a faint floral scent mixed with the fresh sweetness typical of a young girl, making her look very appealing. The female coach driving in front seemed to have just finished a shower. Her hair was still damp, and she wore a tight sports t-shirt and long pants, showing off her mature, curvy figure. The girl and the mature woman formed a striking contrast. Bo really wanted to praise Wang Ting. She truly understood her boss's preferences. "Mr. Chen, let's go to the parking lot near Tianping Mountain for driving practice. There are fewer cars there at night." While driving, Wan Xia explained the plan for tonight's practice to the two of them. As the car moved further away, it was around 10:30 p.m. when the coach's car entered an open-air parking lot. There were streetlights beside the parking spaces. The lighting was a bit dim, but there were markers next to each space, so it wasn't a big problem. Bo, having never driven before in his two lives, could only start learning from scratch. "Mr. Chun, since you're just starting to learn, first focus on understanding the accelerator, brake, and clutch. Try to get in the car and give it a try." To Wan Xia's surprise, Bo grasped everything quickly, unlike a beginner. Unbeknownst to her, in his past life, when he was working in northern Myanmar, he studied driving skills hard so he could escape from his difficult situation someday. Driving a manual car mainly involves shifting gears, reversing, and parking. As long as he masters the clutch technique and handles the steering smoothly, passing the test would be easy. Half an hour later, Bo pulled the handbrake, got out of the car, and lit a cigarette beside it. Wan Xia couldn't help but praise him. "Mr. Chun, have you learned to drive before? You seem to be a natural." Bo smiled but didn't explain much. He asked back, "Practice on the road tomorrow, then you won't need to come here anymore. I'll be notified when it's time for the exam. No problem. Maybe you have a talent for driving." Bo thought to himself that he was comfortable driving trains, but small cars still needed more practice. For Wan Xia, having a talented student like this was much easier than dealing with those who kept failing the tests. While smoking, Bo watched as Wan Xia arranged for a uniformed girl to get in the car. The girl was preparing for her driving test. She drove around the parking lot a few times to get used to it, then stopped in front of Bo. Wan Xia rolled down the window and said, "Mr. Chun, get in." Xiao Guan will drive a few laps on the main road, then head straight back to the city. From Wan Xia, he learned that the girl's name was Guan Muxue, a third-year college student taking the driving test during summer vacation. Guan Muxue was quiet and didn't speak much throughout. "Xiao Guan, drive on the nearby provincial road." The test environment there is similar to the provincial and national roads. Once you get used to it, the official exam should go smoothly. Okay. Sitting in the car with a new female driver, Bo felt very insecure. He silently fastened his seatbelt in the back seat. His action caught Guan Muxue's attention. Through the rearview mirror, their eyes met. There was no awkwardness. He simply offered a polite smile in the mirror. Guan Muxue withdrew her gaze, seemingly to prove her driving skills. She started smoothly and confidently, shifting gears step by step according to the engine speed. After passing a few green lights, the car quickly entered the provincial road. Wan Xia was beside her, explaining the key points for the exam. To be honest, Wan Xia is a very dedicated female instructor. She works late into the night to earn extra money, which is hard-earned and comes with some risks. Nighttime visibility is poor, making it a challenge for new drivers. Not everyone learns as quickly as Chunbo. After a few practice stops, Ruanxia looked satisfied. Xiaoguan, we'll stop practicing here tonight. Just a bit more before the road test. Okay, Sister Ruan, Ruanxia suggested. Let's go back to the city now. Do you want me to drive? No need, I can do it myself. All right, but once we get into the city, be careful on the sidewalks. These days, some people don't follow traffic rules and are more stubborn than cars. Chunbo checked his phone. It was 5 minutes past midnight. The road was almost empty. He rolled down the window, feeling the warm night breeze on his face. The scenery by the roadside kept rushing past. Suddenly, about 200 meters ahead, on the opposite lane, a dump truck appeared. Its headlights were bright, and the glare made Guan Muxue feel a bit dizzy. Ruanxia was about to complain about the rude drivers of big vehicles when, at the same time, both she and Guan Muxue widened their eyes. The dump truck suddenly swerved sharply toward them, heading straight for their car. Because it was so close, it almost hit them head-on. Guan Muxue, inexperienced in driving, was terrified and turned pale. She was too scared to react. Ruanxia, snapping out of her shock, quickly grabbed the steering wheel and turned it sharply to the right. At this moment, jumping out of the car was impossible. Chunbo felt death approaching again, an all-too-familiar sensation. Could it be that, after living again, he still couldn't escape the grasp of death? He clenched the hand on the steering wheel, praying that the impact wouldn't happen where he was. With a loud crash, the dump truck slammed into the back of their car. The huge impact flipped the car over. Due to inertia, the car rolled several times and skidded off the road onto the sidewalk. Next to the curb is a sloped grassy area. The car is now out of control, and the airbags have deployed. Poof! The car slides down the slope, and soon the sound of it hitting the water can be heard. Chunbo tightly protects his head. His arms are cut by broken car windows, and cold water quickly floods in, submerging him. In the next moment, Chunbo hears a loud crash as another vehicle also falls into the water. It turns out a dump truck has driven into the river too. The rushing water makes Chunbo's mind very clear. He sees the car filling with water and slowly sinking at a visible speed. Chunbo quickly unfastens his seatbelt. Luckily, he had buckled it earlier, so he wouldn't drown after fainting from the crash. He pushes the car door, but it's stuck and won't open. Fortunately, he had rolled down the window earlier to let in air, so he can climb out through it. He turns his head and sees that Guan Muxue and Ruanxia in the front seats are unconscious. Fortunately, the A-pillars on both sides of the old Santana are intact, and the driver's cabin isn't breached. However, the river water has already covered the women's mouths and noses. If they aren't rescued quickly, they will surely drown. Chunbo takes a deep breath, enduring the pain from his arm wound. Saving people now is the most important thing. As for whom to save first, Chunbo chooses the young girl. To help her out, he dives into the water and unfastens their seatbelts. Then, he uses his hands and feet to climb out through the window, fighting against the cold river water that keeps rushing into his mouth and nose, making him cough. Finally, he manages to get out of the car window. He then reaches inside to grab Guan Muxue. The car is still sinking slowly. Chunbo strains every muscle, grabbing her arm and pulling her out with all his strength. Guan Muxue's body is limp and unresponsive. Her wet, long hair floats freely in the water, tangled like seaweed around Chunbo's hand. After some effort, Chunbo pulls Guan Muxue out of the window and swims desperately toward the shore. Once on land, Chunbo ignores his own disheveled state and quickly checks Guan Muxue's condition. She is lying with her eyes closed, her face pale as paper, lips purple, and water keeps bubbling out of her mouth and nose. Chunbo feels anxious. Another person, Ruanxia, is still trapped in the car, and her life is uncertain. He has no time to rest. He dives back into the water and swims toward the car. The car was completely submerged in the water, which was pitch black beneath the surface. Only memory helped them find the car by touch. He reached inside the car, feeling around, and suddenly grabbed something soft. Seems like Ruanxia's buttocks, which was quite bouncy. Before he could fully appreciate her curves, he pulled Ruanxia to the car window and dragged her out. Then he held her tightly and swam with all his strength to the surface. When they broke through the water, Chunbo felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Finally, he managed to pull Ruanxia onto the shore. Ruanxia also inhaled a lot of river water. Seeing both of them unconscious, Chunbo's mind flashed with first aid knowledge he had learned in northern Myanmar. Without hesitation, he knelt between Ruanxia and Guan Mushue. He pressed on Guan Mushue's chest with both hands, counting silently as he pressed. After dozens of presses, Guan Mushue still showed no response. Seeing her lips turn purple, he bent down, pinched her nose, and blew air into her mouth. Cough, cough. After blowing air a few times, Guan Mushue suddenly coughed and finally spat out some river water. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling weak and unable to move, like a lump of mud. The fear of surviving a disaster weighed heavily on her mind, like a dark cloud. Her body, soaked with river water, trembled uncontrollably. She slightly tilted her head and looked around, noticing she was still in a dim night scene. Under the glow of the streetlights, the glowing river water looked eerie. Suddenly, the terrifying scene of the car accident flashed through her mind. She remembered the dump truck coming straight at her. She had forgotten to think and didn't know how to respond. In the end, Ruanxia grabbed the steering wheel and saved her life. Coming back to her senses, Guan Mushue instinctively touched her lips. It seemed Chunbo's breath and a faint smell of tobacco still lingered there. Her pale cheeks suddenly flushed with a blush. That was her first kiss, and she had lost it so suddenly and confusingly. Feeling shy and a bit helpless, she secretly looked at Chunbo. When their eyes met, she quickly turned her head to look elsewhere, like a startled deer. It was a pounding heartbeat, as if her chest might burst. The lack of oxygen made her thoughts chaotic. Chunbo withdrew his hand, looked down at Guan Mushue. Under the dim streetlights, she looked so fragile and pitiful. The originally pure white, jade-like legs were now covered with bruises, some purple and some blue. Her arms were also full of scratches and bruises, which looked very noticeable against her fair skin. Her soaked school uniform tightly clung to her body, outlining her delicate and fragile figure. The night breeze blew, bringing a coolness that made her look even more pitiful. After a brief moment of dazedness, Chunbo spoke, asking her to calm down and vomit out the water in her stomach. Guan Mushue looked at Chunbo weakly. Her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. Chunbo didn't say anything more and immediately began to give first aid to Ruanxia. He repeated the same emergency actions he had just done for Guan Mushue, pressing and blowing air repeatedly. Ruanxia's large chest was almost flattened, but she still showed no signs of waking up. Chunbo was panting heavily. He guessed that Ruanxia had been in the water too long, so he decided to try a different rescue method called the head tilt technique. This method was a bit complicated, and it was Chunbo's first time using it. After thinking for a moment, he recalled the proper way. He first placed his left hand on Ruanxia's forehead, then pressed back to keep her head tilted, while his other hand lifted her neck to open her airway. An outsider might watch the scene as a spectacle, but an expert would see the skill involved. Guan Mushue's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw this. She thought to herself that this person looked very professional. Cough, cough. After clearing the airway, Chunbo resumed, giving artificial respiration. Ruanxia's chest slightly rose and fell. Suddenly, she let out a faint cough and gradually regained consciousness. Having just escaped death, Ruanxia's eyebrows twitched, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened a slit. She happened to see Chunbo giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Immediately after, a breath carrying the smell of tobacco entered her lungs, and Ruanxia closed her eyes again. As the number of breaths increased, Chunbo noticed something was wrong. During the process, her mouth was not being cooperative and had touched his lips several times. Ruanxia didn't notice Guan Mushue beside her, who was staring at her intently. Guan Mushue couldn't help but think to herself. Even at this moment, she was still thinking about taking advantage. Could it be that only handsome guys are irresistible? From Guan Mushue's perspective, she could clearly see Ruanxia's face gradually turning red, which was caused by shyness. Chunbo stopped giving artificial respiration and carefully observed Ruanxia's face. He then pressed his fingers on her carotid artery to check her heartbeat. After feeling Ruanxia's strong heartbeat, Chunbo finally withdrew his hand, and both women were saved. Ruanxia knew she couldn't pretend anymore, so she slowly opened her eyes, showing a confused look as if she had just woken up from fainting. She turned her head and met Guan Mushu's worried gaze. Feeling guilty, Yuan Xia looked away, realizing her small action had been noticed. "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving me," she said. Chenbo stood up from the grass and couldn't help but think how different the young girl was from the mature woman. The three of them understood each other, but chose not to say anything to avoid embarrassment. Chenbo and Guan Mushua both kept silent. "Coach Yuan, Miss Guan, how do you feel now?" he asked. "I'm okay, just a bit dizzy and nauseous," Yuan Xia replied. Then she looked at Guan Mushua with concern and asked, "Little Guan, how about you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Guan Mushua looked down and forced a small smile. "I'm pretty much the same, just a little sore where I bumped." She then adjusted her skirt and thanked Chenbo, saying, "Thank you for pulling us out of the water. Otherwise, I don't know what might have happened." At this moment, Chenbo took out his phone, shook off the water, and found it wouldn't turn on. He looked at the two women and asked, "Where are your phones? Can you try to turn them on? We should call the police first and then get an ambulance to check for injuries." After Chenbo's reminder, Guan Mushua and Yuan Xia remembered to look for their phones, but unfortunately, they had left them in the car. Seeing this, Chenbo took a deep breath. "Forget it. I'll go see by the roadside." He then went to the roadside, waited 5 minutes, and flagged down a van. He borrowed the driver's phone to call the police. Standing by the river, Chenbo looked out at the water. He saw that only a corner of the dump truck's bed was still above water, with the rest submerged. If the driver hadn't jumped out at that moment, he probably would have drowned. Tonight's car accident was very strange. Why was only this dump truck on the road so late at night? And on such a wide provincial road? How could the other vehicle cross lanes to hit them? Clearly, this wasn't an accident, but someone deliberately caused it. Chenbo cannot determine whether the other person is targeting him or Guan Mushua and Yuan Xia. If it is his enemy, excluding Lu Ruyan and Tai Sanyang, the most likely suspect is a young man named Shuel Yang. There is a saying that there are no thieves who do not worry about being stolen from. Whoever is behind this accident must be found out. Chenbo turned around and asked the two women, "Have you offended anyone?" Guan Mushua and Yuan Xia shook their heads, saying no. Chenbo was still suspicious. His suspicion was directed at Guan Mushua, who was driving the car at the time. "Miss Guan, what does your family do?" Guan Mushua was surprised and asked back, "Why do you suddenly ask this? This car accident was caused intentionally. The goal was very clear, to hit the people inside the car. Are you suspecting that the real target of the accident was me? That is possible. So, can you tell me what your family does?" Guan Mushua hesitated, seeming to have concerns. Seeing Chenbo's serious expression, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore and decided to tell him her identity. "My father is the vice mayor of Jiang City." After hearing Guan Mushua's answer, Chenbo remained calm. He had no particular impression of Jiang City's vice mayor. Guan Mushua thought that revealing her identity might make Chenbo react dramatically, like other boys, but she was wrong. Chenbo thought for a moment and had a rough guess. Excluding revenge, the only reason someone would go to such lengths is for profit conflicts. A few minutes later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. Chenbo, as the person who reported the accident, explained what happened to the police. When they learned Guan Mushua's identity, the lead officer broke out in a cold sweat and immediately reported to his superiors. After being scolded, he hurried to the ambulance to give instructions. "Quickly take Mayor Gua's daughter to the hospital for a checkup. No mistakes allowed." To make the hospital pay more attention, the leader emphasized Guan Mushua's identity. Soon after, Guan Mushua, Yuan Xia, and Chenbo were taken to the city hospital. The accident scene was cordoned off with police tape. The police contacted a tow truck to pull the car ashore. The lives of the people inside the large truck were unknown, and they had to be rescued first. The director in charge of police and traffic received the on-site report and immediately reported to the city committee. After hearing the report, Chi Wei, the top leader of the city committee, instantly looked grim. He knew many hidden facts and interests better than anyone. In official circles, there is an unspoken rule. You can use any legal means to attack opponents, even sending them to the disciplinary committee or prison, but you must not cross the line into murder. That is a serious taboo. Clearly, the car accident that happened tonight has crossed that line, and Chi Wei already suspects who might be responsible. Worried that the situation could get out of control, Chi Wei first discussed with a few powerful leaders to set a tone for handling the matter. Then he decided to inform Guan Songhai to express the city committee's stance. Guan Songhai learned from the secretary that his daughter almost died in the accident. To calm Guan's emotions, Chi Wei assured him, "Old Guan, don't worry. Mu Shui is safe. It's confirmed she only suffered minor injuries and is now at the central hospital for checkup and treatment. The police and traffic authorities are handling the scene. We will discuss how to deal with this matter tomorrow." Guan Songhai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from gripping his phone. From Chi Wei's words, he could already sense the city committee's attitude. After a few seconds of silence, Guan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Okay, Secretary Chi. I'll go to the hospital first. We'll wait for the investigation results." He put down the phone and couldn't hold back his anger. He slammed his hand on the desk with a loud bang. Thinking about what happened a few days ago, a businessman had indirectly threatened him. Now, within 3 days, his daughter was in a car accident. Guan Songhai was now 100% sure that the businessman was behind it. The loud noise of the desk slam also woke his wife in the bedroom. Feng Mei, Guan Mushue's mother, hurried to the study, looking at Guan Songhai's pale face, and asked, "Old Guan, what's going on?" Guan Songhai quickly left the study, changing his clothes as he reminded her, "Change your clothes. We're going to the hospital. Mushue had an accident." Feng Mei's face changed drastically. She grabbed Guan Songhai's arm and hurriedly asked, "Is Mushue badly hurt? Which hospital is she in?" "I don't know. Secretary Chi just called. From what I hear, Mushue only has minor injuries and is at the city center hospital." "Okay, let's go to the hospital first." The couple hurriedly dressed and went downstairs, then took the car arranged by the secretary to the hospital. The hospital received notice from above and gave the green light for Chun Bo and the others. They first underwent a CT scan, followed by a series of tests and consultations, and were arranged to stay in the hospital. Chun Bo changed into a hospital gown and leaned on the bed, thinking. He had planned to smoke a cigarette, but found the pack was empty. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and looked outside the ward. Several leaders arrived one after another, including hospital officials, police officers, and traffic police. If it had been a normal traffic accident, there wouldn't be such a big fuss. But since Chun Bo mentioned murder, many leaders became nervous. Soon, a couple hurried past the ward door. It was probably Guan Mushue's parents. After entering the ward, the department leaders came forward to greet them respectfully. There was no choice. Higher officials always have more power. Guan Songhai was a vice mayor with real authority, and he might go even higher in the future. Guan Songhai nodded slightly, and Feng Mei came to the bedside, holding her daughter and crying loudly. After showing their faces, the department leaders wisely left the ward, leaving only hospital leaders to report on the patient's condition. The vice president of the central hospital was called over from his romantic retreat. The hospital director was out on an inspection, so the vice president had to handle the reception. "Mayor Guan, after consultation with our experts, Miss Guan mainly has external injuries and bruises. There are no other issues," he said. Although Guan Songhai was angry inside, he still had to save face. Seeing that his daughter was not seriously hurt, his mood improved a lot. "Director Pang, all medical staff, thank you for your hard work. It's our duty. I will arrange for someone to be on duty 24 hours a day. If you need help, we will do our best," the vice president, Pang Dong, said, extending his hand to shake Guan Songhai's. Whether useful or not, it's always good to leave a good impression in front of leaders. Since the leader's daughter was fine, there's no risk of medical liability. When the unrelated people left, Guan Songhai turned to his secretary and ordered, "Shaoli, wait outside and lock the door." Okay. There was only the family of 3 left in the room. Guan Mushu gently wiped her mother's tears and comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't cry anymore. I'm fine now. After some rest, I'll fully recover." Guan Songhai looked at his beloved daughter with concern. He needed to understand the full situation before making any plans. "Girl, tell me, what exactly happened at the accident scene?" Guan Mushu hesitated slightly, then calmly described what she saw before and after the car crash. She also mentioned Chun Bo's speculation, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. "The details are as I just described. Anyway, I'm grateful tonight to Coach Wan Xia and Chun Bo. Coach Wan saved me during the crash, and Chinbo rescued me and Coach Juan after I fell into the water. Guan Songhai nodded and said, "These two are our family's lifesavers. We should go see them." Suddenly, Guan Songhai remembered someone's name and asked Guan Mushuer again, "Is the person who saved you really named Chinbo?" "Yes, that's what Coach Juan said. Unless he used a fake name to register at the driving school." Guan Songhai is responsible for urban planning, natural resources, housing, urban development, and city management. Just yesterday, he heard that a businessman bought 100 houses in the southern district all at once. That businessman's name is also Chinbo. He wasn't sure if they were the same person. If they are, it's quite intriguing. From Guan Songhai's perspective, his thinking was broader. Where is Chinbo now? He's in the ward near the elevator. Guan Songhai and his wife exchanged a glance. Feng Mei understood her husband's meaning and suggested, "It's late tonight. It might not be the best time. Let's go thank them tomorrow. Old Guan, you should go back first. I'll stay here tonight to keep company with our daughter." Guan Songhai stood by the window, his sharp eyes showing a hint of determination. From Guan Mushua's account, it was clear that the accident tonight was deliberately caused. The purpose was obvious, threats, plain and simple. Knowing who was behind it, he felt helpless. Without evidence, he had no reason to act. The other side wouldn't leave any clues for him. Guan Songhai stayed in the hospital for about 40 minutes. As he was too old to stay up late, he was escorted back to the community by his secretary. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel in the city, on the top floor in the presidential suite, a middle-aged man had just fallen asleep when suddenly his phone rang loudly, waking him up. He picked up his phone, answered the call, and after listening to the report, he coldly replied, "She's lucky she didn't die. Next time, she might not get such a chance. Tomorrow, go find out what he's thinking." "Understood, boss." After hanging up, the man tossed his phone onto the bedside table and woke up his female companion. At this moment, Chinbo was feeling restless. He was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by the smell of disinfectant. The bruises from the impact were starting to ache, making him feel annoyed. His phone was water-damaged and wouldn't turn on. He didn't have any cash with him, so buying cigarettes was difficult. When craving a cigarette, you look for any way to get one. He reached out and pressed the call button on the bed. Soon, a young, pretty intern nurse entered the room with a polite smile. "Hello, how can I help you?" Chinbo shook his phone and explained, "Sorry, miss, my phone got wet. Could you lend me some cash to buy a pack of cigarettes?" Seeing Chinbo's request, the nurse forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Sorry, I don't have any cash either. Can you see if anyone else has cash? Please help me borrow some." The nurse looked uncomfortable, unsure where to borrow money at this hour. She refused again. "Sorry, none of the colleagues on duty tonight have cash." Just as she was thinking of how to refuse Chinbo again, the door suddenly creaked open from outside, and a familiar yet strange figure stepped in briskly. Chinbo looked up and was momentarily stunned. It was not someone else but his childhood friend Jiang Hu, who had grown up with him in the orphanage. Once a thin, small kid who always followed him around showing off. Now Jiang Hu stood tall in a sharp police uniform, with a strong, mature, and capable aura. "Brother Bo." Jiang Hu's eyes reddened, and his voice was choked with emotion. He quickly rushed to the bed and hugged Chinbo tightly. Chinbo also hugged him back tightly, patting Jiang Hu's back, with a mix of surprise and happiness in his voice. "Huzi, how did you find out I was here?" Jiang Husong released Chinbo, examining him from head to toe with concern in his eyes. "Tonight, I was on duty at the station. The call you made about the accident was handled by our police department. When I heard your name in the report, I guessed it was you. I checked the records and confirmed it really was you. How are your injuries? Can you move?" "They're not serious, just some scrapes and bruises. A bit of rest will do." Chinbo smiled to comfort him. "Actually, you've become a police officer now. You're quite impressive compared to back then." Jiang Hu scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Brother Bo, I plan to make a name for myself and then use connections to help you out. Are you sure you quit the army just to help me?" Yes. I thought 5 years of service would get me a good position, but I still have to start from the bottom." Chinbo sighed inwardly. He didn't have many friends like this. "Come on, let's go outside for a smoke," Chinbo said as he tried to stand up. Jiang Hu quickly helped him, and the two shouldered each other as they headed toward the stairs outside the ward. Standing by the flower bed downstairs, Jiang Hu took out a cigarette skillfully lit one for Chunbo and lit his own. After taking a deep breath, a hint of helplessness appeared in Jianghua's eyes. Brother Bo, you don't know. It's really hard to get promoted in the police station without connections. No matter how much I work overtime, I just can't get a chance to move up. Chunbo exhaled a smoke ring and thought for a moment before speaking. Huzi, I know a police friend in the city bureau. She has a lot of connections. Recently, there's been a big operation, and if you can get involved and make yourself known, maybe you can catch this opportunity and climb aboard that ship. Jianghua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but agree. Brother Bo, you're the best. It's really tough to get ahead without help. Once the right moment arrives, Lin Yao will launch her operation immediately. A special task force will be formed, and Jianghua will be included. After success, a promotion and raise are guaranteed. Chunbo plans to build his own network. Jianghua can be a good part of it. Since Jianghua just left the army and hasn't yet been corrupted by power and money in official circles, establishing a supportive relationship now is perfect, just an investment in Jianghua. Of course, some people might think Chunbo is using Jianghu, but that's not true. The reason people have various relationships is because they often benefit from each other. While in prison, Chunbo often stayed with Han Chun. After many years, his values were greatly influenced. Plus, having lived two lives, he was full of distrust toward those around him. Most of the time, he based his actions on what was beneficial. Huzi, when I recover, let's find a chance to get together. I'll introduce you to my friend then. Okay, these days I work back-to-back shifts. Next week, I'll let you know when I have time. Jianghu changed the subject and asked about Chunbo's current life. By the way, what are you doing now? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay at my place. Chunbo patted Jianghu's shoulder and said seriously, I'm starting a business now. You don't need to worry about where I live. Huzi, since you chose to join the police force, you can't be a small officer forever. Jianghu looked helpless and said, I want to reopen the case from your past, but I don't have enough authority to do anything. Don't worry, my case has been settled. Someone will help me restart the investigation soon. All you need to do is wait for the opportunity to move up and stay true to your original goals. Jianghu promised confidently, I understand. I won't cross any lines on principle. Politics is like a big dye vat. Everyone gets stained. You can't isolate yourself. If you don't fit in, it's hard to go far. Jianghu looked surprised. He didn't expect Chunbo to see things so clearly. Brother Bo, I see you've changed a lot. Society is progressing, and people are going with the flow, but what remains unchanged is human nature. Jianghu scratched his head. He felt a unique aura from Chunbo and realized he needed to get to know his old friend better. Brother Bo, if you have any trouble in the future, call me. Give me your contact info. My phone got water damage and is off. Write down my number. I'll get a new phone tomorrow, and you can call me then. After saying this, Chunbo quickly asked, by the way, were you involved in tonight's car accident case? No. Our team is responsible for that case, but I can help you find out about the progress. All right. Just pay a little attention and let me know if there are any updates. The two of them talked about old times, memories flashing like they happened yesterday. Before they knew it, the pack of cigarettes was finished. Before leaving, Jianghu bought Chunbo 2 packs of cigarettes. Bo, I need to go back to the station on duty. I'll come see you once you're better. After Jianghu left, Chunbo, holding the cigarettes and a lighter, returned to the ward. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Chunbo thought that Mayergua's father would come to see him right away, but he left instead. Thinking it over, he understood the style of these leaders. He saved the daughter of the other person, which was a big favor. Just talking about it isn't enough. He needs to be fully prepared and make the right impression in one go. In the next 2 beds, Guomuxiue and Ruanxia also couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, their minds filled with Chunbo's image. Guomuxiue snuggled close to her mother, Feng Mei, staring blankly. Feng Mei patted her daughter's back and said with concern, Mom is here tonight, so don't be afraid. Sleep well. Meanwhile, Ruanxia, who had been divorced for many years and experienced life and death, found her feelings harder to control. Life is short, and no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Now that she has met a man she likes, she must try to pursue him. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Ruanxia brought breakfast to Chunbo's ward. Seeing him washing up in the bathroom, she sat on the bed and waited. After finishing, Chunbo came out of the bathroom and saw Ruan Xia sitting by the bed. He guessed her intentions. Last night, when he was rescued by the river, Ruan Xia had secretly taken advantage of him. Now she brought breakfast. Seems like a romantic pursuit. Ruan Xia sat up and looked at Chunbo softly. Mr. Chun, I just had a friend bring breakfast. Would you like to eat together? Chunbo could have asked Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu to come and take care of him, but he didn't. Faced with the beautiful young woman's initiative, Chunbo had no reason to refuse, so he simply said, okay, thank you. Just as she was about to start eating, Guan Mushua slowly arrived at the door of the hospital room, carrying a breakfast tray. Seeing Ruan Xia rush to serve food to Chunbo first, she felt a strange pang in her heart. She even sensed a strong sense of rivalry, like her beloved toy was being eyed by someone else. Chunbo and Ruan Xia both turned to look at Guan Mushua, standing at the door. It felt like time froze at that moment. Ruan Xia's sixth sense told her she might have a rival. When she thought about Guan Mushua's background, her initial excitement was instantly cooled by a wave of cold reality. In terms of age, figure, and family background, Guan Mushua was the best choice for a man. As a divorced woman, she had no advantage in competition. Chunbo cleared his throat and broke the awkward silence first. He waved to Guan Mushua at the door and said, "Good morning, Miss Guan. Come and eat with us." Guan Mushua calmed her mind. These two were her lifesavers, and she couldn't afford to be rude. She carried the breakfast into the room. Ruan Xia moved aside and smiled with concern, saying, "Xiao Guan, you have quite a few bruises and swelling on your leg. It's better to rest more and avoid too much walking." Hearing this, Guan Mushua couldn't help but think silently. Am I moving less to bother you from flirting with men? Although she wanted to complain, she still showed a normal smile on her face. She sat next to Ruan Xia and said with a smile, "Ruan Jia, you should rest more too." After speaking, Guan Mushua opened the lunchbox. The breakfast was made early in the morning by Feng Mei and brought over. "Chunbo, try the century egg and lean pork porridge my mom made." "Okay, I'll try Annie's cooking first." Then Chunbo, while nibbling on the rice balls sent by Ruan Xia and drinking the century egg and lean pork porridge sent by Guan Mushua, took care of both. Seeing Chunbo eat so eagerly, the two women exchanged glances and smiled happily. At the same time, they were curious why Chunbo hadn't called his family or friends to come. Ruan Xia was the first to ask her question. Chunbo, are you doing business alone in Jiangxing?" Chunbo sensed their curiosity and nodded casually, saying, "Yes, it's good to be on my own. Then from now on, we're friends. When you're free, we can get together." Chun Buishuan responded to the other person's words with a simple remark, "That's true. We went through tough times together and managed to survive the accident, which is quite an achievement." The three of them started talking in the room, and their relationship became a bit closer than last night. At this moment, the vice president arrived with medical staff to check on the patients. They visited Guan Mushua and Ruan Xia one after another, but found no one there. Finally, they found the two women in Chunbo's room. Seeing the three of them having breakfast together, the vice president and a few male doctors looked on with envy. At 10 a.m., Guan Songhai, who had just finished a government meeting, came to the hospital again with his wife, Feng Mei. This time, they were well prepared. After entering Chunbo's room, they first asked unrelated people to leave and then arranged for the secretary to stay outside and guard the door. Only Chunbo and Guan Songhai's family remained in the room. Guan Songhai approached Chunbo sincerely and said, "Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Guan Mushua's father, Guan Songhai. Thank you very much last night for your brave help in saving my daughter." After speaking, Guan Songhai and his wife, Feng Mei, bowed deeply to Chunbo. The main part of the gratitude was about to begin. Chunbo didn't act pretentiously. He immediately stood up and reached out to support Guan Songhai. "Uncle and Auntie, you are being too kind. Saving someone is just a small effort. I believe anyone with a conscience wouldn't run away alone in such a situation." These polite words were intentionally spoken by Chunbo for Guan Songhai to hear. Now, he was just waiting for the other to give a verbal promise. As long as Guan Songhai openly admits to owing a favor, he could then connect with the vice mayor's network. The couple exchanged glances and were very satisfied with Chunbo's response. Being calm and modest showed maturity in a man. Good. Many people are selfish and only care about themselves in times of trouble. Young people like you are rare nowadays. I have high hopes for you. During breakfast, Chunbo learned from Kwang Mushua that she was an only child. This meant Guan Songhai was a late-born son, so he loved Kwang Mushua very much, treating her like a precious jewel, afraid she might get hurt. Now, seeing Feng Mei, he noticed there was a significant age difference between them. Feng Mei was clearly at least 10 years younger than Guan Songhai, fitting the pattern of an older man with a younger wife. In response to Guan Songhai's praise, Chunbo modestly said, "Uncle Guan, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary person." At this moment, Guan Mushua's mother, Feng Mei, took the conversation and handed a bank card to Chunbo. "Xiao Chun, this is a small token of our sincerity from me and Uncle Guan. It's only 100,000 yuan. Please accept it." Chunbo saw that this was arranged by Guan Songhai, intended to silence him. Taking the money meant returning the favor. Even if Chunbo told others about this later, Guan Songhai would have an excuse to deny it. Chunbo had just managed 80 million yuan, so this small amount of 100,000 was nothing to him. What he cared about more was the relationship with a vice mayor. For officials in charge, relationships are more valuable than money. Small amounts of money are not worth owing favors. Guan Songhai and his wife were watching him. If he refused the bank card, their relationship would turn cold. At this moment, Guan Mushua quietly approached Chunbo's hospital room. She signaled her secretary, Shaoli, to stay silent and pressed her ear to the door. Shaoli didn't dare offend his boss's daughter, so he just smiled awkwardly, pretending not to see anything. Guan Mushua really wanted to know what Chunbo would do. From her point of view, if Chunbo accepted the money, his act of saving someone would become a transaction. A friendship based on money would be meaningless. She was waiting for Chunbo's decision. A good official shouldn't have deadly weaknesses. Chunbo learned a lot from Han Chen. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and took the bank card from Feng Mei. "All right, since that's the case, I accept Uncle Guan and Aunt Feng's kind intentions." Seeing Chunbo understand and accept, the couple immediately showed kind smiles. Feng Mei apologized, saying, "Xiao Chun, you probably already know Uncle Guan's position. At his level, he has to do this. I hope you can understand." Guan Songhai and his wife were happy, but Guan Mushua, hiding outside and listening secretly, looked upset. She was furious that Chunbo accepted the money. Is he really that kind of person who only cares about profit? Guan Mushua wanted to push the door open and confront Chunbo directly, asking why he took the money. They could have been pure friends, but now it felt like a transaction. Inside the room, Chunbo's mind was racing. He felt that Guan Songhai and his wife were very clever, using a woman to deliver their message. It was indeed the best way to resolve the situation. Chunbo knew this well, but he also thought of another question. In his previous life, he had not heard about the news that the daughter of the vice mayor of Jiang City was hit and killed by a car. Perhaps there is another possibility. Because of his rebirth, some events' fixed paths have changed. Therefore, it is reasonable to believe that Guamushua did not die in her previous life. Tonight, Guamushua almost died in the river. Maybe it was because he signed up for a driving test after his rebirth, which prevented him from having an unexpected opportunity. Chunbo quickly organized his thoughts and expressed his attitude again. "Aunt Feng, I understand Uncle Gua's difficulties very well, but I want to emphasize one point. When I saved Mushua, I didn't know her identity. Even if others were in the same car with me, I would do my best to save her. Knowing how to highlight your strengths without seeming fake depends on speaking skills. Only reasonable words can make leaders see you in a new light." Clearly, Chunbo's words just now gained Guat Songhai's approval. Guat Songhai reached out and patted Chunbo's shoulder, smiling warmly and saying, "Xiao Chun, besides the financial reward, as Mushua's father, I owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it doesn't violate laws or regulations and within my ability, I can agree to one condition." Chunbo waited calmly for Guat Songhai's promise, then said, "Now, Mushua and I are friends. Uncle Gua, there's no need to be so polite." With the favor issue settled, Guat Songhai thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Chun, yesterday I received news that an investment company spent over 60 million to buy 100 new houses in the southern district. Are you the real controller behind this company?" Bo was not surprised and admitted openly, "It seems Uncle Gua has investigated me. Yes, I invested in those 100 new houses." Gua Mushiwe, who was eavesdropping outside the door, was shocked and covered her mouth. She didn't expect Bo to be so wealthy, probably a low-profile billionaire. She had just been unhappy about Bo accepting money from her parents, but now she realized her perspective was too narrow. He didn't care about that small amount of money at all. Currently, there are no official policies for development in the Southern District. I'm curious, why do you think the Southern District has investment potential? Can you tell me? The memories from my past life are definitely not something I can talk about, so Bo offers a formal analysis. South District used to be the largest city-level area in Jiangxing, but after it was changed from a city to a district, it has remained relatively quiet. Now, all the other districts in Jiangxing have industrial parks and high-tech zones, but South District lacks these reforms. Most businesses there are labor-intensive, which limits the entry of high-tech companies. This imbalance in development is not what the higher-ups want to see. Guan Songhai nodded and asked, "Are there other reasons?" Bo stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the blue sky, and continued to analyze. The subway project in South District has already been approved. It will boost the economy and increase housing demand. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are all essential. I believe that soon, the government will introduce related development policies. After hearing Bo's analysis, Guan Songhai clapped his hands in approval and praised. "Good. Your analysis makes sense. I have to say, you're a brave young man." Bo smiled bitterly inside. All of this is based on facts from the past life. He's just using it to impress others in advance. "Little Chun, I think highly of you. There's one more thing I want to hear your opinion on." "Uncle Guan, please go ahead." Guan Songhai put away his smile and looked seriously at Bo, saying, "Last night, at the car accident scene, why did you repeatedly emphasize to the police that the accident might have been a deliberate murder?" New book released. Please leave comments and follow for updates. Thanks. Last night, after Guan Songhai returned home, he reviewed the car accident. In the coach's car, besides his daughter, there were Bo and Ruan Xia. This means there are two more possibilities. Perhaps the dump truck wasn't targeting his daughter specifically. Now that the dump truck driver has died, he was found dead when pulled out last night. There's no direct evidence, which raises more suspicions. From their recent conversation, Guan Songhai realized Bo is a clever person. Clever people often have some selfish motives. Right now, Guan Songhai suspects his daughter was framed by others, and Bo recently offended two criminal groups, making him the prime suspect. On the surface, everyone thinks the accident last night was aimed at Guan Songhai, but Bo knows very well that without solid evidence, everything is just guesswork. A small detail revealed Bo's true thoughts. When questioned by the police, he repeatedly emphasized the possibility of murder. His clear goal was to make the case bigger, so that Guan Mushiwe's father, the mayor, would pay attention. By acting as vice mayor, he could pressure others more easily to find the truth. Seeing Guan Songhai's gaze, Bo couldn't help but think that experience makes a person wiser. His way of looking at problems was indeed sharp. Bo remained calm and composed, with no sign of panic in his eyes. He thought of a reason to persuade the other person. "Uncle Guan, I believe you already know I just got out of prison. I was wrongly convicted and sentenced to 10 years. Less than a week after I was released, I was in a car accident. I have to suspect someone was targeting me. To find out the truth, I have to consider the worst. If we don't uncover the real culprit behind this, I believe you will find it hard to rest easy." Guan Songhai's expression grew more serious after hearing this. Today, he had reviewed Bo's information. After reading the files, he felt that Bo was not an ordinary young man. He was an orphan with a clean background. 10 years ago, he was quickly tried and sent to prison for a crime. Since his recent release, less than a week ago, 2 incidents happened involving him. He also made a large investment in new housing in the Southern District. The development policies for the Southern District are top secret. Bo couldn't possibly know about them. Guan Songhai suspected someone powerful was guiding him. So he discussed with his wife, Feng Mei, to play a little game and test Bo's depth. Standing in front of the vice mayor, Bo behaved confidently, spoke clearly, and was logical and organized. After evaluating him, Guan Songhai thought Chen Bo's character and understanding exceeded most young people. In the hospital room, there was a brief silence. Guan Songhai pondered deeply and felt a sense of love and care. I'll review your case from prison when I have time. If there are real problems, I will try to help you get a new trial. Guan Songhai thought that helping Chen Bo would make him very grateful. But he was wrong. Chen Bo showed no emotion and replied calmly, "Thank you, Uncle Guan. I can handle the wrongful case myself." "Oh? How do you plan to do that?" Guan Songhai asked with interest. Chen Bo gave a mysterious smile and said, "Of course, I will find someone professional and experienced to handle it." Guan Songhai suddenly understood. He had underestimated Chen Bo. This young man was more independent than he had thought, with his own connections and resources. "Okay, if you need my help, just contact me directly." Chen Bo could tell from Guan Songhai's tone that he was just trying to settle the debt of gratitude quickly. "Thank you, Uncle Guan. I have a meeting at noon, so you should rest well. When you're healed, come visit me at my house." Chen Bo felt reassured after hearing this. His good performance today had earned the recognition of the vice mayor, and that was why he was invited to his home. At this moment, Guan Muxiue, who had been eavesdropping outside the ward, was about to quietly leave when the door suddenly opened from inside. With a loud, "Oh," Guan Muxiue lost her balance and fell into her mother's arms, creating an awkward scene. "Mom." Guan Muxiue secretly glanced at Chen Bo, then, like a child who had done something wrong, blushed with embarrassment, clenched her fists, looked down at her feet, and stood at the door waiting for scolding. Chen Bo and Guan Songhai's couple didn't expect Guan Muxiue to be eavesdropping outside. Guan Songhai looked at his daughter and, knowing her well, was a bit worried she might be taken away by someone. "Xiao Chen, sorry about that. Our girl has been spoiled by us. Don't take it to heart." Chen Bo didn't mind at all. It's normal for girls to be curious and interested in him. "It's okay. Muxiue is still young. I won't hold it against her. All right, let's leave it at that for today." Guan Songhai then looked at his wife and reminded her, "Take some time off recently and spend more time with her. Don't let her run around too much." Afterward, Guan Songhai left the hospital with his secretary, and Guan Muxiue was taken back to her private ward by her mother. Once the door was closed, mother and daughter sat on the bed. Guan Muxiue still kept her head down. Feng Mei held her daughter's hand and shook her head helplessly, saying, "Muxiue, you need to focus on your studies now, understand?" Guan Muxiue pursed her lips and nodded. "Got it, Mom. You don't have to worry about me." Feng Mei thought to herself, how could she not worry? Her daughter's recent behavior and expression already showed how serious the situation was. Guan Songhai didn't say it directly, but as a woman, his wife could privately advise her. That Chen Bo from earlier once committed a serious crime in the past. He spent 10 years in prison. He has some ability, but you should stay away from him. When Guan Muxiue heard this, she quickly defended Chen Bo, saying, "Didn't he say he was wrongfully accused? Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. He is very cautious. Until his case is cleared, no one can say for sure if he's innocent. Anyway, keep your distance from him, understand? I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't I be friends with him normally?" Seeing her daughter start to overthink, Feng Mei felt helpless. She was worried that talking too much might hurt her daughter's sensitive feelings. Making friends is fine, but don't get too close. Don't take the driving test for now. Wait until after the New Year holiday. I think he's a good person, Guan Muxiue said firmly. At this moment, Chen Bo was outside the corridor smoking, unaware that Guan Muxiue had given him a second good person card. Earlier, Wang Ting had given him one at the police station. "All right, let's stop arguing. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Mom will go buy it." After finishing his cigarette and preparing to leave, Chen Bo ran into Feng Mei in the hallway. He greeted her, "Auntie." Feng Mei paused, signaling him to follow her. "Chen Bo, come with me for a moment. I want to talk to you clearly about something." Chen Bo guessed what Feng Mei wanted to say, probably worried that his daughter might be interested in him. They reached a corner. Feng Mei looked behind to make sure Guan Muxiue wasn't following, then opened the door and said directly, "Xiao Chun." Although Muxiue is already 21, she has little social experience and many of her ideas are naive. "I hope after she leaves the hospital, you can keep your distance." Perhaps worried Chen Bo had other intentions, Feng Mei added, "I don't mean to discriminate against you." Chen Bo waved his hand to stop her from continuing and smiled calmly. "Annie, There's no need to say all that. I understand the principles of matching backgrounds. Hope you understand. Chunbo sneered inwardly. He was too lazy to argue about class and status with a woman, but he still maintained a man's attitude. Auntie, I can promise you that after I leave the hospital, I won't contact her actively. Is that okay? Thank you for understanding the difficulties we parents face. Chunbo then changed the subject and said, but if she comes to find me herself, don't blame me. The last sentence was meant to tease Feng Mei, and Feng Mei naturally sensed the dissatisfaction in Chunbo's words. Although she was a bit annoyed by Chunbo's tone, she still managed her facial expression carefully. All right, thank you for understanding. I will make sure Mu Shui behaves. Business people only seek profit, but officials not only seek power, they also pursue greater benefits, and when marrying off daughters, they consider family background and mutual interests. When conversations don't go well, people tend to say less. Chunbo wasn't very fond of Guan Mu Shui's ideas, so he said goodbye and turned to leave. Watching Chunbo's back, Feng Mei's face was full of worry. She had just experienced Chunbo's cleverness in the room, so she was very afraid that her daughter might suffer in the future. At noon, a nurse came to ask Chunbo if he wanted a work meal, as requested by the deputy director. Whether he ate or not was one thing, but whether he asked was a matter of attitude, also showing to Guan Songhai. At this moment, Ruan Xia brought in packed meals and gestured to Chunbo. Chunbo, the cafeteria doesn't have anything good. I already bought some food. The young nurse tactfully left the room, giving space for Chunbo and Ruan Xia. Ruan Xia said as she moved to the bedside table, laying out the food from the bag. 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, including stir-fried twice-cooked pork, braised perch, dry pot cauliflower, and tofu soup, enough for the 2 of them. Chunbo didn't refuse. He washed his hands and sat by the bed. Today, I ordered randomly. Next time, tell me in advance what dishes you want. The restaurants nearby the hospital offer delivery. Although Ruan Xia was wearing hospital gown today, she had light makeup on, and her mature charm was very strong. At this moment, the 2 sat close together, smelling each other's faint mature fragrance, and Chunbo couldn't help but feel a slight impulse. Ruan Jia, no need to trouble yourself. After I leave the hospital, I'll treat you to a big meal. Sure, and bring Mu Shui along too. They started eating with their chopsticks. For Chunbo, who didn't mind dietary restrictions, just filling his stomach was enough, better than the plain soup and cabbage in prison. At the door of the ward, Guan Mu Shui stood outside. She had originally planned to call Chunbo over to eat together, but was beaten to it by Ruan Xia. After hesitating for a moment, Guan Mu Shui didn't go in to disturb their meal and silently returned to her own room. Seeing her daughter looking a bit unhappy, Feng Mei actually felt happy and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "Little Chun isn't coming to eat." Miss Ruan ordered food outside, and they are already eating. Feng Mei calmly set the chopsticks and said, "If they are eating together, I won't interfere. Wash your hands and come to eat." Guan Mu Shui was in a bad mood and had no appetite. She only ate a little before putting down her chopsticks. "Mom, I'm done eating. You can eat slowly." "What's wrong? Not to your taste? Tonight, I will cook myself." "No, it's just that I'm not very hungry." Feng Mei stopped persuading her, knowing that too much would be annoying. She ate her own meal while thinking about whether Ruan Xia could win over Chunbo. When she returned from buying food, she sat in Ruan Xia's hospital room for a while. When talking about Chunbo, Ruan Xia looked very excited. As a woman, she keenly sensed Ruan Xia's interest in Chunbo. From Feng Mei's point of view, she was happy to see Chunbo and Ruan Xia together, as it would break Guan Mu Shui's hopes. After dinner, Ruan Xia tidied up the dishes, and they went downstairs together to throw out the trash. Chunbo was standing in the shady area at the hospital entrance, smoking and talking on the phone. "Bing, buy a phone and send it to the inpatient department of the central hospital. The cost will be reimbursed by Wang Ting. Just come alone." "Okay." After hanging up, Bing found Wang Ting, gave a few instructions, and left. When Bing left, Wang Ting immediately sent Chunbo a message to report his whereabouts. Chunbo's phone was broken and couldn't receive messages for a while. He handed his phone back to Ruan Xia. "Ruan Jia, thanks." This morning, Ruan Xia had her friend help buy a new phone and reactivated her SIM card, or she wouldn't have been able to order lunch. "There's no need to be polite with me. From now on, Let's just call each other siblings. Chunbo smiled and teased. Wanjie, are you thinking of a sibling relationship? Well, I do want that, but reality doesn't allow it. Why not? Wanxia looked sad and helpless. I'm already 36. You probably wouldn't like me. Younger girls are more suitable for you, like Mushua. I think she might have some interest in you. Really? Everyone has their own preferences, but what if I like a mature woman? When I heard Chunbo openly ask this question, Wanxia's heart was pounding hard. She seemed hopeful and looked confused, asking, Really? Do you like that kind of woman? Chunbo smiled slightly and acted mysterious, saying, Yes, mature women are more charming. There's a joke about that, you know. Wanxia couldn't remember the joke at first and asked eagerly, What joke? Chunbo leaned in close to her ear and whispered a few words, making Wanxia smile shyly and blush. She turned her head and asked softly, I'm curious, do you have no feelings for Mushua? She's not only pretty, but also has a dad who works in government. If you chase her, you could relax and enjoy life. From her words, Chunbo realized she didn't know his true identity. He teased with a smile. Why rely on looks when you can succeed with your skills? Wanxia then remembered that Chunbo owned a company and lived in a villa area, so he probably wasn't lacking in women. That's true. You're not short of money or women. Yes, I have money, but I don't lack women. So, Sister Ruan, I saw several people sending you messages on WeChat, saying they want to visit you in the hospital. You probably don't lack men either, right? Chunbo intentionally shifted the topic to Wanxia. During the call, he saw many caring messages pop up on his screen. Wanxia rolled her eyes at Chunbo and sighed. Ugh, all the messages are from male trainers. Those old perverts are no good. They always try to take advantage of pretty female students. It's disgusting. Chunbo smiled knowingly and said pointedly, So, Sister Ruan, if you meet a young, handsome male student, would you take advantage of him? Hearing this, Wanxia suddenly remembered last night by the river. She had taken the chance to flirt with Chunbo during artificial respiration, which she now found embarrassing. She looked down at her slightly open collar and shyly said, You found out. Yeah, I took a little advantage too. We're even now. Wanxia seemed to catch the main point and pinched Chunbo's side gently. All right then. It turns out you did it on purpose. The close actions between the two attracted many male patients to look at them with envy. At this moment, Wanxia also realized the truth. She no longer hoped to have a romantic relationship with Chunbo. As long as they could maintain a relationship beyond that of siblings, she was satisfied. After making up her mind, Wanxia reached out and held Chunbo's arm, leaning in close to whisper a few words in his ear. New book released. Please leave comments and follow for updates. Thank you. Chunbo no longer had patience for the girl's flirtation. Adults should be straightforward. If there is mutual interest, love is pure and simple. Half an hour later, a Bing arrived at the hospital entrance carrying her new phone. When she saw Chunbo in his hospital gown, her usually cold expression softened a little. Boss, who hurt you? Chunbo opened his new phone and replied casually, I was in a car accident. It's nothing serious. Did you hear back about what I told you a few days ago? I have a friend in the industry. He's working in the Northeast now. Once he sorts out his problems, he'll come to Jiangsheng as soon as possible. After changing the SIM card, Chunbo waved his hand and said, Call me when he arrives for a face-to-face talk. Go back and do your own thing. Okay. Before leaving, a Bing looked at Wanxia. She wanted to ask if Chunbo wanted her to call Li Xiaoyu to come take care of him, but she held back. After a Bing walked away, Wanxia watched her figure leave and couldn't help but ask her own doubts. This girl is so cold. Is she your employee? Yes, everyone has a different personality. You should go back now. Today's weather was a bit stuffy. The hospital room had air conditioning, so Wanxia couldn't stay alone. She decided to stay in Chunbo's room and not leave. During the day, the corridor was busy with people, making it inconvenient to do anything. Wanxia and her friends started chatting on the phone to pass the time, while Chunbo lay on the bed, browsing his phone. He saw a pinned military headline. China's Navy held a live-fire military exercise. The exercise involved land, sea, and air units, matching his memories from the past. Chunbo put down his phone, resting his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The world after rebirth remains unchanged. The main events will happen again. Only the people and things connected to him will be affected, making everything uncertain. At 4 p.m., Chunbo woke up from his sleep. He found that thinking about his past life made him very tired. He had unknowingly fallen asleep just now. Ruanxia bought some fruit outside. She brought over sliced cantaloupe. "You're awake. Come and have some fruit." Chunbo washed his face with cold water in the bathroom and felt much more refreshed. He sat by the hospital bed. Ruanxia used a fork to pick up a piece of cantaloupe and offered it to Chunbo. The sweet melon melted in his mouth, refreshing and delightful. "Sister Ruan, I plan to leave the hospital early tomorrow morning." Ruanxia looked puzzled. The doctor suggested observing for 3 days. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "To make money." "Making money isn't urgent right now, is it?" "You don't understand. Time is money." "All right, I plan to quit my coaching job. I've saved some money over the years. I want to travel and see the world." "That's a good idea. I support you." Ruanxia sighed and said with a hint of regret, "Ah, it's a pity I don't have someone to travel with." Chunbo didn't reply. He wasn't in the mood for romantic travel or anything like that. Right now, he just wanted to focus on making money. Meanwhile, at a government office, Secretary Shaoli knocked on the door and entered Guan Songhai's office. "Boss, Qiqiang Real Estate sent someone over. They want to discuss the North City Plot Number 78 project with you." Guan Songhai initially planned to refuse, but after thinking about the car accident that happened last night, he hesitated. He suspected that Qiqiang Real Estate was behind the crash. To confirm his suspicions, Guan Songhai decided to meet with the relevant person in charge from Qiqiang Real Estate. "Tell them to wait. Call them in after half an hour." "Understood." In the secretary's office, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses sat on the sofa. He was Hu Guangming, the general manager of Qiqiang Real Estate. Hu Guangming couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard the secretary say they would wait half an hour. "Good. Mayor Guan is busy with many things. Don't worry, I can wait half a day if needed." An hour later, the man with glasses looked at his watch. The scheduled meeting time had been delayed by half an hour. He realized that Guan Songhai was doing this on purpose. "Manager Hu, Mayor Guan is waiting for you inside." "Thank you." Hu Guangming nodded politely, then stood up and took his briefcase into Mayor Guan Songhai's office. "Hello, Mayor Guan. Thank you for taking the time to see me." Guan Songhai didn't show any courtesy. He stared directly into Hu Guangming's eyes and asked sharply, "Enough. We will discuss the project later. First, tell me clearly about the car accident from last night." Hu Guangming pretended to be confused and asked back, "Mayor Guan, what car accident are you talking about?" "I don't understand." "Don't understand? Then you can leave and find someone who does." Hu Guangming remained calm and replied, "Mayor Guan, I think you have the wrong person. I was at home last night and didn't go out. I don't know what accident you're talking about. Let's focus on the project first." Guan Songhai leaned back in his chair. Although the other person didn't admit anything, he could see the result. The car accident last night was clearly aimed at him. "Go back and have your boss come here to talk to me. If he doesn't come, I won't approve anything." "Mayor Guan, I can fully represent my boss's wishes. If you have any opinions, you can tell me directly. Go back and tell Su Chong that unless they bring a proper land inspection report, I won't consider anything else." Hu Guangming kept a faint smile on his face. He knew last night's lesson wasn't enough. From now on, he had to put more pressure on this vice mayor. "All right, I will pass your words to my boss exactly as you said. Also, our boss has a message for you. Sometimes, stepping back a little isn't a bad thing, as long as the outcome is good. The minor details can be ignored." Guan Songhai's face darkened. He knew Su Chong might have other plans. If he really dared to cross the line, he had to prepare in advance. Last year, Qiqiang Real Estate bought a factory land plot, planning to change it from industrial to residential use. However, the land failed environmental tests, and approval kept getting delayed. Later, Qiqiang Real Estate secretly gave Guan Songhai money and gifts, hoping he would be lenient and approve the project. But each time they visited, he refused sternly. That was when the car accident last night happened. Guan Songhai thought for a long time. Now, the top leader of the city committee, Qi Wei, only knew how to muddle through. He was worried about his wife and daughter being in danger again, so he made a difficult decision. He picked up the red phone on his desk and dialed a direct line to the provincial capital. When the call connected, Guan Songhai spoke politely. "Hello, leader. I have something important to report to you." In the evening, the sky was dark with thick clouds, and suddenly it started to rain heavily. The rain washed away the heat of the day. Inside the room, Chun Bo and Ruan Xia were having dinner, both waiting for night to fall. "I've finished eating. I'll go wash up first and come over later," Ruan Xia said as she tidied up the trash from the meal and hurried out the door. Chun Bo leaned by the window, watching the dark rain outside. The storm had been gathering for over 2 weeks, and it seemed it wouldn't stop anytime soon. He habitually lit a cigarette with his lighter, but paused, remembering that the hospital room had a smoke alarm. Reluctantly, he put the cigarette back in the box. A flash of lightning lit up the rainy night like daytime. Suddenly, there was a knock. Guan Muxue pushed the door open and entered. Chun Bo turned his head and saw it was Guan Muxue. He smiled and went to the bed, pointing to the chair beside him. "There's a chair here. Sit down." Guan Muxue sat in front of Chun Bo and looked at him silently. "Where's Aunt Feng?" "She went home to change clothes. She probably won't come until the rain stops." Chun Bo leaned against the bed, feeling a bit distant from Guan Muxue because of Feng Mei's interference. He decided to be honest. "Muxue, your mother probably told you already, right? It's better if you don't keep in touch with me. It's good for both of you and for me." "I don't think so. I believe they have a bias against you. You're not that kind of person." Chun Bo had been through this age before, falling deep into a messy love, unable to get out. "What nonsense are you talking about? You don't really know what kind of person I am, and you don't need to. Our backgrounds and social classes are different. You should let go of some unrealistic ideas. I'm an adult now. I can decide who to be friends with. They can't control me." "Silly girl. Social class is an unbridgeable gap. You don't need to worry about these things now. Let's talk about it after graduation," Chun Bo said, using a gentle approach. It was easy to manipulate an innocent girl who hadn't seen much of the world. "Let's agree that after I graduate, we can try dating." Chun Bo couldn't help but secretly think that Guan Muxue was still immature and naive. By the time he graduated, he might already have many partners, and he wouldn't have time for a relationship. But everyone is selfish, so Chun Bo still gave Guan Muxue a promise that didn't really mean much. "Okay, you're a junior now. Let's talk about dating after you get your diploma next year, all right?" Hearing Chun Bo's promise, a small happy smile appeared on Guan Muxue's face. Then she asked, "If Sister Ruan tries to pursue you, would you accept her?" "This is a false question. I can't answer it. All right? I'm going to rest now." It seemed they had little in common. Just like when she was with Wang Ting, there was nothing much to talk about besides work. At this moment, Guan Muxue was just touched emotionally. Everyone has their own feelings, so this was just her one-sided wishful thinking. After seeing Guan Muxue off, the room became quiet again. Chun Bo went downstairs to the smoking area for a cigarette. While smoking, he saw an old man in a hospital gown across from him also smoking. The old man was very thin. Neither of them spoke as they smoked. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Chun Bo was about to leave when the old man took out a cigarette. "Young brother, lend me one. Let's smoke another together." Chun Bo took the cigarette offered, and they sat close on a bench. They lit their cigarettes and took a deep puff, feeling relaxed. "Your cigarette is strong, Your Majesty. I have a whole pack here. I'll give you one to smoke." The old man was generous, handing over a pack of cigarettes. Chun Bo didn't refuse and took one. "Thanks. What illness do you have? How many years do you have left?" "Stomach problems. When I can't eat anymore, it's my time to go." "Really? Then smoke more so you won't miss out when you go." The old man chuckled. "You're interesting. I heard you saved the deputy mayor's daughter. You have a bright future." "Oh? You know about that? Although I'm old, I still have good hearing. Last night, many leaders came, and today the nurses were talking about a handsome guy who saved the deputy mayor's daughter. I guess it was you." Chun Bo of course didn't believe it. He thought the old man was a bit strange, looking like he had been involved in rough activities when he was young. "Old man, who are you hanging out with?" "Just myself." "Do you want to hang out with me?" "Forget it. I'm still young. There's no future in hanging out with someone like you who's half dead. I'm leaving now. Thanks for the cigarette." Chun Bo threw away the cigarette but stomped it out, waved goodbye, and took a big step away from the smoking area. Watching Chun Bo walk away, the old man smiled slightly. "Han Chen's disciples are interesting. Kid, we will meet again." Back in the hospital room, Chun Bo pushed open the door and saw a sexy, curvy woman lying diagonally on the bed. Ruan Xia had arrived early. She changed into a thin nightgown, probably for convenience. Seeing Chun Bo come over, Wanxia blushed and asked, "Is it too early now?" Chunbo first lowered the privacy curtain by the bed, then turned off the room's light. He then lay down next to Wanxia. The small bed felt a bit crowded. "It's a little early, but no rush. We have plenty of time." Wanxia turned to lie in Chunbo's arms, her heart pounding. This was a hospital, and the unfamiliar environment was a challenge for her. Feeling her nervousness, Chunbo gently held her waist to comfort her. Time passed second by second. It was 11 o'clock at night. The hospital corridor was quiet, with only faint snoring from some rooms. Wanxia looked up with her beautiful eyes. They looked at each other, and sparks of passion ignited. Soon, the room was filled with tender sounds. Fortunately, late at night, thunder and rain started again, covering the sounds inside the room. When Wanxia left, she was leaning on the wall. People who didn't know might think she was injured in a car accident and hadn't recovered. The next morning, Chunbo was still full of energy. He planned to go through discharge procedures after 8 o'clock. Wanxia came on time with breakfast. Her face was still slightly flushed, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Chunbo. Before leaving, Wanxia took Chunbo to the hospital entrance and said reluctantly, "Chunbo, when Mu Shui and I are discharged, we'll arrange a time to have dinner with you. No problem. You focus on recovering. I'll trouble you later to get your driver's license." Chunbo nodded and opened the taxi door, getting inside. The next day, after returning to the Xiangjiang Zunyuan villa, Jiang Hu took a day off to visit Chunbo. Jiang Hu sat on the redwood sofa in the living room. Like Lady Lu entering the Grandview Garden, he couldn't help but feel amazed and said, "Brother Bo, is this your house?" "Yes." "Do you want to come and live here?" No. A gold nest or silver nest isn't as good as my dog's den. I wouldn't be used to your house." Chunbo brewed a pot of tea and sat opposite Jiang Hu, looking calm as he said, "Get used to it. If you want to live here, there are plenty of rooms. Brother Bo, I don't know why the car accident case you were involved in suddenly got closed. The dump truck driver involved was suspected of drunk driving, and the verdict was just an ordinary accident." A cold smile appeared on Chunbo's face. He had expected the case to be quickly closed. Just like when he was wrongly imprisoned years ago, he suspected someone was behind the scenes again. If the accident was aimed at Guan Songhai, then Guan Songhai probably compromised with the person behind it. After sorting out his thoughts, Chunbo smiled and said, "Huzi, don't worry about this case. Tonight, I'll set up a meeting and introduce you to a friend of mine from the city bureau." Jiang Hu was full of questions. He couldn't understand how Chunbo, just out of prison, could live in such a big villa. He even started to wonder if Chunbo had found wealthy parents or was being supported by a rich woman. Seeing Jiang Hu hesitating, Chunbo poured him a cup of hot tea and said, "Huzi, my situation is a bit special now. There are some things I can't tell you yet. When the time is right, you'll understand. By the way, Brother Bo, do you still need Sun Shui, the kid who fought with us in the orphanage?" Prompted by Jiang Hu, Chunbo thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. That Sun Shui wore glasses and always looked grim, like a sneaky little villain. "Is he the one with glasses, the refined scoundrel?" Yes, that's him. This guy found his real father. His father is Sun Defa, the richest man in Jiang City. Sun Defa deliberately left him at the orphanage when he was young. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, this Sun Shui probably was the illegitimate child of Sun Defa and his mistress. Some people really are lucky. Really? Do you have any contact with him? During the last crackdown, he was caught in a hotel with 2 flight attendants, and afterward, his father came to take him away after a phone call. What? Did he retaliate against you? Jiang Hu sighed with a bitter smile and said, "Since that crackdown, the leaders have been giving me a hard time. I feel like he's behind it. As always, whether in politics or work, the higher-ups have more power." Chunbo noticed Jiang Hu was starting to lose confidence, so he encouraged him. "You're just starting out. There are many chances to move up. Look at me. I spent 10 years in prison, and now I'm starting to rise again." He replied, "That's true, but I just feel so frustrated. Don't worry, I'll deal with Sun Shui later." Chunbo made a promise. He knew he would encounter Sun Shui again in Jiangcheng and planned to find a chance to handle him then. "Brother Bo, I just want to vent. We can't beat them now, so don't be foolish," he chuckled. Haha. Do you think I'm the kind of person to be foolish? Right now, I just want to test your patience. The world of officials is very complicated, especially at the grassroots level. Sometimes, you have to endure things that normal people can't. Chunbo then changed the subject and said, of course, if you really can't go on, you can come work with me. I need people. Brother Bo, your awareness is so high. It's a pity you didn't join the government. Chunbo took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. I'm not interested in politics, but doing business requires understanding the political scene, so I can avoid pitfalls. Jiang Hu tentatively asked, Brother Bo, I have some retired comrades. Would you be interested? Of course. I own a security company. Recommend as many as you like. Okay, I'll contact them when I go back, and I'll bring some over for you to see. Make sure they have good skills and abilities. I don't want any amateurs. Don't worry, Brother Bo. I'll take care of it. After finishing a pot of tea, they chatted for a while. Jiang Hu declined to stay for dinner and left the villa early. Later, he called Lin Yao. It was mealtime, and Lin Yao was eating in the cafeteria. She was surprised to receive Chunbo's call. Why does he keep calling me? I told him clearly last time. I'm not his type. Beautiful Linda, do you think I lack women? Chunbo's words made Lin Yao choke, and there was a silence on the phone for a few seconds. Speak quickly and get to the point. Tonight, I want to treat you to a big dinner and introduce you to a friend of mine, someone from your system. Lin Yao lowered her voice and said, I'm busy tonight. I've already found some information. Let me finish these few days, then I'll talk to you. I warn you, don't cause trouble or alert anyone. If you get caught inside, your family head will definitely tear me apart. Heh, so you're afraid too. I have to be. Life is precious. Isn't it better to stay alive? Come on, I know my limits. If I want to cause trouble, I need to have convincing evidence. I can't just rely on words to ask for help. Who would listen to me? Did you test the coffee I gave you last time? Yes, I did. There was indeed a problem, just as you said. I'll show you the report later. If it's not convenient now, let's wait until you have time to meet. That's all. Bye. Chunbo hung up the phone voluntarily. On the other side, Lin Yao put down her chopsticks, annoyed, and said, What's with that attitude? Really? After hanging up, Chunbo contacted Jiang Hu to reschedule. Over the next 2 days, Chunbo stayed at home and didn't go anywhere, buying some exercise equipment to put in the basement. He also reviewed his future plans again. Once the next batch of funds arrived, he could start implementing them step by step. On the 3rd day, it was the weekend. Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu came to the villa, carrying big and small bags. Li Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa and casually took a few sips of the iced tea from Chunbo's cup. I'm exhausted. Wang Ting wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out several sets of clothes from her handbag, handing them to Chunbo with a smile. Brother Chun, today Xiaoyu and I went shopping. I bought you some clothes. Why don't you try them on now? If they don't fit, I'll take them back to the store to exchange. Li Xiaoyu quickly agreed, and I also got shoes and socks for you. Later, try on the leather shoes and casual shoes. Chunbo had also planned to change his outfit. His current clothes were too cheap, which could easily cause unnecessary trouble when dealing with things. He didn't refuse the women's kindness. He picked up the clothes and went to his room to try them on one by one. While Chunbo was changing clothes, Li Xiaoyu suddenly opened the door and quietly slipped in, locking the door behind her. What are you doing in here? Just helping you try on your clothes. Li Xiaoyu said quickly as she walked over to Chunbo and looked into the mirror, softly saying, I think we look good together. Today, Li Xiaoxue was wearing a pink jumpsuit dress with crystal sandals, looking very attractive and charming. The dress was short, showing her smooth, white thighs, and the tight hemline highlighted her figure perfectly. Her beautiful legs in the mirror caught the eye. Li Xiaoyu bit her lip, turned her head, pressed close to Chunbo, and with a dreamy look said, Husband, I miss you. Faced with Li Xiaoyu's affection, he lifted her chin and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. In the living room on the 1st floor, Wang Ting and Bing sat on the sofa waiting. Suddenly, they both looked up toward the 2nd floor. Hearing the noises upstairs, Wang Ting looked helpless and whispered, Why does Sister Xiaoyu always do this? Bing remained calm, seeming uninterested in the romantic stuff. After trying on clothes for an hour, Li Xiaoyu finally came down the stairs, leaning heavily, her face flushed. She sat back on the sofa, ignoring Wang Ting's strange look, and weakly said, Qingmei, pour me another glass of water. I'm so thirsty. The smell of hormones from Li Xiaoyu made Wang Ting speechless. While thinking to herself, she still got up to fetch a warm glass of water for Li Xiaoyu. Glug glug. Li Xiaoyu drank the water in one gulp, taking a long time to recover, her legs no longer trembling. Qingmei, don't be shy. When you find a boyfriend, you'll understand that feeling of floating on air. Huh? Wang Ting didn't reply, deliberately moved aside, keeping some distance from Li Xiaoyu. After a moment, Chen Bo came downstairs. Wang Ting stood up and asked, Brother Chun, do the clothes and shoes fit well? Pretty good. You all are thoughtful. Wang Ting pressed her lips, feeling a bit awkward, and said, most of the clothes and shoes were paid for by Sister Xiaoyu. All right, you can sit and play on your phones. We'll go out for dinner after 5 o'clock. After Chun Bo finished giving instructions, he was about to go take a shower when Ah Bing stood up to report. Boss, my friend arrived in Jiang City at noon. When would be a good time for an interview? I'll call him over. Right now? Bring him to the villa. Okay. Half an hour later, a young man of average height and appearance arrived at the villa. Seeing Ah Bing waiting outside the villa, the young man stepped forward with a smile and said, Ah Bing, you're still so cool and distant. Why can't this hot day warm your heart? Ah Bing ignored his smile and said, be polite when you meet my boss later. Do I need to be more polite? Do you remember that guy Ah Biao I worked with before? Oh, you mean that sycophant? What's he up to? He couldn't last 3 minutes with my boss. Really? Looks like your new boss is also skilled. I want to see how tough he is. Ah Bing looked serious, showing a blade and threatening. No matter what, he's my boss now. He trusts me, so he let me recommend someone. You need to show respect and not embarrass me. Seeing the blade in Ah Bing's hand, the young man raised his hands in surrender and said, Hey, I was just joking. Don't always pull out a knife. Are all your people so aggressive? Come on, let's go inside. Ah Bing led the way into the villa. The young man noticed 2 beautiful women sitting in the living room and couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Stop staring with those crazy eyes. Don't look around so much. The young man quickly looked away and muttered softly, Well, aren't all beautiful women meant to be looked at? Next moment, he felt a cold sensation on his neck as a butterfly knife was pressed against it. Can you give me some face? Ah Bing showed no mercy and said coldly, Face is earned. If you can't behave properly, you can leave now. All right, you're right. Can we stop now? Then, Ah Bing led the young man down a staircase to the basement. At this moment, Chun Bo was sitting on a bench against the wall. Ah Bing approached and introduced, Boss, this is my friend Fan Tuo, also a craftsman from Rongmen. Previously, Chun Bo talked with Ah Bing and learned that Ah Bing was also an orphan, later adopted by his grandfather. His grandfather was from the old Rongmen, and he taught Ah Bing how to handle blades. Now, Ah Bing's grandfather is only barely alive, lying in a nursing home and needing imported medicine to stay alive. That's why she works so hard for Iron Third Lady. The young man in front of her also comes from Rongmen. Chun Bo looked him over carefully. He looked average, thin, and a bit careless. However, Chun Bo noticed that his index and middle fingers were longer than normal, which might be his advantage. Fan Tuo, this is my current boss, Mr. Chun. Fan Tuo also examined Chun Bo. From his experience, he sensed a natural hostility in the young man, especially in his gaze, which was very strong. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chun Bo nodded and said, Let's skip the small talk. Show me your special skills. Fan Tuo looked a bit awkward and said, Fighting isn't my strong suit. My skills are spying and stealing. I also have some experience with cheating at cards. Hearing this, Chun Bo had an idea. He stroked his chin and thought, All right, I'll give you a task. If you can complete it, I'll hire you. The same salary as Ah Bing, 3 million a year. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Nothing to fear. Mr. Chin, just tell me. Chun Bo took out his phone, found a photo of a certain male star in his email. Approach this young man. Take him to the casino. Not only do you need to make him lose all his money, but also get him to borrow money from you. Every time he borrows, he must sign a loan agreement. The limit is 3 million. I'll provide the funds. The task lasts for a month. Fan Tuo could tell that Mr. Chun was setting a trap for someone, but that was no problem for him. I accept the challenge. I promise I can do it. Good. I look forward to your performance. Anyway, you need to make sure this young man is completely under your control. Later, I'll give you 100,000 as startup capital. When you need to borrow money, contact Ah Bing. Then Chun Bo sent the details of the young man to Fan Tuo and transferred 100,000 to him. The interview was quick. Ah Bing took Fan Tuo to the outside of the villa and warned him, Fan Tuo, Take the task the boss gave you seriously. Don't let me down. Otherwise, I won't be able to lift my head in front of the boss. Just a small trick, no big deal. Hurry up and go, don't waste time. Hey, can you be a bit more polite? I just arrived in Jiang City. You should at least treat me to a meal. Get lost. Fan Tuo reflexively moved aside. In the sunlight, you could see Ah Bing revealing her butterfly knife again. Forget it, forget it. I'll treat you when I come back. Under Ah Bing's intimidating presence, Fan Tuo sheepishly left Xiangjiang Zuinyuan. Chen Bo originally planned to set a trap for Lu Ruyan's young lover. Since he couldn't do it himself, Fan Tuo's arrival solved the problem. Once this is done, he can use Lu Ruyan's young lover as a starting point to get a video of Lu Ruyan in bed. Since it's revenge, it will start with her reputation being ruined. In the villa's living room, Chen Bo changed clothes and said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "You can choose the place," Li Xiaoyu suggested. "After dinner, can we go see a movie?" "Sure. Let's go to the Golden Sand Cinema. They have a private theater just for us four." Li Xiaoyu seized the chance and didn't want to miss it. The four of them drove to the mall. For dinner, they had Hong Kong-style dishes, costing over 2,000 yuan. Chen Bo paid, as a way to repay the favor for buying clothes for the two women. After paying, Ah Bing suddenly suggested, "Boss, I won't watch the movie. I'll wait for you in the car." The three of them were used to Ah Bing's personality. In the end, they bought tickets and entered the private theater. There are no cameras inside the private theater. Li Xiaoyu was very bold, not caring about Wang Ting beside her, and sat directly on Chen Bo's lap. This made Wang Ting feel like a third wheel. She cleared her throat and suggested, "Xiaoyu, maybe I should go out." "Why go out?" Wang Ting thought. "Isn't this a rhetorical question? You two are glued together, and what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to watch the scene live?" Silly girl, there's nothing to be shy about. Chen Gu and I are not strangers." Just then, Chen Bo's phone rang. He patted Li Xiaoyu's rounded bottom and reminded her. "Be quiet." Chen Bo answered the call. It was from Ho Chi-shan, the appraiser from Yubao Pavilion. "Hello, Mr. Chen. There has been some progress with the matter you entrusted to me. I contacted a few friends, and they are very interested in that piece of art. How about you bring out a few more good items, and we organize a small trade fair? What do you think?" Dear readers, please click to follow and comment. Thank you. Hao Qishan's plan was simple. The more he sold, the more commission he earned. Chen Bo also thought the same. Some money must come from people with broad connections like this. Okay, I will send a few more photos. Please take care of the details of the operation. The sooner, the better. Haha, no problem. I'll handle it. Chen Bo looked through his phone album, found photos of the paintings he took earlier, and sent them all to Hao Qishan. After putting down his phone, Chen Bo noticed Li Xiaoyu staring at him intently. "Speak nicely." "Oh, this is so boring." Li Xiaoyu quickly backed off, moving to the side. She understood Chen Bo's personality well. Outwardly, he had to save face. Wang Ting, sitting on the other side, felt relieved. She was worried that Li Xiaoyu and Chen Bo might cause a scene in front of her, which would be too ridiculous. She definitely couldn't accept a third person being there. This was Chen Bo's first time watching a movie after being released from prison, and he was with two beautiful women, especially Li Xiaoyu, who brought him a lot of emotional value. They had already finished the movie and were heading to the parking lot. Ah Bing was quietly leaning against the car door. Seeing Chen Bo, Ah Bing reminded him, "Boss, I need to report something to you alone." Some matters were not suitable for Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu to know, so he instructed, "Both of you, get in the car first." After Wang Ting and the other woman got in, Ah Bing stepped forward and whispered, "Just now, Tai Sanyang called me. She wants to invite you for a drink. Do you have time tonight?" Chen Bo looked thoughtful. He guessed that Tai Sanyang had visited Han Chen in prison in the past few days, but he didn't know what they had discussed. "Where is she?" "Yi's Entertainment Club in the South District." Hearing the name of the club, Chen Bo suddenly remembered he had been there once before. "Last week, when I was buying a house, Li Lan from Weiya New City sales office invited me to a club. I also met my old classmate Tang Qingqing, who was working as a hostess there." "Is the Night Color Club also part of Iron Lady's business?" "Yes, every district in Jiangsheng has Iron Lady's businesses, mostly bars, KTVs, and bathhouses." Chen Bo hesitated for a moment and then made a quick decision. "Send them home. I will go to the appointment alone." "Is that safe?" "It's fine. This Iron Lady isn't that bold." "Okay. If there's any danger, call me immediately." After saying that, Bing opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove away. Bing, Chenbo hasn't gotten in the car yet, Li Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded. The boss has something to handle, so he won't come with us. Bing didn't explain further. He pressed the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. Chenbo flagged down a taxi on the street. Half an hour later, he appeared outside the KTV. When he entered the club again, a hostess in a cheongsam approached with a smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Tell third sister that the person she was expecting has arrived." "Okay, I will check. Please wait in the lounge over there." Soon, Lao Li, who was close to Iron Lady, hurried over respectfully. "Sorry, Mr. Chun. I planned to come personally to pick you up. No need for formalities. Lead the way." Seeing that Chenbo was still as decisive as last time at the bar, Lao Li didn't dare to delay. He smiled and led the way. In the private room, Chenbo saw Iron Lady sitting inside, drinking with a bald man. The bald man looked to be in his 40s, with a monkey face, hooked nose, and a very unpleasant appearance. When Iron Lady saw Chenbo enter, she immediately stood up and greeted with a smile. "Mr. Chun, please, come this way." The bald man sat on the sofa, showing no intention of standing to greet him. He looked at Chenbo with a careless gaze. Chenbo ignored the bald man's stare and sat directly on the opposite sofa. "Third sister, next time you want me to drink with you, should you call me a day in advance?" Everyone could tell from Chenbo's tone that he was unhappy. Before Iron Third Sister could speak, the bald man crossed his legs and chuckled softly. "Third sister, who is this young man?" Iron Third Sister changed her previously cold and proud attitude and started introducing everyone. "Old Du, this is Mr. Chenbo, Mr. Chun, a partner of Lord Chun." "Oh? Isn't Lord Chun still inside?" the bald man asked with confusion. "Yes, he hasn't come out yet, but that doesn't stop Lord Chun from doing his work," Iron Third Sister explained. Then she introduced Chenbo again. "Mr. Chun, this is Du Danon, known in the underworld as Du Daring. He used to work under Lord Chun." "Really? I thought only Third Sister was left from Lord Chin's old team," Chenbo said with a sarcastic smile, not giving Du Danon any respect. Hearing this, Du Danon angrily slammed the tea table and pointed at Chenbo with a grim expression. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Literally. Didn't you go to school? Can't you understand? Also, please take your finger away. I don't like being pointed at," Chenbo replied. Du Danon was angered and sat up from the sofa, then looked at Iron Third Sister and asked, "Third Sister, this kid is too arrogant. Do you want me to say something?" Iron Third Sister reached out to calm him. "Old Du, sit down first. I'll explain, and you'll understand." "Humph." Du Danon sat back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and started smoking quietly. Iron Third Sister hesitated for a long time before finally visiting Han Shen in prison today. She received very important news from Han Shen. From what Han Shen hinted, he and Chenbo are both teachers and friends. Their relationship is unusual, which also explains why, when they first met, Chenbo reminded her of Han Shen. Additionally, Iron Third Sister found out that after Chenbo was released from prison, he suddenly had a lot of money, which was definitely leftover funds from Han Shen. Most importantly, Han Shen's attitude was very clear. He asked her to support Chenbo's development unconditionally, clearly intending to train him as his successor. Iron Third Sister didn't know how many backup plans Han Shen had outside. If she offended Han Shen, she might mysteriously die, so her attitude towards Chenbo has changed dramatically now. "Old Du, today I met Lord Chun. He is very unhappy with how we've performed over the past few years." Hearing Iron Third Sister's words, Du Danon's hand trembled, and his cigarette suddenly fell onto the carpet. His face changed from surprise to fear. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, "Master Chun, how is his health right now?" Iron Third Sister squinted and looked at Du Danon with a serious tone, saying, "What? Are you hoping Master Chun dies soon?" Faced with Iron Third Sister's anger, Du Danon was still scared and hurriedly explained, No, I just haven't seen Master Chun in a long time and miss him very much." Iron Third Sister sneered. Such words are hard to believe now. So she mocked, "Really? Then why haven't you gone to visit Master Chun?" Feeling guilty, Du Danon stammered, I will visit Master Chun tomorrow." "Old Du, you should remember your roots, you know." "I know. Third Sister, you're right. It's all my fault. My conscience has been eaten by dogs these years." As he spoke, Du Danon slapped himself twice on the face, showing that Han Chen's authority still kept these old subordinates in line. Don't think Master Chen doesn't know what's happening inside. He knows all about your schemes. I advise you to stop early. If you're caught, you'll either die or flee abroad. Does Master Chen know about such secret matters? Secret? I know everything. How could Master Chen not know? Since Master Chen has spoken, I will definitely stop early. Whether you stop or not is your business. I've already delivered the message. How you handle it is up to you. Understood, understood. Also, Mr. Chun is Master Chen's partner. If you can't show Mr. Chun the highest respect, then we will cut ties in the future. Du Danon looked again at Chun Bo. He saw Chun Bo sitting calmly, leaning on the sofa, smoking leisurely, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Mr. Chun, sorry about that. It was my mistake not to recognize your importance. Please forgive me and don't take it to heart. However, Chun Bo didn't believe that Du Danon would back down. Some people, once they stand tall for a long time, won't bend again. They think they are capable and can control everything. But in front of a real boss, they are just clowns. Even if Han Shun is in prison, he still has the power to kill Du Danon. Mr. Du, you don't need to apologize to me. After all, we don't know each other well, right? Du Danon felt annoyed inside. He had already lowered himself to apologize, but Chun Bo still didn't accept it. What does he want? Does he expect me to kneel and apologize again? Before Du Danon could speak again, Chun Bo waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I have nothing more to discuss with you. In front of these experienced people, you must not show weakness. Only by appearing strong enough can you make them cautious." Du Danon realized that they wanted him to leave quickly. Under Han Chen's influence, Du Danon forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chun, I'll take my leave tonight. Next time, I'll host the gathering at my place. Third sister, sorry for bothering you tonight. Then I won't see you off. There's no need for formalities between us. It's too distant." After Du Danon left the private room, Iron Third Sister immediately stood up and bowed to Chun Bo, apologizing. "Sorry, Mr. Chun. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. If you need any help in the future, whether with money or people, just ask." Chun Bo leaned back on the sofa, flicked some ash, and hinted, "Third sister, it seems that Lord Chun has talked to you quite a bit. Lord Chun asked me to fully support you." Iron Third Sister replied honestly. Unfortunately, Chun Bo didn't want to use Iron Third Sister's resources. The more connections he had, the more problems could arise, especially with those prone to sudden issues. Chun Bo changed the subject and asked, "Third Sister, was the business Du Danon was doing in Jiangqing local?" Iron Third Sister was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Chun Bo to know about Du Danon's activities. She looked at him with more respect. "Yes, he's working with people above to do that. He even planned to sell goods at my place, but I strictly refused." Chun Bo leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, he thought of a plan to get something for nothing. But this plan has some risks. To be safe, he needs Fan Tuo's help. As long as he cleans up his act, he might achieve a small goal. Thinking of this, Chun Bo took out his phone and messaged Ah Bing, instructing him to start monitoring Du Danon's movements from tomorrow. If within 3 days, Du Danon goes to the prison to see Han Chun, then his plan to get something for nothing can be put into action. Putting down his phone, Chun Bo crossed his legs and smiled at Iron San Yang. "Third sister, you called me here tonight not just to drink, right? When do we start?" Iron San Yang smiled knowingly and called out to Lao Li behind her. "Lao Li, arrange something for Mr. Chun." Soon, the door to the private room opened, and a group of tall, beautiful women entered one after another. First came women in qipao dresses, with slits revealing lace edges of different colors. Their tight outfits hugged their slender, tall figures, making them very attractive. Next, a group of delicate women dressed in traditional hanfu with horse-faced skirts entered, adding a graceful, ancient charm. The women in these two styles stood in separate rows, creating a striking contrast and a beautiful visual feast. Iron San Yang sat up straight, looked at the young women in front of her, and smiled knowingly. "Mr. Chun, these are all carefully chosen for you. Do you like any of them?" Chun Bo was not interested in women working in nightlife venues. He worried about being set up or trapped. Even though Han Chun had warned him about Iron San Yang, he didn't trust her. So, even though the women were pretty, he was content to look and touch. He had no real interest in sleeping with them. Third sister, we're all adults. Can I have all of them? Chunbo asked with a smile. Iron Sin Yang was slightly surprised but then burst into laughter. Of course you can. She looked at the women and encouraged them. Girls, if you take good care of Mr. Chun tonight, your tips will be doubled. The women stared at Chunbo with curiosity, wondering about his identity. They didn't know which wealthy young man he was. Even Iron Sin Yang respected him. If they could build a good relationship, maybe they could rise in status and improve their lives. While everyone was thinking about their own plans and ready to show their skills, Chunbo smiled and suggested, how about this? Each of you chooses a song you're good at. After singing, you can go home. If you want to dance, you can show your skills, and then go home. As soon as he said this, the women froze in place and looked at Chunbo with strange expressions. Was this normal behavior for a man trying to flirt? Iron Sin Yang also had a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She tentatively asked, Mr. Chun, do you not like these women? I can find more for you. Whether it's pure and cute or confident and cool, I have everything here. Chunbo waved his hand and said, tonight is about drinking. Winning girls is secondary. Iron Sin Yang no longer persuaded him and instructed the young women present. Did everyone hear that? Tonight is an artistic night. Show off what you've learned, sing, play, and perform. Then, the waitstaff brought more drinks, serving French top-quality dry red wine. Iron Sin Yang personally poured wine for Chunbo. Mr. Chun, from now on, we will truly be friends. Chunbo raised his tall glass and gently swayed it under the dim light, the wine swirling along the inside of the glass. Sorry, third sister, I'm not used to red wine. Oh, I should have known you don't like red wine. I could have given you vodka or whiskey. What would Mr. Chin like to drink? A hint of panic flickered in Iron Sin Yang's eyes, which she quickly masked while speaking. Chunbo, sitting opposite her, sneered inwardly. When something seems off, there's usually trouble. Even if Iron Sin Yang fears Han Chun, she wouldn't be this overly respectful. Her act was too much. Tonight, Iron Sin Yang was probably working with Du Danan, pretending to perform a double act, deliberately setting him up. Once he got drunk, he'd be at their mercy. If they found any leverage against him, they could control him and also indirectly guard against Han Chin's hidden moves, an ideal double win. Then, Chunbo casually took a bottle of beer from the middle of the coffee table, opened it, and blew off the top. Putting down the bottle, he looked at Iron Sin Yang with a half-smile. Third sister, I still prefer fake beer. It doesn't get you drunk. When Chunbo swayed his wine glass earlier, he noticed traces of powder on the rim of the red wine glass. The other person hadn't drugged the wine directly, but had cleverly attached the substance to the rim. If he wasn't careful, he could easily be set up tonight. So, Chunbo decisively switched to a bottle of beer, disrupting Iron Sin Yang's plan. If he collapsed here tonight, he might be accused of assault tomorrow. He had made a similar mistake 10 years ago, and now he wouldn't let anyone control him easily. After regaining his composure, Iron Sin Yang pretended to be surprised. Since Mr. Chun prefers beer, tonight we won't leave until we're all drunk, Chunbo sneered inwardly. Even at this point, she was still trying hard. She clearly wanted to get him drunk before stopping. He lit a cigarette and looked at Iron Third Sister with a teasing expression. Third Sister, I'll be honest with you. Some things, once done, come with a price. I remember you drugged me tonight. Iron Third Sister was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected her perfect cover-up to be discovered. She used such underhanded methods only because she had no choice. With Han Chun backing her, she didn't dare oppose Chunbo openly. She was very wary of Chunbo's youthful maturity, so she thought about using drugs and women to control him. When Chunbo exposed her on the spot, Iron Third Sister remained calm and kept a faint smile on her face. You're impressive. You really are Mr. Chen's successor. You figured it out. It's not that I'm impressive, but that you used the wrong person. Didn't you investigate what I was involved in back then? Iron Third Sister knew Chunbo had committed serious crimes and was sentenced to the maximum penalty. But she overlooked that Chunbo had also been set up and harmed after drinking. All right, I apologize. I admit I was wrong about this. As the third sister in the industry, you really don't blush when you speak. Chunbo mocked and continued. I was planning to work with you on a project, but given your shameful actions, I'm canceling all future cooperation. And if you want to die sooner, I don't mind using other resources from Mr. Chun. Iron third sister suddenly sat up from the sofa, looking down at Chun Bo and speaking clearly. Trying to kill me won't do you any good. Realizing Iron third sister was angry, the music in the private room stopped instantly. Several young women turned their eyes toward the two. It's not worth it, so I'll settle this score with you later, Chun Bo said, then looked at the young women and waved his hand. Why stop? Keep singing, keep dancing. After calming down, Iron third sister sat back in her seat, picked up her glass of red wine, and took a gentle sip. Chun Bo, I admit I underestimated you tonight. Just as Chun Bo was about to leave, suddenly a man's angry voice came from outside the private room. Damn it, a slut still pretending to be noble here. I'll deal with you today. Ah, sorry, I'm really not a prostitute. Can you find someone else? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Iron Lady is not yet sure about the relationship between her younger sister and Chun Bo. Out of caution, she specifically introduces Liao Donghan's identity. Mr. Chun, this is Liao Donghan, the son of Liao Longting, chairman of Liao Group. Would you consider letting this matter go for my sake tonight? Chun Bo listens with a cold expression, glances at Liao Donghan, and begins to consider his response. In his previous life, he heard of Liao Group, which was involved in property management, security, demolition, and other businesses, closely cooperating with real estate companies. Especially when dealing with stubborn demolition targets, real estate firms often hired Liao Group's security personnel. But in reality, the employees of Liao's security company were thugs and bullies, more arrogant than city management, using all kinds of dirty tricks. They would spray paint on gates, hang dead dogs. These were minor. When dealing with difficult demolition targets, they would also beat, threaten, intimidate, and forcibly break in and demolish. Their evil reputation was well known in Jiang City. For a cancer like the Liao family, higher authorities usually turned a blind eye. If someone died, the real estate company would cover the costs, and the authorities would hush up the news. The demolition task would then be considered complete. Chun Bo knew well how this collusion between officials and businessmen worked. In prison, he had met several prisoners who had died from demolition disputes, and he had dealt with all of them firmly. He helped Tang Qingqing to stand beside him and said calmly, Tang Qingqing, I can help you settle your problem, but I don't know you well. If you can't offer me a satisfactory reward, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Tang Qingqing thought Chun Bo would act like a hero from a TV drama, rescuing a damsel in distress without hesitation. But Chun Bo didn't follow the usual pattern. Tang Qingqing was stunned, facing Chun Bo's cold gaze, realizing he wasn't joking. He was negotiating terms with her. The atmosphere in the private room was strange. Chun Bo's unusual behavior surprised everyone present. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Qingqing quickly thought of a plan. She knew she had to exchange something Chun Bo cared about for her safety, or she wouldn't escape Liao Donghan's grasp tonight. She had heard that Liao Donghan was a pervert with a habit of abusing women. She would rather serve Chun Bo as a slave than suffer abuse. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Qingqing looked up at Chun Bo with a firm tone and said, Chun Bo, I can be your lover. Chun Bo leaned back on the sofa and shook his head, replying, Tang Qingqing, do you think I, Chun Bo, need you as my lover? Seeing Chun Bo's attitude, Tang Qingqing suddenly collapsed, overwhelmed by despair, helplessness, and fear. Understanding human nature is a skill. When people are drowning, they will try to grasp any life raft they can find. Chun Bo did not immediately agree to protect Tang Qingqing. His real goal was to make her realize her own worth. Relying only on her good looks and a superficial friendship with classmates is useless. Just as Tang Qingqing was about to give up hope completely, Chun Bo's voice sounded again in her ears. Tang Qingqing, I give you a choice. Work under me for the next 5 years. You are not allowed to leave without my permission during this time. I'm a protective person. Only if you become my employee do I have a reason to help you. Do you understand? Tang Qingqing's heart was like a roller coaster, just falling into a deep abyss, then pulled back out by Chun Bo. She cried happily and said, I agree. I agree. Chun Bo smiled and extended his hand. This move decided that he would protect this old classmate tonight. Tang Qingqing was extremely nervous, her expression tense, afraid of falling into despair again. She hurriedly grabbed Chun Bo's hand. Chunbo pulled Tang Qingqing to sit beside him, then looked at Liao Donghan with a calm expression and said, Mr. Liao, I've taken care of Tang Qingqing. This matter ends here. Is there a problem? Everyone could tell that Chunbo's tone was not asking, but giving an order that could not be disobeyed. Liao Donghan couldn't accept being dominated by an unknown person. If this news got out tonight, where would his handsome face go? So he straightened up and pointed at Chunbo, furious. In Jiangcheng, no one dares to compete with me, Liao Donghan, for a woman. If I don't make you bleed tonight, I'll be ashamed of my family's name. Then Liao Donghan threatened Tai Sanyang. Third sister, don't interfere in this tonight. Others might fear you, but my Liao family is not afraid. If you really want to protect him, don't blame me for causing trouble. Iron Sanyang was waiting for Liao Donghan to say this sentence. She also wanted to use Liao Donghan to vent her anger towards Chunbo, so she pretended to be difficult. Gongzi Liao, there are rules in the martial world. If you want to cause trouble, do it outside. Once you leave the main hall, I won't be responsible for anything that happens. Iron Sanyang spoke very plainly. She didn't want to get involved and planned to step back, letting others handle conflicts. Liao Donghan only wanted to see her attitude. He didn't want to argue with her over a woman. Your name is Chunbo, right? I remember you. It's getting dark outside. Be careful when you walk so you don't get hit by a car. And you rotten woman, I swear I will deal with you. No one can protect you. Liao Donghan issued a threat, called his men, and turned to leave. His clear intention was to eliminate Chunbo, but Chunbo remained unmoved. He knew that sooner or later, he would encounter the Liao family in Jiangxing. It was just a matter of time. He crossed his legs, lit another cigarette, and looked coldly at Liao Donghan's back as he left. Gongzi Liao, does your behavior represent you personally or your entire Liao family? When Liao Donghan reached the door of the private room, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Chunbo with a serious tone. What do you mean? Do you want to make enemies with my entire Liao family? Haha. If you don't clarify, I will have no choice but to eliminate you completely. Chunbo still had a secret weapon he hadn't used. From Han Shun, he not only got a briefcase, but also an encrypted email account. The email stored evidence of many people's crimes in Jiangcheng, including business leaders, local officials, and even some of his former subordinates' murder cases. Han Shun had been working in Jiangxing for decades. He surely had some leverage over the Liao family. Before his power was fully developed, Chunbo had to rely on Han Shun's resources to deal with the big families. Liao Donghan suddenly burst into loud laughter. With your little tricks, you want to wipe out my Liao family? Have you drunk too much fake wine? You better start preparing your coffin. Liao Donghan thought Chunbo was just bluffing. With a wave of his hand, he hurriedly left the private room with his men. Down in the parking lot, he ordered the driver, arrange for someone to deal with it. Don't let that kid see the next sunrise. Yes, boss. I think that person is not simple. Do you want to investigate his background? Liao Donghan's face darkened as he said, whoever he is, even if he's the king of heaven, he must die. At this moment, a family car was parked on the opposite side of the road. Through the window, you could see Ah Bing sitting in the driver's seat. An hour earlier, when Chunbo arrived at the Nightshade Club, Wang Ting sent a message revealing Ah Bing's whereabouts. Ah Bing dropped Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu downstairs and then drove off alone. Chunbo guessed that Ah Bing was following him to the club. Inside the private room, Chunbo opened another bottle of beer and gestured to Tai Sanyang, saying, Third sister, Tang Qingqing works in your place. Now she's with me. Do you have any objections? Tai Sanyang's mouth twitched as she forced a smile. As Chen's friend, I have no objections. But I am curious, how will you deal with Liao Donghan's revenge? You don't need to worry about that, third sister. Earlier, Tai Sanyang hadn't revealed her relationship with Uncle Chun to Liao Donghan, clearly on purpose. Chunbo understood this well. Their relationship had already broken down, and the future would be a confrontation. Chunbo stood up and smiled at Tai Sanyang, saying, Third sister, I am very satisfied with tonight's hospitality. A moment of joy is worth 1,000 gold. Let's call it a night. All right, Mr. Chun. If you need help, just ask. Honestly, I believe in you. I appreciate your kindness, third sister. A Liao family isn't enough to hurt me. Let's see how things go, then I won't see you off. Chunbo then took Tang Qingqing's hand and left the private room directly. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but secretly glance at Chunbo's profile. She was very curious. What kind of man was Chen Bo? Chen Bo looked calm. Before entering the elevator, he made a call to Jiang Hu. When the call connected, Chen Bo spoke first. Huge tiger, immediately bring your 3 comrades to the abandoned building in Shijiaodahan. Wait there, something unusual must have happened. Jiang Hu sensed something was off and asked, Brother Bo, did you run into trouble? Chen Bo didn't say much, only revealing a little. Sort of. I'm also testing them. If they perform well, I won't treat them badly. Okay, I will go get people now. Jiang Hu didn't hesitate and immediately contacted his comrades to gather. The elevator doors opened, and the two entered. Chen Basong released Tang Qingqing's hand. Tang Qingqing, you still have a chance to turn back. The situation I will face later is very bad, and there might be life danger. Are you sure you still want to come with me? Tang Qingqing bit her lip lightly and said without hesitation, I'm sure. Even if I die, I accept it. It might even be a relief. Chen Bo wasn't interested in her backstory. He only needed to see if her determination was firm. If she hesitated at all, he wouldn't care about her safety. No matter what happens later, follow my instructions. Tang Qingqing nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, I trust you. I also believed you were innocent back then. When the elevator doors opened, Chen Bo didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, he took a side corridor to the back of the club, where a car was waiting by the roadside. Chen Bo quickly pulled open the car door and helped Tang Qingqing get in. The car immediately started and headed west toward the Daihan abandoned building in the suburbs. Bing looked at Tang Qingqing in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Although he was curious about her identity, he didn't ask much. As a bodyguard, the basic rule was to keep silent. Fasten your seatbelt, Chen Bo reminded. But Tang Qingqing was too nervous and fumbled, unable to fasten her seatbelt. Chen Bo couldn't stand it and leaned over to help her. This caused some physical contact between them, making Tang Qingqing start to overthink again. Bing, is everything ready? Yes, everything is prepared. Meanwhile, Tai Sanyang was still sitting in the private room. Laoli came to report. Third sister, he left through the back door. Bing was waiting for him. Tai Sanyang swayed her glass of red wine, seemingly unconcerned about Chen Bo's life or death. Haha, we just need to follow him. Unless he asks for help, we won't make a move. Third sister, could this offend Lord Chen? Laoli asked cautiously. Tai Sanyang smiled coldly and said, Lord Chen is already old. The only reason he's still alive is because someone above is controlling him. If he dares to act recklessly, I don't mind fighting to the death with him. People who stay in high positions for a long time often lose themselves. Clearly, Iron Three daughter no longer takes Han Chen seriously. At the same time, the person guarding the gate noticed Chen Bo leaving through the back door of the club and immediately reported to Liao Donghan. Liao Donghan, enjoying a service in the car, heard the news and couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kid just pretended to be tough and almost scared me. Send more people to chase him. Don't let him escape. Tonight, I'll personally teach him a lesson. Our people are already following him, but the big car we arranged earlier can't be used now. No problem. There are many ways to deal with a rat. At this moment, the car was already on the elevated road. Bing, looking in the rearview mirror, saw 2 off-road vehicles following behind. Boss, they're catching up, hold them off. Don't let them get close. Bing stepped on the gas and sped up. Breaking traffic rules was unavoidable now. He could only hope to reimburse Li Xiaoyu later. The vehicles behind kept chasing, but they didn't dare go too fast. This was an elevated road, and if they flipped over and fell, they'd be in big trouble. Just then, Jiang Hu's phone rang. Brother Bo, we're on the way. About 20 minutes. We'll be at the place you mentioned. Considering Jiang Hu's police identity, Chen Bo reminded him, tonight isn't a good time for you to show up. Just get the people there and hide. Jiang Hu seemed to guess what Chen Bo was planning and asked worriedly, Brother Bo, who's targeting you? Some things don't concern you. Don't ask too much. After hanging up, Jiang Hu warned his comrades in the car. Brothers, my brother Bo is in trouble. There might be bloodshed soon. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. Brother Bo's brothers are our brothers. Anyone who's afraid is a coward. Ha ha ha, good. That's enough with your words. Just wait for Brother Bo's plan. Bing was doing circles on the elevated road. When the pursuers saw the situation, they reported to Liao Donghan. Boss, that kid's been circling on the elevated road. Should we go after him? Liao Donghan pressed the woman's head and said fiercely into his phone, Stop wasting time. Send more cars and hit him hard. After Chen Bo received the message that Jiang Hu had arrived, he immediately instructed Ah Bing to exit the elevated road at the front intersection. Li Xiaoyu's car is a Japanese Nissan, which is easily damaged in collisions. To avoid accidents, Abi ran through 7 or 8 red lights in a row. Sitting in the back seat, Tang Qingqing looked nervous and kept glancing back. She instinctively hugged Chen Bo's arm, seeking safety. Tonight, Tang Qingqing wore a cheongsam, the soft fabric pressed tightly against Chen Bo's arm. I must say, this old classmate is quite attractive. The abandoned building in Dahan is in the western suburbs. It was marketed as a Mountain View property, but was later declared illegal due to land issues. After being forced to stop construction, it has been left unfinished, apparently abandoned by Mr. Su. Now, the Mountain View house has become a hideout for wild animals. Usually, no one is around, and at night, it feels even more deserted. Abi made a turn and stopped the car in front of the big iron gate of the abandoned building. Then, Abi reached over from the passenger seat and grabbed a dark, makeshift fire poker. Boss, is this thing really useful? Hee, you clearly haven't been to prison before. Chen Bo checked the fire poker, confirmed it was fully charged, and sneered. Times are changing. You should open your eyes and learn about modern safety tools. Since experiencing 2 assaults by Lu Hui and Yo Shan, Chen Bo had been looking for ways to handle such emergencies. He bought a stun baton, tear gas, and goggles, so he could defend himself even if outnumbered. While they were talking, 3 off-road vehicles stopped steadily in a line ahead. Suddenly, their headlights blazed brightly, shining directly into their eyes and making it hard to see. In an instant, 12 burly men with muscular builds got out of the 3 cars, each holding a baseball bat. They all looked fierce, with tattoos covering their arms, necks, and exposed skin. These men stood in front of them, radiating an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Ordinary people would probably be scared and back off at first sight. Chen Bo pushed aside the soft fabric on his arm and looked at Tang Qingqing with a serious tone. Whatever happens outside next, stay in the car and don't get out. Do you hear me? Tang Qingqing had never seen a gang fight before. Her fear was obvious. She clenched her fists and looked at Chen Bo with concern. I won't go anywhere. Be careful yourself. Calming Tang Qingqing, the trunk of the car suddenly popped open with a click, revealing neatly arranged baseball bats. These were prepared for Jiang Hu's 3 comrades. At this moment, Jiang Hu and others hiding behind the wall had already received the news. They could clearly see the weapons in the trunk from the top of the wall. Brothers, the weapons are ready for you. Wait for Brother Bo's command. Don't mess up. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 fit, well-trained young men jumped from the wall and quickly walked to the Nissan car door, shouting in unison. Zhang Dalong, Wang Mingyang, Ma Jun reporting for duty. Chen Bo stepped out as he opened the car door at the right moment. Not bad, this guy really delivered. These 3 retired soldiers stood straight, still carrying some military aura. Chen Bo smiled and nodded to them. If you want to quit now, you still have a chance. Just stand aside and watch. Zhang Dalong held his head high and said, Brother Bo, brother who already told us. If we follow you, we can make money. Since we came, we won't quit. It seemed Jiang Hu had done a good job convincing them. Chen Bo confidently said, Good. The weapons are in the trunk. Your pay depends on how brave and daring you are. However, Chen Bo didn't know that Zhang Long and the others trusted him unconditionally because Jiang Hu had told them about saving the vice mayor's daughter. With the vice mayor's backing, they felt reassured. Got it, the 3 responded loudly. Their confident voices made the troublemakers across the way stare in surprise. Their presence was just as strong. After receiving the weapons, Bing handed over 3 pairs of safety glasses and N95 masks. Chen Bo reminded them, Put on the safety glasses and masks. Without hesitation, Zhang Dalong and the others quickly put on the glasses, holding baseball bats. They looked a bit funny, which made the troublemakers burst into laughter. At this moment, a troublemaker waved his machete and mocked. Hey, are you guys crazy? Are you all brainless? Are you some kind of mental patients who escaped from the hospital? Chen Bo ignored their shouting. He gave Zhang Dalong and the others a final pre-battle speech. Remember, just go for their limbs later. It's okay to leave them injured. I'll cover for you. He closed the car door, and suddenly, 2 tear gas canisters appeared in Chen Bo's hands. These are easy to get. He stood in front of the car, facing a group of troublemakers, and smiled mysteriously. Next, Chun Bo pulled the pin and threw the tear gas canisters at the crowd, while shouting a classic phrase. Fire in the hole. The leader of the troublemakers saw two grenade-like objects land nearby, and shouted in fear. It's a grenade, get down. The others also turned pale with fear. Who would expect Chun Bo to be so daring, throwing grenades right away? Who could handle that? All 12 troublemakers quickly dropped to the ground, dropping their knives and covering their heads with their hands. But in the next moment, thick smoke appeared, making them realize they had misjudged. It wasn't a grenade, but tear gas. The smoke from the tear gas rose quickly. By the time they reacted, it was too late. They were completely surrounded by dense smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Dalong and 2 others were impressed by Chun Bo's tactics. Using tear gas in a fight? That's really bold. Now, it's up to you. Then, Zhang Dalong and the others charged like wolves among sheep, swinging baseball bats and hitting anyone nearby. The screams of pain filled the air. The tear gas made people tear up, like spicy pepper spray. The troublemakers couldn't fight back. They cried and coughed uncontrollably. Some tried to run away, but their legs were broken with baseball bats. They lay on the ground, clutching their legs and crying out loudly. Chun Bo moved to the wall, lit a cigarette, and took a few relaxing puffs. He didn't need to fight these trash himself. The situation was so easy that even 3 ordinary people could handle it. He arranged for 3 former soldiers mainly to test their courage and resolve. Some people stick to their principles and can't be ruthless. Such indecisive people are not suitable to be his employees. The screams continued. According to Chun Bo's orders, all 12 enemies had their limbs broken. Zhang Dalong and others took turns finishing them off, making sure no one escaped. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Dalong ran excitedly to Chun Bo and said, "Report, boss. All 12 enemies have had their limbs broken. Please give your instructions." Chun Bo dropped the cigarette butt and patted Zhang Dalong's shoulder. "You did very well. Now go and stand guard nearby." "Got it." Zhang Dalong and the others responded quickly. The 12 troublemakers were all defeated, with their limbs broken by force. The pain from broken bones was sharp and deep. Just once, these troublemakers were subdued. They were crying with tears in their eyes, lying on the ground, unable to stand or move. After the tear gas cleared, Chun Bo put his hands in his pockets and walked casually to the leader of the troublemakers. He had just heard someone call him, "Brother Hao." Brother Hao squinted and looked up at Chun Bo, full of anger and fear. Chun Bo crouched down and grabbed Hao's hair, forcing him to look at him. "Your name is Hao, right? Besides you, what else did Liao Donghan arrange for tonight?" Hao opened his mouth, showing a row of big yellow teeth, probably from chewing betel nut, and emitted a foul smell. "Damn, you're sneaky. We admit defeat tonight, but you won't be able to act tough for long. When our boss finds out, he'll definitely deal with you." Suddenly, there was a sound of slapping faces. Chun Bo didn't let him finish and grabbed Hao's hair, slamming his head onto the concrete ground. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. By the 6th hit, Hao couldn't take it anymore. He begged tearfully, "Please, spare me." Hao's chubby face was battered and bloody, his nose broken, blood flowing freely. He felt dizzy and disoriented. "Brother Hao, it seems you still haven't realized the situation. Now, call your boss and tell him I've caught you. Tell him to come quickly." I don't dare." The response was 3 more loud thuds on the ground. "I think your mind is still not clear. Think carefully before you answer me." Hao lost a few teeth and spoke unclearly. He felt that if he was hit a few more times, his brain might just spill out. I'll call." Chun Bo took out his phone from Hao's pocket and threw it in front of him. "Do you know what to say?" Yes. Hao endured the pain in his arm, unlocked his phone, and dialed a number. The other person almost immediately answered without waiting for Brother Hao to speak, asking first, "Mouse, did you catch that, Chun Bo?" The person on the phone was not Liao Donghan himself, but his bodyguard and driver. Brother Hao wanted to send a secret warning through a code, but when he saw Chun Bo's sharp gaze, his fear overcame his loyalty. "Fifth Master, we caught him. This kid and his few helpers were all injured, broken hands and feet." "Good. Where exactly are they?" "At the Daheng abandoned building." "Wait there. Don't let that kid escape. The boss wants to handle this personally." Okay. Because of the pain from his broken bones, Brother Hao's speech started to stutter. To prevent the other side from noticing anything, Chun Bo quickly hung up. On the other end, the bodyguard called Fifth Master saw through the rearview mirror that Liao Donghan had finished his task, so he reported, "Boss, we've caught him. He's at the Da Hung abandoned building in the western suburbs." Liao Donghan leaned back in the back seat, turned to look at the woman beside him, and coldly said, "Go away." The woman, holding a thick stack of cash, hurriedly pushed open the car door and ran off, not daring to turn back to pick up a shoe she lost. Liao Donghan lit a cigarette, showing a fierce look in his eyes. "Heh. Tonight, I want blood." The driver stepped on the gas, and the 12-cylinder Maybach roared to full power, heading straight for the western suburbs abandoned building. At this moment, in front of the abandoned building, 12 people were lying scattered around. Under Chun Bo's arrangement, all 12 were gagged with tape and thrown into the nearby grass to feed the mosquitoes. Wang Mingyang and Ma Jun each drove an SUV to hide and wait by the roadside, ready to block Liao Donghan when he arrived. Bing came over to Chun Bo, expressing her worries. The Liao family in Jiang City is quite powerful. Even Tai Sanyang has to show them respect. If they attack Liao Donghan tonight, Liao Longting definitely won't let it go. Chun Bo leaned against the car door and looked into the darkness in the distance, coldly saying, "Your worries are not unfounded, but you should know that the barefoot are not afraid of those with shoes. As long as he can't kill me, I can wipe out his entire family. These kinds of people are very afraid of death." Bing suddenly understood. Both she and Chun Bo were orphans, which was an important reason she trusted him, without family ties. Although her grandfather is still alive, she knows he is near the end of his life. When he finally passes away, she will be free from all ties. Some people are used to a comfortable life and are afraid of facing death. Chun Bo understands this and has enough strength to fight until the end. While they were talking, Jiang Hu, hiding in an abandoned building, called, "Brother Bo, a car is coming. Okay, keep hidden. Don't let anyone see your face. Got it?" Tonight, Jiang Hu realized how strong his brother was. If it had been him, facing a dozen armed men, he would have been in big trouble. Bing, the bodyguard called Fifth Master, might have a gun. "You should be prepared." Bing nodded and said, "Okay, I know what to do." He didn't dare to underestimate a pistol. Following Chun Bo's instructions, he hid a small stun gun on himself. After about 30 seconds, a Maybach stopped on the cement road in front of the abandoned building. Liao Donghan was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Fifth Master. "Boss, don't get out yet. Something's wrong outside." As a bodyguard, Fifth Master quickly sensed that something was off. It was very dark outside, and there was no one to support them. Their people wouldn't make such a simple mistake. Liao Donghan looked out through the car window. It was too dark, and with the tinted glass, he couldn't see the 12 thugs lying in the bushes. "Uncle Five, what should we do now?" "Turn back immediately. Mouse and the others are probably under control." Just as he finished speaking, 2 off-road vehicles suddenly sped out from both sides, crashing into the front and back of the Maybach. Bang! Bang! The 2 vehicles hit with loud crashes, trapping the Maybach in the middle. Liao Donghan was startled. He finally felt fear. He hurriedly urged, "Uncle Five, step on the gas and crash through the front car." In the next moment, the tires screeched on the ground, and the engine roared as if about to blow up, unwillingly protesting. Ma Jun pressed the accelerator of the off-road vehicle to the floor, but the Maybach, with its greater power, pushed forward despite the difference. Suddenly, Ma Jun turned on the headlights. The off-road's lights were much higher than the Maybach's, shining brightly into their faces. Liao Donghan and Fifth Master instinctively closed their eyes. Bang! The backseat window was suddenly smashed open from outside. Zhang Dalong reached in quickly, grabbing Liao Donghan by the neck and pulling him out. Liao Donghan was completely panicked. Fear overwhelmed him, and he begged for help. "Uncle Wu, help me. Someone's trying to take me away." Uncle Wu briefly regained his sight. Suddenly, the window of the driver's side was also violently broken. Only then did Uncle Wu realize how serious the situation was. They had underestimated their opponent's strength tonight. In a quick response, Uncle Wu's right hand reached for the cup holder, pulling out a dark pistol. He aimed and fired directly at the window outside. Bang! The first shot missed. Uncle Wu planned to fire again, but he miscalculated. His wrist holding the gun extended out of the window, giving Ah Bing a chance to strike. Suddenly, hidden under the car door, Bing swung a blade, slicing past Uncle Wu's wrist. Uncle Wu didn't expect the attack. His wrist hurt, and he lost strength. The gun slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. This time, Bing didn't hold back. The blade cut down to the bone, and blood started pouring out. Before Uncle Wu could react, Bing suddenly appeared, pressing a small fire stick against Uncle Wu's neck. Next, Uncle Wu's body began to shake violently. His stiffened body rolled his eyes, and his mouth trembled as he let out low groans. Bing followed orders. He had equipped himself with an electric baton, which instantly rendered Uncle Wu unable to fight back. Seated in the back seat, Liao Donghan was still struggling, panicked and shouting, "My dad, Liao Longting. If you dare hurt a single hair on me, I swear I'll kill your whole family." At this point, even Uncle Wu, who was proud of himself, was defeated. Liao Donghan had to reveal his identity, hoping to intimidate Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong still wore goggles and a mask. His large hand, like an iron clamp, tightly gripped Liao Donghan's neck and forcibly dragged him out of the car. Liao Donghan, falling to the ground, screamed in pain and fury, "Chen Bo, I swear I'll kill your whole family. I'll destroy your mother. Zzz, zzz, zzz." Bing held the electric baton and shoved it into the other person's mouth. A crackling sound of electric current filled the air, causing Liao Donghan's body to shake uncontrollably, nearly fainting. Under the bright headlights, Liao Donghan lying on the ground saw a big foot step on his face, and then he heard Chen Bo teasing him. "Young Master Liao, if you want to kill my family, should I strike first?" At this moment, Chen Bo's threat was like a thunderbolt, causing Liao Donghan to tremble violently. His eyes bulged, his face turned red, and his features twisted with anger. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his hateful gaze seemed ready to cut Chen Bo into pieces. However, when he saw the murderous look in Chen Bo's eyes, a wave of deep fear rose in Liao Donghan's heart. He felt that this guy was really willing to kill him. At the same time, Liao Donghan realized a very serious problem. He had actually been set up by Iron Sanyang tonight. Iron Sanyang knew Chen Bo's identity, but didn't say a word, clearly deliberately letting him be the scapegoat. If he had known how ruthless Chen Bo was beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have acted so easily, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Bullying the weak is the nature of these young masters. Recognizing the reality, Liao Donghan chose to compromise. "Chen Bo, I admit defeat tonight. What do you want to do? Just say it." Chen Bo sneered coldly and gave instructions to Zhang Dalong and others one by one. "Dalong, take him to the top of the abandoned building. I want to talk to young Master Liao about life and ideals." "Got it." Bing, handle the wound of this fifth master. Don't let him die here." "Yes, boss." Wang Mingyang, Ma Jun, you two keep an eye on those troublemakers. Understood. They kicked open the rusty iron door, and Zhang Dalong took Liao Donghan into the abandoned building site. Chen Bo put on gloves, picked up the imitation pistol on the ground, ejected the magazine, and found there were 5 bullets left inside. Tonight, if he hadn't caught the other party off guard, this gun would have been hard to handle. Then, Chen Bo walked over to the Nissan, knocked on the back window. "Tang Qingqing, come down." Tang Qingqing's legs went weak. Seeing the scene, she was truly frightened, especially when she saw Fifth Master shoot. She almost peed herself from the shock. Under Chen Bo's urging, Tang Qingqing tremblingly got out of the car. Because her legs were weak, she couldn't walk properly and looked at Chen Bo with a troubled expression. "If you want revenge, follow me." Chen Bo said this and turned to leave. He believed that people need to go through certain experiences to grow, and he was confident Tang Qingqing would follow. Tang Qingqing guessed Chen Bo's intention. After a moment of rest, she regained some strength and hurriedly caught up with him. They reached the rooftop, where Liao Donghan was kicked by Zhang Dalong and was kneeling on the concrete ground. Originally, Chen Bo was supposed to be kneeling here tonight, but now he was like a fish on a chopping board, full of anger and frustration on his face. Seeing Chen Bo and Tang Qingqing approaching, Liao Donghan felt hopeful again. He lifted his head and shouted angrily, "Chen Bo, you son of a! I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs someday. And you little. When I get back, I'll find dozens of beggars to teach you a lesson, making you a mother dog under 1,000 men." Chen Bo stepped forward and suddenly hit Liao Donghan on the head with the butt of his gun. Ah, Liao Donghan cried out painfully, clutching his head, blood sticky on his hands. As he had said before, tonight was supposed to be about bloodshed, but unfortunately, it was his own blood. Bo, if you have the guts, just kill me. When my dad finds out, he'll definitely kill your whole family. In the next moment, Bo pressed the gun to Liao Donghan's mouth, silencing his shouting. Who can withstand the pressure of swallowing a gun? Liao Donghan couldn't. His angry eyes suddenly turned to fear. His back felt cold, and cold sweat slowly dripped down his face. It seemed as if time had stopped. Liao Donghan was so scared he wet himself, and a strong smell of urine spread from his pants. Bo showed a contemptuous look and mocked. Is that all? Looks like young Master Liao is also a coward, with only a stinky, hard mouth left. Liao Donghan dared not move. He was afraid Bo might shake and pull the trigger, leaving him no chance to be saved. He looked at Bo with pleading eyes. Bo ignored him and turned his head to look at Tang Qingqing standing behind. He said in a deep voice, Tang Qingqing, how did this guy hit you tonight? Now, I want you to return him exactly as he is. Tang Qingqing pointed to herself, her face full of surprise and fear. She had thought Bo would make Liao Donghan apologize, but she never expected him to hit back. Seeing Tang Qingqing hesitate, Bo replied in a firm tone that left no room for refusal. With me here, you should keep your heart in your stomach. This is your only chance to take revenge. Looking into Bo's eyes, Tang Qingqing calmed herself and slowly walked up to Liao Donghan. At this moment, Liao Donghan was glaring fiercely at Tang Qingqing. Usually, he was the one hitting women, but he had never been hit by a woman before. All his inner shame turned into anger, which was written on his face. Slap. Bo quickly slapped Liao Donghan on the side of his face, the sound crisp and loud. Keep your eyes in check. As a prisoner, you must behave properly. Liao Donghan immediately changed to a pleading look, smiling as he said, Master Chun is right. Bo raised his gun again and aimed it at Liao Donghan, then signaled to Tang Qingqing. See that? Just like I just did. Hit him. Tang Qingqing made up her mind, stepped forward, and gave 2 strong slaps. Liao Donghan didn't dodge. He was afraid to, and he didn't dare to fight back. Because Bo might shoot at any moment, it was better to endure humiliation than die in this remote place. He believed that revenge could wait, and once he escaped, he would come back even stronger. Feeling that hitting with her hand was too painful, Tang Qingqing took off her high heels and swung the heel at Liao Donghan, making his eyes spin. After about 20 hits, Tang Qingqing dropped her shoes, gasping for breath, sweating all over. She looked at Bo with a sad expression and said, I've finished. Bo was very pleased. He patted Tang Qingqing on the shoulder and encouraged her. You're stronger than I thought. Liao Donghan's face was swollen and red, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He spat out 2 of his back teeth. Poof. Bo, you might as well use all your tricks. Bo chuckled softly, looking towards downtown Jiang City, and analyzed. Liao Donghan, life is only one. After death, everything is just clouds. But if you die, your father will surely find some young lovers to have more children, and then inherit what was originally yours. Based on Bo's analysis, Liao Donghan initially believed that his father would indeed do such things. Although he also wanted revenge for him, the man was already dead, so what was the point of revenge? What exactly do you want to say? Bo raised his gun to Liao Donghan's chin and suggested, Young Master Liao, how about we make a deal? Liao Donghan's throat moved nervously. Being constantly threatened with a gun made him very anxious. He stammered, What kind of deal? First, you need to admit to the crimes you've committed over the years. Then, report your father's crimes. If you cooperate, I can let you go. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that some parts won't fall off your body. While speaking, Bo intentionally glanced at Liao Donghan's groin, clearly targeting the man's most sensitive area. Liao Donghan felt a shiver run down his spine. If his manhood was damaged, what was the point of living? Bo, you're so ruthless. When Liao Donghan praised him, Bo quickly denied. No. That's nothing. Compared to your Liao family's habit of wiping out entire families, my methods are just small tricks. They're nothing serious. Liao Donghan, I give you 10 seconds to think. Start counting now. 10, 9, 8. Bo only counted to 3, not giving Liao Donghan any time to think. As soon as he finished, he raised his gun and aimed at Liao Donghan's groin. Liao Donghan was so scared that his liver and kidneys trembled. He started to urinate again and raised his hands to beg, "Please don't shoot. I promise I'll cooperate." Despite feeling helpless, facing the dark barrel of the gun, he became completely submissive. Chenbo lowered his gun, still smiling calmly. He took out his phone and turned on the camera. "Liao Donghan, now follow my instructions and clearly state your crimes, including the details of the incidents, times, people involved, and locations." Then, Chenbo aimed the phone camera at Liao Donghan, maxed out the beauty filter to hide his face's redness and swelling under the flash. Liao Donghan knew that if he revealed his crimes, he would be handing over evidence to Chenbo, giving him full control. So he chose to deal with Chenbo by only mentioning minor, unimportant matters. As a result, Chenbo was completely unkind and kicked him hard in the groin. "Ah!" Liao Donghan screamed in pain, clutching his groin and curling up. His body twitched uncontrollably from the pain. "I give you one last chance. If you don't cooperate properly, I will have to dismantle your body parts and feed them to the dogs." Liao Donghan, kneeling on the ground, took a long time to recover. He looked up at Chenbo's sharp gaze and no longer dared to cheat or lie. He obediently confessed his crimes as Chenbo demanded. "My name is Liao Donghan. My ID number is XXX. I live at Sky 1, Jiang City. My father is Liao Longting, chairman of Liao Group. I regret my crimes. On June 1st, 2006, I accidentally killed a high school student named Lu Yu on the roof of Jiang City Middle School's Building 3. For the next 20 minutes, Liao Donghan recounted his more serious crimes one by one. He became even more arrogant in college. After forcing himself on a girl, she became pregnant and committed suicide by jumping from a building. Her parents came to seek justice, but he broke their legs. In the end, both parents died in front of the court. One terrible act after another, all utterly heinous. Chenbo really wanted to shoot and kill Liao Donghan right now. After finishing, Liao Donghan looked like a deflated ball, hanging his head. The feeling of being controlled by a deadly secret was truly uncomfortable. Zhang Dalong had been standing behind Liao Donghan, watching carefully. He never expected Liao Donghan to be so cruel, worse than an animal. His actions shattered his understanding of darkness. He even questioned what he was defending when he joined the army to protect the country. Zhang Dalong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If Chenbo hadn't been holding him back, he might have gone up and beaten Liao Donghan to death. Chenbo's face was grim. These dark secrets might only be the tip of the iceberg. The real danger was his father's crimes, which were even more deadly. "Liao Donghan, lift your head." At Chenbo's command, Liao Donghan slowly raised his head. His eyes were red, and bloodshot circles surrounded his eyes. "Start reporting on Liao Longting now." However, Liao Donghan seemed hesitant and reluctant to cooperate. It looked like even he was afraid of Liao Longting. Bang! Chenbo shot him in the knee without hesitation. The sudden gunfire echoed over the abandoned building, accompanied by Liao Donghan's heart-wrenching screams as he clutched his knee and kept crying out in pain. Not only Liao Donghan, but Zhang Dalong and Tang Qingqing also didn't expect Chenbo to really shoot. Tang Qingqing was so frightened she gasped and stepped back repeatedly. Luckily, a Bing caught her, so she didn't fall. After firing one shot, Chenbo felt some discomfort in his wrist. The recoil of the gun was quite strong. "Sorry, I missed with that shot. There are 4 bullets left in this gun. I believe one of them will hit your vulnerable spot." Liao Donghan clenched his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. His wound was bleeding constantly. If things continued like this, he might not die but become disabled. "I don't want to die. Take me to the hospital quickly." "Don't worry. We will take you to the hospital. But you need to cooperate first. I like dealing with people who keep their promises. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. I'll tell you everything." Under the threat of the gun, Liao Donghan chose to give in. He couldn't bear to be shot again. Then, a Bing stepped forward and used a bandage to quickly wrap Liao Donghan's wound. The pain made him scream loudly. "Now that you're awake, tell me everything you know." Chenbo continued patiently. "My name is Liao Donghan. My ID number is XXX. I live in Sky 1, Jiang City. My father is Liao Longting, chairman of Liao Group. I want to report that Liao Longting organized gang members to violently demolish homes and imprison villagers. In the next 10 minutes, Liao Donghan fully revealed his father's criminal activities. Perhaps because Liao Longting was very secretive, Liao Donghan only knew the surface details and didn't understand the full story. This disappointed Chen Bo, as the information wasn't enough to threaten Liao Longting. Chen Bo pressed pause and asked again, "You mentioned that Liao Longting killed the owners of Sherdai property to seize management rights of several new developments in the city district and buried the bodies. Where did he hide them?" Liao Donghan thought carefully and shook his head. "I heard they were burned directly. Back then, the funeral home in the city district was privately operated. My dad used connections to throw the bodies into the cremation furnace, then contacted the police to report them as missing." Liao Donghan felt anxious inside. He knew Chen Bo couldn't give him 10 seconds. In a flash, he suddenly thought of something. "I heard that my dad is currently partnering with a boss from Magic City to invest in a scam called a pig butchering scheme, attracting many users to deposit money. Is that illegal?" Chen Bo didn't expect to find out something unexpected. During this time, while loan apps were popular, there was also another type of app offering high interest and high returns, which also attracted many users to deposit money. People are interested in the interest, but what they don't see is that the real goal is their principal. When the scheme collapses, the behind-the-scenes boss runs away with the money. At that point, anyone who invested will likely lose everything. They probably won't be able to recover their money and will just have to accept bad luck. If Chen Bo can shut down Liao Longting's scam, and if the case is confirmed, the punishment will definitely be severe. Thinking of this, Chen Bo continued recording and looked at Liao Donghan, reminding him, "Redescribe what you just said to the camera. We should be done for the night soon." When Liao Donghan heard Chen Bo say they could finish work, he seemed to see hope. He quickly repeated everything, even selling out his own father. But Chen Bo believed that Liao Longting's crimes were many, and what he said might only be the tip of the iceberg. Next, he needed to use the email that Han Chen had given him. To protect his injured knee, Liao Donghan begged in a pleading tone, "I've cooperated fully. Can you take me to the hospital now?" According to Chen Bo's plan, tonight's main goal was to punish Liao Donghan. By targeting Liao Donghan, he aimed to send a warning to Iron Third Sister and Du Danon. Chen Bo is not someone to be messed with. Sometimes, showing strength is necessary for others to take you seriously and fear you. After tonight, everyone in Jiangxing will know Chen Bo's name. "Liao Donghan, go back and tell your father that if he wants to get to hell early, I wouldn't mind sending him there ahead of schedule," Chen Bo said coldly. Liao Donghan nodded repeatedly, promising, "I swear I will tell my dad everything exactly as I heard." The next moment, Chen Bo acted unexpectedly. He stepped on Liao Donghan's kneecap and grabbed his hair. It hurts, it hurts." This kick felt like salt in a wound, causing Liao Donghan to scream loudly like a pig being slaughtered, tears and snot covering his face. Chen Bo's eyes were sharp like knives. He stared into Liao Donghan's eyes and leaned close to his ear, speaking coldly, "From now on, act like a normal person. If I find out you're trying to get back at me, I will have to deal with you first. Neither Buddha nor Jesus can save you." After speaking, Chen Bo signaled Zhang Dalong and others to turn around and leave. Behind them, they could still hear Liao Donghan's miserable screams. Zhang Dalong, a Bing, and Tang Qingqing, the person involved, followed closely behind Chen Bo tonight. They saw Chen Bo's true fierce side. This boss is a hero with both courage and wisdom. He is decisive and unpredictable, which earned the admiration of Zhang Daong and others. A Bing also felt deeply inspired. She instinctively compared Iron Three Lady and Chen Bo in terms of intelligence, strength, and ruthlessness. Chen Bo completely outperformed Iron Three Lady. What impressed a Bing most was that Chen Bo didn't use the reputation of Master Chen. He won this fight with his own team. She had been observing Chen Bo and now made a firm decision. She would wholeheartedly follow him from now on. Tang Qingqing experienced a life-changing moment tonight. Chen Bo not only saved her from suffering, but also taught her how to stand up against injustice. Her steps became more steady, and her gaze at Chen Bo grew more determined, even showing a look of willingness to die for her close friend. They reached the downstairs. Chen Bo sent a message to Jiang Hu, who was hiding in the dark, to prepare to leave. Suddenly, Jiang, who noticed a car in the distance turn on its headlights and quickly drive onto the main road. He guessed that the car was probably following the group of troublemakers. At that moment, he was behind the gate wall and didn't see the car earlier. Chen Bo received Jiang Hu's message and remained calm. He already guessed who sent the car. Tonight, besides Iron 3 Lady, there was no other suspect. Only she would be the first to follow. Huazi, go now and drive Zhang Dalong and the others back. I'll arrange the details tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Hu nodded in response, but couldn't help asking, Brother Bo, are you sure everything will go smoothly tonight? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You don't need to get involved in this kind of risky matter. With Chun Bo's personal assurance, Jiang Hu felt a little more at ease. After all, tonight involved firearms, and if things went wrong, it could cause big trouble. Next to the Maybach, Fifth Master leaned against the car door. His wrist, bandaged after being cut by Ah Bing, was still bleeding heavily. Seeing Chun Bo approaching, Fifth Master struggled slightly and looked up weakly, saying, Chun Bo, do you know who we might have offended tonight? Chun Bo sneered coldly, dismissively. Liao Longting, just an old-timer who's past his prime. Is he really that impressive? You don't understand the strength of the big boss. He can handle both the white and black sides of the law. I suggest you run away quickly. No, you're wrong. He's the one who should be running. Once I finish dealing with my part, it'll be his turn. Fifth Master squinted and stared hard at Chun Bo. He saw in Chun Bo a confidence that seemed to control everything. Tonight's game is over. You can go ask Liao Longting for help now. Chun Bo said this, and then, with Tang Qingqing, returned to the car. Ah Bing was still driving. Meanwhile, Jiang Hu, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, linked up with Zhang Dalong and the others. Two cars left the abandoned building one after the other. Ah Bing looked at Chun Bo through the rearview mirror and asked, Boss, where are we headed now? At this moment, Chun Bo was carefully wiping his handgun with a damp cloth from Li Xiaoyu, removing all fingerprints from the surface. He planned to give this gun to Ah Bing. Ah Bing, I'm giving you this gun. Later, find a shooting range to practice your skills. Ah Bing was a bit surprised. She thought Chun Bo would keep the gun for self-defense, but instead, he was giving it to her. This showed a lot of trust in her. Okay, I'll try. Then Chun Bo asked Tang Qingqing, where do you live? Tang Qingqing felt like she was dreaming, as if she were in a movie about gangsters. She was momentarily stunned. Suddenly hearing Chun Bo's question, she snapped back and quickly replied, I live in a single apartment in the downtown South District. Ah Bing, take her back first, Chun Bo ordered. Got it. On a car heading toward the city center, Jiang Hu and his three companions sat silently, each smoking. The smoke blurred their faces, making them hard to see clearly. Tonight's events were beyond what they understood. They needed nicotine to calm their nerves. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Jiang Hu spoke first. Everyone saw what happened tonight. Brother Bo is a man of great plans. Now he needs help to do his work. From now on, everything depends on Brother Bo's arrangements. Don't worry too much. Huzi, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. We are all doing this voluntarily. Then Jiang Hu told Zhang Dalong and the others about how Chun Bo was framed and spent 10 years in prison. I don't know how Brother Bo survived 10 years behind bars, but his character is definitely good. Since we are working for him, we must trust him completely. Huzi, you don't need to say so much. Brother Bo just told us that tomorrow we should go to his company to sign the contract, Zhang Dalong said firmly. Okay, we are brothers. I won't push you into trouble. I plan to climb higher too. If I am still stuck at the same place by the end of the year, I will quit my police job and work with Brother Bo after the new year. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the Sky 1 district of Jiangqing, Liao Longting was engaged in a passionate fight with a woman dressed in a childish outfit, both shirtless. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the fight. Liao Longting was annoyed. He frowned, picked up the phone, and saw it was the bodyguard, Fifth Master. Fifth, did Dong Han cause trouble again? Boss, the young boss was shot. We are waiting for an ambulance. Fifth Master quickly summarized the situation and what had happened tonight. After hearing his report, Liao Longting's previously flushed face turned cold as if water was dripping from it. He didn't shout, but spoke very calmly. Fifth, listen carefully. Whatever happened tonight, don't let anyone spread it. I will handle Chun Bo myself. Gold 5 spoke into the phone, sharing his guesses and worries. Boss, Tonight, young Master Liao was probably used as a pawn by Iron 3 Lady. If I'm right, she definitely sent someone to follow us. Even if she ordered her people to keep quiet, the news might still leak out. So, tonight Dong Han was set up by Iron 3 Lady. Liao Longting asked seriously. Yes. Inside the private room, Iron 3 Lady was very respectful to Chen Bo. After the conflict, she immediately left the scene herself and didn't warn young Master Liao. It seems she did this on purpose, to make young Master Liao go after Chen Bo. Liao Longting thought for a moment. Based on what Gold 5 reported, the person called Chen Bo must have a strong background. Even Iron 3 Lady fears him a little. He's not an ordinary person. If he underestimates the situation and rashly attacks Chen Bo, he might fall into Iron 3 Lady's trap again. Thinking of this, Liao Longting ordered on the phone, Gold 5, call the hospital and tell them to keep the impact minimal. I will go there myself to talk. Yes, boss. The ambulance has arrived. I will watch over everything. Gold 5 hesitated and reminded him, Boss, I think you should find Iron 3 Lady. She probably knows more about Chen Bo. Liao Longting hung up, his eyes turning fierce. His precious son had been tricked, beaten, and shot. As a father, he couldn't just stand by. He quickly dressed and went downstairs, then started calling to arrange a car to go to the hospital. Soon, a young bodyguard in a Zhongshan suit drove a Range Rover and stopped steadily outside the villa. Liao Longting got in the car and ordered, Zhong, go straight to the First People's Hospital. Yes, boss. At the Night Color Entertainment Club, in a luxurious office, Iron 3 Lady leaned back in her chair, smoking, listening carefully to Lao Li's report. Third sister, from our people's observations, Chen Bo wasn't unprepared tonight. He led Dong Han's men to the abandoned building in the west suburb, then launched an ambush, using tear gas, and one with fewer people. We're not sure. Our people didn't dare get too close. There were 3 of them, well-trained, looking like retired soldiers. They acted quickly and decisively, breaking the limbs of Liao Donghan's 12 followers. Iron Third Sister became interested and asked, tell me more. Then, Lao Li recounted how Chun Bo captured Liao Donghan. Also, tonight, Jin Wu used a gun, but it didn't work. He missed his shot and was subdued by a Bing. As a result, Jin Wu's pistol ended up in Chun Bo's hands. Later, Liao Donghan was taken to the roof by Chun Bo. It seems Chun Bo shot him, but we don't know if he died. Our people noticed someone guarding the rooftop of the abandoned building, so they left early. Iron Third Sister took a deep breath, her sharp eyes turning dark and serious. After a moment of thinking, she instructed Lao Li, spread the word that Liao Longting's son is in Chun Bo's hands. Will that offend Liao Longting? It doesn't matter. The one really after his son is Chen Bo. What does it have to do with me? Right? Lao Li stopped talking and only offered advice. The final decision was still up to the boss. Outside the operating room at the First People's Hospital, Jin Wu, who had just finished stitching his wound, suddenly stood up again. Boss, I'm sorry. Tonight, I didn't protect young Master Liao well. Liao Longting patted Jin Wu on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, Lao Wu. I believe in your strength. This time, it was Dong Han's overconfidence. Don't blame yourself. Liao Longting was good at understanding people. His generosity and understanding deeply moved Jin Wu, who immediately pledged his loyalty. Boss, once I recover, I will personally take care of Chun Bo. There's no rush. The incident has already happened. First, investigate everything clearly before planning a counterattack. Now, tell me again in detail what happened tonight. Jin Wu didn't hide anything and started from the beginning, giving a more detailed account than over the phone. Boss, Chen Bo is definitely a tough guy. You must be very careful. He knows you're planning revenge and seems to be preparing to strike before that. Liao Longting valued his life highly, so he listened carefully. He immediately ordered his bodyguards, Zhong, upgrade security. Understood. Zhong responded and gave orders to his security team on the spot, summoning a new group of bodyguards to ensure safety. 10 minutes later, the red light in the operating room went out, and Liao Donghan was pushed out by medical staff. The doctor in charge of the surgery was Director Liao Longting, who was supported by Liao. When dealing with knife or gunshot wounds, this could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Liao Longting first examined Liao Donghan's injuries, then asked, Dr. Ding, how is my son's condition? Will there be any lasting effects? Dr. Ding took off his mask, showing an apologetic expression. Mr. Liao, your son's kneecap was shattered, and the tendons are badly damaged. After recovery, he is likely to have some lasting issues. Faced with the assertive Liao Longting, Dr. Ding could only gently tell the truth. In simple terms, Liao Donghan will probably become a person who walks with a limp. Is there no other way? You could try transferring him to the orthopedic hospital in Kyoto. They have more experience in treating kneecap injuries. All right, thank you. Please arrange the transfer for my son tomorrow, Dr. Ding. No problem. I will handle it personally tomorrow. In the special care ward, Liao Donghan's head was wrapped in bandages, his kneecap in a cast, and his face still swollen and red, making it hard for him to speak clearly. When he woke up, he saw his father sitting beside him and suddenly burst into tears. Dad. Liao Longting sent away Ah Zhong and Jin Wu, leaving only father and son in the room. Donghan, tell me, what did Chen Bo do to you on the roof? Facing his father's gaze, Liao Donghan felt guilty and said, Dad, I'm sorry. He threatened to harm me, forced me to confess my crimes, and even made me record a video to report you. Slap. Liao Donghan covered his swollen cheek, looking at his father with a frightened expression. Liao Longting, full of anger and disappointment, wanted to slap him again but withdrew his hand midair. Hey, are you crazy? You're giving them a handle to control us. But Liao Donghan wanted to explain, but was interrupted by his father. Now, tell me honestly, what evidence did you give him that could harm me? Liao Donghan didn't dare hide anything. The only person who could save him now was his father, so he began to recount his criminal actions from tonight. At this moment, Chen Bo arrived outside an old apartment building. The building's shape and peeling exterior walls showed it was quite old. Tang Qingqing was reluctant to get out of the car. She bit her lip gently and looked at Chen Bo with a nearly pleading expression. Chen Bo, can you stay with me for a little while? I'm scared to be alone. Seeing Tang Qingqing's pitiful look, any normal man would probably feel a strong urge to protect her. Their eyes met. Tang Qingqing clenched her fists and looked down. Her heart was pounding hard, and she was very afraid Chen Bo would refuse. Meanwhile, A Bing was watching Chen Bo through the rearview mirror. Both women were waiting for his response. Chen Bo thought for a moment and asked, Do you have a computer at home? Yes, I do. Tang Qingqing nodded quickly. Chen Bo planned to log into Han Chen's email account to find evidence. He wanted to deal with Liao Longting. Relying only on Liao Donghan's statement wouldn't be enough. Solid proof was needed to make Liao Longting cooperate. A Bing, put that gun somewhere safe. Okay. A Bing carefully took the gun. To prevent accidents, Chen Bo removed the magazine. He opened the door and got out of the car. A Bing stepped on the gas pedal and disappeared into the night. Chen Bo put his hands in his pockets and signaled, Lead the way. Okay. Tang Qingqing agreed and walked ahead in high heels. She sensed the gaze behind her and couldn't help but start to overthink. The apartment building was very old. One of the two elevators was broken. The two stood side by side in the elevator, neither speaking. Tang Qingqing's apartment was on the 8th floor, around the corner. She opened the door, turned on the light, and Chen Bo looked around the room. The space was small, like a dormitory from school. But despite its size, it was fully equipped with all basic living facilities. Tang Qingqing moved aside awkwardly and said, My place isn't very nice. Just sit on the bed. Inside, Chen Bo saw a bed, a small table at the corner, a simple storage cabinet, and a narrow corridor leading to the balcony. There was not even a stool at home. Usually, if they ate at home, they probably had to sit right next to the bed. Then, Tang Qingqing closed the door, changed into a pair of slippers, and went to the bedside table. She took out a laptop from inside. The laptop looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, with a layer of dust on its surface. After plugging it in and turning it on, she entered the password to access the desktop. Suddenly, Chen Bo's eyes lit up. The desktop wallpaper was a sexy photo of Tang Qingqing. In the photo, Tang Qingqing looked charming, lying at an angle by the pool in a bikini, with captivating eyes that seemed to hold a spell. This photo was probably taken a few years ago. You could still see her youthful innocence on her face. Maybe back then, she was her most genuine self. Seeing Chen Bo staring intently at her photo, Tang Qingqing blushed and said, The laptop hasn't been used in a while. You can try it and see if it runs smoothly. Coming back to himself, Chunbo looked away and waved his hand. All right, go do your thing. Okay, I'll go take a shower first. In a room shared by a man and a woman, Tang Qingqing was looking forward to something happening with Chunbo. She really needed a man she could rely on now, as that would make her feel safe. Unfortunately, Chunbo just responded with a casual, and kept his focus on the computer screen. Taking a towel, Tang Qingqing went into the small bathroom. She removed her qipao and underwear, looked at herself in the mirror, and felt that her appearance and figure were not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't work at a club. Chunbo, sitting on the bed, heard the sound of water from the shower. He looked up at the bathroom, but continued working on his tasks. No one expected that Han Chun, an old man nearing 65, would hide incriminating evidence in an overseas email account. Using memories from his past life, Chunbo downloaded a VPN tool and logged into the overseas email website. Soon, Chunbo found 2 folders in the email cloud storage, one for local officials and one for social personnel. Opening the social personnel folder, he saw hundreds of files, each containing evidence against a person. He was shocked by the evidence inside the files. He had to admire Han Chen's careful planning. There were recordings, photos, transaction records, and some videos. Once exposed, all these people would face serious consequences. Chunbo found many familiar names in these folders, including both blacklisted individuals who have turned over a new leaf and wealthy business owners. There were even scandals involving Sun Defa, the richest man in Jiangxing. It can be said that the people who developed alongside Han Chun in earlier years had all their secrets controlled by Han Chun. Using these pieces of evidence to pressure someone would be very easy. Chunbo understands the principle that an innocent man is not guilty, but possessing valuables can be a crime. He must ensure that this email account is kept secret from everyone else. Next, he connected his phone to the computer with a data cable and downloaded evidence related to Liao Longting, Tai Sanyang, and Du Danan directly onto his phone. With his past memories, these actions were very simple for Chunbo. After finishing, he also cleared all browsing history and VPN tools. The sound of water in the bathroom gradually stopped, and Chunbo finished his work, closing his laptop. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking through the photos and evidence of Liao Longting. One hidden video caught his attention. The video was shot in a warehouse, showing a middle-aged couple and a young girl tied to chairs. Liao Longting first beat the middle-aged man, then, in front of him, forcibly assaulted the man's daughter. He also ordered some of his men to assault the man's wife. No matter how the man begged, Liao Longting wouldn't stop. Finally, Liao Longting gave an order, and the entire family was strangled to death. Based on tonight's confession from Liao Donghan, these 3 people were probably the boss of Sherdai property and his wife and daughter. After being killed by Liao Longting, their bodies were burned to ashes in a crematorium. This video is irrefutable evidence, enough to condemn Liao Longting. He is now thinking about how to use this video to gain the greatest benefit. He closed the video and sent a message to Ah Bing, asking him to investigate Liao Longting's valuable assets. Chunbo's plan is to first take over Liao Longting's assets before sending him to his doom. For example, the property company under Longting Group is a good target. Chunbo went to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. Nicotine helps him focus and think clearly. Looking back on his time since being released from prison, it seems he hasn't been caught by Han Chun. Currently, there are no trusted people left who can take over the search for Han Shuer, and if there are, it probably won't be Han Chun himself. To avoid being betrayed or harmed by Han Chun, I must make myself completely invulnerable, with no deadly weaknesses falling into his hands. While Chunbo was thinking, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Tang Qingqing wrapped in a towel walking to the storage cabinet, finding underwear and pajamas inside. When she looked up at Chunbo, her already flushed face suddenly grew hotter, her cheeks turning redder, and she shyly said, "Chunbo, do you want to wash up too?" The towel was small and barely covered her slim body. Tang Qingqing instinctively tightened it, gently holding her chest with one hand. Not daring to look at Chunbo, Chunbo's eyes showed a strange glint. Maybe because they were old classmates, he felt a bit nervous, as if he hadn't had a sip of water since returning from the dilapidated building. The room was very quiet, filled with a subtle, intimate atmosphere. Tang Qingqing felt conflicted inside. She was afraid Chen Bo would look down on her or think she was a loose woman. Feeling Chen Bo's gaze wandering over her, Tang Qingqing quickly turned away and took a cold soda from the fridge, handing it to him. Maybe you should drink some water first. Chen Bo took the soda, and their hands accidentally touched. That electric feeling made Tang Qingqing's heart race. He unscrewed the bottle cap, took a few sips, and felt the coolness flow down his throat, cooling his desire a little. I should go now. After finishing the soda, Chen Bo planned to leave. Staying longer tonight might mean another sleepless night. As he passed by, Tang Qingqing suddenly hugged Chen Bo from behind, her voice trembling as she said, Chen Bo, can you stay tonight? I only have you to rely on now. I'm not the kind of woman who easily sells herself. Working at the club was a last resort. It's dangerous there every day, and I'm afraid of getting drunk and being taken advantage of. But I can't find a better place to make quick money. In Chen Bo's memory, Tang Qingqing was a very obedient girl. In his previous life, he didn't have much contact with her, and after he went to prison, they never saw each other again. What surprised Chen Bo was that Tang Qingqing gave him a surprise. Later, Tang Qingqing noticed the doubt in Chen Bo's eyes. She softly explained, I haven't married before. After graduating from college and starting work, my family introduced me to someone. He wanted us to live together, but I refused. Later, I found out he was seeing other women, so I broke up with him. Tang Qingqing paused and continued, but my parents forced me to marry him. They took 360,000 yuan as bride price without my consent. My brother then used the money to gamble and lost it all. After the breakup, he came to ask for the bride price. My parents blamed me and kept pressuring me to pay it back. I didn't have the money, so they caused trouble at my workplace, ruining several jobs. Basically, my parents still want me to marry that man. I don't like him at all. In the end, I had no choice but to work at a nightclub to earn money. Chen Bo listened silently without much comment. He thought that if you want to avoid trouble, it's more efficient to deal with the troublemaker directly. Tang Qingqing, if you work for me now, I can help you solve your problems once and for all. But I have a condition. What condition? Tang Qingqing asked suspiciously. The original contract was for 5 years. Now it's 6 years. During these 6 years, your work belongs entirely to me. Without hesitation, Tang Qingqing agreed when she heard Chen Bo's request. No problem. As long as I can get rid of these burdens, I will do anything you say. This was like signing a contract of servitude with Chen Bo. It was only when signing the contract that Tang Qingqing realized how terrifying Chen Bo's desire for control was. Tang Qingqing leaned on Chen Bo's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. She thought about the assault that happened 10 years ago and wondered how Chen Bo endured in prison. Chen Bo, I want to move closer to you. I can't stay here anymore. When mentioning her living situation, Chen Bo planned to rent a villa for some women. He also needed to arrange accommodations and training grounds for Zhang Dalong and the others, which would be easier to manage together. As for renting or buying a house, they needed professionals to handle it. It had been several days since Xiao Caiyan's last message. Chen Bo reached for his phone on the bedside table and called Xiao Caiyan directly. The ringtone rang for a long time before it was answered. Xiao Caiyan seemed to be in poor condition, speaking in a tired tone. Mr. Chen, sorry for the inconvenience. I've been handling some affairs back home these days. If all goes well, I will return to Jiangxing tomorrow. Chen Bo wasn't interested in Xiao Caiyan's divorce issue, so he spoke directly. Since you're busy, just ask your manager for help. Find 2 villas within 5 kilometers of Xiangjiang Zuanyuan. The more rooms the better, preferably next to each other. I want to use them as dormitories. Xiao Caiyan didn't want to introduce Chen Bo to her manager at first, but since he had already asked, she had no choice but to follow his request. Okay, I'll call the manager now to find suitable places. Tang Qingqing felt touched. She didn't expect Chen Bo to arrange everything immediately after she made her request. To meet Chen Bo's needs, she decided to try again. If it doesn't work, there's no need to force it, Chen Bo reminded her. However, Tang Qingqing shook her head and said, I've heard that there are no exhausted oxen, only tired fields. It's okay to take a break. At 9 a.m., Chen Bo left the apartment where Tang Qingqing was staying alone, returned to the villa at Xiangjiang Zuanyuan, took a shower, and changed clothes. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyu's call came in. Chen Bo had a vague guess and casually answered. Ugh. I might lose my driver's license. I just received a message. Last night, My car was speeding and ran 5 red lights, and I was caught. You need to help me handle this. Just a small matter, and you're calling me? Huh? Can I? Shinbo didn't want to argue with Li Xiaoyu over something trivial, so he said, save it for later. We'll deal with it when we get a chance. That's what you said. I got it. I have another call coming in now. That's all. After saying that, Chunbo ignored Li Xiaoyu and answered a new number. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Dong Xuanjin, the manager of Xiao Caiyin's store. I just found 2 villas for rent. Would you like to come see them? Send me the location. Okay. Do you want me to pick you up? Yes. I'm at Shangjiangzhu in Yuan. Please wait 15 minutes. I'll be there soon. Dong Xuanjin was very eager to serve, but what could he do? Chunbo was a major buyer. Then, Chunbo informed Wang Ting to go to the property location together. He didn't have time to deal with such small, scattered matters. Meanwhile, in the living room of the villa where Iron Third Daughter lives, Liao Longting's threatening voice was heard. Iron Third Daughter, we usually keep to ourselves. Last night, you deliberately tricked my son. Are you trying to give me an explanation? Regarding Liao Longting's accusations, Iron Third Daughter remained very calm. She didn't explain much, only replied softly. He is the successor trained by Master Chun. Hearing this, Liao Longting suddenly stood up from the sofa, shocked and speechless. What? Master Chun has been in there for over 10 years. How can he still train a successor? Iron Third Daughter lit a cigarette, smiled lightly, and said, I just visited Master Chun in prison. He's not very mobile inside. It's reasonable for him to train a successor, right? Liao Longting sat back down on the sofa, his face dark with gloom. His fear of Han Chun was deeply ingrained. Back then, when Liao Longting first rose to power, the first port he approached was Han Chun. Without Han Chun's permission, he wouldn't have succeeded. Now, hearing that Han Chun trained a successor, he felt uneasy and afraid Han Chun might turn against him. Iron Third Daughter, since you know that Chun Bo is Master Chen's successor, why didn't you warn my son Dong Han last night? Iron Third Daughter leaned forward, tapped out the ash, and looked up at Liao Longting with a question. Mr. Liao, I am now in danger myself. Is it foolish of me to offend Master Chen's successor for your son? The living room fell silent. Before coming, Liao Longting had already researched Chun Bo's background, learning that he had served 10 years in prison and was recently released. In Jiangcheng, few dared to look down on Liao Longting. Now, with what Iron Third Daughter said about the successor, many unclear points suddenly made sense. It also showed that Dong Han had indeed hit a nerve last night. If he moved against Chun Bo, it would be like declaring war on Han Chun inside the prison. Liao Longting knew very well Han Chun's power. Even inside prison, he could control people outside. He wasn't foolish enough to fight Han Chun to the death over his son. Iron Third Daughter, how much do you know about Chun Bo? I don't know much, but from last night's performance, he seems to have some skills. Young Master Liao was completely overwhelmed, wasn't he? Last night, the Eastern Han was overconfident. If they had known Chun Bo's true identity beforehand, they wouldn't have been so reckless. Iron Sen Yang sneered and replied, No. I think Chun Bo still has tricks up his sleeve. Even if young Master Liao hadn't gone last night, you and your father wouldn't have had an easy time. Liao Longting suddenly realized a problem. Chun Bo just came out and needs to prove himself and show strength. Last night, Liao Donghan seemed to have run into trouble, and there's a risk that his Liao family might become a stepping stone for Chun Bo's rise. Right now, Liao Longting has only 2 choices. Either find someone to deal with Chun Bo and completely break ties with Han Chun, or swallow his pride and try to make peace with Chun Bo. Mr. Liao, Chun Bo clearly wants to make your Liao family look strong. I'm curious, how do you plan to handle this challenge? Iron San Yang asked with interest. Liao Longting's face darkened. He was thinking about whether to go to the prison and ask Han Chun for clarification. If Han Chun was behind this, it might be safer to bow to him. After a moment of thought, Liao Longting stood up, said something to Iron San Yang, then strode out of the villa. Iron San Yang, your little tricks can't be hidden. If you want to betray me, I don't mind throwing the table with you. No matter what Iron San Yang said, she couldn't avoid responsibility. The conflict last night could have been avoided, but she chose to stay out of it, and even sent people to watch the show. This clearly showed she wanted to sit back and watch the fight, probably to shift her own risks and conflicts. Maybe later, she could even act as a mediator and gain favor with Liao Longting. After Liao Longting left, Iron San Yang lit another cigarette for herself. Old Li, I guess Liao Longting will go find Master Chun. What do you think? Old Li thought for a moment and shared his opinion. There's no use going to Master Chun. Since he chose to let Chun Bo step forward, he will support him fully. If Chun Bo doesn't back down, everything will be pointless. After getting into the car, Liao Longting started making calls to arrange a visit to the prison. He wanted to speak directly with Han Shun and clarify things face to face. Currently, Liao Donghan has been flown to Kyoto for treatment, and the messy situation is left for him, as the head of the family, to handle. Meanwhile, Dong Xuanjin, the manager of the intermediary company, drove to pick up Chun Bo and personally took him to see a house. This villa area called Overseas Chinese Town is not far from Xianjiang Garden, only 3 kilometers apart. Dong Xinjun kept explaining the villas to Chun Bo along the way. After 10 minutes, Chun Bo arrived at the gate of Overseas Chinese Town and saw Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu was the first to come forward, casually linking her arm with Chun Bo and jokingly said, "Boss, are you planning to hide your treasure in a golden house?" Chun Bo asked back, "Do you want to be a canary in a cage?" Li Xiaoyu pouted and looked up at the sky, refusing, "I don't want that. I want to be a little swallow flying freely in the sky." Chun Bo stopped teasing Li Xiaoyu and greeted Wang Ting to follow Dong Xinjun into the villa. Tonight's visit was mainly to check the place and make a quick inspection. He looked around both villas. Each has 8 rooms, which is enough for short-term stay. "Mr. Chun, how do you feel about these 2 villas? If you're not satisfied, I can look for other options. It's okay. Let's arrange these 2 first. You and Wang Ting can handle the contract and payment. Chun Bo plans to have all the company management live together, while other staff will be arranged separately." After signing the contract and paying, Wang Ting received the keys to the 2 villas and asked Chun Bo, "Boss, shall we move in today?" Chun Bo nodded. "Wait until the evening when it's cooler, then find a moving company. For now, go back to the company. I have something to tell you." "Okay." Dong Xinjun wanted to invite Chun Bo to dinner, but was politely declined. To build a closer relationship, he noticed that Chun Bo, Li Xiaoyu, and himself all didn't drive, so he suggested, "Mr. Chun, shall I give you a ride?" "Sure." Yesterday, Chun Bo arranged for a Bing to monitor Du Danan's whereabouts, so Li Xiaoyu's car was used. On the way to the office, Chun Bo informed Tang Qingqing and Zhang Dali to go to the company together. Chun Bo isn't very good at business himself. He plans to train Wang Ting, Li Xiaoyu, and Tang Qingqing as professional managers. Many things need his personal attention now. Once the right people are in place, he can become a hands-off boss. "Wang Ting, quickly find an experienced legal officer for me." "Okay." Wang Ting jotted down Chun Bo's request in her notebook. "A few days ago, how did your training go?" Wang Ting confidently asked. "I'm doing okay. I understand the theory, but I need practice to find problems." Chun Bo nodded and then looked at Li Xiaoyu. "And you?" Li Xiaoyu cleared her throat and said seriously, "I'm also okay. I need to explore many things about e-commerce slowly." Seeing Li Xiaoyu look guilty, Chun Bo looked out the window at the tall buildings and thought, "Xiaoyu, I still say the same thing. Trying to fool me is pointless. If you can't do it, I will replace you." "Got it. I will try to improve myself," Li Xiaoyu said awkwardly. "I really hope you can join the industry. The next 5 years will be a fast growth period for the internet. This is a good opportunity. If you seize it, you could easily become wealthy and beautiful, earning more than working at a hotel and marketing." At this moment, Chun Bo's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from a Bing. "Boss, Du Dan just arrived at the prison." Chun Bo's lips slightly curved up after hearing this. It seems Du Dan still fears Han Chun, so his plan against Du Dan can go ahead. "I understand. Come back first." Just as Chun Bo was about to hang up, a Bing's voice came again. "Wait, boss. I just saw Liao Longting also arrived at the prison." Liao Longting's reaction was expected. He probably already talked to Tai Sanyang. Knowing her personality, she would definitely use Han Xin to cover for herself. Even if Liao Longting knew that Tai Sanyang deliberately let Liao Donghan act last night, he couldn't control her now. So he has 2 options. Either go directly to avenge his son or meet Han Chun to observe his attitude before deciding whether to strike back. Don't bother with them. "Okay, I'll go back now." After hanging up a Bing's call, Chun Bo lit a cigarette and started smoking. He was extremely short of money now. Many things couldn't be done, and he had to find a way to get money. He initially wanted to mortgage 100 houses to the bank for a loan, but that seemed too obvious and might alert certain people. After thinking carefully, Chunbo believed that illegal methods and getting something for nothing were more reliable options. On the way to the visiting area, Liao Longting and Du Danan exchanged opinions, both having been hurt by Chunbo before. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Liao Longting suggested. Old Du, that guy Chunbo is too arrogant. I think we can team up. Du Danan could tell what Liao Longting meant and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Liao, it's too early to talk about this now. Let's discuss cooperation after we meet Lord Chun. All right, since you're an old subordinate of Lord Chun, why don't you go in first? I'll wait outside. That's fine. Du Danan came today just to confirm Lord Han's health and his attitude towards Chunbo near noon. Chunbo's figure appeared under an office building. This was his first time visiting his company's office space. Wang Ting walked ahead and pressed the elevator button. They all entered together. The company was on the 10th floor in a second-hand office. Inside, Chunbo saw that the office was fully equipped. Wang Ting took the lead and introduced, "Boss, the previous company was in precious metals futures. It went bankrupt, and we just happened to take over. The office was quite large, over 500 square meters." Wang Ting led Chunbo into his boss's office. "This is your private office." Chunbo sat down heavily in the chair and looked at Wang Ting with a smile. "You're wrong. This office belongs to you." Today, Wang Ting was dressed in professional attire, a white shirt, a pencil skirt, small leather shoes, and a ponytail, looking very capable. After these days together, Wang Ting realized she couldn't see through Chunbo at all. Sometimes, when she saw Li Xiaoyu and Chunbo close together, she would start to overthink. "All right, wait in the conference room. A few new employees will arrive soon." Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu looked at each other, unaware that Chunbo had recruited another group of staff. Soon, Tang Qingqing, Zhang Dalong, and a Bing arrived at the company one after another. In the conference room, Chunbo sat in the middle at the head of the table. A Bing habitually stood behind Chunbo. Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu's attention was drawn to Tang Qingqing sitting across from them, and they couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between this beautiful woman and Chunbo. After receiving Chunbo's notice, Tang Qingqing changed into her work clothes, which she hadn't worn in a long time. Her professional appearance was just as good as Wang Ting's and Li Xiaoyu's. Zhang Dalong and the other two sat properly at their desks. They couldn't tell what kind of relationship these beautiful women had with Chunbo, so they didn't dare to look around casually. Chunbo tapped on the desk and said seriously to everyone, "Wang Ting, please introduce yourselves one by one." "Okay." Starting with Wang Ting, each person introduced themselves. After everyone finished, Chunbo looked at their faces and said, "Today, everyone here is part of my new team. I want to clarify each person's role. Wang Ting, you are the main leader of 4 companies. If there's an emergency and you can't reach me, you can make decisions on your own. Also, some small tasks can be handled by hired staff, so you can focus on management. Li Xiaoyu, you are mainly responsible for Tianqi Media. Your main work is e-commerce live streaming, influencer marketing, and advertising. Tang Qingqing, you are mainly responsible for Tianqi Technology. There are no specific projects yet, so help Li Xiaoyu set up the live streaming business. I will teach you the details later. Zhang Dalong, you are mainly responsible for Tianqi Security. Your focus is security, property management, and recruiting retired soldiers, at least enough to form a squad. I know none of you have much experience. If you face problems, don't be afraid. Discuss internally to solve them. If you can't, I will find outside help. In short, I want the company to be on track within 3 months. If not, I will replace the team. Finally, about salaries. Your monthly pay will not be less than 10,000 yuan. I've also arranged your accommodation. The details will be finalized when you sign the contracts." Chunbo didn't care much about the salary. What he was about to do would offend many people, so he had to pay well to get their full effort. After explaining the team roles, it was time for lunch. Chunbo asked Wang Ting to order some takeout, and they ate in the meeting room. In the afternoon, Chunbo stayed in the meeting room, explaining to Li Xiaoyu and Tang Qingqing how to build online influencer traffic and how to convert followers into sales through live streaming. Li Xiaoyu and Tang Qingqing's opinion of Chunbo improved even more. They didn't expect live streaming to be so effective for selling products. During the time when 4G networks were just becoming popular, major platforms introduced live streaming features to quickly attract viewers. Tang Qingqing had a question. I wonder if female streamers who perform slightly suggestive acts will get punished. Don't worry. The platform's review process isn't strict right now. As long as they don't reveal sensitive parts, it's not a big problem. At first, it's mainly about grabbing attention and gaining followers. Li Xiaoyu also raised her concern. Recruiting these female streamers is also a problem. Most people can't accept exposing their bodies on camera, so it might be hard to find suitable candidates. Qinbo had his own ideas about choosing female streamers, inspired by Wang Ting. We can approach recruitment from two sources. First, women working in nightclubs or bathhouses, especially those who have made mistakes in the past. If the pay is good, they might be willing to turn over a new leaf. The second is collaborating with online lending platforms. Many college girls are burdened with huge debts. By helping them find a way out, we can recruit attractive girls who can dance and sing. Compared to being harassed by debt collectors every day, this gives them a chance to start fresh. Smart people will see the benefits. After hearing Qinbo's plan, Tang Qingqing and Li Xiaoyu were stunned. They realized recruitment could be done this way, almost like helping people in a roundabout way. Tang Qingqing thought about her own situation. Last night, Qinbo had helped her escape in a roundabout way, though it wasn't free. Similarly, Li Xiaoyu thought about Wang Ting's experience. Putting herself in her shoes, she believed most people would seize the chance to turn over a new leaf without hesitation. Tang Qingqing's eyes lit up as she looked at Qinbo, sharing her honest thoughts. Both of these recruitment methods are good. I remember a movie called Schindler's List. Boss, I think you have Schindler's compassion. Hee, don't give me a hero badge. In the face of profit, only value matters. Li Xiaoyu quickly agreed. Boss, even though you seem a bit tough, you're actually a good person. If you hadn't helped Wang Ting solve her problems, she might not be alive today. Qinbo tapped the whiteboard marker on the table and reminded everyone. Stop, you're going off topic. I will handle the recruitment part for you. Also, you need to find someone skilled in photography and editing to shoot creative short videos for attracting customers. Discuss how to do it among yourselves. If you need funds, apply to Wang Ting. Okay, Xiao Yu and I will go back to prepare an action plan. Tang Qingqing took the lead, as she had attended university and worked in a proper company, making her more organized and efficient than Li Xiaoyu. After sending Tang Qingqing and Li Xiaoyu away, Qinbo called Zhang Dalong and two others into the meeting room to give them security training, mainly about using electronic devices and drones. 2016 was a key year for the development of drones, with many important models released. Besides regular physical training, Qinbo planned to buy drones for Zhang Dalong and his team to practice with. In complex environments, drones could be used for scouting and monitoring, which is the future trend. In a few years, a war might break out between the big goose and the little black bird, and drones would be widely used on the battlefield. Qinbo even planned to build a drone factory in the far east of the big goose country. Assembling basic drones is simple, and when war starts, it could bring in significant profits. Finally, Wang Ting came in for training. She specially poured Qinbo a glass of warm water. Boss, have some water first. Wang Ting is a very careful girl, very reliable, and suitable to be his secretary. Qinbo took a sip of water and smiled at Wang Ting, saying, Wang Ting, I have high expectations for you. Right now, you are one of the people I trust most. I hope you can handle things on your own in the future. Wang Ting nodded seriously. I understand. I will work harder and not let you down. I won't say much more. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Wang Ting hesitated but still asked her question. Boss, what is your relationship with Tang Qingqing? Classmates. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. No special treatment. Okay. After leaving the meeting room, Qinbo let Wang Ting and the others go back to pack their things and move to the new rented villa. Only Qinbo and Bing remain in the company. Qinbo printed a photo and put it in a folder. Bing, find someone to deliver the photo to Liao Longting. Don't show up yourself, just watch nearby. Okay. As night fell and the city lights turned on, Qinbo stood by the office window. He was tall and upright, but looked a little lonely. The cigarette between his fingers was half smoked, and smoke rose as his eyes grew deeper and more determined. Bing was very efficient. The folder with the photo was delivered to Liao Longting before it got dark. At this moment, Liao Longting was hosting Du Danan at a hotel. They were drinking and chatting, mainly about revenge against Chun Bo, besides business talks. This morning, both visited Han Shun in prison, but Han Chin's responses were confusing. Han Chin told them directly that he had nothing to do with Chun Bo's matters. Liao Longting couldn't understand Han Chin's intentions, so he and Du Danan agreed to have a drink tonight. Old Du, everyone calls you Du Daring in the underworld. Why are you getting more cautious now? Through the incident with Liao Donghan, Du Danan realized he might have been tricked by Iron Third Sister. If he had fought Chun Bo back then, he might be the one lying in the hospital now. That's why he also held a grudge against Iron Third Sister. Faced with Liao Longting's scolding, Du Danan forced a smile and found a reason to admit defeat. If it's someone else, I wouldn't fear it. But Chun Bo has Shenyi backing him. I dare not act lightly. Why be afraid? Shenyi has been inside for over 10 years. His power is probably gone, and he can't cause much trouble now. President Liao, you don't understand Shenyi's methods. When he gets serious, he's ruthless. We only escaped a disaster by luck back then. Really? I don't think so. We have plenty of money. If it comes to it, we can hire some people from abroad and directly eliminate both of them. After hearing this, Du Danan put down his glass and looked at Liao Longting with a grim tone. President Liao, if you want a revenge on Shenyi, don't involve me. I can't play your game. Liao Longting didn't expect Du Danan's reaction to be so strong. He felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to bring Du Danan along, but now it seemed hopeless. At this moment, Zhong, standing outside the private room door, stopped the waiter delivering a message. What are you holding in your hand? The waiter explained. A person just asked me to give this document to Director Liao, saying he wants Director Liao to open it himself. All right, give me the item. I will pass it to Director Liao. After dismissing the waiter, Zhong took the document into the private room, quickly walked over to Liao Longting, and whispered a few words in his ear. Liao Longting looked surprised after hearing this. Because he didn't know who sent the document, driven by curiosity, he personally opened it. When he saw the photo inside the envelope, Liao Longting's face suddenly changed color, and he quickly put the photo back. Zhong, go and find out who sent this right now. Got it. Soon, Zhong returned to the room. It was sent by a woman with short hair. If I'm guessing right, it should be Bing, who is close to Chun Bo. Liao Longting felt anxious inside. His drunkenness suddenly cleared, and he couldn't sit still. He asked Du Danan to excuse himself. Old Du. Sorry, I have an urgent matter to handle. I need to leave tonight. Let's meet another day. Du Danan faintly guessed something and pretended to be curious. What's wrong? Did Chun Bo threaten you? Liao Longting denied immediately. No, I'll go ahead. After saying this, Liao Longting hurriedly left the room. Back in his car, he lit a cigarette, and it was clear that his hand holding the cigarette was trembling. He couldn't understand why Chun Bo would have such evidence. The only possibility was Han Chun. Only now did he realize why Du Danan was so afraid of revenge from Han Chun. Even such a secret murder scene could be photographed, which was truly terrifying. It meant that Han Chun had long planted a spy around him. Just thinking about it made his back feel cold. Liao Longting didn't know how much criminal evidence Han Chun held, and now, that evidence had fallen into Chun Bo's hands. Thinking of this, Liao Longting couldn't hold on any longer. He ordered Zhong, called Chun Bo immediately. Chun Bo had already received the message from Bing that the task was complete. Now, he was just waiting for Liao Longting to come over. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Liao Longting's call came through. Pressing the answer button, Liao Longting's heavy voice came from the phone. Chun Bo, let's find a time to talk. Chun Bo sneered and mocked. Mr. Liao, I heard you're currently drinking with Du Dan. Have you thought of a way to get rid of me? Hearing this, Liao Longting instinctively looked around. He suspected he might be being followed or watched, which made him more wary of Chun Bo. Chun Bo, there's no need to pressure me. From the moment you got the evidence, I knew I had lost. Let's talk face to face about your conditions. Chun Bo leaned back in his boss chair, feet on the desk, and smiled calmly. Sorry, Mr. Liao. I'm not in a good mood right now. I'll contact you when I feel better. After saying this, Chun Bo hung up the phone. He held the power now, so he decided to wait a few days before acting. Liao Longting probably won't sleep well or feel at ease in the coming days. That's exactly what Chun Bo wants. The atmosphere inside the car was very tense. Liao Longting already guessed that Chun Bo was deliberately teasing him, like a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. As a good subordinate, he should help the boss solve problems. Ajong couldn't help but suggest, "Boss, should I go and deal with him directly?" Liao Longting waved his hand. "No need. If I kill him, I won't be able to live either. Let's go to Tai Sanyang's place." Then, Liao Longting dialed Tai Sanyang's number. He planned to ask her to be the middleman. Although he was reluctant to deal with Tai Sanyang, he knew there was no better way now. Only she could talk to Chun Bo. Tai Sanyang agreed quickly. Liao Longting suddenly felt like he had fallen into a trap. He even suspected that Tai Sanyang and Chun Bo were working together. After leaving the company, Chun Bo found a small, cheap restaurant by the roadside for a quick dinner. The hot summer made people restless. Chun Bo walked alone on the sidewalk. Beep beep. A taxi honked a few times, and then the driver asked, "Young man, need a ride?" Chun Bo's thoughts were interrupted. He stopped and then opened the car door to get in. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chun Bo returned to the Xiangjiang Zuanyuan villa. He took a shower and lay on the bed. On WeChat, he received some information sent by a Bing. This document is about the assets of the Liao Group. Besides the property company mentioned earlier, they are also involved in industries like municipal projects, renovation, demolition, and transportation. These assets are only the ones that are publicly known. There are likely many hidden industries, such as illegal activities like scam schemes and illegal fundraising. After reviewing this information, Chun Bo has a good idea of the situation. He puts down his phone and goes to sleep. Tonight is a sleepless night for Liao Longting. He only received a tentative answer from Tai Sanyang, which is not what he hoped for. Relying on others or luck is not enough. He must find his own way. If Tai Sanyang's plan doesn't work, he will have to visit in person. But visiting in person means he is giving in completely. If that happens, Chun Bo's asking price might be higher, which he wants to avoid. At 5:30 a.m. the next morning, Chun Bo gets up on time, exercises in the basement, then washes up and leaves to buy breakfast at a nearby bun shop. After breakfast, Chun Bo finally receives a call from Ho Chi-shan, followed by Ho's cheerful laughter. "Mr. Chun, I've done my best. I've found 4 buyers." To avoid delays, Chun Bo plans to sell the collection of cultural artifacts from Hanshin quickly. "Good, Master Ho, thank you. How about this? I'll organize a meeting at noon today. You can coordinate everyone's schedules." Ho Chi-shan agrees quickly. "No problem. Send me the address, and I'll contact the buyers." After hanging up, Chun Bo thinks for a moment and sends the address of the Xiangjiang Zun Garden Villa to Ho Chi-shan. It's safer to hold the transaction at his own villa rather than somewhere far away, which could increase risks. On the way back to the villa, Chun Bo calls Wang Ting. Wang Ting just arrived at her company and is surprised to receive Chun Bo's call. She doesn't know what he wants, and he doesn't say anything on the phone. When Wang Ting arrives at the villa, Chun Bo pulls her out the door. "Brother Chun, where are we going now?" "To the place you used to live." "Huh? Why are we going back?" "Just follow my plan." Seeing that Chun Bo doesn't want to explain more, Wang Ting wisely keeps quiet. They stop a taxi on the roadside, and half an hour later, arrive at Xingfu Community. Chun Bo takes Wang Ting's hand, and in the eyes of others, they look like a couple. He went to great lengths to bring Wang Ting along mainly to hide his true intentions. Chun Bo suspected he was being followed and had to be cautious. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Wang Ting instinctively looked at Chun Bo, and her cheeks naturally turned red. At the door of room 302 in Building 5, Chun Bo quietly reminded her, "Later, find an empty suitcase or gift box at home. I will need it." "Okay," Wang Ting replied, took out her keys, and opened the door. She then spent some time in the bedroom finding a box. Chun Bo took the box and instructed, "Stay at home and don't go out. I'll go get something. Open the door for me in 10 minutes. "All right." After closing the door, Chun Bo immediately went upstairs to room 402. He first checked if the mark he made last time he left had been disturbed. Fortunately, the paper stuck in the door crack was still in place, indicating no one had been there during this time. Inside the room, Chun Bo confidently found the suitcase. Besides a few fake passports, he packed everything else into the suitcase, including a replica of a vintage pistol. Since the enemy had a gun, he needed one too. Although keeping it at home was risky, it could save his life in an emergency. 10 minutes later, Chun Bo carried the suitcase downstairs to room 302. Wang Ting opened the door. Hearing Chun Bo's voice, Wang Ting quickly went to open the door. Seeing him with the suitcase, she asked, "Brother Chun, do you need me to do anything else? Check if there's anything else to take, and bring it all back." Wang Ting went to the TV stand and picked up a photo of her and her mother. "I left in such a hurry last time I forgot to take this photo. All right, let's go back." "Okay." They locked the door and left the community, stopping a taxi on the roadside. Sitting in the car, Wang Ting held the photo with a sad look, probably missing her mother, tears welling up in her eyes. Chun Bo was observing the surrounding vehicles. Soon, a plain Volkswagen Jetta appeared behind him. He had seen this car before leaving the villa, so he was fairly sure he was being followed for a long time. Currently, it is unclear which group is following him. Chun Bo plans to catch them in the act, so he calls Ah Bing. "Ah Bing, bring Zhang Dalong and the others quickly to the Xiangzheng Villa area and stay alert. A car will stop nearby to block the road, and the driver will be controlled. I want to question him myself." Following the order, Ah Bing immediately leaves and heads to Xiangzheng Zunyuan. 20 minutes later, Chun Bo's taxi stops outside the villa gate. The driver shows the payment QR code and says, "Boss, the fare is 25 yuan. Please pay." Just as Chun Bo is about to pay on his phone, he receives a message from Ah Bing on WeChat. The person following him has been caught. The photo shows a plain-looking middle-aged man he has never seen before. After paying, Chun Bo pats Wang Ting's shoulder and asks, "Can you make tea?" Wang Ting looks a bit embarrassed and replies, "I just learned a little. My skills might not be very good. It's okay. During lunch, you can act as a waitress." After hearing Chun Bo's request, Wang Ting nods and agrees. "Okay. I used to work part-time as a waitress and greeter during holidays, so I know the basic manners." Wang Ting then learns some of Chun Bo's secrets. It turns out that the keys to the house her mother keeps are all in the same neighborhood. Moreover, the house contains many treasures. Just thinking about it is incredible. Noticing Wang Ting's confusion and surprise, Chun Bo embraces her shoulders, looks into her eyes, and speaks seriously. "Wang Ting, I know you're curious, but the less you know, the safer you'll be. Do you understand?" Wang Ting nods like a chick pecking grains. "Brother Chun, I understand. Don't worry, I won't ask too many questions or talk nonsense. From the moment you pulled me back from the edge of death, I knew you are a good person." Chun Bo feels very relieved, but then retorts, "Good people don't live long. In the future, don't say I'm a good person." Back at the villa, Chun Bo arranges all the cultural and artistic treasures from the box on a long dining table. When everyone arrives, they will view and bid directly, saving time. The tea sets in the villa are ready to use, so Wang Ting prepares to make tea in the tea room. When everything was ready, Ah Bing and Zhang Dalong arrived at the villa to report. "Boss, the person following you has been taken to a safe place," they said. Chun Bo nodded and asked, "Did he say anything?" "No, he wasn't afraid at all. It seems he expected to be caught," they replied. Chun Bo sneered and waved his hand. "Don't let him escape. I'll deal with him after I finish my current tasks." Then, Chun Bo arranged for 2 people to stay outside the villa to ensure safety and prevent anyone from rushing in during the deal. At 10:30 a.m., 6 luxury cars gradually arrived and parked on the asphalt road in front of the villa. Leading the group was a Bentley. The car door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a gray suit stepped out. Next was a Maybach. An elegant old man with a white beard, wearing a long robe and holding a purple sandalwood cane, got out, needing help to walk. The third car was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Its side door opened, and a chubby man with a big head and large ears stepped out. The last was a pink Porsche. A sexy woman in a dark red long dress, with big wavy hair casually over her shoulders, got out from the driver's side. She stood out among the older men. Ho Chi-shan, acting as the middleman, arrived 5 minutes early at the villa. He introduced the buyers' identities and strengths to Chun Bo. Wang Ting led a few people into the first-floor tea room and began to serve tea. This was their first meeting, so they exchanged polite greetings. Ho Chi-shan spoke first, introducing Chun Bo. "Everyone, let me introduce Mr. Chun Bo." When the name Chun Bo was mentioned, the chubby man suddenly sat up straight and exclaimed, "What? You are Chun Bo?" Chun Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke, smiling slightly as he looked at the chubby man. "Sir, do you know me?" The other three turned to look at the chubby man with puzzled expressions, not yet aware of Chunbo's reputation. Chun today. It's my honor. Even Ho Chi-shan, the organizer, was a bit confused. Like the others, he didn't know about the conflict between Chunbo and Liao Longting's father and son. Zhou Shi finished speaking and explained to everyone. Perhaps you don't know Mr. Chen's strength yet. I heard that Liao Donghan, the son of Liao Longting, was defeated by Mr. Chen. It is likely he will be left with lifelong disabilities. Liao Donghan has a bad reputation in Jiangxing's upper circles. Although the people here are not afraid of the Liao family, no one wants to provoke this crazy person. Now, hearing that Chunbo injured Liao Donghan, everyone looked at Chunbo again. They clearly didn't believe Chunbo had that much power. After all, Liao Longting is a vengeful man. If he injures his son, he will definitely seek deadly revenge. The woman with curly hair looked excited and re-examined Chunbo. She noticed that Chunbo's presence was no less impressive than those famous big shots. His calm and steady gaze made her very curious. Chunbo guessed that Tai Sanyang had spread this news. This woman was good at planning, deliberately stirring up trouble between him and Liao Longting, hoping to benefit from their conflict. Mr. Zhou, there's a saying, hearing is not as good as seeing. What you hear might be deliberately spread by some people. Spreading rumors isn't meaningful. Zhou Shi chuckled and replied casually. Mr. Chen is right. Let's not talk about those unimportant things. Ho Chi-shan sipped his hot tea and continued to introduce Chunbo. Mr. Chen, this beautiful woman is Chu Yuwei, the CEO of Gaowang Technology and the heir to the Chu family in Jiangxing. Chu Yuwei gently pursed her red lips, stood up from her seat, extended her jade-like hand, and smiled at Chunbo. Hello, Mr. Chen. Everyone could see that Chu Yuwei wanted to make friends with Chunbo, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to shake hands. Chunbo stood up, shook hands across the tea table, looked into Chu Yuwei's eyes, and said confidently, Ms. Chu is very beautiful. Let's keep in touch. Maybe we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Thank you for your compliment. Then, Ho Chi-shan introduced the remaining two people. This is Mr. Chao Chuan, the head of a leading catering company. And this is Mr. Fu Xiang, a well-known collector in Jiangxing. After hearing the introductions of the four buyers, Wang Ting, who was brewing tea, was so nervous that her hands trembled slightly. It was her first time meeting so many big bosses. Chunbo noticed Wang Ting's nervousness, so he took the teacup from her hand to prevent her from accidentally spilling the tea and making a scene. Friends, let's finish this cup of tea and then start. Afterward, we can have a few drinks together at noon. The four of them had no objections. They were all there to bid on the famous colored chicken jar from the Changhua period. They quickly finished their tea and headed to the dining room. Under the light, the glazed surface of the Changhua colored chicken jar reflected brightly. Old Fu put on his reading glasses and examined it carefully. The remaining bidding process didn't require Chunbo to intervene. Ho Chi-shan explained nearby. A few years ago, a similar Changhua colored chicken jar was sold at auction for a record price of 280 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Chen's starting bid can't be lower than that. If you're interested, you can bid above this amount. If there are any typos or factual errors, please kindly point them out in the comments. Thank you. Ho Chi-shan is well known for his expertise in ancient Chinese antiques in Jiangxing. Chu Yuwei and others came mainly because of him. Of course, reputation alone isn't enough. Ho Chi-shan also shared some information about transactions between Chunbo and the Imperial Treasure Pavilion, which led to today's private auction. Among the four, only Chu Yuwei sat calmly at her seat. Chao Chuan, Zhou Shi, and Old Fu all leaned in to observe closely. Chunbo saw from their expressions that they were very interested in the colored chicken jar. Unfortunately, the price was already set on the table. Trying to get a bargain was impossible. The starting bid was the price from the last sale, which made the three of them hesitant. They looked at each other, and Chao Chuan was the first to speak up. Mr. Chen, you should know that rare items are more valuable. The Changhua colored chicken jar that appeared at auction a few years ago was a unique piece, so it fetched a high price. Now that a second one has appeared, the price might be lower. Chunbo chuckled at this and said nonchalantly, I don't know if it will be lower or higher. For now, my asking price stands. If Mr. Chao thinks it's too high, that's okay. I never force a sale. Besides Chao Chuan, the other two also shared this concern. More good items can sometimes lead to lower prices. Zhou Shi and Old Fu also looked worried that buying at a high price might leave them with a loss when reselling later. Ho Qishan didn't speak much, knowing that too many words might cause suspicion. At this moment, Chu Yue suddenly spoke to break the awkward silence. Everyone, since you're worried about losing money, why don't you just give it to me? In 3 days, my grandfather will celebrate his 80th birthday. I plan to buy this as a gift for him. Chu Yue mentioned her grandfather's birthday, and Zhou Shi and the others saw a good opportunity to step back, saving face for themselves. Fu Xiang stroked his beard and said casually, "Since old Master Chu is celebrating his birthday, there's no need for us to compete anymore. Mr. Chu, you can take it. Thanks." Chu Yue thanked him and then looked at Chun Bo with a slight smile. "Mr. Chun, I won't haggle anymore. Let's go with your starting price. How would you like to pay?" Chun Bo took out a prepared piece of paper and pushed it in front of Chu Yue. "Ms. Chu, I only accept Bitcoin. Here's my account." Everyone was surprised to hear this. They didn't expect Chun Bo to use cryptocurrency, a new form of money that isn't regulated by the country and can avoid many restrictions. Chu Yue didn't refuse. Although it was a bit complicated, it wasn't hard for her to handle. "Mr. Chun, give me some time to process this." "No problem. As long as the money arrives before midnight tonight, our deal is valid." "Okay. Wait a moment. I'll make arrangements." Chu Yue started calling her personal assistant. The money for buying antiques definitely came out of her own pocket. Meanwhile, Ho Qishan prepared a contract for the art transaction. Both parties signed it, and once the money was received, the deal would be complete. While waiting, Ho Qishan continued to introduce the next 3 items, a painting and 2 jade pieces. Han Chen somehow got a Qing Dynasty Zhao Ziqian peony painting, which was worth at least 5 million yuan at the time. Old Fu liked the painting and bought it for 6 million yuan. The other 2 jade pieces were bought by Chao Chuan and Zhou Shi for 100,000 and 3 million yuan respectively. The total cost of 10 million yuan was not paid through Bitcoin. At that time, Bitcoin wasn't popular in China, and to avoid trouble, the money was transferred through a bank account. Half an hour later, the deal was completed, and Chun Bo received confirmation that the funds had arrived. Chu Yue's Bitcoin was the last to arrive. At that time, the price of Bitcoin was about $650 per coin. Based on the exchange rate then, 240 million yuan could be exchanged for approximately 55,340 Bitcoins. The deal was completed, and Chun Bo tried to invite a few people to dine together, but everyone politely declined. Apart from Chu Yue, the other 3 seemed very wary of getting involved with Chun Bo. They didn't even leave their phone numbers when leaving, clearly worried about being too close and earning Liao Longting's resentment. After seeing off Zhou Shi and the others, Chun Bo looked at Chu Yue standing nearby and smiled. "Ms. Chu, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Chu Yue didn't explain, but instead extended an invitation. "Mr. Chun, do you have time in 3 days to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet?" Chun Bo had no reason to refuse. After all, the other party spent over 200 million today to buy his antique. He agreed. "No problem. I will be there on time." "Good. I'll send you the hotel details later." Chu Yue then sat into a Porsche sports car. She rolled down the window and gave Chun Bo a charming look. "Old Chun, I really believe in you." Before Chun Bo could respond, the Porsche engine suddenly roared loudly, and Chu Yue stepped on the accelerator, quickly driving away from the villa. After the 4 wealthy benefactors left, Chun Bo and Ho Qishan went to the tea room, where Wang Ting sat nearby, preparing tea for them. "Master Ho, please check the tea expenses." Ho Qishan's face was flushed with excitement. He had earned a commission of 2.5 million this time and was visibly thrilled. "Mr. Chun, you're too kind. It was just a small effort. If you need anything like this in the future, just let me know." The 2 exchanged polite words. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Ho Qishan made an excuse to leave the villa. Chun Bo leaned back on the sofa in the living room, looking up at the chandelier above, deep in thought about his next plan. Now that he had dealt with Han Chen's collection, his next target was Dudon. Over the years, Dudon had accumulated a lot of wealth, some of which came from illegal sources that couldn't be used directly. They needed to be laundered to clean the money. Chun Bo planned to borrow money by using assets as collateral, specifically using 100 properties in the southern district as security. Borrowing from two small targets shouldn't be a problem. Dudon would definitely use this opportunity to launder money, turning illegal earnings from flour resale into clean cash. Once laundered, the money wouldn't be monitored. When the toxic coffee factory exploded, the mastermind behind it would surely try to save themselves. Dudon would likely become a scapegoat, and afterward, he could disappear without a trace, making everything perfect. This plan also requires Lin Yao's cooperation, so I picked up my phone and called her. It was mealtime, and Lin Yao was eating instant noodles. She was almost tired of the food in the cafeteria, and since nearby restaurants didn't deliver, she could only eat noodles to fill her stomach. When Chun Bo's call came in, Lin Yao lowered her voice and said, "Speak quickly. I will be going into the workshop soon." Chun Bo frowned slightly and asked, "How long do you plan to stay undercover?" "Almost there. I just need a few more key pieces of evidence. I can guarantee we'll take action by the end of July. Then I'll wait for your good news." They didn't talk much more. After getting the information he needed, Chun Bo hung up voluntarily. At 1 p.m., Chun Bo appeared at an abandoned container on the outskirts of the city. The guards were Ma Jun and Wang Mingyang. When they saw Chun Bo, they immediately approached him. "Hello, boss." It was very hot, and the temperature inside the container was high. Chun Bo saw the middle-aged man lying in the corner like a dead dog. Chun Bo patted Ma Jun and Wang Mingyang on the shoulders and walked over to the middle-aged man. Ma Jun explained, "Boss, this person hasn't said a word since we caught him. When we tried to give him some water, he refused to drink." Chun Bo listened silently, looking down at the middle-aged man's face. He remembered that this person had appeared around him more than once. Each time, he was tracked with a different vehicle. The container was like a big steamer, and the middle-aged man looked severely dehydrated and weak. If this continued, he might die from the heat. The middle-aged man mustered his strength, raised his head, and glanced at Chun Bo with a disdainful look. "You don't need to waste your time on me. I'm just a pair of eyes. Even if you kill me now, it won't do any good." Chun Bo had a faint suspicion. He squatted down, grabbed the man's hair, and looked at him with an innocent smile. "Killing is illegal. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I act unjustly? Trying to make someone who isn't afraid of death speak usually doesn't work with simple physical torture." Chun Bo planned to take a different approach, psychological torment. For example, locking the person in a soundproof room and slowly breaking their spirit until they collapse mentally. Chun Bo now had a more effective method in mind. He turned to a Bing behind him and said, "A Bing, go get the tools I prepared." Seeing the smile on Chun Bo's face, the middle-aged man grew nervous. He had a bad feeling about what was coming. Soon, a Bing took a bottle of water and several large sheets of white paper from the car trunk. Zhang Dalong and the others looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't figure out what Chun Bo was planning. As a descendant of the Rong family, a Bing seemed to guess what was about to happen. His expression changed. He realized that when someone was determined, they could truly be ruthless. "Zhang Dalong, hold his head still. Don't let him move." Following Chun Bo's order, Zhang Dalong stepped forward and firmly grabbed the man's hair to keep him from struggling. "Wang Mingyang, hold down his legs. Ma Jun, keep watch outside." A Bing placed the paper over his face. Once everything was ready, the man finally understood what Chun Bo intended to do. It was an old punishment once used to make people confess. The process was simple. Tie the person so they couldn't move, cover their face with a sheet of strong paper, and pour water over it so the paper stuck tightly to the skin. As the person tried to breathe, the wet paper would cling even more tightly, making it hard to get air. The body would react strongly in panic. Without air, the person would struggle desperately, suffering greatly before losing consciousness. Yet no visible marks would remain afterward. "Brother, you're tough. I admire your loyalty and courage," Chun Bo said calmly. "But I believe everyone fears death. If you have the guts, just end it." The man shouted. "You don't have to be stubborn," Chun Bo replied. "Just tell me who sent you to watch me, and I'll let you go." "I'll never tell you." "Fine," Chun Bo said coldly. "Then don't blame me for being harsh." He began pouring water over the man's face. The paper quickly soaked through and clung tightly like a mask. The man's nose twitched, and his mouth opened and closed rapidly as he struggled to breathe through the wet paper. "Ah Bing, cover the face with another piece of paper." Soon, a second sheet was placed over the first, and Chun Bo continued pouring water on the man's face. When the second sheet was soaked through, the man's eyes bulged, and his mouth opened wide, but he could only make muffled sounds due to difficulty breathing. The man's head jerked around, his chest heaved violently, and his body twisted and struggled. However, his hands, feet, and head were firmly held by Zhang Dalong and Wang Mingyang, so he couldn't break free. As breathing became harder, the lack of oxygen caused a suffocating feeling, making the man suffer greatly. What is truly frightening isn't death itself, but the dark, fear-filled moments just before it arrives. Every second was filled with despair, watching his life come to an end, wanting to fight but being powerless. Chen Bo silently kept track of the time. Just as the man was about to faint, he quickly removed the paper covering his face. Huff. The man's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he desperately inhaled air. Once he caught his breath, Chen Bo gave another command. Bing, do the same process again. Without hesitation, Bing continued covering the man's face with paper. Zhang Dalong and Wang Mingyang once again saw Chen Bo in a new light. They were new to this kind of thing and felt a bit uncomfortable at first. But with experience, Chen Bo's pouring of water was much slower this time. Brother, how does it feel to dance on the edge of death? Is it exciting? The middle-aged man's lips trembled as if begging, his limbs twitching from exertion, and the veins on his neck bulged. The fear of suffocation and death overwhelmed him again. This cycle repeated until the fourth time, when the man finally couldn't take it anymore and begged Chen Bo, "Okay, I've said it. Please don't torture me anymore. Can you give me a break soon?" Chen Bo smiled calmly and said, Bing, you guys can leave now." Yes. After Bing and Zhang Dalong left, Chen Bo lit a cigarette for himself. "Tell me, who is it?" The man looked terrified and said, "It's Gao Tongwei, Secretary Gao." Hearing this, Chen Bo sighed helplessly. As expected, what was coming finally arrived. The former boss of Han Shun had come looking for him. Gao Tongwei is the former secretary to the governor. He was the one who maintained secret contact with Han Shun, and all the covert activities were arranged by him for Han Shun to carry out. Less than a month after being released from prison, the other side has already sent people to watch him. The situation he faces now will likely become more difficult. He is now in a passive position, and it's impossible to withdraw and clear his name. Chen Bo smokes a cigarette and falls into a brief thought. He is now alone and has no critical evidence against others. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes, which gives him a chance to turn the tables. Looking at Han Shun, although he has evidence and dirt on him, his daughter is controlled, and both sides are stuck in a deadlock. Han Shun's appearance unexpectedly breaks the balance between them. The key to breaking the deadlock depends on him. If he can obtain evidence of the governor's crimes, he will hold the initiative. This day will come sooner or later, but it has arrived early. Chen Bo doesn't lose his composure. He throws away his cigarette and turns to look at the middle-aged man. Immediately call Gao Tongwei. Probably someone will think of Chi Tongwei, ha. Faced with Chen Bo's demand, the middle-aged man repeatedly refuses. No. If I contact Secretary Gao now, he will definitely think I've betrayed him. Then my wife, children, and family will all be in danger. Once officials gain power, they tend to become arrogant. They can control people's lives and deaths through power and money. When did you start following me? A week ago. Chen Bo recalls that about a week, they can control people's lives and deaths through power and money. When did you start following me? A week ago. Chen Bo recalls that about a week ago, he was still recovering in the hospital. Perhaps Gao Tongwei didn't pay much attention to him before, until he spent money to buy a house, which caught his attention. Besides you, did Gao Tongwei arrange for anyone else to watch me? There probably isn't anyone else. I didn't find anyone else following you. Chen Bo, how much information about me did you report to Gao Tongwei? Having experienced Chen Bo's harsh methods, the middle-aged man dared not hide the truth and honestly reported. Secretary Gao asked me to focus on the people you usually contact. A few days ago, you saved Guan Songhai's daughter, and there was also a conflict between you and Liao Donghan. So far, I have only reported these two incidents. I haven't reported any minor matters. Chen Bo took out another cigarette. The situation was still unclear. The provincial official involved had once come from Jiangxing and was sure to have many protégés he had promoted. If he revealed everything now, and the official made trouble, his career development would be heavily hindered. The best choice now was to keep things as they were, quietly support Lin Yao. So even if he lost the label of Han Chun, he could still protect himself. There is a saying, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. When facing a powerful provincial leader, without official backing, it's hard to withstand pressure. After organizing his thoughts, Chun Bo lit another cigarette and put it in the middle-aged man's mouth. Smoke slowly. When your mind is clear, we can talk about cooperation. Although the middle-aged man didn't know what Chun Bo was planning, he was willing to listen. He took a few puffs, and his pale face gradually looked better. After finishing the cigarette, Chun Bo untied the ropes on the man. What is your name? Once his hands and feet were free, the man still dared not move recklessly. He was just an ordinary person, and trying to escape now was wishful thinking. My name is Park Korin. Chun Bo's eyes twitched when he heard the name. It sounded familiar, probably someone who had been with many people. He wondered how many he had been with. Park Korin, we can work together. From now on, you will continue to watch me, but the information you report needs to be approved by me. You decide what can be reported and what cannot. That way, everyone benefits. How does that sound? Park Korin didn't expect Chun Bo to want to turn him against his own side. As a pawn, he was caught in a difficult position. He couldn't offend either side. Of course, you can refuse. Now I know that Gao Tongwei is behind the scenes. I can also contact him through other channels. If I do, I might have to sell you out. Think about what will happen to your wife and children. After Chun Bo's threat, Park Korin had no choice but to compromise and bow to him. Okay, I agree. I will give you the information before reporting it. Chun Bo helped Park Korin up from the ground and patted his shoulder. Haha, those who know the situation are wise. I hope we can work well together. If you face any trouble, just let me know. Don't hold it in. Gao Tongwei can threaten your family, and I can do the same. Park Korin felt very troubled. He had wanted to die today, thinking at least his family could stay alive. Who would have thought Chun Bo would use harsh methods to get information? Mr. Chun, don't worry. I know what to do. Now, tell me what you know about Gao Tongwei. Chun Bo took out a voice recorder in front of Park Korin. It was clear he wanted to keep evidence. Later, if he showed the recording to Gao Tongwei, he and his family would be in big trouble. Park Korin's eyes kept twitching. He realized Chun Bo might be even more dangerous than Gao Tongwei. People under pressure often have to bow their heads. Park Korin started talking about how Gao Tongwei threatened him and his family. In the end, he revealed a big secret. Gao Tongwei had assaulted his wife right in front of him. He couldn't resist because his son was controlled. The couple had to endure humiliation and loss of dignity. Hey, Lao Pu, don't be discouraged. When I get stronger, I might help you take him down. Then you can also have a chance with his wife. Sometimes, people need a little encouragement to boost their spirits. Chun Bo casually said a few words to motivate him. This made Park Korin feel motivated. He really wanted to get revenge on Gao Tongwei. Mr. Chun, if that day ever comes, I will risk everything to kill him. 10 minutes later, the two of them left the container, talking and laughing. This scene confused Zhang Dalong and the others. Just now, they were enemies fighting for life and death. Why are they now friends again? What is going on? Under the shade of a tree outside, Chun Bo gathered Zhang Dalong and the others. Dalong, from now on, if you see him nearby, just ignore him like he's air. Understand? Understood. Take him back, then go to the company to continue learning security skills. Got it. Chun Bo planned to train Zhang Dalong and the others as internal security guards. Internal guards have higher standards than external guards. In critical moments, they are willing to risk their lives to protect the boss. On the way back to the city, Chun Bo suddenly received a call from Guan Muxue. Brother Chun, do you have time tonight? My dad wants to invite you to dinner at our house. Chun Bo smiled. Guan Songhai is really interesting. A few days ago, he was very quiet, and now he's fighting with Liao Longting. Suddenly, he wants to host a meal, probably with some plan in mind. Muxue, tell Uncle Guan that I will arrive exactly on time tonight. Hearing Chun Bo agree so quickly, Guan Muxue was happy and said, okay, at 7 o'clock tonight. I'll send you the address on WeChat later. Although he is Guan Muxue's savior, it's important to be polite when visiting a leader for the first time. I should bring some Maodai wine and tea. After hanging up, Chun Bo immediately called Wang Ting. Small matters like this don't need his worry. Chun Bo suddenly remembered Du Dainen's illegal funds, so he asked Ah Bing, How is the progress with Fan Tua? Fan Tua has already connected with that young man called Mugu. He just went to a casino yesterday. Tell him that in the next few days, I might have something for him to handle once I get the notice. If he does well, he can pass the assessment. Got it. Back at Xiangjiang Zunyuan Villa, Chen Bo got out of the car and sent Ah Bing away. Just as he was about to go inside, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking behind him. He turned around and saw a woman he recognized approaching. The woman was dressed in a black long dress, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, with a mask and large sunglasses covering her face. She was fully covered. Soon, she reached close, and a familiar scent of perfume hit his nose. Mr. Chen, I'm back. Please kindly take a moment, great leaders, to leave a 5-star rating in the review section of the page, and maybe leave a message or sign in. Very, very grateful. The woman in front of him was the long-missed Xiao Kaiyun. Chen Bo opened the door and greeted her. Come in. In the living room, Chen Bo sat on the sofa, took out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. Help yourself if you want water. Xiao Kaiyun didn't refuse. She sat down slowly beside Chen Bo. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I might need to rest for a while longer. She took off her sunglasses, revealing her right eyelid slightly swollen and raised, with a bluish-purple bruise. There were also bloodshot lines on her eyelids, clearly showing she had been hit. Removing her mask, Chen Bo saw that Xiao Caiyun's lips had 3 scratches, probably caused by her nails. Her cheeks were swollen and red, and her once beautiful face was now bruised and looked worse, no longer shining as before. When she was close, Chen Bo could smell the ointment on her skin. It seemed Xiao Caiyun's divorce process was not smooth. Noticing Chen Bo's gaze on her, Xiao Kaiyun felt nervous. She wanted to explain more, but Chen Bo stopped her. Mr. Chen, she began. Have you solved your problem? Chen Bo asked. Yes, I have the certificate now, she replied. Chen Bo became interested and asked, You got the certificate in a week? How did you do that? Mr. Chen, do you remember Lu Meili from the sales office at Weiyanu City? She asked. Chen Bo exhaled a smoke ring and smiled. Let me guess. Lu Meili secretly seduced your husband and then convinced him to ask you for money. Yes, you're right. She was after my commission from selling the house for you and deliberately tried to seduce my husband, Xiao Kaiyun said. Hearing this, Xiao Kaiyun suddenly became energetic and continued. I caught Lu Meili and my husband in a hotel cheating. I even brought his relatives and the police when I caught them. The injury on my face was caused during the fight with Lu Meili. I knocked out several of her teeth and pulled out a lot of her hair. After listening to her vivid story, Chen Bo shook his head and put out his cigarette. You shouldn't go out like this. Stay at home for now. I don't need you here at the moment. I came today to apologize in person and ask for a few days off. Once I recover, I will make up for the leave, she said. These are small matters, Chen Bo replied. Xiao Kaiyun secretly watched Chen Bo and saw that he was not disgusted by her current appearance. Her worried heart finally eased. She didn't want to lose Chen Bo, a big client, nor did she want to lose the man with excellent skills in bed. Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding. If needed, I can come again, she said, then stood up to leave. At this moment, Wang Ting carried 2 gift boxes into the living room. When she saw Xiao Caiyun's appearance, she quickly put down the boxes and went over to her, showing concern. Sister Kaiyun, what happened to your face? Xiao Kaiyun smiled awkwardly. She was too embarrassed to tell others about the fight and the trouble she had caused, so she replied casually, It's nothing, just some minor cuts. They'll heal in a few days. Seeing that Xiao Kaiyun didn't want to talk more, Wang Ting wisely didn't ask further. Then she looked at Chen Bo and suggested, Brother Chen, why not have Sister Kaiyun come over to handle the real estate business? The properties you invested in need a professional to manage them. I think she would be perfect. Xiao Kaiyun didn't expect Wang Ting to recommend her. She felt touched, and her gaze naturally fell on Chen Bo, fearing he might refuse. Chen Bo had previously considered recruiting Xiao Kaiyun. Now that Wang Ting had brought it up, he decided to agree smoothly. Since Wang Ting recommends you, I have no objections. Just follow her arrangements. Tears welled up in Xiao Caiyun's eyes. Having just gone through a divorce, she really needed someone to rely on. Wang Ting's suggestion was like a timely help, giving her a safe place to rest. Thank you. Xiao Kaiyun finally burst into tears, hugging Wang Ting and crying loudly. She had been a salesperson for many years. No matter how much frustration or difficulty she faced, She had never cried before. But now, she couldn't control her tears. Chunbo got up from the sofa and headed straight to the bathroom. During the noon interrogation of Park Gorin in the container, he had sweated a lot. He wanted to take a shower to cool down. Only Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun remained in the living room. Xiao Kaiyun expressed her gratitude. Wang Ting, thank you for giving me hope when I felt helpless. Based on her guess, Wang Ting suggested, Sister Kaiyun, if it's because of domestic violence, I advise you to divorce quickly. Xiao Kaiyun chuckled bitterly. I just divorced yesterday. I came from my hometown this morning. Then she roughly explained her situation. Wang Ting finally understood that Xiao Kaiyun even had the courage to confront her partner. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to do it. 10 minutes later, Chunbo, wrapped in a towel after his shower, came into the living room and found the two women whispering to each other. Seeing Chunbo sitting across without any worries, Wang Ting's cheeks blushed with embarrassment. Brother Chun, Sister Tsayun's apartment is already listed with an agent for sale. How about we let Sister Kaiyun move in with us? Just follow your plan. Did you find the lawyer I asked you to contact yesterday? This morning, I found one. I was about to set a time with you. They can come to meet in person. Chunbo leaned back on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling light, and said in a deep voice, Wang Ting, leave this matter to you. Please tell the lawyer my requirements so they can draft the contract while avoiding risks. Okay. Then Wang Ting took out paper and pen and carefully wrote down Chunbo's requests. Wang Ting, prepare 2 contracts for me. Send them to me for review. If everything looks good, start signing the employment agreements with them. Got it. I will handle it as soon as possible. Chunbo specifically made 2 contracts. One for regular employees like Zhang Dalong, and another for Tang Qingqing, involving some transactions between them. It's similar to an entertainment company, where the contract clearly states the performance period. If an artist leaves early, they have to pay a large penalty fee. Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun didn't stay long. After they left the villa, Bing's call came in. Boss, Xiaoyu's car has been tampered with. Park Kukin secretly installed a GPS tracker under the car earlier. Chunbo thought for a moment and made a decision. Keep the GPS device for now, don't remove it. Return the car to Xiaoyu. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy a few backup cars. Chunbo had long planned to buy a car, but he didn't have a driver's license, so he put it off. After hanging up with Bing, a strange number called in. The location was Jiangxing. He pressed the answer button, and a man's loud laugh came from the phone. Haha, Brother Chun, this is Du Danon. Surprised to hear from me. Chunbo was a bit surprised. It was like a pillow sent when he was about to doze off. He had planned to contact Du Danon himself, but now Du Danon came to him. That is a bit unexpected. Brother Chun, do you have time tonight? Chunbo didn't respond to the other person, but asked back, Boss Du, I heard you're getting close to Liao Longting. Are you planning to stand up for him? Faced with Chunbo's sarcastic words, Du Danon felt annoyed inside, but he still pretended to be polite on the surface. Brother Chun, you're joking. Liao Longting is nothing special. There's no way I would stand up for him. Du Danon then changed the subject and said, however, Liao Longting is also involved in the industry. We all work in Jiangxing. It might be better to give him some face, sit down, and talk things out. We could cooperate and make some money together. Chunbo smirked slightly, realizing Liao Longting couldn't sit still. Yesterday, Liao Longting visited Han Shun in prison and probably got turned down, which is why he came to Du Danon. He had guessed Liao Longting would ask Tai Sanyang to mediate, but instead, he came to Du Danon. The two only met once and didn't know each other well. Boss Du, I want to know how much benefit Liao Longting gave you. That, Du Danon hesitated. To act as a middleman, he exchanged something from Liao Longting for a municipal project. Once completed, it could bring in at least 3 to 4 million in pure profit. It's not much, just a small project. Brother Chun, if you're interested, I can pass it to you. No need for that. Since Boss Du is acting as a middleman, I'll give you some face. Hearing Chunbo agree, Du Danon was excited. All right. When are you free, Brother Chin? I'll ask Liao Longting to prepare some gifts and apologize to you in person. These days, as long as the money is in place, any problem can be solved. Chunbo smiled and said, Boss Du, you're right. But I see Liao Longting as just a small player. Let's put him aside for now. I actually have a small cooperation idea I want to discuss with you. Oh, what kind of cooperation? Let's meet in person sometime. I believe Boss Du will be interested. Ha ha ha. Brother Chun, You sure know how to tease. Why don't you set a time? Tomorrow night at Qinyuan Little House. Good, it's a deal. Don't stand me up. After agreeing on the time, they hung up. Shinbo then contacted A Bing, who was asked to inform Fan Tuo to return to Jiangxing tomorrow night. The next steps required Fan Tuo's involvement. Shinbo was very curious about the theft techniques of the Rongmen. He wondered how experienced thieves could avoid surveillance cameras. Additionally, Luo Rian's revenge plan never stopped. Shi and Qinwei's movements were all monitored by Chunbo, who waited for the right moment to take action. Because he was overthinking, Chunbo lay on the sofa and gradually fell asleep. Every time he remembered his past life, he felt very tired mentally. When he woke up, it was almost dark. He checked his phone and saw several messages from Guan Mushue on WeChat, asking if he had left. Chunbo quickly went back to his room, changed into clean clothes, and took the gift box sent by Wang Ting before leaving. Half an hour later, Chunbo arrived at the entrance of the municipal party members' compound. At this moment, his phone rang. Without looking, he knew it was Guan Mushue calling. Hello, Brother Chun, where are you now? I'm at the gate of the community. I'm about to go in. The food is ready. We're just waiting for you. Chunbo responded quickly. After registering at the security, he was allowed to enter the community and then found the building based on the location Guan Mushue sent. When he reached Guan Mushue's door, Chunbo knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. To his surprise, the door was opened by Ruan Xia. They exchanged smiles, and Ruan Xia took the initiative to hand him a pair of slippers, reminding him, Chunbo, change your shoes. Inside the living room, Guan Songhai was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, while Feng Mei and Guan Mushue were busy bringing dishes from the kitchen to the dining room. Seeing Chunbo carrying 2 bottles of Maotai and a box of tea, Guan Songhai stood up and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Chun, you're here. Why did you bring things? Chunbo put down the gift box and smiled. It's okay. I just brought 1 bottle. I'll drink the other myself. That way, it shouldn't be over the limit, right? Guan Songhai chuckled and looked at Chunbo with approval. Ha ha, Xiao Chun, it seems you came prepared. Tonight, I want to see how much you can drink. Guan Mushue came out of the kitchen. After hearing their conversation, she couldn't help but remind him, Brother Chun, don't compete with my dad in drinking. He has a nickname called the Ocean of Tolerance. Today, Guan Mushue was wearing casual home clothes, looking like a friendly neighbor girl, much livelier and more cheerful than when they first met. Feng Mei took off her apron and personally arranged for the two to sit at the dining table. Xiao Chun, Ruan Xia, you are both important guests of our family. Please sit here. Guan Songhai sat in the host's seat. To his right were Chunbo and Ruan Xia, and to his left were Feng Mei and Guan Mushue's mother and daughter. After everyone was seated, Guan Songhai opened a bottle of Maodai brought by Chunbo, poured some for himself, and then poured a glass for Chunbo. Uncle Guan, you're the elder. Maybe I should do it. No need. You're a guest of my Mushue. You can handle it. Guan Songhai waved his hand and said, Tonight is a family dinner. No need for formalities. Come on, Xiao Chun, let's have a toast. Jokes from leaders should not be taken seriously. Chunbo didn't feel proud or boastful. He still kept proper manners. Guan Songhai's position was special. He was a vice mayor with real power. When toasting, he lowered his glass to show respect. The 2 men drank together, while the women served dishes and listened. After 3 rounds of drinks, Guan Songhai started asking Chunbo about his recent progress. Xiao Chun, I see you've started a few companies. Is there anything I can help with? Chunbo secretly smiled. This guy was really persistent, trying to settle debts early. Uncle Guan, I'm just getting started. Many things need to be explored slowly. I don't need your help for now. Good. As long as it doesn't go against principles, I can help you. They clinked glasses again, exchanging drinks, and shared 2 bottles of Maodai. Guan Songhai originally planned to bring 2 more bottles of Wulianya, but Feng Mei stopped him. Old Guan, a little drink is good for the mood. Getting drunk isn't fun. And if you get Xiao Chun drunk, what about Ruan Xia when she goes home? Hearing this, Guan Songhai looked at Chunbo and Ruan Xia with a smile and said, You're right. Let's not drink anymore. We'll go to the study and have some tea. Ruan Xia's cheeks turned red. She looked up at Chunbo and noticed he didn't deny their relationship, which made her think more. Meanwhile, Guan Mushue on the other side looked sad. She bit her lip lightly and clenched her chopsticks, lost in thought. obviously feeling jealous. Later, Chunbo followed Guan Songhai to the study. Feng Mei brought in the prepared tea and closed the door behind her. Guan Songhai sat at his desk, picked up his water cup, and took a sip of tea. He looked at Chunbo with a meaningful expression and asked, "I heard you are close to Tai Sanyang. Is that true?" Facing Guan Songhai's scrutinizing gaze, Chunbo realized that Guan might have figured out his background. If it were an ordinary person, they would be shaken by Guan's commanding presence at this moment. But Chunbo remained calm, sipping his tea slowly and confidently, saying, "Uncle Guan, I believe you've already investigated me. I have indeed been in contact with some people in the industry recently, but it's all normal business. Nothing serious." Guan Songhai saw that his authority didn't affect Chunbo and was surprised. He also thought more highly of Chunbo's composure. "Little Chun, dealing with these old foxes can be risky. You might not handle it well. Take Liao Longting's son, Liao Donghan. You hurt him badly. How do you plan to end this?" Hearing this, Chunbo was sure that Guan Songhai didn't know much. The conflict between him and Liao Longting's family had escalated from a simple injury to a life-and-death struggle. On the surface, people might think Chunbo would face revenge from Liao Longting. But in reality, Chunbo hadn't given Liao Longting a chance to fight back. Just one photo was enough to put Liao Longting down. "Uncle Guan, you should know the saying, the barefoot are not afraid of the shod." That's true, but Liao Longting is a vengeful man. Many people have fallen because of him. With his temper, he won't just let this go. Chunbo smiled calmly and said, "Just an old thug. It's no big deal. I believe in fighting fire with fire. If Liao Longting dares to retaliate, I have the ability to send him to prison." Seeing Chunbo's confident look, Guan Songhai suddenly thought of Han Chen in prison and felt more worried. "Little Chun, I think you should tell me the truth. Are you really an agent trained by Han Chen outside?" Chunbo frowned slightly. He felt the situation was getting out of control. If Guan Songhai could find out about his connection with Han Chen, it meant someone was deliberately spreading rumors behind the scenes. Tai Sanyang was one of the suspects. But in Chunbo's view, the real person behind the scenes manipulating public opinion was Han Chen. With Han Chen's strong desire for control, he cannot be allowed to act independently outside. Therefore, this obstacle for Han Chen cannot be bypassed. "Uncle Guan, I can assure you that I am just myself, not representing anyone else's will," Chunbo said, then continued. "However, in the world of officialdom, people sometimes have to take risks. It's called leveraging influence, right? Uncle Guan, am I correct?" Guan Songhai looked sharply at Chunbo, unable to see through this young man. "You're right, but using influence like that is not good. Han Chen's situation is special. You should know better than I do why he survived the execution back then." Chunbo shook his head to deny. "Those aren't the main point. The key is whether I follow his old path. Since he chose a dead end, why should I walk the same way?" Guan Songhai nodded slightly, very approving of Chunbo's view. "The waters in Jiang City are deep. You need to know your limits, what you can do and what you cannot. Staying true to your original intentions will help you go further." "Thank you, Uncle Guan. I have a question that I'm quite curious about. I wonder if you can help me understand." "Oh, what is it?" Taking this chance, Chunbo expressed his doubts. "The car accident that happened a few days ago wasn't accidental. It was a planned murder. Afterwards, I found out that the authorities quickly closed the case as a traffic accident. Isn't that too hasty?" Hearing Chunbo's question, Guan Songhai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Xiao Chun, as the victim, you have the right to know the truth. But this case involved very dark methods. I was worried they might be against you, so I didn't tell you." "So Uncle Guan has already found out who the real culprit is?" Guan Songhai didn't hide anything and told the truth. "Yes, it's ultimately my fault that Mu Shui got involved. You and Ruan Xia were just caught up in an accident." Then Guan Songhai briefly explained the pollution land report from Qiqiang Real Estate. The mastermind behind Qiqiang Real Estate is Su Chong. He's even more ruthless than Liao Longting. To force me to approve the project, he deliberately targeted Mu Shui. If I had compromised this time, I would also be responsible if things blew up in the future. Chunbo saw that Guan Songhai still had principles, at least more than most officials. "Uncle Guan, how was this matter finally handled? Like you just said, using leverage. I can't do anything to him directly, but someone above can deal with him. It just costs a certain price." Although Chinbo didn't know exactly how much effort Guan Songhai spent to settle this, he couldn't deny that Guan's connections were very strong. Dragging this out will eventually cause problems. Yes, Su Chong has been looking for a way to use me. If he can push me out of my position, he might have a chance to take over that troublesome area. Chinbo thought for a moment and said, Uncle Guan, since Su Chong dares to hire someone to harm others, I think he might also use all kinds of dirty tricks against you. Exactly, he's already been secretly contacting my secretary. Hee, Uncle Guan. Do you want to know how Han Shin deals with honest officials? Guan Songhai became interested and asked, It seems you've learned quite a bit from Han Shin in prison. There's no choice. If I didn't learn something, how could I survive outside? Tell me then. To deal with stubborn honest officials, besides physically removing them, the most direct way is to keep giving bribes. You probably won't accept money yourself, but your relatives and friends might. When they give money, they should use your name. Once they spend the money and report it to the Discipline Inspection Commission, even if you're innocent, with so many relatives receiving money, it will be hard to explain. Later, when you're taken to the Discipline Inspection Commission for questioning, your successor could easily cancel the project approvals. By the time you're released without charges, their goal will already be achieved. Plus, if you're investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission, it could leave a stain on your career, affecting your chances of promotion. Guan Songhai listened to Chunbo's analysis and looked helpless as he said, I didn't think there was such a way to handle this. Never underestimate people's greed. Everyone seeks profit and avoids harm. Sometimes, they can even abandon family ties. That's right. People are driven by profit, and for the sake of benefits, anyone can betray others. So, Uncle Guan, your situation is quite tricky now. You should try to find a way out quickly. Chunbo had already blacklisted Su Chong. Although the last car accident wasn't aimed at him, he almost died a second time. This grudge must be held against Su Chong. Guan Songhai took a deep breath and reminded Chunbo, Xiao Chun, thank you for your advice tonight. You'd better stay away from that Su Chong. It could be dangerous. The two of them talked in the study for more than half an hour. When they came out, it was already close to 10 o'clock. In the living room, 3 women were sitting on the sofa chatting. When they saw Chunbo and Guan Songhai come out, Feng Mei stood up with a smile and asked, Finish talking. That's all for tonight. Xiao Chun, come over for a drink next time when you have time. Those words meant that Chunbo had earned Guan Songhai's approval. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited again. Uncle Guan, Aunt Feng, it's getting late. Ruan Xia, and I will head back now. All right, I won't keep you. Feng Mei glanced at Ruan Xia and said with a hint of meaning, Ruan Xia, Chen has had quite a bit to drink tonight. Take good care of him when you get home. Ruan Xia understood what she meant and replied with a smile, Don't worry, Aunt Feng, I'll look after him. Watching them, Guan Mushua felt uneasy. She said, Mom, I'll walk Chun and Sister Ruan out. The 3 of them went downstairs together. No one spoke until they reached the gate of the neighborhood, and the air felt a little awkward. Standing by the roadside waiting for a car, Ruan Xia broke the silence first. Mushua, go home and rest early. I'll make sure your brother Chen is fine. Guan Mushua could already guess that the two might spend the night together. The thought made her uncomfortable, but she forced a smile and said, All right, take care on the way. I'll head back now. When Guan Mushua's figure disappeared into the neighborhood, Ruan Xia gently held Chunbo's arm and said softly, her voice filled with warmth and excitement, Chunbo, how about staying at my place tonight? Meeting Chunbo's gaze, Ruan Xia's heart beat faster. She glanced toward the gate of the residential area, then stood on tiptoe and gave him a light, affectionate kiss. At that moment, Guan Mushua was standing in the shadows near the fence, clearly seeing the two of them under the streetlight. Seeing that scene, her heart tightened, and she bit her lip unconsciously, feeling a dull ache inside. A sudden sour and bitter taste spread from her heart to her throat, and her eyes became uncontrollably moist. She covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. In the end, Guan Mushua staggered home. When passing the living room, she ignored Guan Songhai and his wife. She locked herself in her room and quietly sobbed on her bed. Guan Songhai and his wife exchanged a look. Feng Mei looked at the door of Guan Mushua's room and sighed. Girls grow up quickly, and they often rebel during their teenage years. As a father, Guan Songhai felt helpless. He could only comfort his wife and remind her to pay more attention to their daughter, instead of ignoring her. Under the street lamp, While the two were lost in a passionate kiss, a taxi suddenly stopped by the roadside. The driver, wanting to do business, honked the horn. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, handsome and beautiful. Do you need a ride? Their sweet kiss was interrupted. Chunbo opened the back door of the car and let Ruan Xia get in first. After getting in, Ruan Xia still held Chunbo's arm and pressed her blushing face against his chest. They snuggled close. Ruan Xia looked up at Chunbo and said honestly, Chunbo, Mushue's mother came to see me before. She asked me to pursue you so that Mushue would stop having feelings for you. Chunbo rolled down the window and replied calmly, I know. Back at the hospital, Feng Mei had already approached him. With her intelligence, she would surely find other ways to stop Guan Mushue. Since they couldn't change Mushue's rebellious teenage phase, the simplest solution was to find Chunbo a girlfriend. Ruan Xia seemed to sense this and sighed. Just now, at the entrance of the family compound, Mushue was probably hiding in the corner, spying on us. I bet she's crying under her blanket now. Do you think we're being too harsh on her? Ruan Xia understood Mushue's feelings well. Having her crush with another woman was definitely heartbreaking. No need to think so much. It's pointless. Half an hour later, Chunbo arrived at Ruan Xia's apartment. When the door closed, Ruan Xia turned around and wrapped her arms around Chunbo's neck. Meanwhile, inside a hot spring resort, Liao Longting and Du Danan were lying on massage beds. Two skilled female therapists, dressed in slit uniforms, were giving them Thai-style back massages. Liao Longting looked unhappy and asked, Old Du, are you sure he agreed? Du Danan responded casually, Don't worry. Since he agreed, he won't go back on his word. You should prepare more gifts early. If you can't shut him up, he will definitely send you away. Money isn't the problem. The main issue is I can't read his pulse. He's an orphan with no parents. I don't have any leverage, so I feel uncertain. Don't doubt Brother Chen's judgment. If he wasn't trustworthy, he wouldn't have easily chosen him to carry on the family business. Those who are strong don't fear those who are weaker. Are we getting old? Liao Longting sighed. He realized Chunbo now had no weaknesses. Unless he could defeat him all at once, he would definitely be the one to die. A deep feeling of helplessness filled him. Whether we're old or not, we'll see soon. I have some powerful medicine imported from the United States. If you can't handle it, take 2 pills later. Haha. At this moment, Liao Longting had no mood to joke. He was very worried Chunbo might release the illegal video. The internet spreads information quickly. Once things got out of hand, even powerful backers wouldn't be able to protect him. To help Chunbo regain his strength, Ruan Xia took him to the most expensive seafood buffet restaurant in Jiang City. After being released from prison, Chunbo experienced the joy of eating seafood freely. Abalone and oysters made him want to vomit. At this moment, Ruan Xia brought another plate of oysters and placed it in front of him, her eyes mischievous. Brother Chunbo, after finishing this seafood, let's leave. Finally, under Ruan Xia's watchful eye, Chunbo ate a plate of honey-glazed abalone with tears in his eyes and let out a big burp. Ruan Xia handed him a wet wipe, smiling charmingly, and asked, Are you full? Chunbo took the wipe, wiped the oil from his lips, and thought for a moment. Probably about 90% full. The two couples at the neighboring table overheard Chunbo's answer and looked over with curiosity, as if saying, You're so weak, eating over a dozen plates of abalone and oysters. Are you trying to fix the sky, the earth, and your kidneys? Chunbo ignored the strange looks from other diners. All right, let's go. Ruan Xia took Chunbo's arm and left the buffet restaurant amid everyone's envious gazes. At the parking lot, Ruan Xia opened the car door and asked, Do you have plans this afternoon? Yesterday, AI Bing reported that Li Xiaoyu's car was fitted with a GPS tracker. He plans to keep it to confuse and distract Park Goran. So, the car purchase plan must be moved up. He intends to buy 2 official cars at once for AI Bing and Zhang Dahu to use for work. Take me to the car city. Ruan Xia started the car and glanced at Chunbo with a puzzled look, asking, Are you planning to buy a car? Yes. Do you, as an experienced driver, have any recommendations? Ruan Xia drives a Mercedes Smart. She thought for a moment and suggested, I think we should buy a big Mercedes. It looks high-end and classy, perfect for family and business use. Okay, let's go see the Mercedes. Half an hour later, Ruan Xia drove Chunbo to the nearest car city. She had planned to stay and look at cars with Chunbo, but suddenly received a call from the driving school asking her to return. The reason was quite strange. One of her students, who was not very smart, failed the first test 7 or 8 times. Now, the student demanded a full refund and caused a fuss at the school. After hanging up, Ruanxia explained the situation to Chunbo, sounding a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, I have to go back to the driving school. I can't stay with you. It's okay. You go handle your work. Reluctantly, Ruanxia got back into her car. She was very angry at that student, blaming him for ruining their time together. After seeing Ruanxia off, Chunbo strolled over to the Mercedes showroom. It was around 2 p.m., hot outside, and not many people were looking at cars. A beautiful female sales assistant saw Chunbo enter and approached him with a smile. "Hello, sir. I am Tian11, the sales manager here. Do you have a specific model in mind? I can show you around." Chunbo didn't want to waste time on car shopping. He pointed to the Maybach in the center of the showroom. "Is that car in stock? When can I pay and pick it up?" Tian11 led Chunbo to the car and explained, "Sir, you're lucky. We just received a new one last week. If you order now, you can take it home soon." "Good. Arrange a test drive for this car." Wenwen was surprised, not expecting Chunbo to want to test drive right away, so she asked, "May I know your surname? Do you have an appointment?" "My surname is Chun." "I don't have an appointment. Let me make an appointment for you now. If there are no conflicts with other customers, we can arrange the test drive shortly." Wenwen already considered Chunbo a potential customer, so she led him into the VIP lounge. "Sir, would you like some coffee?" "Anything is fine." While Wenwen was preparing the coffee, Chunbo lit a cigarette and looked at her back with a scrutinizing gaze. Wenwen was dressed in a professional outfit, in her early 20s, petite and delicate, with a face shape similar to a young girl from Sichuan. People had told him that women selling luxury cars were often very attractive and earned $1,000,000 easily. Now, it seemed that these women earned their money well. In terms of figure and appearance, they definitely had the looks for this job. Perhaps sensing Chunbo's gaze, Wenwen instinctively turned her head and caught his smiling eyes. She quickly looked away, pretending to be indifferent, and brought the freshly brewed coffee to Chunbo. "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment while I check the appointment records." "Thank you." Chunbo nodded politely, naturally withdrew his gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Wenwen pursed her lips slightly, left the lounge, and formed a rough idea of Chunbo as a customer. Less than 3 minutes later, Wenwen hurriedly pushed open the frosted glass door of the lounge. "Mr. Chun, I just verified the appointment record. You are now free, and we can arrange the test drive. Also, for the test drive, you need to provide your driver's license and ID card. We must register according to procedure." Chunbo shook his head and said, "I don't have a driver's license. I want to experience driving myself." Wenwen had never encountered a test drive without a driver's license before, which made her hesitant. "Miss, since I can afford a 2,000,000 yuan car, do you think I can't hire a driver?" Chunbo was interested in a Maybach S500, which was priced around 2.3 million yuan at the time. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chunbo took out his mobile banking app and showed it to Wenwen. "This is my savings. If you want to verify the funds, you can check now. Don't waste my time." Wenwen looked at the balance on the screen, counted it, and saw it was over 7 figures, more than 8 million. When she looked up, her face showed nothing but shock. The handsome man in front of her looked under 30, yet he had over 8 million in cash savings. His background might be even richer. Thinking of this, Wenwen's mind became lively, and her smile was as perfect as a professional waitress's. "Mr. Chun, I will soon drive you to experience the thrill of the Maybach S500. After saying that, Wenwen quickly completed the test drive appointment process and took Chunbo to the driving area. The staff had already brought the test car to the designated spot. Wenwen opened the passenger door for Chunbo. "Mr. Chun, please get in." Once inside, Wenwen started to introduce the car. "Mr. Chun, this model has strong power and luxurious interior. It will definitely match your refined taste." Chunbo reclined the seat and half-lied in the passenger seat, giving a simple instruction before closing his eyes. "Take a drive around Donglin Mountain. I want to rest." "Okay." On the way to Donglin Mountain, Wenwen often glanced at Chunbo with the corner of her eye. Near Donglin Mountain, there are many scenic parks. After parking, Wenwen looked at Chunbo with a smile and met his gaze. He asked, Manager Tian, what are you looking at me for? Workplaces are like a big pond of dye, especially for women. Besides dealing with the unwritten rules from male bosses, they also face harassment from male clients. Some women, after being hurt in the workplace, give up their principles and sacrifice their bodies for personal gain. Chunbo reached out and gently lifted her chin, asking, "What is your current situation?" Worried that Chunbo might dislike her, Tian Wenwen hurriedly explained, "I'm still single." Chunbo wrapped his arms around her slim waist and smiled calmly. "Good. Then I will order a few official cars for you." Outside, the sun was blazing, and inside, the atmosphere was heated. Time flew by quickly. Tian Wenwen found a bottle of mineral water she had prepared earlier and handed it to Chunbo. "Mr. Chun, would you like some water?" Chunbo unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few sips. He looked to the side, and the time on the central control screen showed 4 p.m. "All right, let's go back and sign the contract." Hearing this, Tian Wenwen excitedly hugged Chunbo, thanking him. "Mr. Chun, thank you for your support." After tidying up, Tian Wenwen applied some makeup and looked at herself in the mirror. She noticed her cheeks were flushed and muttered to herself, "Oh no. When I get to the shop, they'll definitely notice." Chunbo lit a cigarette and joked, "Then just put on more powder." Tian Wenwen pouted her little cherry lips and said helplessly, "Ah, it's too red. It can't be covered up." "Never mind, let's leave it like this." By the time they returned to the 4S shop, it was nearly 4:30 p.m. Tian Wenwen found Chunbo with the contract and tentatively asked, "Mr. Chun, can I get a loan?" Usually, the dealership requires customers to take out a loan, which increases their commission significantly. However, Chunbo waved his hand and refused the loan. Loans are too troublesome. Besides the Maybach S500 test drive, pick 2 more black GCLs. If your manager deducts your commission, I'll compensate you separately. Tian Wenwen didn't expect Chunbo to be so kind to her. To prevent her from losing out, he was even willing to make up her commission. At the same time, she realized she might have been too proactive. Chunbo never asked her to stay overnight or anything else. It was all her own wishful thinking. Perhaps she didn't need to sacrifice herself at the start. Chunbo would have bought the car anyway. Such customers are hard to find. Deciding firmly, Tian Wenwen promised, "Mr. Chun, thank you for your understanding. I will handle everything well. I have one more request. Please ask your headquarters if they have any ready-made bulletproof cars. If they do, I'd like to place an order." Tian Wenwen felt happiness come so suddenly. The value of 1 Maybach and 2 GCLs already exceeded 3.4 million yuan. If she added a bulletproof car, the price might surpass 10 million. "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. I will check with the team one by one." With excitement, Tian Wenwen left the reception room. Just as she was about to find the manager, she saw a man and a woman walking toward her. The woman is a customer service lady at the store. She walks while smiling and explaining, "Mr. Chui, I'm very sorry. Manager Tian went out this afternoon with a client for a test drive. She just returned to the company, so she probably missed your call." The man has a pigeonhole-style wallet and wears a big gold chain around his neck, typical of a flashy rich person. "Oomph. She must look down on me. I want to complain about her. If you don't give me an explanation, I will report to your headquarters." Tian Wenwen sees Mr. Chui and immediately shows a look of dislike. She takes out her phone and checks. She sees that Mr. Chui called her several times 5 minutes ago, and he also sent many messages on WeChat. Earlier, she was in the car with Chunbo, and they were busy. She turned her phone to silent so she wouldn't be disturbed. When she returned to the store, she started preparing the contract and didn't check her phone, so she missed his messages. When they meet in the corridor, the customer service lady pretends to complain. "Manager Tian, please explain to the customer properly." Tian Wenwen doesn't say much and remains cold. "Sorry, Mr. Chui. I am busy with a client now. Please find a place to sit." Mr. Chui feels ignored and gets very annoyed. He points at Tian Wenwen and yells, "Damn it. I called and messaged you, but you didn't reply to any. Do you even want to sell cars or not?" Previously, Mr. Chui kept bothering her under the pretense of buying a car. He wasted her time and even sent inappropriate jokes on WeChat to tease her. To avoid offending Mr. Chui, she endured it. Now, with Chunbo as a big client backing her, she believes that even if she offends Mr. Chui, the company will support her. "Mr. Chui, please watch your language. If you have any complaints about me, go ahead. Just don't affect other customers. After being publicly insulted while trying to help a female sales assistant, Mr. Chui pulls out his phone and yells, "You hypocrite! You're still pretending in front of me. Only fools would buy a car from you." This not only insults Tian Wenwen, but also involves Chun Bo. Her good mood disappears instantly. Being insulted is one thing, but insulting Chun Bo makes Tian Wenwen unable to tolerate it. "Mr. Chui, if you keep talking like that, I will call the police, Mr." Chui lifts his head arrogantly. "Go ahead and report if you want. As long as you call the police, I will make you lose your job today, and you won't be able to stay in Jiangxing anymore." Faced with Chui Tai's aggressive attitude, Tian Wenwen held back her tears. Just as she was about to call the police, the manager received a notice and hurried over. When he arrived at the scene, the manager immediately told Tian Wenwen to apologize without understanding the situation. "Xiao Tian, what did you do? Apologize to the customer now." Tian Wenwen looked at the male manager with confusion and disappointment. Tears of frustration finally flowed down her face. This time, Tian Wenwen decided not to stay silent. She firmly responded, "Manager, it was clearly him who harassed me on purpose. Why should I apologize to him?" The male manager frowned and stood next to Chui Tai, trying to smile. "Sorry, Mr. Chui, please calm down. There's no need to argue with a young girl. I'll ask her to apologize to you." Chui Tai puffed up his chest and sneered, "Apologizing won't help. She must be fired. If not, I will complain to your headquarters." The male manager didn't want to make things worse. Due to Chui Tai's status and his own position as manager, he preferred to give up his employee rather than offend Chui Tai. "Tian Wenwen, you are now fired. Immediately hand over your clients to Xiao Hui." Tian Wenwen couldn't believe her ears. One sentence had fired her, which deeply hurt her. "Manager Zhang, have you investigated the cause of this? Why am I being fired? Why? Because you disrespected the customer. Because you caused a bad impression of our brand." In her anger, Tian Wenwen pulled out her phone and showed the chat records. "Qian Guang, open your eyes and look. He started trying to buy a car from me 2 months ago, but every time he came, it was either for a meal or to invite me to a hotel. Also, look at what he sent. All kinds of dirty words. Tell me, is this person a customer?" By then, many employees had gathered in the corridor. Some customers, curious about the situation, wanted to take photos and post on social media, but a few male salespeople stopped them. Qian Guang was worried things would get out of control, so he stepped forward to try to snatch Tian Wenwen's phone. "Tian Wenwen, delete the chat records quickly. Stop causing trouble here." Wenwen Tian sensed danger and instinctively stepped back, only to bump into a solid chest. She turned her head and saw Chun Bo standing outside the reception room's glass door. Wenwen looked bitter and said, "Sorry, Mr. Chun, I've wasted your time. I'm afraid I can't serve you anymore." Chun Bo patted Wenwen's shoulder calmly and said, "Don't worry, someone will come to handle these two fools soon." Kai Chuangguang looked at Chun Bo with suspicion and asked, "Wenwen Tian, is this the customer you brought for a test drive this afternoon?" "Yes, Mr. Chen plans to buy an S502 GLCs. Because of your ignorance, I've been fired. I can't guarantee he will still buy from this dealership." Kai Chuangguang felt nervous. If he lost 3 orders over this, his position might be at risk. He questioned, "Are you sure he can afford it?" "Kai Chuangguang, does it matter now? I've already been fired." Wenwen Tian bowed to Chun Bo and said, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chun. If you're not satisfied, you can go to another dealer. This place is completely rotten." Chun Bo nodded in agreement with her suggestion. "Good idea. Let's switch to another dealer. Later, you can handle my affairs. Also, my company is short-staffed. I think you're good at sales. Come work for me. We provide food and accommodation, and your monthly salary will definitely be higher than what you earn here selling cars." Chui Tai saw a young rookie daring to stand up for Wenwen Tian. He frowned, straightened his back, and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who gave you the right to interfere?" Suddenly, with a crisp slap, Chun Bo swung his hand back and knocked Chui Tai to the ground. "You talk nonsense. Did your father spit you out in a cesspit?" Chui Tai was stunned, his ears ringing. He pointed at Chun Bo to speak, but Chun Bo slapped him down again. "Shut up if you can't speak." At this moment, Jiang Hu arrived with 2 police officers. After dispersing the crowd, he approached Chun Bo. Because this dealership was within Jiang Hu's jurisdiction, Chun Bo took photos of Chui Tai's aggressive behavior and directly contacted Jiang Hu to handle the situation. The two men met without much exchange. Jiang Hu immediately looked at Cui Tai and gave an order. This Mr. Chen has reported you for causing trouble. Please cooperate with the investigation. Cui Tai, just regaining his senses, grinned and showed his teeth in a sneer. Fuck you. You little punk dare to call the police? Let's see if I can't beat you to death. Jiang Hu waved his hand, and two police officers accompanying him immediately handcuffed Cui Tai, then took him away amid the puzzled looks of the crowd. Meanwhile, store manager Kai Chuangguang received a call from his superior. When he heard the content, he was stunned and looked at Chun Bo with a frightened expression. After hanging up, Kai Chuangguang suddenly blocked Chun Bo's way and begged. Sorry, Mr. Chun. It was all my fault just now. Can you please talk to my boss not to fire me? Chun Bo had just contacted someone named Tan Wenqi, who was pressuring the owner of this car dealership through him. Tan Wenqi was a contact of Han Chun. He was low profile in Jiangxing, but had a very large network. He had helped Han Chun launder a lot of money and had long since stepped back from the front lines. Last night, after returning from Guanshanghai, Chun Bo thought a lot about Han Chun. Since being released from prison, he had tried to distance himself from Han Chun. This had already upset Han Chun, who then spread rumors about their relationship in the underworld. If he didn't use Han Chun's influence now, the other side would definitely come looking for trouble. Better to take the initiative and reach out first, which might reduce Han Chun's suspicion. Kai Chuangguang almost knelt before Chun Bo. He didn't expect Chun Bo's background to be more powerful than his boss. One phone call was enough to make his boss tremble. However, Chun Bo ignored Kai Chuangguang. He and Tian Wenwen walked through the crowd and headed straight out of the exhibition hall. In Jiang Hu's police car, Jiang Hu looked at Chun Bo through the rearview mirror and smiled. Brother Bo, that guy wouldn't last long even if he was thrown in detention. To deal with a small-time boss like Cui Tai, you need the right approach. He had already arranged for Ah Bing to wait near the police station. Bad guys need to be dealt with by bad guys. Just go through the process and let him go. At the police station, Chun Bo and Tian Wenwen quickly made a statement, and that was it. As for Cui Tai, he was released after Chun Bo left. Cui Tai cursed as he walked out of the police station. He wanted to find someone to get revenge on Chun Bo and Tian Wenwen. Just as he took out his phone, a Santana car suddenly stopped in front of him. Mr. Cui, get in quickly. I'm a friend of Manager Kai. He asked me to pick you up. Cui Tai didn't doubt him. Instinctively, he opened the car door and sat down heavily. But as soon as he sat down, a knife was pressed against his throat. He turned his head and saw a woman with short hair. He put down his phone and nervously said, Beautiful lady, please be gentle. We can talk nicely. Who are you? Feeling the sharp pain on his neck, Cui Tai's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed hard. Cold sweat ran down his face. Only then did he realize why he was released so quickly. It was a trap made just for him. The other side was faster at revenge than he was. Terrified of being cut, Cui Tai carefully said, Miss, could you please move the knife a little away? But no one responded. The atmosphere inside the car felt very strange. The Santana quickly left the city and finally stopped beside an open space surrounded by metal sheets. The car door opened, and Ah Bing kicked Cui Tai out, causing him to fall flat on the ground. In the dark night, Cui Tai saw someone approaching slowly with a wrench. He looked up trembling and begged, Big brother, don't take my life. I can pay you. The person with the wrench was Fan Tua, who had just returned from the Magic City. Fan Tua weighed the wrench in his hand and smiled. Hee hee, the boss said your mouth is too foul. I have to break all your teeth. Brother, bear with it. 5 minutes later, Cui Tai was covered in blood, lying on the ground and crying out in pain. Fan Tua crouched down and tapped Cui Tai's groin with the wrench. The boss said if he sees you again, he'll smash both of your testicles. Do you understand? Cui Tai spat out a mixture of blood and broken teeth, clutching his groin and nodding repeatedly. I understand. I won't dare again. Ah Bing threw Cui Tai's phone out of the car window, warning Fan Tua to leave quickly. That's enough. Don't delay the boss's business. The taillights of the Santana disappeared into the night. Cui Tai already regretted offending Chun Bo, but there was no cure for regret. He could only swallow the pain and suffer in silence. Meanwhile, after Chun Bo and Tian Wenwen left the police station, they returned to the car dealership. By this time, the sales staff had finished work, and only the manager's office still had the lights on. Tian Wenwen found her desk, packed up all her belongings, and planned to come back tomorrow to finish her resignation process. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Startled, Tian Wenwen paused and turned around. It was the assistant to the boss. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry for what happened this afternoon. I apologize on behalf of the company. Tian Wenwen no longer felt anything about the late apology. She looked downcast, with only disappointment in her eyes. That's all right. I don't have much to say. You don't need to resign. I've already dismissed Kai Chuang, and you will take over as the manager. Hearing this offer from the assistant, Tian Wenwen had a faint suspicion. It was likely that her promotion was due to Chun Bo's influence, and the boss was making concessions because of that. Rather than stay and face colleagues' gossip and sneers, she decided it was better to leave this place of trouble. She shook her head politely and declined. Thank you, Assistant Zheng, but I plan to work at Mr. Chen's company. Zheng Yi had already expected her to refuse. He tentatively asked, Did Mr. Chen come with you? Yes, he's waiting downstairs. I will come back tomorrow to handle my resignation. All right, I'll go with you and apologize to Mr. Chun in person. Later, the two arrived at the parking lot and saw Chun Bo standing by the greenery, smoking. Zheng Yi hurried over, looking nervous, and said, Mr. Chun, I am Assistant Zheng Yi. The boss is out of town today and couldn't come back, so I was sent here to sincerely apologize to you. Chun Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke and sneered, This is funny. The most useless thing is an apology. Do I need your apology? Zheng Yi didn't dare to argue. Even his boss respected Chun Bo, so he could only smile and say, To show our sincerity, the company has decided to give you a GLC as a token of apology. Oh, so you're losing a lot then? No. Mr. Chun, you helped us catch a troublemaker. We are very grateful. Kai Guangming has now been dismissed. The revenue of the car dealership mainly comes from insurance and value-added services. The profit margin on the cars themselves is not high, but the top model GLC costs around $50,000 to $60,000. It must be said that the dealership owner is very clever with his plans. Giving a car is like secretly connecting with his network, which is generally not a bad deal. Chun Bo flicked away his cigarette, and walked over to pat the other person on the shoulder. Since your sincerity is clear, let's put the unpleasantness from this afternoon behind us. Thank you, Mr. Chun. You can come to pick up your car tomorrow. Someone will be there to assist you. Chun Bo went to Tian Wenwen and arranged. Tomorrow morning, go to my company to report. Contact the manager, Wang Ting. Bring her along to finish the car purchase procedures. Tian Wenwen felt Chun Bo's trust in her. Her previously sad mood suddenly brightened. Okay, the car issue was resolved. Chun Bo sat in Tian Wenwen's car and waved to Zheng Yi. That's all for today. Tell your boss that if he can't control his staff, I might come to find talented people myself. Zheng Yi's face twitched at his words. He bowed and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. We will strengthen staff training in the future. Tian Wenwen started the car and slowly drove away from the parking lot. She looked at Chun Bo and said, Mr. Chun, I should now call you boss. Boss, where are we going now? Take me to the Qinyuan Little Pavilion Tea House. Then you can go back. Suddenly, Tian Wenwen remembered something and looked worried. Will Cui Tai try to get revenge later? I heard he works in property management and has many thugs under him. It's okay. He's just a small troublemaker. Since I let him go, I have ways to completely solve any worries. At that moment, Chun Bo received a call from Ah Bing. Boss, the matter has been handled. We're on our way back and should arrive at Qinyuan Little Pavilion in about 20 minutes. Proceed as planned. After hanging up, Chun Bo comforted her. That Cui Tai guy won't bother you anymore. You can focus on working here. Wang Ting will tell you what tasks to do. Tian Wenwen smiled and replied, Okay. Thank you, boss. At 8 p.m., Chun Bo got out of his car at the entrance of the Qinyuan small building. He looked up at the sky, which smelled damp and made him feel uncomfortable. It seemed another thunderstorm was coming. Following the waiter's guidance, Chun Bo went alone to the door of a private room. Two muscular bodyguards stood at the door, clearly having arrived before him. When they saw Chun Bo, Duden and put down his phone and stood up to greet him. Oh, Brother Chun, you're right on time. I thought you might cancel last minute. I was about to call you to check. A beautiful tea artist was boiling water, preparing tea. Chun Bo sat smiling across from her, jokingly saying, I am very reliable. I always keep my promises. Haha, no problem. Here, have a cigarette. Du Danan took a cigarette from the pack and threw it to Chun Bo, then lit one himself and took a deep puff, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Before discussing serious matters, Du Danan started with a topic. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Chun Bo casually, asking, "Brother Chun, what do you think of Iron 3 Lady?" At this moment, the charming tea artist looked up with her beautiful eyes. She recognized Chun Bo immediately. She had served him during his last meeting with Ho Chi Shan. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chun Bo reminded her, "Miss, once this pot of tea is ready, you can leave." "Okay." Then Chun Bo shrugged at Du Danan. "Old Du, I can't give you an answer. I don't know her well. You've worked with her before, so you should know her better than I do." Du Danan snorted coldly, cursing, "Damn, at the Night Color Club, she played me. I almost got used as a pawn. Brother Chun, are you interested in taking over her business? We can split the profits 3-7 for you. 3 for me. Oh, with your strength, taking down Iron 3 Lady should be easy, right? No. Iron 3 Lady has many backers in Jiang City. If I can't take her down in one go, I'll be at a disadvantage." Du Danan sat up straight, looking at Chun Bo with a meaningful expression and saying, "If Brother Chen joins in, it would be different. We could use Master Chen's resources to block the pressure from above. Our success rate could increase by at least 30%. Chun Bo secretly sneered inside. This Dudan was just trying to see how much backing he could get from Han Chen's resources. "Boss Du, this plan is unlikely to succeed, and the entertainment industry is not my goal." "Really? Then what industry do you plan to get into next, Brother Chun?" Chun Bo straightened up, flicked off some ash, and chuckled. "Haha, of course, it's finance. Look at those big shots on Wall Street. None of them are at the top of the food chain. Boss Du, your vision is too narrow. Don't limit yourself to your small territory." The last remark left Du Dan speechless. His face darkened, and he twitched his lips before forcing a smile. Yes, we are old and can't keep up with the young ones." "Wrong. You're not old. You're just standing too low to see the heights of capital." This sentence was particularly sharp, as if mocking Du Dan for being short-sighted. Suddenly, the private room fell into strange silence. At this moment, the tea artist finished brewing the tea, stood up, and bowed to the two. "Please enjoy the tea, gentlemen. If you need anything, just call me." The tea artist wisely left, leaving only the two of them smoking and chatting. Du Dan was annoyed by Chun Bo's sarcasm, so he changed the subject directly. "Brother Chun, tell me, what kind of business do you want to work with me on?" Chun Bo's goal was to borrow money. The more he borrowed, the more he earned. "Boss Du, I believe you've investigated me. Recently, I invested 70 million in over 100 new housing projects in the Southern District." Du Dan sipped his tea, looked at Chun Bo with suspicion, and asked, "Brother Chun, are you thinking of asking me to invest in real estate with you? Real estate development needs a lot of money, which most people can't handle. Plus, the market is past its peak. Investing now is like digging your own grave. So, what kind of business are you planning, Brother Chun?" "Haha, I plan to borrow some money from you to spend." "Ha." Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Du Dan choked on his tea and started coughing violently. He couldn't believe his ears. How could Han Chen's successor be broke? Who would believe that? "Brother Chen, are you joking with me? Master Chun is not a stingy person. Although his official funds have been confiscated, he secretly moves a huge amount of money. How could he possibly lack funds to support your development?" Chun Bo shook his head and said, "Big Brother Du, your thinking is still stuck in the old days. If Master Chun directly gives me money, wouldn't I become a target?" "That." Du Danan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly understood. "I see now. The higher-ups have been watching Master Chen all along. Brother Chun, now that you're making a big show of supporting him under Master Chen's name, won't the authorities notice you too?" "Heh, what does it matter if they notice? Even a few of your old subordinates are still doing well. What's the danger for me, just starting out?" "It seems so. If the higher-ups wanted to act, we would have been involved long ago. As the saying goes, when the emperor rules, his ministers follow. The officials who helped put Master Chun in place have long since risen through the ranks. No one is watching over a half-leg old man who's already gone. So far, he only knew that the provincial official was constantly watching Han Chen. As for whether other people in Jiangxing were paying attention to Han Chen, he wasn't sure. To ease Du Danan's worries, Bo had to say some empty words. With Du Danan's intelligence, he probably couldn't see the real issue. Du Danan sipped his tea and agreed with Bo's analysis. He convinced himself. Brother Chun, you're right. That group of people has indeed been promoted. The few powerful officials in Jiangxing are working with us. There shouldn't be any big problems for now. Bo thought the time was right, so he took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and handed it to Du Danan. Big brother Du, I've invested in a new property in the South District worth 70 million. If I use those properties as collateral, how much can you lend me? Du Danan took the cigarette from Bo and couldn't help but smile. Brother Chun, are you really short of money now? What else? I want to know why you don't go for a bank loan. Too much trouble. The approval process takes a month or two. Capital needs quick money. I can't wait. Do you know that the interest rate for me is very high? Bo naturally knew about the greed of high-interest loans, so he asked back, is it higher than Mount Everest? Ha. Brother Chun, how much money do you plan to borrow? It depends on how much Lao Du can lend. In any case, I want to borrow as much as I need. Du Danan doesn't fully trust Bo now. He doesn't know what Bo plans to invest in with the money. If the investment fails and he borrows too much, collecting the debt later will be difficult. He can't ask Han Chin for the money, so he needs to learn more about the situation. Brother Chun, may I ask, what kind of investment are you planning? I'm investing in stocks. I have a few stocks that will go up several times in the near future. There's no way I will lose. So, Lao Du, don't worry about repayment. Repaying won't be a problem. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, I can ask Sister Tai-san. I believe she would be happy to lend. Also, let's stop talking about Liao Longting. With his personality, he will definitely ask Sister Tai-san to be a mediator. Whoever lends me money, I will work with them. Bo clearly states his position. If the loan isn't made, then we go our separate ways, and the relationship ends here. Next, he uses Sister Tai-san and Liao Longting as bargaining chips. From Du Danan's point of view, he definitely doesn't want to be on the same side as Sister Tai-san. The private room falls silent again. The two smoke quietly, waiting until one cigarette is finished. Du Danan snuffs out his cigarette and begins to make his offer. Brother Chun, just because of your relationship with Uncle Chun, I might lend you the money. But my interest rate is high. I'll give you 200 million, with a monthly interest of 10 million. If you can't pay back in 3 months, your house will be mine. How about that? In private lending, the legal maximum interest rate is 12.4%. Based on Du Danan's interest rate, the annual rate reaches a terrifying 60%, which is even more ruthless than online loans. The most extreme part is the 3-month repayment period. If he can't pay back by then, the mortgaged house will be confiscated. Du Danan sets such harsh conditions, and most people wouldn't agree. It's obvious he doesn't really want to lend money to Bo. However, Bo doesn't play by the usual rules. Without hesitation, he agrees immediately. Big brother Du, your request is fine. We can put it in the contract. Brother Chun, let's be clear from the start. Money is money. Relationships are relationships. One cannot mix the two. If you fail to pay back the money later, don't blame me for not showing kindness and turning hostile. I understand the rules, Big brother Du. When can we make the deal? When do you want it? Of course, the sooner the better. If you can arrange the funds now, I can sign the contract immediately, Bo said calmly. Du Danan had been quietly watching Bo's face for any signs of trouble. Seeing nothing unusual, he thought for a moment and said in a serious tone, I'll make a call to confirm. After saying that, Du Danan stood up and left to make a call in the hallway outside. At that moment, Bo suddenly received a call from Lao Li, a close aide of Iron 3 Lady. When the call connected, Iron 3 Lady's voice was the first to come through. Mr. Chun, do you have time to meet up? Nothing is free in this world. Sister San, I don't dare drink your wine. You've made me realize again how tricky a woman's heart can be. Who knows if you'll drug me again? Bo mentioned the drug incident on purpose to annoy Iron 3 Lady. He had also blacklisted her for future trouble. Iron 3 Lady chuckled softly and suggested, it was a misunderstanding last time. Why don't you choose a place to meet? Sister San, my time is very precious. Just say what you need. Mr. Chun, Liao Longting contacted me. He said there was a misunderstanding between you two and asked me to be the middle person. Do you think there's room for negotiation? Bo had already expected Liao Longting to approach Iron 3 Lady. Now it seemed he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sister San, Your call came too late. Liao Longting has already contacted Big Brother Du. Iron 3 Lady was a bit surprised. She had planned to give Liao Longting a couple of days delay, hoping his impatience would bring her greater benefits. Now that Liao Longting had turned to Du Danan as a mediator, it was clear she hadn't expected success from the start. Mr. Chun, have you already agreed to let Big Brother Du be the middleman? Yes. To stir up trouble between them, Chun Bo deliberately added, Sister San, Big Brother Du has a lot of opinions about you. Be careful when you use him as a tool in the future. You might lose friends. Before Iron 3 Lady could reply, Chun Bo hung up the call. The woman on the phone, Iron San Nyong, looked very angry. She was always unable to get any advantage from Chun Bo, which made her very annoyed and increased her hatred for him. She threw her phone to Lao Li and said coldly, Lao Li, check if Chun Bo and Du Danan have been seen together recently. Okay. Third sister. Chun Bo's appearance made Iron Sin Yang feel threatened. If Liao Longting and Du Danan were both taken care of by Chun Bo, she thought she might be next. In a private room at the tea house, Du Danan sat back after finishing his call. Old brother Chun, the house mortgage is fine, but you must give me the property certificate for safekeeping. Chun Bo was calm and agreed without hesitation. No problem. I trust Big Brother Du. Their deal was illegal. They couldn't use the property certificate for official mortgage registration. It all depended on their trust and strength. One was willing to fight, the other willing to endure. Chun Bo had the ability to steal back the certificate and destroy the contract. Du Danan believed he could recover the loan, so they made this deal. 200 million isn't a small amount. The funds need to go through some procedures. Later, I'll need you to come with me somewhere. Chun, no problem. I'll cooperate fully. Then let's go. Chun Bo got into Du Danan's car. They drove around the city, winding through many streets, until they reached a quiet, deserted street. The car stopped by the roadside. Du Danan reminded him, Chun, we don't have much time. You can ask someone to bring the certificate. After we finish the process here, we can do the exchange on the spot. Okay. Let me make a call. Wang Ting had already prepared the certificate. As soon as Chun Bo called, she rushed over. For safety, she brought along Zhang De Long and 2 others. After getting out of the car, they saw a pawn shop on the street still open, with a sign showing their services, including art auctions. Seeing the auction service, Chun Bo guessed how Du Danan was moving money. Usually, they arranged fake high-price sales through auction houses to launder money. For example, a simple art piece costing only 9.9 yuan could be auctioned for hundreds of millions. This way, illegal funds could circulate under the cover of antique trading, but in reality, both sides of the deal were in the same group. Entering the shop, Du Danan took out a small artificial diamond about the size of a pigeon egg and explained, Brother Chin, see this? Now it's a real diamond. Tonight, you can take it out to auction. Chun Bo smiled knowingly and said, I found this on the roadside. I don't care where you found it. Anyway, the diamond is yours. They went to the second floor, which was decorated like a miniature version of a prestigious auction house. At this moment, the auction room was full of people, and the atmosphere was lively and serious. Most of these people were just bystanders, but there was one main character who planned to buy 9 pieces of artificial crystal diamonds for 2 billion yuan with free shipping. A hostess in uniform carried the diamond to the display stand. The host followed the usual process, introducing the quality of the diamond and the fake certification. As the bidding started, people sitting below took turns raising their paddles. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man speaking Cantonese and Mandarin bought the diamond for exactly 2 billion yuan. Chun Bo stood next to the camera, watching this fake auction. It was very well staged, and the actors worked together perfectly. Mr. Chun, after signing the contract, the money will come from the port area within an hour. Please be ready to receive it. No problem, my people are already there. Let's go to the first floor to sign the contract. In the meeting room on the first floor, Wang Ting brought a thick property ownership certificate. Du Danan's team was very professional, carefully checking the authenticity of each document. Boss, the property certificate is fine. Then Du Danan pushed the contract to Chun Bo, smiling and saying, Brother Chun, take a look at the contract. If everything's okay, sign it. This loan agreement had no legal effect. It was just a formality. Chun Bo picked up a pen, signed his name a few times, and finished. Boss Du, I've signed the contract, and the property certificate is with you. Please arrange the funds as soon as possible. Du Danon was very happy now. Once the 2 billion funds were cleaned and transferred, he could do many things in the country. Ha ha, don't worry. I wouldn't dare cheat you. Chinbo wouldn't leave until the money arrived. He leaned back in his chair, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled out 2, and threw one to Du Danon. Standing behind Zhang Dalong, he seemed to realize something and immediately took out a lighter, bending down to light Chunbo's cigarette with a commanding air. Chunbo glanced sideways at Zhang Dalong and gave him an approving look, then turned to Du Danon sitting across from him and asked, "Old Du, I haven't had dinner yet. Is there any takeout nearby?" Du Danon pretended to be surprised and suggested, "Sorry about that. So Chun, you're quite busy. How about we go get a late-night snack together? No need to trouble yourself. Just order some takeout," Chunbo replied. Seeing Chunbo refuse, Du Danon quickly called over a subordinate to arrange, "Go and organize it. There's a good restaurant nearby with nice signature dishes. Hurry and have it delivered." The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Du Danon broke the silence first. "Chun, you're braver than me, young and energetic. I really like you. When you get rich, remember to help your older brother. No problem. When we make money, everyone shares. Do you have any good projects now, old Du? I'm not educated and don't know much. I've been relying on old tricks, so there's no real future," Du Danon replied. The two chatted casually, both waiting for the funds to arrive. Half an hour passed, but the money hadn't come yet. The takeout arrived first. Wang Ting thoughtfully unwrapped Chunbo's food, even rinsing the disposable chopsticks with mineral water, showing her careful nature. In the meeting room, besides the 3 people with Chunbo, 4 bodyguards stood behind Du Danon. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chunbo ate as if he were at home, picking up chopsticks without worry. His calm demeanor made Du Danon feel overshadowed. Sitting nearby, Wang Ting stared at Chunbo with admiration, her face full of respect, her gaze almost glowing. After 2 days of training, Zhang Dalong had begun to grasp the essence of the Zongnanhai bodyguard style. He stood straight, alert, ready to handle emergencies at any moment. In contrast, the bodyguards behind Du Danon looked lazy and tired. Clearly, Zhang Dalong's performance far outshined theirs. The professional military training was in a different league from these amateurs. Du Danon felt annoyed, smoking continuously, with the ashtray full of cigarette butts. As Chunbo finished his meal, Wang Ting took out a wet wipe from her bag and handed it to Chunbo. Du Danon couldn't help but praise, saying, "Wow, Brother Chun really knows how to handle people. His team is very capable." Chunbo took a wet wipe, wiped the oil from his mouth, and calmly smiled. "Only hire the best. I don't keep useless people around." Chunbo's blunt words hit hard, making Du Danon regret speaking. It was obvious he was implying his bodyguards were useless. The 4 bodyguards behind Du Danon looked unhappy and glared at Chunbo with hostility. Du Danon wanted to save some face, so he suggested, "Brother Chun, the bank's efficiency is slow tonight, and it takes time to handle things. It's no fun just waiting. How about I find someone to spar with your team?" Chunbo smiled and asked, "Is there a prize?" "Yes, there can be." "What do you think, Brother Chun? My team is paid well. How about a bet of 5 million, paid immediately if I win?" Du Danon didn't want to bet that much because he lacked confidence in his team. Now he regretted bringing it up. He shouldn't have mentioned sparring. Compared to 5 million, his pride was worth little. To Chunbo, Du Danon was like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, best to squeeze as much as possible while he still could. "What's wrong? Old Du, are you afraid to play? Or should we forget it and pretend I never said anything?" Du Danon found himself in a tough spot. If he backed down now, how could he lead his men in the future? There's a saying, money can be lost, face can be sacrificed, but trust must never be shaken. Du Danon made a tough decision, biting his lip, and said, "Fine. 5 million is just a small bet. I, Du Danon, can handle it." Chunbo secretly smiled. 5 million was settled. "Old Du, find a place." Du Danon turned to a subordinate and said, "Clear out the second-floor auction hall." "Yes, boss." Then both sides went back to the second floor. The chairs were folded and stacked to the side, clearing a large space. On the stage, 2 chairs were set up, and Du Danon and Chunbo sat close together. Chunbo looked to the back at Zhang Dalong and said, "Dalong, the person standing opposite you is an enemy. Don't hold back when facing an opponent. Understood. Go ahead, show me your true strength. Boss, don't worry, I won't lose. Zhang Dalong made a promise and stepped forward to the center of the arena. Du Danon arranged for a tall, muscular young man, about 1.8 meters tall, who looked very strong and explosive. Liuzi, don't let me down today, the young man called Liuzi confidently said. Yes, boss. He's no match for me. After saying that, Liuzi walked straight to stand in front of Zhang Dalong. Their sizes were different. Liuzi was shirtless, with very strong, bulging muscles. In contrast, Zhang Dalong stood tall and straight, with a determined look typical of a soldier. Zhang Dalong quietly spread his feet, slightly bent his knees, and assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, Liuzi made the first move. He charged forward quickly, aiming a punch at Zhang Dalong's face. His speed showed he had trained hard. Zhang Dalong looked serious. He didn't panic. He turned his body to the side to dodge and reached out with his right hand, aiming precisely at Liuzi's neck artery. This move is used in combat to quickly subdue an opponent. If it hits, it can make the enemy lose their fighting ability in seconds. Liuzi's face changed. He hurried to dodge. Once he stabilized, he immediately counterattacked. He spun around and swung his leg to kick at Zhang Dalong's lower body. Zhang Dalong pushed off with his foot, stepped back a few steps, then gathered strength and kicked Liuzi in the chest. Liuzi raised his arms to block and was pushed back several steps, almost falling. Before Liuzi could recover, Zhang Dalong launched another attack. He specialized in close combat, moving in close and grabbing Liuzi's neck. As the saying goes, great strength can create miracles. Zhang Dalong roared loudly and lifted Liuzi off the ground. With a loud thud, Zhang Dalong threw Liuzi to the ground. Zhang Dalong's speed was so fast that he didn't give Liuzi a chance to breathe. He quickly dislocated one of Liuzi's arms and then stepped on Liuzi's knee. Liuzi let out a painful scream. He felt his kneecap was crushed and the pain was sharp and deep. In less than 3 minutes, Liuzi was knocked down and clutching his knee, crying out in pain. The match was over. Zhang Dalong returned to stand beside Chun Bo. Boss, I won. Chun Bo smiled triumphantly and turned to look at Du Dan, who had a dark face. He sighed and said, Big brother Du, your people look pretty fierce, but unfortunately, their explosive power is a bit weak. Have they been eating too many sea cucumbers? If looks could kill, Du Dan would have already slaughtered Chun Bo 1,000 times. But because of Han Chen's presence, he could only bow his head and accept his defeat. Old brother Chun, you have good eyes. Not long ago, you brought in Ah Bing, and now you have another strong fighter under your wing. I admire that. Talented people are common, but good judges are rare. It all comes down to the person's ability. Chun Bo made a double meaning with his words, once again mocking Du Dan face to face, leaving him with no dignity. If someone else repeatedly challenged him openly, Du Dan would have definitely dealt with them on the spot. He took a deep breath and joked self-deprecatingly. Yes, old brother Chun, you have sharp eyes. I am getting old. Chun Bo's lips curled up. Even the AK couldn't suppress his smile. Talking about these things is pointless. Making money is more important. Big brother Du, why not settle the bet first? Du Dan felt his heart bleed. Losing 5 million in such a small amount of time made him regret it so much. Now, he had lost face, the money was gone, and his prestige among his followers was almost gone. The root of all evil was Chun Bo. Don't worry, I, Du Dan, can afford to lose. Big brother Du, I have a small request. I want the 5 million prize in cash. Du Dan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Okay, I will prepare it. Then, Du Dan arranged for a trusted aide to bring a huge 28-inch suitcase from his home. When he opened the case, it was filled with bright red banknotes. Chun Bo picked up a stack, flipped through it, and nodded with satisfaction. No problem with the money. Big brother Du, could you please remind the others to hurry up with the rest? Du Dan was feeling very miserable. Under Chun Bo's urging, he had no choice but to call the contact in the port area. After waiting about half an hour, the 2 billion yuan loan finally arrived. Du Dan took Chun Bo downstairs, smiling awkwardly. Old brother Chun, go back and make some money quickly. I look forward to the surprises you'll bring me. Don't worry. Paying back debts is a matter of course. I am a very honest person. Oh, by the way, what about Liao Longting? The most important money had arrived, and Chun Bo was no longer interested in chatting with Du Don. He sat in the car driven by Zhang Dalong and waved his hand, saying, "There's no rush to handle Liao Longting's matter. The top priority now is making money. Wait for my notice." Du Don stood by the roadside, watching Chun Bo leave from sight. He felt a faint worry and ordered, "Arrange for someone to watch him. If he tries to leave Jiangcheng, report to me immediately." "Yes, boss." At this moment, Du Don's trusted aide asked softly, "Boss, should we teach him a lesson?" "Not now. Tell Liuzi to rest assured and focus on healing. He won't lack for treatment costs. As the saying goes, the one who owes money is the real boss." Chun Bo was now least afraid of Du Don's revenge. If he made any mistake, most of the money he lent could be lost. So, until he got his principal back, Du Don would treat him like a treasure. Du Don didn't stay long. After giving a few instructions, he left in his car. About 10 minutes later, Du Don's two men came out of a shop carrying a bag and drove away in a BMW. The bag contained the property deed and possibly the contract. Hidden nearby, Fan Tua spotted the target and immediately sent a message to Ah Bing in the car through his earpiece. Ah Bing started the car and followed closely. To be sure, Fan Tua planned to wait until others left before sneaking into the shop to confirm. Next, Fan Tua needed to quietly steal the property deed and contract within 3 days. This was Chun Bo's assessment task. Completing it would earn him the same treatment as Ah Bing. On the way back to Xiangjiang Zun Yuan, Zhang Dalong kept glancing at Chun Bo through the rearview mirror. Tonight, he had gained a lot of insight, fighting and earning 5 million. So this was how easy it was for the boss to make money. Most importantly, Chun Bo was too arrogant. Not only did he keep showing off, but he also earned the money himself. Zhang Dalong could only describe his admiration for Chun Bo with great respect. Wang Ting hesitated to speak. She was very curious why Chun Bo had to mortgage his house. At 1 a.m., the car arrived at Xiangjiang Zun Yuan. Zhang Dalong carried a 120-jean suitcase into the living room. "Boss, isn't it unsafe to keep so much money at home?" Wang Ting poured a glass of warm water and gently placed it on the coffee table in front of Chun Bo. "Brother Chun, do you want me to deposit the money in the bank?" Chun Bo took a sip from his glass and waved his hand. "Take out 3 million from inside. We'll use it when buying the car tomorrow. The remaining money should be saved in the company's emergency fund. Next, buy 4 sets of bulletproof vests, explosion-proof equipment, and the drone we talked about last time. Let's buy all of these together." Zhang Dalong felt touched. The bulletproof vests were definitely bought for them. Such a caring and generous boss was worth following. "Wang Ting, I've hired a female employee for you. Her name is Tian Wenwen. She used to work as a salesperson at a car dealership. I've asked her to handle the car purchase. She will come to the company to see you tomorrow. Please discuss the details with her." Chun Bo also mentioned a few training matters before sending Wang Ting and Zhang Dalong back home. The villa was now empty except for him. He opened his phone and saw a few messages on WeChat, one of which was from Ruan Xia. Ruan Xia sent over her chat history with Feng Mei. As she guessed, after Guan Mushua went home last night, she locked herself in her room and cried for a long time. Feng Mei's message was clear. She wanted Ruan Xia to keep cooperating, and at the right time, the two of them should appear together. It would be best if they could live together, so as to completely dispel Guan Mushua's childish feelings. Chun Bo didn't reply. He didn't want to get involved in emotional issues. Having lived through this life twice, he no longer needed love. Another message was from Lin Yao. She had been undercover at the coffee factory for half a month and finally obtained key evidence today. Combined with the accidental discovery of poisoned coffee last time, the evidence chain was now complete. When the time is right, they could carry out the arrest. The two agreed to meet tomorrow to discuss the plan in person. At 2 a.m., Bing and Fan Tua arrived at Xiangjiang Zun Yuan, bringing news about the property transfer documents. "Boss, the property certificates and contracts have been transferred to Du Don's company and are stored in a safe." Chun Bo looked at Fan Tua and asked, "Are you confident?" Fan Tua patted his chest and assured him, "No problem. 3 days is enough." Chun Bo emphasized, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere now. Don't leave any traces. I will observe nearby during the operation." "No problem." Then, Chun Bo lifted the canvas covering the coffee table, revealing several neat stacks of cash. Bing, This is an advance on your salary. 1 million. Thank you, boss. A faint smile appeared on Ah Bing's face. This was the first time she showed a smile since following Chun Bo. Fan Tuo's eyes lit up as he looked at another pile of cash, baring his teeth and asking, "Boss, is this money for me?" As the leader, Chun Bo prefers subordinates who are ambitious and capable. People without ambition are hard to control. As long as someone has even a little greed, they can be manipulated and become pawns on the leader's chessboard. Chun Bo understands this well. In Han Chen's eyes, he is also a controllable pawn, but this pawn has awakened self-awareness. Seeing Fan Tuo's eager look at the money, Chun Bo sneered. To manage people well, you must know what they want. Fan Tuo, this 1 million is truly for you. As soon as you complete the task, you can come and take the money. Don't worry, boss. A regular safe is just a piece of cake for me. Just watch. Don't boast too much. People should learn to be modest, understand? Yes, you're right, boss. Go back now. Notify me before you take action. After sending Ah Bing and Fan Tuo away, Chun Bo lay back on the big bed. For some reason, he kept tossing and turning but couldn't sleep. It wasn't because he was thinking about women. He put on slippers, brewed a cup of black tea, and brought a chair to the courtyard. Leaning back in the chair, Chun Bo lit a cigarette. The quiet of the late night reminded him of many scenes from his past life. As the smoke curled up, Chun Bo suddenly felt a gaze watching him from the shadows. It was now 3 a.m., deep into the night. He silently picked up his water cup and used the corner of his eye to observe his surroundings. Looking around, he noticed something strange at Villa number 5 on the front left. On the second floor facing north, a room had its curtain half drawn. Chun Bo, who often spent time in solitary confinement in prison, had better than normal eyesight. Even with the lights off, he could vaguely see a figure dressed in white standing by the window. If I am not mistaken, the person spying on him is probably a woman. Since moving into Xiangjiangzhou in Yuan, Chun Bo has never interacted much with his neighbors. Most of the residents in the villa area are middle-class families, so there shouldn't be any perverts. Late at night, Chun Bo didn't bother to pay attention to the other person. He thought, let it be. It doesn't matter anyway. He decided to check who this woman was tomorrow. He took a few sips of water, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. At 4 in the morning, Chun Bo went back to his room and slept for 2 hours. He got up at 6 and spent half an hour hitting the punching bag in the basement. Exercise was a habit he developed in prison. After an hour of workout, he was sweaty and about to take a shower when suddenly he heard the doorbell. He looked outside and saw several women standing at the door: Wang Ting, Li Xiaoyu, Tang Qingqing, and Xiao Kaiyun. Chun Bo frowned slightly. All 4 women were dressed as city professionals. White shirts, pencil skirts, high heels. They looked like typical urban white-collar women. He opened the big gate, and the 4 women stepped into the living room in their high heels, each carrying a breakfast bag. In the living room, Li Xiaoyu deliberately posed in front of Chun Bo, smiling and asking, "Boss, who do you think has the best legs among us 4? Are you testing the officials now?" Li Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said mischievously, "We're here to bring you warmth, boss. Didn't you see we brought breakfast for you?" Wang Ting was used to Li Xiaoyu's boldness. She shook her head and went to the dining table to open the breakfast bags. Xiao Kaiyun still had a scar on her face and was wearing a mask and glasses. She sat properly on the sofa with Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing looked a bit nervous. Over the past 2 days, she, Li Xiaoyu, and the others had been living and working together, so she was inevitably asked about Chun Bo's past. But she kept her silence and didn't mention anything about Chun Bo's history. Only she knew why Chun Bo didn't want women to live in his house. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly interrupted Li Xiaoyu's playful teasing and said to Chun Bo, "Brother Chun, go take a shower first. Come eat breakfast later." Chun Bo was only wearing a large pair of shorts. To avoid awkwardness, he decisively turned and went to the bathroom. Li Xiaoyu wanted to quietly open the bathroom door and slip inside, but the doorknob wouldn't turn. It was clear that Chun Bo had locked it from the inside. "Humph. Even early in the morning, you're worried about thieves." Li Xiaoyu angrily walks back to the living room and notices Wang Ting and others watching her. Even though she has a thick skin, she feels a little embarrassed. I just wanted to wash his clothes. Do you believe me?" Even she doesn't believe this sentence herself, saying it makes her feel shy. "Sister Xiaoyu, next time, just come alone. Don't bring me. Wang Ting protests. The idea this morning was proposed by Li Xiaoyu. She didn't want to go alone and insisted on bringing a few friends along. After a quick shower, Chun Bo ignored the four women and went to the dining room to eat. He is currently low on energy and can't take care of everyone, so his chances of intimacy are purely random. While Chun Bo was having breakfast, Wang Ting changed into a pair of slippers and took the initiative to go to the bathroom to wash clothes for Chun Bo. Li Xiaoyu saw this and said with annoyance, "Ah, Ting, you took over my job." The living room was filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Chun Bo's phone on the coffee table rang. "Boss, your call." Li Xiaoyu picked up the phone and saw the number on the screen. Chun Bo casually pressed the answer button. Lin Yao's voice came through first. "Chun Bo, let's meet tonight. At 8 o'clock, Juxian Restaurant. Juxian Tower isn't cheap. Bring more money. Hee hee. You've been screwing in factory screws for half a month. Didn't you earn enough for a meal? No money." Lin Yao hung up immediately, not giving Chun Bo any face. After hanging up, Li Xiaoyu stood nearby and pouted, "Boss, can I bring my family to dinner tonight?" Chun Bo turned his head to give Li Xiaoyu a knowing look and then continued eating in silence. Half an hour later, Wang Ting hung up the washed clothes. "Brother Chun, it's almost time for work. Let's go back to the company. Call me if anything comes up." "Wait, I'll go with you. I have a plan to announce later." "Okay." When leaving the villa, Chun Bo specifically looked at Villa No. 5 and saw a brand new Maserati sports car parked in the driveway. Chun Bo, sitting in the front passenger seat, took out his phone and sent a message to a Bing. He thought it was safer to double-check everything carefully. He usually arrived at work by 9 in the morning. Zhang Dalong often came early, and when he, Ma Jun, and Wang Mingyang had no tasks, they mostly stayed at the company to learn about security management. Chun Bo didn't have time to lead a team. The real work was done by his subordinates who took the lead. When he arrived at the company, he saw Tian Wenwen dressed in professional clothes standing at the door, waiting. Tian Wenwen widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Ting and the others behind Chun Bo. Li Xiaoyu and 3 others were also curious, observing Tian Wenwen and secretly rating her figure and looks. Wenwen was small and delicate, which was her signature. They never doubted Chun Bo's taste or judgment. Whether it was a young woman, a mature lady, or a confident beauty, they had all been seen. "Why are you standing here? Come in." It wasn't until Chun Bo approached her that Tian Wenwen snapped out of her thoughts. She hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, boss. I arrived early. There are only 3 male colleagues inside." Wenwen's voice lacked confidence, clearly afraid of the 3 big men, Zhang Dalong and his friends. "All right, go in first." Inside the company, Chun Bo headed straight to the meeting room. When he passed by Zhang Dalong and the others, they immediately stood up. "Good morning, boss." "Okay, everyone, let's go in and have the meeting." In the meeting room, everyone's eyes focused on Chun Bo standing at the front. "Tian Wenwen, please introduce yourself." Wenwen stood up, looked around, and shyly smiled. "Hello everyone, I am Tian Wenwen from Sichuan province. I am new here. Please take care of me." Wang Ting led the applause and welcomed her, then stood up and introduced the current team members one by one. After the introductions, everyone's gaze returned to Chun Bo. Currently, Chun Bo had 2 billion yuan in borrowed funds. He planned to create an influencer incubation park. In today's world, what money was easiest to make? Besides women's money, the easiest was the money from loyal followers. Everyone was shocked and couldn't speak clearly after hearing this. Among those present, except for Wang Ting, no one knew about Chun Bo's financial strength. Most of you probably don't know much about this organization. Now, I will explain what an MCN organization is. Tang Qingqing, as the main person in charge, listen carefully. If you don't understand, ask questions on the spot. Next, Chun Bo explained in detail how an MCN organization operates. He talked about selecting and training internet celebrities, signing contracts, guiding content creation, managing platform traffic, and engaging with fans. He also explained the key points of making money, the trend of live streaming sales, and the rise of short films and dramas. Chun Bo used successful MCN organizations from his past life as examples. At this moment, everyone was on the same starting line. As chairman said, no matter what, with his memories from the past, he can avoid many pitfalls. His advantage is clear. All morning, Chunbo was teaching everyone about the concept of internet celebrity economy and how to make money from it. While others were learning by trial and error, Chunbo was building bridges and launching rockets to speed up progress. Tang Qingqing, your last plan was very good. Just follow that plan. There are many professionals in the market you can hire. Let the best stay, and those who are not capable enough can be dismissed. Tang Qingqing was entrusted with an important task. She was full of energy and said confidently, "Boss, I will implement all the plans you mentioned as soon as possible. Li Xiaoyu, Tian Wenwen, you too have sales experience. Assist Tang Qingqing in putting the plan into action. If there are any adjustments later, Wang Ting will arrange it. Xiao Kaiyun, contact your former agency boss soon. Ask him to help find a suitable idle industrial park. I want to rent the entire building and support renovations. I plan to create a live streaming base. Zhang Dalong, I might offend many groups in the future. You are responsible for the safety of the company's core members. Since we are short-staffed, I will give you a recruitment direction. Contact your unit leaders. If there are retired soldiers available, send them for interviews. I want both male and female soldiers. This move is a way to help some retired soldiers without connections find jobs. Trained veterans are easier to manage for Zhang Dalong and his team. If we can contact the leaders of the Veterans Affairs Department, we can start recruiting veterans in large numbers. This would be a win-win partnership. Honestly, right now we are just a small team, but I still hope some of you can stand out and become my business partners. First, you must be completely loyal to me and the company. Only then does personal ability matter. When facing difficulties, don't be afraid. Report to Wang Ting promptly. I will personally handle tough problems. After an inspiring motivational speech, Shinbo saw hope in everyone's eyes. Having a goal gives motivation. In the beginning, we must be willing to spend money. Some might say he should invest elsewhere. But given his current situation, even if he invests in other companies, he might still be pushed out by big corporations in the future. It's better to invest his own money and do it himself. If he succeeds, it will attract investments from big companies, and he will have the power to set the terms. By noon, Wang Ting ordered food from a nearby restaurant. During the startup phase, everyone is not particular about details, especially when eating with the big boss, Chunbo. Everyone's admiration for him reached a new high. Having a clear goal and direction gives everyone motivation to work hard. After lunch, everyone went back to their tasks. Although the office has few people, everyone is busy with their own work. Even Li Xiaoyu feels the pressure. If she doesn't work hard to improve herself, she might be eliminated. Time is tight, and tasks are heavy. So, in the coming days, everyone will probably need to work overtime. Suddenly, the glass door of the office was pushed open from outside. A middle-aged woman, overweight and with an angry face, stormed in. This woman was Wu Guilan, Tang Qingqing's mother. Since the company currently has no receptionist, Wu Guilan barged directly into the main hall. Looking around, Wu Guilan saw Tang Qingqing working at her desk. She stepped forward loudly, pointed at Qingqing's nose, and scolded her angrily. Tang Qingqing, I finally found you. You ungrateful girl. I raised you all these years, and this is how you repay me? Have you forgotten I am your mother? At this moment, Qingqing was working on a project plan. Hearing her mother's voice, she felt her heart tremble and her face turned pale instantly. Tang Qingqing supported herself on the table and looked at Wu Guilan in disbelief. Despite blocking all contact methods, she didn't understand how this woman could find him so quickly. Wang Ting and others had once told Tang Qingqing that she had a mother even more disgusting than Wang Poppy, and a useless younger brother who couldn't do anything right. Faced with this sudden situation, Wang Ting came over to Tang Qingqing and gave Zhang Dalong a meaningful look. Zhang Dalong understood immediately. The three of them quickly left their workstations and stood in front of Wu Guilan. Wu Guilan was forced back a few steps by their imposing presence, then stomped her foot and cursed loudly. Tang Qingqing, you ungrateful girl. Do you think hiding here will keep you safe? I tell you, if you don't return the bride price, you won't get away with it, even if you die. Tang Qingqing bit her lip gently, clenched her fists around her clothes, and looked at Wang Ting and the others with concern, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Thinking back, every time Wu Guilan found her at work, she was mocked by colleagues, criticized. Every time Wu Guilin found her, thinking back. 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 Every time Wu Guilin found her at work, she was mocked by colleagues, criticized, thinking back. Every time Wu Guilin found her, thinking back. Every time Wu Guilin found her, thinking back. Every time Wu Guilin found her at work, she was mocked by colleagues, criticized, thinking back. Tang Qingqing, your wings are grown now, huh? 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 Dare to ignore me? Watch and see if I dare to slap your face, Wu Guilin shouted hoarsely, her voice full of malice, and rushed forward to slap Tang Qingqing. But before Zhang Dalong could act, Tang Qingqing slapped her back. With a crisp sound, Wu Guilin covered her face, staring at Tang Qingqing in disbelief. Then, Wu Guilin completely disregarded. I should have strangled you when you were born. I should have strangled you when you were born. At this moment, a carefree young man rushed in. I should have strangled you when you were born. I should have strangled you when you were born. At this moment, a carefree young man rushed in. I should have strangled you when you were born. I should have strangled you when you were born. At this moment, a carefree young man rushed in. I should have strangled you when you were born. At this moment, a carefree young man rushed into the room. It was none other than Tang. How can you hurt your own mother? You're worse than an ant. How can you hurt your own mother? You're worse than an ant. How can you hurt your own mother? You're worse than an animal. Everyone present was disgusted by this mother and son. Li Xiaoyu stepped forward angrily and said, even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Your mother is about to kill someone. Is it too much to get slapped? Mocked by Li Xiaoyu, Wu Guilin, lying on the carpet, raised her head and snarled, who are you? Mind your own business. You have no right to interfere in our family affairs. Go away. Li Xiaoyu wanted to retort, but Wang Ting held her back. Sis, I am a lady. How can I stoop to the level of a shrew? This matter should be resolved by the people involved. Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Wu Guilin. Wu Guilin, like a victorious rooster, turned her anger toward Tang Qingqing and continued to attack. Tang Qingqing, I am your mother. You are my child, so you should listen to me. Now your brother owes a lot of debt and is about to be cut off. As his sister, shouldn't you help pay it off? Mom is right. Whether you admit it or not, you are my biological sister. Blood is thicker than water. You haven't married yet, so you have a duty to share my debt. To force Tang Qingqing to give money, the mother and son again used morality to pressure her. Tang Qingqing saw Chen Bo leaning on the boss chair, watching her. To avoid disappointing Chen Bo, she took this chance to completely tear apart her relationship with Wu Guilin and her son. Her mother's endless indulgence for her brother was intolerable. She retorted firmly, Wu Guilin, you are unworthy to be my mother, let alone a woman. Do you realize how much money I've been drained of all these years? To pay off your debts, I ended up working as a waitress at a KTV, suffering many grievances and insults. Do you know how much I've suffered? And you, Tang-san, without my permission, you encouraged Wu Guilin to secretly take the bride price and gamble. Where do you get the nerve to ask me to pay your debts? I have wasted so much of my youth because of you. Have your conscience been eaten by dogs? Tang Qingqing, exhausted and indifferent, said, now I am no longer involved with you. Whether Tang-san cuts ties with me or not has nothing to do with you. We are adults and must take responsibility for our mistakes. If you keep causing trouble, I will call the police and take legal action. Wu Guilin, angry and humiliated, started to make a scene, kicking and cursing. You're a wicked person. Do you just want to see your brother forced to death by debt collectors? You ungrateful wolf. I can't live anymore. Tang Qingqing took out her phone and threatened, your tantrums here are useless. If you don't leave, I will call the police for disturbing the peace, and they might detain you for at least 10 days. Wu Guilin looked panicked, lifting her head to threaten with her life. Okay. If you dare call the police, I will run in front of you and get hit. Let's see how you handle that. Tang Qingqing was at a loss. She was genuinely afraid Wu Guilin might harm herself. The company had just started, and losing someone would be very unlucky. At that moment, Chen Bo came out of the office and sighed, patted Tang Qingqing on the shoulder, and looked at her. Seeing Chen Bo's gaze, Tang Qingqing knew her behavior had been recognized, and her tense heart relaxed. Boss, I've caused you trouble. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. Chenbo then looked at Wu Guilan and her son with a teasing smile. Ma'am, we say one word at a time. If you call the police, you're risking everything. At worst, I'll pay for your son's funeral expenses afterward. How about that? Want to try? His words made everyone present look at each other with strange expressions. It turned out that the best way to deal with bullies was to be even more shameless. Chen Bo's unconventional approach caught Wu Guilan and her son off guard. They exchanged glances, and Wu Guilan saw her son's eyes flicker with heat and fear. Her heart suddenly felt cold as ice. Chen Bo noticed Tang San's reaction and continued to play his trump card. Brother Tang, how much is your mother's life worth? Just give me a number. This statement was like a dagger to the heart. Tang San's eyes flickered, and he hesitated, unable to speak. Wu Guilan became anxious. She grabbed Tang San's hand excitedly and said, Tang San, I am your mother. Do you want to exchange your mother's life for money? Tang San's eyes flickered with hesitation as he pretended to feel sad and said, Mom, how could I trade your life for money? That would make me worse than an animal. Good boy, my dear eldest son. I knew you wouldn't want to do that. Chen Bo sneered and encouraged him. Heh, losing a biological mother might get you some compensation, and maybe you could find a rich stepmother. Brother Tang, this deal is a real profit for you. Think about your gambling debts. Are you better off being disabled or losing your real mother? Tang San was moved by Chen Bo's words, and doubt flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Wu Guilan was more nervous than anyone. This person was too terrifying. He was even willing to pay money to buy her life. Son, I won't die. Please don't listen to his crazy talk. Chen Bo took out a cigarette and lit it. As a desperate gambler, he was willing to do anything for money, even to the point of violence. After blowing out a smoke ring, he continued to brainwash Tang San. I have plenty of money. Paying a little won't hurt me. Your mom is almost 60 this year, right? If she were to die here today, I would pay you 60,000. How about it? Maybe you should persuade your mom. The sooner she dies, the sooner she can be reborn. Maybe she'll have a good new life. People are selfish. At this moment, Chen Bo exploited this weakness. He believed that if the price was high enough, he could do anything. Kill his mother, or even dig up his father from the grave and destroy his bones. Tang San's eyes shifted as he was tempted by the money, and he finally knelt down. 60,000 isn't enough. I want at least 1 million. Otherwise, my mom's death isn't worth it. Hearing Tang San's price increase, everyone felt their scalp tingle. To think he would openly encourage his mother to commit suicide for money. Such a person had lost all sense of humanity. With a sharp slap, Wu Guilan slapped Tang San and shouted, Are you still a person? I am your real mother. Tang San's eyes turned red with anger. He also got angry and retorted, So what if you're my real mother? Didn't you also treat Tang Qingqing like she wasn't a person? Wu Guilan was scolded and blushed with shame. She swung her hand again and slapped Tang San, showing a look of disappointment and frustration. You're so stupid. She's just a wild child, not even my real daughter. Wow, I didn't expect to find such a surprise. This secret was spoken aloud by Wu Guilan herself. The office fell into a brief silence. Tang San was stunned, and everyone present was also confused. It turns out that Tang Qingqing's sad experiences were caused by blood relations. Not being her biological family meant she was treated differently. The person most affected was Tang Qingqing. She suddenly felt dizzy, her legs wobbled, and luckily Chen Bo quickly caught her around the waist to prevent her from falling. Tang Qingqing finally understood why Wu Guilan had been so harsh with her since she was a child. She held back tears, trying not to cry. Wu Guilan still believed she was right, and said confidently to Tang Qingqing, You are just a foundling. When I took you in, I fed you, clothed you. Is it wrong to ask you to give some money now? Tang Qingqing broke down in tears, crying loudly on Chen Bo's shoulder. Only she knew the pain inside her heart. At first, she still had some hope for this family bond. But now that she knew the truth, she could only accept the reality of being an orphan. Why cry so bitterly? As long as you give the money, I'll leave right now. Wu Guilan gave up and kept talking about money, making everyone present feel speechless. However, most of the money Tang Qingqing earned from her job over the past few years had been taken by Wu Guilan. She had no money now. Maybe Wu Guilin thought she couldn't get anything out of Tang Qingqing, so her eyes shifted to Qinbo. You are Tang Qingqing's boyfriend, right? Since you have money, Tang Qingqing can be yours. Just give 50,000, and we'll leave immediately. We won't bother you again. Hearing Wu Guilin treat her like an object, Tang Qingqing was furious. She pointed at Wu Guilin and shouted, "What do you think I am? A dog you keep at home? Humph, isn't that right? I even paid for your schooling. Be grateful. It's sad that such a mother exists. Having a mother like that is truly unfair, and staying around her is just a trouble." Qinbo planned to send both mother and child away, so he patted Tang Qingqing's back to comfort her and said, "Enough. Talking to this kind of scum is just insulting yourself." After speaking, Qinbo turned to Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, bring out 50,000 in cash." "Understood, boss." Qinbo's actions earned everyone's respect. To help his employees break free from their struggles, he readily gave 50,000 yuan without hesitation. His boldness was inspiring. Soon, Wang Ting took 50,000 yuan in cash from the safe and handed it to Qinbo. Qinbo opened a bag and poured the money onto the ground. The fresh stacks of red bills scattered in front of Wu Guilin and her son. Seeing so much cash, Wu Guilin felt she had almost missed out. As the saying goes, greed is insatiable. The mother and son exchanged glances, clearly wanting to get more. Wu Guilin smiled and looked at Qinbo, shamelessly asking, "Boss, I raised her with great effort. 50,000 is too little. Can you give us a bit more?" Qinbo sneered inwardly. As expected, she was never satisfied. He remained calm and asked, "How much do you want?" Wu Guilin looked at her son and then raised one finger. 100,000. Is that okay? Qinbo chuckled freely. These two wanted to stay in trouble forever. Of course, but do you dare to ask for it? Wu Guilin lifted her chin and grinned. If you dare to give, I dare to ask. Really? But I think 50,000 is enough for you to spend. How about this? When that runs out, come back and ask me again. Are you serious? You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? Believe it or not, if you don't want this 50,000, I will take it back. Wu Guilin acted like a wild dog guarding its food, lying on the pile of money. No, this money is mine now. Haha. Then take your money and leave. Spend it carefully. None of your business how I spend it. Wu Guilin's shamelessness reached perfection. She quickly told her son to pack the money into a bag. Since Tang Xin learned that Wu Guilin revealed Tang Qingqing was not her biological daughter, he realized his actions were unfilial and wrong. He felt ashamed and didn't dare to speak. The mother and son hurriedly packed the money and left the company in a hurry. Afraid Qinbo might change his mind, they almost bumped into a woman dressed in professional attire at the door. Entering the elevator, Tang Xin always felt something was wrong and was a bit worried. "Mom, let's not touch this money for now. Let's see how things go first." "See how things go?" "Tang-san, I'm very disappointed in your behavior today. I'm keeping this money for you. Besides paying off your gambling debts, I'll save the rest for your future wife." After Qinbo's attempt to create a rift, Tang Xin realized his mother was guarding against him. He felt angry but pretended to be obedient. "Okay, Mom, I'll follow your plan." Wu Guilin, feeling unsatisfied, said, "Didn't Qingqing's boss say we can come back to get more money after using some? We'll come again in a few days. Even taking an extra dollar is earning for us." Tang Xin didn't reply. He thought about Qinbo's changing expressions and how he looked at him with pity. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. If Qinbo called the police for extortion, they would be in big trouble. "Mom, maybe we should return this money. I don't feel right holding it." "Tang-san, what are you doing? Once you have something, you shouldn't let it go. If you keep acting like this, I'll be angry." After Wu Guilin and Tang Xin left, Qingqing wiped her tears. She wanted to thank Qinbo, but was stopped. "You don't need to thank me. Remember our agreement. I promised to help you beforehand." Qinbo took a voice recorder from his pocket and handed it to Wang Ting, then gave instructions in front of everyone. "Wang Ting, call the police immediately. Say someone is extorting 50,000 yuan from the company. Later, give this recording to the police." Everyone felt a chill down their spines after hearing this. The boss was really cunning. Qinbo's plan was working. Wu Guilin and her son, greedy as they were, fell right into his trap. If they didn't return the money before the police arrived, once the police confirmed extortion, they would face at least 10 years in prison. Wang Ting had experienced a similar situation at Lake Hart Pavilion before. She knew Qinbo's tactics and quickly called the police. When the police learned that the extortion was happening on the spot, they didn't hesitate. They immediately sent officers to the scene. At this moment, a woman dressed professionally, carrying a briefcase and wearing high heels, entered the company. A woman was standing at the doorway in the corridor, witnessing the entire process of Wu Guilan and her son extorting money. Her appearance drew the attention of everyone in the office area. Wang Ting finished making the emergency call and immediately approached, introducing herself to Qinbo. "Boss, this is the lawyer Bai Shuang, who is responsible for drafting contracts. This is my boss, President Chen. The contract needs to be reviewed by President Chen." Bai Shuang extended her delicate hand and offered a polite smile. "Hello, President Chen." Qinbo reached out his right hand and shook hers, while also observing this elegant and confident female lawyer. Bai Shuang was wearing a tight skirt, with long legs and muscles that were subtly visible, a result of regular exercise. Her slim waist, firm hips, and straight shoulders gave her a striking and confident appearance. "Lawyer Bai, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled." Bai Shuang looked surprised, then quickly withdrew her hand, maintaining a respectful distance. "President Chen has good eyesight. I've learned a bit of Taekwondo. How did you see that?" Qinbo retracted his hand and invited her into the meeting room. "There are many ways to tell, like posture, aura, muscle lines, walking style. The most important thing is the strength in your hand." Bai Shuang looked surprised, not expecting Qinbo to notice so much just from a handshake. Combined with what she had just seen, she had already labeled Qinbo with 3 traits: detail-oriented, cunning, and strong-willed. "President Chen, you're quite impressive," Bai Shuang said as she took out 2 contract templates from her briefcase and gently pushed them toward Qinbo. "President Chen, please review these 2 contracts. They are drafted according to the signing patterns of entertainment companies." Qinbo carefully examined the contracts, which included all the previously mentioned requirements. He highly appreciated Bai Shuang's skills. After placing the contracts down, Qinbo signaled Wang Ting to close the door. He planned to make a strategic move. "The contracts are very well done, Lawyer Bai. May I ask, what is your current annual salary at your law firm?" Bai Shuang seemed to sense something and smiled. "Why? Are you planning to poach me, President Chen? Ha ha ha. Lawyer Bai, you're quite clever. Would you be interested in working with me?" White Frost did not know Qinbo well, so her answer was vague. "Currently, I have no plans to change jobs, but as long as the offer is high enough, I will consider moving up." Qinbo crossed his arms and looked at White Frost seriously. "In my opinion, capable people rise, mediocre ones stay behind. Those with ability are valuable, and their pay should match their contribution. Lawyer Bai, why not give a price now? If it's reasonable, I can make an immediate promise." "Mr. Chen, is that too quick? I don't like trouble and don't have the time or energy to argue. I believe you've looked into my company. We are just starting out, and I want to build a reliable team quickly." White Frost's current annual salary is about 500,000 yuan. As a versatile lawyer who can handle all kinds of cases, if she changes jobs, she would need at least 800,000 to 1 million yuan a year. She had already seen Qinbo's financial strength at the door. Money is definitely not a problem. The question is whether to ask for 800,000 or 1 million. "Lawyer Bai, don't worry about the offer. Cooperation is a two-way effort. No need to feel pressured." After a moment of hesitation, White Frost named her expected salary. "Is 1 million okay?" Qinbo snapped his fingers and extended his hand to her. "No problem. Welcome to my team, Lawyer Bai." White Frost felt a bit surreal. This was too hasty. Don't they do background checks before hiring? She instinctively reached out her hand and shook hands with Qinbo. "Please handle your resignation quickly. I have many cases that need a lawyer to oversee. You can also recruit a few assistants to help you." May I ask, Mr. Chen, are you worried I might not do well?" "I have no other options right now. The firm is too small to hire industry experts. Think of it as a rushed start. You'll see what you can do once you get to work. All right, give me 3 days to finish the handover and start." "That works. I tend to delegate tasks. Talk to Wang Ting for specific matters. If you encounter problems you can't solve, come to me. I can see that Mr. Chen is a decisive person." Meanwhile, Wu Guilan and her son had already gotten into a taxi heading home. Originally, Tang San had a car, but he sold it to pay off debts after losing money. Along the way, Tang San saw a police car pass by. His right eyelid suddenly twitched strongly, and he felt that something bad was about to happen. "Mom, should we go back to our hometown and hide for a while?" Wu Guilin turned her head and looked at her son again, with a look of disdain. "If we haven't done anything wrong, why should we hide? Don't scare yourself. Why do you feel like your courage is shrinking?" Tang San had nothing to say. Since he couldn't convince her, he could only pray silently that Chen Bo would show mercy. Soon, the police car stopped in front of the office building. The security guard on the first floor thought the police were there to catch scam artists involved in fake investment schemes, so he quickly reported to the property manager via the intercom. The police quickly arrived on the 10th floor. Wang Ting heard the noise and went out to talk to the police. Only Chen Bo and Bai Shuang remained in the meeting room. "Lawyer Bai, what level of Taekwondo have you reached?" "Level 2 red belt." "Hee. Maybe we can spar some time." "Oh? Mr. Chen also practices Taekwondo, mixed martial arts." Maybe not. I just learned it for self-defense. After all, being a lawyer is a risky profession. In recent years, several lawyers have been targeted and harmed." Chen Bo nodded, agreeing with Bai Shuang's words. "Some lawyers who lose cases might seek revenge. Yes, we need to improve personal safety measures. Don't worry, I mainly set up a security company to protect our staff. If necessary, I can assign you a female bodyguard. Also, the first extortion case in the company is assigned to you. No mediation allowed, and the punishment must be severe." Bai Shuang knew Chen Bo wanted her to show loyalty, so she agreed. "No problem. Mr. Chen, you're doing very well. Cases like this are usually straightforward." Chen Bo tapped the table and said firmly that mother and son must serve at least 10 years. Not a day less. Feeling Chen Bo's determination, Bai Shuang immediately agreed. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will prepare the indictment against that mother and son as soon as possible. We just need to wait for the police to file the case." "Good. I won't keep you. Contact Wang Ting for the details. She will cooperate with your work." As they left the meeting room, they saw 3 police officers questioning Wang Ting. Wang Ting played a recording in front of the police. The recording was of Tang Qingqing and Wu Guilin talking. "You making a fuss here is useless. If you don't leave, I will call the police for causing trouble, and they might detain you for at least 10 days. Okay. If you dare to call the police, I will run you over right here. Let's see how you handle that." The lead officer listened to the recording and immediately instructed his young partner nearby. "Little Wang, go get the surveillance footage from the corridor and elevator cameras." The property management cooperated quickly, copying a video. In the video, Wu Guilin and her son were seen leaving with a bag of money. The evidence was solid, so they could now file charges and make arrests. "Police officers, please arrest Tang San and Wu Guilin as soon as possible. Tang San is a gambler, and if we delay, our company's money might be lost forever. Miss Wang, don't worry. We will prioritize recovering the cash to reduce your company's losses." The police hurriedly left with the evidence. This case was simple, and solving it would earn them a promotion, so they worked efficiently. After seeing Bai Shuang off, Tianwen went to Chen Bo. "Boss, I just got a call from the car dealership. When I pick up the car later, I plan to handle my resignation paperwork at the same time. Take Wang Ting with you and drive both cars back." When Chen Bo heard about the car, he suddenly remembered his driver's license. He returned to his office and called Ruan Xia to arrange for the exam next week. After hanging up, Chen Bo noticed Tang Qingqing knocking and entering. She probably came about Wu Guilin and Tang San. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Bo looked at her calmly and asked, "Do you have any opinions about how I handled things?" Tang Qingqing quickly explained, No. "Then what do you want to see me about?" Tang Qingqing's cheeks were flushed. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Chen Bo's eyes. She felt a bit embarrassed. "I just want to. Thank you." Like last time. Seeing her shy face, Chen Bo lit a cigarette and said with interest, "You don't need to do that. What I value is your determination and ability. Do you understand?" "I understand, but you've helped me so much." Chen Bo waved his hand and said directly, "Tang Qingqing, first, I don't lack women. Second, I don't look down on you because I believe that intimacy needs the right moment. When the time is right, it will be more meaningful. Don't you think?" Tang Qingqing looked up and met Chen Bo's deep gaze. She guessed that Chen Bo was still upset about what happened with Lu Rian years ago. "You're right. I was too abrupt. I will be more careful in the future. Chunbo clearly understood Tang Qingqing's feelings. Now that she was an orphan, she probably just wanted a solid support. Work hard, and that will be the greatest thanks to me. You will understand someday. Then I'll go now. Just as she was about to leave, Tang Qingqing suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, over the past 2 days, Xiaoyu and the others asked me about your past, but I didn't tell them anything. Chunbo thought for a moment and said, next time they ask, you can tell them the truth, so they won't keep guessing. Okay. After leaving the office building, Bai Shuang sat in her car and turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting. At this moment, she needed to cool down and relax her mood. Today's job change felt surreal. After a while, Bai Shuang called her friend in the judicial system and asked for help to check Chunbo's identity. 5 minutes later, she received some information about Chunbo on her phone. The details were few, but Bai Shuang read carefully. She suddenly noticed a suspicious point. 10 years ago, after Chunbo was arrested by the police, he was sentenced and imprisoned in less than a month. The entire process was completed in just 20 days, which clearly didn't follow proper procedures. Moreover, he received the maximum sentence, which was excessive. Such a clear problem was not raised, indicating it might have been manipulated by someone. Could it be intentional? Apart from the case of assault 10 years ago, there were no other stains on his record. Chunbo was an excellent student, winning scholarships every year. Who could he have offended? Bai Shuang suddenly became interested in Chunbo's past. The police were incredibly efficient. As soon as they left, they sent someone to the rental house, where Wu Guilan and her son were staying. When they arrived home, they spread out the cash from the bag and counted it carefully. Son, count out 200,000 first to pay off your gambling debt. Don't let them cut off your hand. Okay, Mom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Tang Sen was startled. Mom, I'll see who it is. He went to the door and looked through the peephole. It was a security guard. He asked through the door, who is it? A resident downstairs reported a leak in the bathroom. Please check if the water pipe is broken. Tang Sen lives in an old building with stairs. The wiring and pipes are old, so a leak is possible. After hesitating, Tang Sen opened the door. 2 police officers rushed in. Oh no! Tang Sen was handcuffed by the police. The lead officer immediately led people into the bedroom. Wu Guilan was counting money and was startled by the sudden police intrusion. What are you doing? The lead officer smiled and waved his hand. Hand over the items and count the stolen money. What stolen money? This is clearly money my son-in-law gave me. Why are you arresting me? Wu Guilan resisted arrest, scratching the officer's arms and faces with her nails. She was eventually pushed to the ground and handcuffed. Wu Guilan, you and Tang Sen are suspected of extortion. You are under arrest. When Wu Guilan saw the arrest warrant, she felt like the sky was falling. She also wet her pants. Lead officer, this woman just peed herself. The officer stepped back a few paces and said, take her away. She can get a wash tomorrow. Expenses covered. Chunbo was leaning back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed, when he suddenly received a call from Wang Ting. Boss, Wu Guilan and her son have been caught. 50,000, no less. Good. You don't need to handle the rest. Leave it to lawyer Bai. In the evening, Wang Ting returned to the company with a convoy. The front car was a Maybach S500. At the parking lot, Chunbo sat in the passenger seat and called out, DeLong, you drive. Zhang Dalong had never driven a luxury car worth 2 million before and was nervous. Boss, I'm worried I might hit something. There's insurance. Just drive confidently. We're heading to the police station where Jiang Hu works. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the police station. Through the car window, Chunbo suddenly saw a familiar face. The person was Sun Shuai, the illegitimate son of Jiangqing's richest man. At this moment, Sun Shuai looked proud and was laughing loudly at Jiang Hu, who was being scolded. Jiang Hu kneeled down and begged me. Just call me dad twice, and I won't bother you anymore. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Hu being bullied, Chunbo naturally wouldn't just watch. His face darkened. He pushed open the car door and headed straight for the police station. Zhang Dalong also noticed something was wrong and immediately followed Chunbo. He believed Chunbo could help Jiang Hu. It was getting dark outside. The people standing in the police station yard didn't notice Chunbo. Just as Sun Shuai was feeling proud, someone suddenly put an arm around his shoulder from behind, and a painful cry and curse followed. Ah, who the hell are you? That hurts so much. Sun Shui turned his head to look, but at first, he didn't recognize Chun Bo. Chun Bo held his shoulder with one hand and squeezed gently, but his face showed a harmless smile. Monkey, is it true that once you have a rich dad, you forget everyone else? Back in the orphanage, Chun Bo had given Sun Shui the nickname Monkey, known only to their childhood friends. Sun Shui was hurt by Chun Bo's grip and shouted, "Fuck! Let go of me! Damn it!" At this moment, the driver and bodyguard standing next to Sun Shui looked at Chun Bo and threatened, "Let go of the young boss." Another overweight police officer also threatened, "Quickly let go of Sun Xiao. This is a police station, not a place for you to cause trouble." Chun Bo ignored their threats. He still held Sun Shui tightly and sneered, "Monkey, your mouth is still so foul. Are you asking for a beating?" Sun Shui suddenly widened his eyes and glared at Chun Bo, his eyes full of rage. "Chun Bo, you're Chun Bo? Weren't you sent to jail?" Chun Bo sneered, "Haha, I didn't expect you to remember me. So, now that you've got a rich dad, you think you're invincible? Damn it, take your hands off me. Can you afford to dirty my clothes?" Chun Bo released Sun Shui and spat a thick phlegm onto his shirt. "Huh, spit." Chun Bo took 2 steps back, showing an apologetic expression. "Sorry about that. I just couldn't hold back earlier." "Look at what happened." Sun Shui's face twisted with anger as he stared fiercely at Chun Bo. "Who bureau? This guy is a dangerous criminal. Quickly arrest him." The chubby police officer, hearing the order, immediately prepared to call someone over to handcuff Chun Bo. "Are you a police officer of the people, or just a dog raised by the Sun family?" Chun Bo spoke, pulling out a voice recorder from his pocket, and sneered at Director Hu. "All the insulting words this guy just said about my brother have been recorded. And you, as the director, are just standing by without doing anything. Do I need to expose how you serve the Sun family?" Seeing the recorder, Director Hu's face turned very ugly. He didn't expect Chun Bo to be so clever. "By the way, there's a surveillance camera over there in the corner. Do you still want to keep pretending you're in charge?" Noticing Director Hu's hesitation, Sun Shui confidently said, "Director Hu, don't worry. With my Sun family's support, no one can remove you from your position." Chun Bo subtly pressed the recorder and asked Sun Shui in return, "Oh? Can your Sun family's power override the police system?" "Humph. In Jiang City, my father is the boss. You and Jiang Hu are just ants. I can easily crush you both." Sun Shui raised his head proudly. "Director Hu, help me remove Jiang Hu from his position and arrest this guy for a few days so he can learn his lesson. If anything happens, I'll cover for you." Director Hu was speechless after hearing this. He knew they had a recording device in hand, but still dared to boast wildly. Was he crazy? From observing their expressions, Director Hu saw that Chun Bo was fearless and didn't take him seriously. He might also come from a powerful family background. If something went wrong, Sun Shui would definitely shift the blame and walk away unscathed. In the end, he, the police chief, would be the one to suffer for his illegal actions. "Director Hu, what are you waiting for? This guy just came out of prison, and he's a dangerous criminal. Arrest him, no mistake." Thinking about his own safety, Director Hu chose to smooth things over and forced a smile. "Young Master Sun, we all know each other. There's no need to make a big fuss over a small matter. How about we all step back a little and let this go for today?" Sun Shui frowned and said unhappily, "Whose son? What do you mean? Are you not following my orders?" Stop talking nonsense. When I tell you to catch someone, you do it. My family's money isn't earned for nothing." Hu Sin's heart skipped a beat. Could this be brought up now? Does the young master of the Sun family have a screw loose? Chun Bo stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. "Heh, I didn't expect Director Hu to do things for money. How much do you think you've earned for helping the Sun family? Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't take any money," Hu Sun denied strongly, "but Chun Bo wouldn't let go. Whether you took money or not isn't up to you. I think the Discipline Inspection Commission should investigate." After saying that, Chun Bo took out his phone, checked the time, and said, "Director Hu, the Discipline Inspection Commission should be off work now. I plan to send this recording to the City Commission tomorrow. If they can't investigate, I will report it to the Provincial Commission. Do you think the Sun family will protect you?" This little director, Hu's son, felt a chill down his spine. He felt he was being controlled. Although it was just a recording, he couldn't afford an investigation. Even if he went back now to move his assets, it was too late. Sun Shui finally realized what was happening. He ordered his bodyguard, "Bring me his voice recorder," The bodyguard obeyed immediately and rushed over, but Zhang Dalong blocked him. The two started fighting at the police station entrance. Both were former soldiers, and inside the police yard, they fought fiercely. Hu Sun was furious and humiliated. As a director, he was being ignored, so he raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone stop! If you don't stop now, I will arrest you all for fighting." The two quickly stopped and separated, retreating behind their respective bosses. "Director Hu, I heard you often give my brother a hard time. Is that true?" Hu Sun's heart sank. He glared at Jiang Hu, then put on a smile to defend himself. "That's not true. How could I give my subordinates a hard time? You must have heard wrong." "Really? Since you deny it, then wait for the Discipline Inspection Commission to invite you for tea." Chen Bo put away his recorder and looked at Jiang Hu, asking, "Huazi, are you off work now?" Jiang Hu, who had been silent, looked at Sun Shuai with a meaningful expression. "Yes, I finished work a long time ago. Who knew I would run into a big mess just as I left?" "Jiang Hu, who are you calling a big mess? I don't believe it. I will tear off the clothes on your body." Jiang Hu was not afraid at all and retorted, "Handsome monkey, if you have the guts, come and tear it off. Don't just yap here like a woman." Sun was so angry that he pointed at Jiang Hu and threatened, "Okay, Jiang Hu, tomorrow I will make you leave the police force. Let's see if I can beat you then." Chen Bo sneered, stepped forward, put his arm around Jiang Hu's shoulder, and headed straight toward the gate. "Tiger, there's no need to waste words with a cowardly, pretentious loser. Let's go drink." Watching Chen Bo and Jiang Hu walk out together, Sun was furious and shouted, "Those two ungrateful dogs, I will never let you go." Hu Sun, the leader of the branch, felt nervous after being threatened by Chen Bo. After Sun finished cursing, he timidly asked, "Young Master Sun, that Chen Bo seems to have a complicated background. Please, you must protect me." "Humph, useless. A guy just out of prison can't even handle a small problem. What makes you think I should protect you?" At this moment, Sun noticed Chen Bo and the others getting into a Maybach. He suddenly frowned and looked suspicious. "No, this guy is just a poor guy. Where did he get the money to buy such a luxury car?" Watching the Maybach disappear into the night, Sun turned to Hu Sun and ordered bluntly, "Hu Sun, check what this Chen Bo is really about." Hu Sun cursed inwardly. Sun's mood swings were faster than flipping a book. He really treated him like a dog that could be called and dismissed at will. But due to the power of the Sun family, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. 5 minutes later, Hu Sun checked the basic information of Chen Bo from the internal system. This Chen Bo is strange. He served 10 years in prison, and shortly after being released, he bought a villa. Now he lives in Xiangjiangzun Garden. Sun was also stunned. In his impression, Chen Bo was just a poor loser. Could he have found his biological parents? Otherwise, where did he get the money for the villa and luxury car? To find out more about Chen Bo's background, Sun ordered his bodyguard, "Make a call to my family and find out who Chen Bo really is." "Yes, young boss. That Sun Xiao. I can't stand Chen Bo, but he might really report me to the City Discipline Inspection Commission. Please help look after this. I've done a lot for your Sun family over the years." Faced with Hu Sun's pleading, Sun Shuai didn't even turn his head and just walked away. "Aren't you paid already? The matter isn't settled yet, so I don't care about your life or death." Sun Shuai fully demonstrated the meaning of discarding someone after using them, which left Hu Sun stunned. His efforts were wasted, and he was abandoned, feeling cold inside. Finally, he watched helplessly as Sun Shuai got into a Lamborghini. As the engine roared to life, Hu Sun fell into complete despair. On the way to Juxian Tower, Jiang Hu couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Bo, seeing you live in a villa and drive a luxury car makes me want to quit and work for you." Chen Bo patted him on the shoulder and smiled confidently. No problem. If you don't want to stay here, you can come work with me." But Jiang Hu knew very well that Chen Bo wanted to help him rise up, or he wouldn't be paving the way for him. "Brother Bo, I was just joking earlier. I can definitely keep going. It's okay. Even if you don't pursue an official career, I have a place for you here." With Chen Bo's assurance, Jiang Hu felt more at ease. At worst, he could just resign. It's just a position, after all. Giving up is fine too. "By the way, that bastard Shuai Ho probably will report you. I think you should be careful. Sun Shuai is arrogant, but he's not stupid. Once he figures out my background, even 10 of him wouldn't dare to retaliate, unless he wants to die. Now, His name was spreading in the circles, and the story of Liao Donghan being beaten badly was easy to find. Given the Liao family's vengeful nature, Chun Bo was still alive and well, which suggested that Liao Longting intended to keep things quiet. That's worth pondering. Everyone understands the principle of killing a chicken to warn the monkey. Sun Defa would definitely restrain Sun Shui. Otherwise, a conflict wouldn't benefit anyone. At 8 p.m., the two arrived on time at Juxian Tower for the meeting. Tonight's dinner wasn't suitable for Zhang Dalong to appear, so he was left outside. Inside the private room, Lin Yao leaned back in her chair, lifting her watch with a half-smile. "Chun Bo, you're 5 minutes late this time." Chun Bo shrugged and said, "Sorry, I was delayed by something just now." Lin Yao sneered and mocked. "Did you just crawl out of a woman's bed?" Chun Bo took out a voice recorder from his pocket and casually tossed it in front of Lin Yao. "Listen to this. It's a rotten part of your police system. Interested in checking it out?" Curious, Lin Yao picked up the recorder and pressed play. When she finished listening, her expression turned unpleasant. "This unprincipled group of scoundrels is really terrible. They should be locked up and re-educated. All right, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend Jiang Hu, who works at the police station." Lin Yao stood up and extended her hand to Jiang Hu. "Hello, I am Lin Yao, the acting team leader at the city bureau." Jiang Hu wasn't sure about the true relationship between Chun Bo and Lin Yao, so he didn't look at the beautiful policewoman for long. They shook hands briefly and let go. "Hello, Team Leader Lin. Please take care of me in the future." Team Leader Lin. Jiang Hu is currently working very hard below. "Is there a way to transfer him to work under you?" "No problem. I will report to the higher-ups tomorrow and request a transfer order." With Lin Yao's promise, Chun Bo said, "Then let's order some food and 2 bottles of wine. Tonight, we drink until we drop." Lin Yao looked a bit stingy and slyly said, "It's on me. You pay the bill. Drink as much as you want." Chun Bo waved his hand. "You're so stingy. The bill is on me." Soon, a variety of delicious dishes were served, along with 3 bottles of Wulianya. The 3 of them clinked glasses. Jiang Hu felt that Lin Yao was quite influential. At Chun Bo's signal, he kept toasting Lin Yao. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Jiang Hu was getting drunk and almost fell under the table. Chun Bo called Zhang Dalong to come and took the drunken Jiang Hu back early. Only 2 people remained in the private room. Chun Bo called the waiter to settle the bill, but Lin Yao used the excuse of going to the bathroom to pay it in advance. "Didn't you say I would pay the bill?" Lin Yao rolled her eyes at Chun Bo. "You called me stingy. Do you think I would cheat you out of this meal? Haha. We've eaten our fill. Let's find a place to walk and digest." Following Chun Bo's suggestion, the two left the Juxian building and arrived at a tree-lined path by the river. Just now, at the dinner table, I was focused on drinking and eating. At this moment, Lin Yao took the lead to get to the main point. "The entire drug trafficking gang has been monitored. How do you plan to take them down?" Chun Bo leaned against the fence by the river, lit a cigarette, and slowly explained his plan. "First, gather the main suspects under the pretense of a meeting to control them and prevent leaks. Second, coordinate with the local power company to cut off electricity at the factory and set up signal jammers to block communication, ensuring the scene is secure and innocent people are not harmed. Third, have special police from another area lead a forceful raid. If they resist with guns, armed police will handle the suppression. Fourth, after the arrest, conduct a quick interrogation to prevent local leaders from being involved. This way, we can uncover more hidden issues. Fifth, use this opportunity to carry out a crackdown on organized crime, aiming to clean up the entire city and eliminate remaining criminal groups and their protectors. All these steps depend on one key role: someone who can stand in front, handle pressure from all sides, and coordinate everything. Without this person, the value of the operation will be greatly reduced." Chun Bo exhaled a smoke ring and hinted, "Captain Lin, with your connections and resources, I believe you can find such a person." Lin Yao stared blankly at Chun Bo, her bright eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. After the shock, a sense of admiration rose in her heart. She couldn't help but admire Chun Bo's careful planning. The arrest plan was detailed and thorough, every step well thought out. This made Lin Yao feel that Chun Bo had a commanding presence and control over the situation. "Chun Bo, it seems I underestimated you. I guess you had this arrest plan ready long ago. It just shows you don't know me well. Plans change quickly. If you can't do what I said, I'll have to find someone else to support me in the future. Your goals are too obvious. Chunbo shook his head and asked back, I'm not in charity work. Without a purpose, what am I doing this for? Perhaps because she had been drinking, Lin Yao felt very happy. She straightened her proud chest and teased, I've realized you're just a flirt. You either want my power or are jealous of my beauty. Chunbo took a deep drag on his cigarette and chuckled softly. You're too full of yourself. I don't lack women around me. There are many in uniform, flight attendants, nurses, so why would I look for you? Hearing this, Lin Yao reached out and pinched Chunbo's side. Annoyed. Damn it, you straight guy? Can you have some emotional intelligence? Gentlemen talk with words, not fists. Don't make me get physical with you. Facing Chunbo's half-smile, Lin Yao quickly withdrew her hand, realizing she might have been too impulsive. She took a few steps back to keep a safe distance. Chunbo, I think you have potential as a police officer. Want to work in the system? I can help you get in. Chunbo threw away his cigarette butt and leaned on the fence. Forget it. I prefer being a small-time boss. Spending money freely, having fun with women, going wherever I want. That's my life goal. His words made Lin Yao silent. She shook her head and said, We have different paths. We can't work together. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yao continued, The request you just mentioned can be arranged. I just need to figure out who should take the lead when I get back. All right, tell me before you act. I've got a big fish for you to catch. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Yao asked suspiciously. Why would I tell you everything? I'm not your man, Chunbo replied, then suddenly smiled and raised an eyebrow at Lin Yao. Of course, if you call me husband, I'll tell you everything I know. Chunbo, how dare you tease me? Feeling annoyed at being flirted with directly, Lin Yao reached out again to pinch Chunbo's side. But Chunbo stepped back a few paces and warned, If you keep pinching, I'll fight back. Drunk and not listening, Lin Yao staggered and tripped over a raised stone brick, falling into Chunbo's arms. Quick as a flash, Chunbo reached out to catch her, but it seemed he grabbed the wrong place. Today, Lin Yao was not wearing her uniform, so her hand felt very soft and nice. Chunbo instinctively squeezed it, and surprisingly, it was soft and elastic. The two looked at each other. Chunbo quickly pulled back his hand and said seriously, Well, old sayings are true. Listening to elders avoids trouble. It's better to stay away from fighting. Chunbo, how dare you try to flirt with me? I'll strangle you. Lin Yao started acting drunk, chasing Chunbo along the sidewalk by the river, waving her hands and shouting colorful words. Their chasing looked like a playful couple, attracting many onlookers who looked at them with envy. Maybe she was tired from running. Lin Yao was sweating and leaning on the railing, looking at Chunbo. Chunbo, if you're brave, don't run. Chunbo didn't get carried away. He knew who he could approach and who he couldn't. Lin Yao was different from other women. If he made a move, her family might come after him. Right now, Lin Yao was holding back her anger. If she didn't let it out, she might cause trouble later. Following the idea that less trouble is better, Chunbo bravely walked over to Lin Yao. Except for your face and your important parts, everything else is fair game. Lin Yao didn't hold back either. She used both hands to pinch Chunbo's waist and turned him a few times. Chunbo cooperated, showing a grimace. How does it feel now? Chunbo smiled knowingly and honestly said, Not bad, very elastic. It shows you haven't had kids yet. You're such a big fool. Lin Yao pinched him a few more times, making Chunbo frown in pain. You can't be unreasonable. I answer your questions honestly, isn't that right? You pervert. You should be sent to Canada for chemical castration. Wow. Women can be so vicious. You. Finally, Chunbo gave in, letting her pinch his waist for 5 minutes before she stopped. They sat on a bench by the road. Lin Yao, now calm, pushed her sweaty hair back and looked at Chunbo with gratitude. No matter what, thank you for the clues you gave me. No need for thanks. We're just doing business, each getting what we need. It's late now, let's end it here tonight. After saying that, Chunbo got up first and flagged down a taxi on the street. Chunbo opened the car door, turned around, and greeted Lin Yao, saying, Take a taxi back first. Your car can wait until tomorrow to be picked up. Lin Yao sat in the back seat and asked back, Aren't you going back? Chunbo replied, You said we don't see eye to eye, so we're not on the same path. He closed the door and told the driver to drive away quickly. Just as Lin Yao was about to argue, the driver stepped on the gas. She had no choice but to roll down the window and stick up her middle finger to show her displeasure. Watching the taxi leave, Chunbo took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. As he lit one, a BMW suddenly stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Chunbo saw a familiar face. It was quite a coincidence to meet Su Jing here. Seeing Chunbo's gaze, Su Jing quickly explained, "I just finished work and happened to pass by. Do you want a ride?" In fact, Su Jing had already noticed Chunbo and Lin Yao chasing each other by the roadside. She didn't rush to leave, but parked her car nearby and quietly watched Chunbo. Su Jing realized that Chunbo could also be playful and happy with women, showing a genuine smile. She couldn't help but think to herself that perhaps only she saw his fierce side. She thought Chunbo would leave with Lin Yao, but only when Lin Yao got into a taxi alone did she dare to follow. Chunbo opened the car door and got in, still smelling the familiar perfume. "To your place," he said. Su Jing's expression froze when she heard this. She thought she had misheard. Regaining her composure, she suppressed her excitement and stepped on the gas, heading toward her apartment complex. They drove in silence until they reached Su Jing's spacious apartment. She was about to turn on the lights when she suddenly felt her hand being held down. In the dim light, she gasped for breath, her heart pounding fiercely. She stared at Chunbo without saying a word. At this moment, Chunbo's mind was filled with tragic scenes from his past life. The helplessness of having his legs broken in a rented room. The pain of being cruelly mistreated at a cyber scam operation in Myanmar. The despair of dying painfully after having his organs removed on a medical ship in international waters. He blamed Su Jing for all the pain and hatred that Lu Ruyan had brought him. The living room was dark, and Chunbo lit a cigarette for himself. Only nicotine could soothe his tense nerves. He didn't know how he would control his emotions tonight. "Do you know how deeply Lu Ruyan hurt me?" Su Jing stared blankly at Chunbo. She couldn't understand or feel what Chunbo was going through. "Maybe you don't really know your daughter. Calling her a snake or scorpion is actually a compliment." Chunbo said this as he approached the door. Before leaving, he looked at Su Jing, who was curled up on the sofa, and apologized. "I'm sorry. From now on, the hatred between Lu Ruyan and me has nothing to do with you." Before Su Jing could respond, Chunbo opened the door and left without looking back. Su Jing sensed the hidden meaning in Chunbo's last words, which meant he wouldn't come back to see her anymore. Suddenly, a feeling of emptiness filled her heart. Su Jing wanted to chase after him, but had no good reason to do so. She went to the balcony and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window. She could see Chunbo's back gradually disappearing into the night. Once Chunbo was gone, Su Jing sank to the balcony floor. She knew the root of everything was Lu Ruyan, but what could she do? Holding her knees, she cried silently. She realized she might have fallen for Chunbo, but reality was cruel. She and Chunbo could never be together. After leaving Su Jing's house, Chunbo stopped a taxi on the street. He didn't go back to Xiangjiang Zunyuan, but headed to a bar. This was his second time at a bar after being released from prison. Loud music filled his ears, and on stage, a sexy female model danced freely, constantly stimulating the men's visual senses. The private booths were full. Chunbo went to the bar, sat on a high stool, and the bartender noticed he was in a bad mood. He approached with a smile and offered, "Hello, sir. Would you like something to drink? Just a random one." Tonight, Chunbo hardly drank at the table. Most of the 3 bottles of Wuliangye were drunk by Jiang Hu and Lin Yao. Chunbo wanted to numb himself with alcohol. He felt it was a side effect of rebirth. His overlapping memories sometimes affected his mood. Soon, the bartender brought a cocktail to Chunbo. "Sir, this is a worry-free drink. Please enjoy." Chunbo took a sip, then tilted his head and drank it all in one go. "Another one, please." "Okay. Please wait a moment. There are many types of people who come to the bar. Those looking for romance, trying to pick up someone, just enjoying the atmosphere. And like Chunbo, those who are in a bad mood and just want to drink." After finishing 3 drinks in a row, Chunbo closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. This kind of alcohol is very strong. He already felt a slight intoxication and planned to have one more drink before going to sleep. Suddenly, a stranger woman sat on the high stool next to him, tapped the bar to get the bartender's attention, and said, "Give me 3 drinks like his." "Okay, ma'am, please wait a moment." Chunbo glanced sideways at the woman, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air. The woman showed a polite smile and asked, "Would you like to have a drink with me?" Chinbo noticed a hint in her eyes. She knew him, but he didn't recognize her. Faced with her initiative, Chinbo didn't refuse and smiled. Sure. If I wasn't invited, I wouldn't refuse to drink." While waiting, Chinbo carefully looked at the woman in front of him. She was about his age, attractive, with delicate, well-defined features, tall stature, wearing a cool white silk slip dress that revealed her beautiful, long legs and carried an elegant aura. Noticing Chunbo's gaze sweeping over her, the woman smiled and asked, "Is it really okay for you to look at me like that? Beauty is meant to be looked at. I'm just looking openly, no problem, right? Are you complimenting my beauty in a roundabout way? Whether you're beautiful or not isn't up to me. It's up to the crowd. Look around. How many eyes are on you?" The woman looked around, and, sure enough, many people were watching her. "I didn't realize I was so popular. Do you think someone might come over to talk to me?" Chinbo shrugged. At that moment, the bartender brought 3 cocktails on a tray. "Ma'am, here are your drinks. Please enjoy." The woman pushed one of the drinks toward Chunbo and smiled. "This one is for you. If a fly comes to bother me later, you'll have to help shoo it away." I must say, this woman's smile is truly beautiful, especially those captivating eyes that make people feel restless. Currently, I do not know this woman's background or identity. Chinbo became cautious, thinking that the drinks she ordered might not be as good as they seem. Next, the woman suddenly noticed that Chunbo was not playing by the usual rules. He pushed the cocktail back in front of him. "Miss, that's not fair. You shouldn't refuse the drink." The woman blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise and asked, "Why?" Chinbo smiled slightly and said with a half smile, "You invited me to drink, but you want something in return. Isn't that like a deal?" To the woman, men are like protective wolves. How could she let others share the prize she has in her mouth? Since she was so proactive, shouldn't helping to chase away some men who were trying to talk to her be natural? Is this also considered a deal?" she asked. "Of course. Just one drink, and you expect me to be a hero saving a beauty? Are you silly, or am I?" Chinbo replied. The woman was speechless. She couldn't handle this at all. Your thinking is quite unique. What if tonight I go home with you?" she said. "Haha. A beautiful woman who comes for free is too risky. She might set me up for a trap. Isn't that unfair?" Chinbo responded. "You're overthinking it," she said. Chinbo put away his smile and stopped joking. He spoke directly. "All right, Mississippi. Since you know me, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what is your real reason for approaching me?" A flash of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. She admired Chunbo's sharp eyes. She believed she had no flaws showing, but she didn't know how Chunbo had figured it out. "How do you know I know you?" she asked. Chunbo ignored her curiosity. He took out his phone and paid 300 yuan for the drinks. "That's not the point. The point is, if you want to sleep with me, we can go to a hotel now. If there's nothing else, then goodbye," he said and stood up to leave, not giving her a chance to think. The woman was now anxious. She took 500 yuan bills from her bag and placed them on the bar, then quickly followed Chunbo. "Hey, wait for me." The men watching nearby were all confused and started gossiping. "Is this guy crazy? Is he gay? Maybe we should follow and see. We might get lucky. Maybe they already know each other. Why bother? Are they trying to steal her?" After leaving the bar, Chunbo went straight to the roadside to wait for a taxi. He was just playing a game of teasing and pulling back, not expecting the other person to lose patience and follow him out. Suddenly, a white Maserati sports car stopped nearby. When Chen saw the license plate, he immediately recognized the woman's identity. It turned out she was his neighbor at Xiangjiangzhou in Yuan, named Ouyang Qian, living in Villa No. 5. This afternoon, Bing sent a message revealing Ouyang Qian's identity. Last night, this woman was hiding behind the curtains, spying on him. He didn't expect to meet her by chance at the bar. Of course, such encounters could also be planned. Chinbo didn't believe this woman had no other purpose for approaching him. The car window rolled down, and Ouyang Qian looked disappointed as she said, "Mr. Chun, get in the car. We're heading the same way." Chinbo didn't hesitate. He opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Then he took out a cigarette and asked, "Do you mind if I smoke?" "Not at all. Feel free," she replied. While puffing smoke, Ouyang Qian drove and glanced at Chun out of the corner of her eye. "Sorry, Mr. Chun, I was a bit abrupt tonight." Chinbo leaned one hand on the window and said straightforwardly, I'm not a person who likes to talk too much. Just say what you want. Ouyang Qian hesitated but didn't dare to tell the truth. It's nothing much. I just think since we live in the same villa community, I want to make friends with you. Chen Bo responded noncommittally. Really? So, should I assume you're interested because of my looks? And, do you have a habit of spying? When her secret was exposed, Ouyang Qian suddenly slammed on the brakes, looking at Chun with surprise. Huh? How do you know I was peeking at you? Chen Bo was thrown forward by the sudden stop and almost vomited. He shook his head and decisively chose to get out of the car, speaking coldly. Go ahead. Let's pretend we didn't meet tonight. I have no interest in knowing you. Chen Bo's unpredictable attitude left Ouyang Qian a bit stunned. They had met at the bar tonight, but her plan hadn't been carried out yet. How could she give up? Mr. Chun, what do you mean? A cold smile appeared on Chen Bo's face as he sneered. Ouyang Qian, you're just a pet canary kept by someone. I don't know exactly what you're planning, but please don't challenge my bottom line. Chen Bo finished speaking and turned to leave. The place is still 2 kilometers from Xianjiangzhou in Yuan, so walking won't take long. Ouyang Qian sat inside the car, looking dazed. She never expected Chen Bo to have already investigated her identity. Thinking about her recent actions, Ouyang Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly inside. So, I am actually the embarrassing little fool. Before reaching her goal, Ouyang Qian was not willing to give up. She decided to confront Chen Bo and followed him in her car. Mr. Chun, I want to work with you. How do you want to cooperate? Chen Bo sneered and asked back. Oh? What kind of cooperation? Can we talk inside the car? Forget it. Female drivers are unreliable. How about this? Come to my house to discuss. TSK. Are you being annoying? I already told you I'm not interested in you. So what? Do I have to cooperate with you? After being insulted by Chen Bo, Ouyang Qian still kept smiling. She didn't want to anger him further. Or you can find a place, and we can talk about the cooperation in detail. Seeing that Ouyang Qian was determined not to give up, Chen Bo felt she probably had no good intentions. He simply refused. I don't have time to waste on this. That's it. This time, Ouyang Qian didn't chase after him. She realized Chen Bo was too cautious, making it hard for her to find an opening. Back at the villa, Chen Bo took a shower and lay on the bed. He pushed all thoughts aside and quickly fell asleep. He slept until dawn. After waking up, he did his usual half-hour punching bag workout. His body is the foundation of everything, so he couldn't afford to slack off. In the morning, Bing and Fan Tuo came over. After a day and night of preparation, Fan Tuo planned to steal the property certificate that night, which was held as collateral by Du Danan. Fan Tuo confidently assured him, Boss, starting at 10 p.m., if everything goes smoothly, we can finish in half an hour. Really? I'll be watching. At this moment, Bing provided some information. Boss, I noticed that Du Danan's people sometimes appear nearby. Should we take care of them? No need. If we remove those tails now, Du Danan will definitely be restless. At this moment, Fan Tuo's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately showed a proud smile. Boss, the fish in the Magic City have already taken the bait. Answer the call and turn on speakerphone. Under Chen Bo's instructions, Fan Tuo answered the phone and activated speaker mode. Soon, a man's voice came through. Qinggu, where have you been these past 2 days? Just went back home for some things. What's up? The money we won together a few days ago was all lost last night. Can I borrow some money from you? Borrowing money isn't a problem. The real question is, can you pay it back? I'm sure I can. You probably don't know yet, but I have a wealthy female client. In a few days, I'll get some money from her and pay you back. Haha, I believe in you. Let's meet at our usual place tomorrow night. I'll bring $1 million over. Thanks, Qinggu. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Bo looked at Fan Tuo with an approving gaze. Li Ruiyan's kept mistress, who was kept outside, was already involved. As long as she borrowed money, she would be at his mercy in the future. Boss, that young man is just a playboy. He's supported by wealthy women and has several other women outside. He's now very poor. Playboy refers to a male companion or lover who is often supported by women. After Li Ruiyan married into a wealthy family, she fully unleashed her true nature. Supporting young men was just basic behavior. Fan Tuo, when you return to the Magic City tomorrow, I will prepare $3 million in cash for you. No matter what method you use, you must firmly control this person. He must do whatever I tell him. There are many ways to ruin someone's reputation, But ordinary social death isn't enough to erase Chunbo's hatred. Chunbo thought of a perfect plan. He wanted to kill with a heavy blow, making Li Ruyan suffer deeply. Boss, don't worry. Everything is under control. Chunbo waved his hand to signal. All right, you can leave now. Ah Bing, stay. After Fan Tuo left, Chunbo called Ah Bing to sit opposite him and asked, Ah Bing, how is your grandfather's health? Yesterday, Chunbo gave Ah Bing a day off. She took the money and went to the nursing home to visit her grandfather. He's the same as always. The medication can't be stopped. The doctor said only to maintain the current condition. Don't worry about money. If it's not enough, just let me know. Thank you, boss. Ah Bing is a smart person. She clearly understands that Chunbo is trying to win people's trust, which is a common way for a big boss to control others. Today, go find Xiao Kaiyun and ask her to help you rent a house nearby. Monitor the flies hiding around and any potential dangers. Okay, I think Fan Tuo is okay. After we finish dealing with the issues in the city, you can work with him. You can plan the details yourselves. Understood. Some people shouldn't be forgotten. Just as I mentioned Xiao Kaiyun, her phone rang. On the phone, Xiao Kaiyun was excited and said, Boss, prices have gone up. What's gone up? All the new houses in the Southern District have increased in price. The price per square meter has risen from 8,000 to 10,000, and it might go higher. Chunbo's face showed no change. Price increases are expected. They are about the time he predicted. Last time, the government announced the development plan for the high-tech zone in the southern city, and everything was progressing on schedule. Stay calm. Prices will keep rising. In the next 2 months, they might reach 19,000 per square meter. Xiao Kaiyun couldn't hide her excitement. Even though she didn't own the house, she had sold it. From Chunbo's tone, she sensed he already knew the prices in the southern district would go up. If what Chunbo said is true, doubling in 2 months, she could make a net profit of 70 million after selling. She admired Chunbo's investment skills and even suspected he had inside information from the authorities. Otherwise, his investment moves wouldn't make sense. Boss, what do you need me to do now? Yesterday, I asked you to find the office building for live streaming. Contact the leaders of the investment department in the Southern District. If they offer good policies and benefits, consider setting up the influencer incubation base there. Got it. I know what to do. Oh, and there's one more thing. Rent 2 apartments near Xiangjiang Zun Garden within 2 days. No problem. Chunbo also took care of Ah Bing and Fan Tuo's housing issues. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. After hanging up with Xiao Kaiyun, another call came in from Li Lan, the sales manager of Weiyanu City. Mr. Chun, congratulations. All the properties you invested in have increased in value. Li Lan's call was probably not just to offer congratulations. Chunbo chuckled and responded, Really? That means I have good judgment. The Southern District has great potential for future growth. Mr. Chun, are you planning to sell the properties in the Southern District? I can handle the sale and find buyers for you. Behind Li Lan is a real estate development company, which likely plans to buy back his properties and then resell them. It seems the senior executives at the development company regret not holding onto the new homes longer. If they had waited a few more months before selling, they could have made several more billion. Right now, only Chunbo has a large stock of properties, making it easier and faster to buy back and resell without negotiating prices one by one. I don't plan to sell for now, but if you have new developments for sale, I might consider investing more. Li Lan was prepared for Chunbo's refusal. If she were in his position, she wouldn't sell either. Currently, the policies in the high-paying development zone of Nanchang have just been announced, and property prices are expected to rise several more times. Unless there's an urgent need for money, no one would sell now. Li Lan changed her approach and tentatively asked, Mr. Chun, our company has just launched a new development in Ganxiang District. Would you like to take a look? Is it ready for move-in or still off-plan? It's off-plan, currently under construction. Off-plan won't do. I can't wait. I want ready-to-move-in properties. If you have such resources, you can come to me. Sorry, Mr. Chun, our company currently has no ready properties for sale in Jiangcheng. All right, that's all. Is there anything else? Noticing that Chunbo wanted to end the call, Li Lan quickly changed the subject. Mr. Chun, I would like to take on the sales agency for your properties in the Southern District. When you decide to sell, I can handle everything for you. Chunbo hesitated and introduced Xiao Kaiyun. Manager Li, I have a sales specialist in real estate here. You've met her before. You're talking about Manager Xiao, right? I heard she has already joined your company. Since she's been out of the real estate industry for a while, she might be unfamiliar with some procedures. It's better to leave professional matters to professionals. You are correct. It depends on how you perform. Seeing Chun Bazong speak, Li Lan knew her chance had come, so she suggested, "Do you have time tonight? Wait for me at my place at 10:30. Everyone is an adult. Without some benefit, who would bother with you?" Li Lan understood and excitedly said, "No problem. See you tonight." After hanging up, Chun Bo dismissed Ah Bing, and suddenly a guest arrived outside the door. It was Ouyang Qian, the owner of Villa Number 5. Today, Ouyang Qian wore a loose white t-shirt and denim shorts, showing her long, white legs. Her slightly open neckline revealed a hint of cleavage, and her figure and looks could easily attract men. Chun Bo didn't let Ouyang Qian into the villa. They talked through the iron gate. "Mr. Chun, do you have time at noon? I want to invite you to dinner." This woman had a strong purpose. Chun Bo firmly refused. "No need for dinner. Just say what you want here." Ouyang Qian looked around awkwardly and said, "It's not convenient here. There's nothing you can't say. You're just here for fun, right?" Feeling Chun Bo's contemptuous gaze, Ouyang Qian took out her phone and typed a message. Then she stepped forward and showed the message on the screen to Chun Bo. When Chun Bo saw the message, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, and his face showed confusion. "Artificial insemination for a child, 1 million yuan. Once upon a time, on street lamp posts, outside toilets, in text messages and QQ chats, you could often see ads from wealthy women offering large sums to have children. The reason was always the same. Their husbands were infertile, and they wanted handsome men to help. The price was 5 million yuan for successful insemination. Today, such outrageous offers, which are absurd beyond belief, landed on Chun Bo, making him laugh. Chun Bo laughed so hard that his eyes looked like they were about to pop, and he looked at Ouyang Qian as if she were a fool. Ouyang Qian bit her lip lightly, her face flickering with redness and pallor. She felt very embarrassed, but for her life plans, she still wanted to try. "How about it? Can we talk? Are you joking with me?" Ouyang Qian denied. "I'm not joking. I sincerely want to work with you." Chun Bo smiled non-committally and immediately exposed her little scheme. "Your wealthy sponsor either can't have children or always uses protection, preventing you from having a chance. Even if he doesn't, he still makes you take medicine." Ouyang Qian's eyes widened, clearly caught. "You could easily find someone else, but you're not willing. You want to maximize your benefits, so you're looking for someone strong to take the blame. In case things go wrong in the future and you're kicked out, you can still bring your child to protect yourself. In extreme cases, you might even share some of my assets. Betting on both sides to earn more. Your plan sounds clever, but you've chosen the wrong person." Years ago, Lu Ruyan had gotten pregnant with Qin Wei's child early on, which helped her live a wealthy life as a rich wife. Although the current gold digger situation is different from Lu Ruyan's, the goal is the same: to take more money from her wealthy sponsor while she's young. If luck is on her side, she might even take the place of the official wife, a common trick used by gold diggers and mistresses. Ouyang Qian's eyes looked panicked. Her thoughts were almost fully guessed by Chun Bo, making her nervous. She chose Chun Bo because of something that happened when she sold antiques. She had accidentally noticed a line of luxury cars outside Chun Bo's house. The people coming out of those cars were important business people. Their visit showed that Chun Bo was powerful and had a deep background. "Do you have anything else to say?" Ouyang Qian was speechless. She asked a very blunt question. "Are you not interested in me at all? Is that question really that important?" Ouyang Qian nodded seriously. "It is very important to me. Now I start to doubt if I am attractive enough." Chun Bo stroked his chin and looked at Ouyang Qian with a bold gaze, then gave his honest opinion. "I can't deny you're beautiful. If you were completely naked, I might have some reaction, but only physically. Nothing else." Chun Bo's words were straightforward, as adults should speak honestly. "Believe in yourself. Going out to find wealthy young men to date is fine. There are plenty of opportunities outside. Just don't get stuck with me. You might really get hurt." This sentence praised Ouyang Qian, but also warned her not to cause trouble again. "Thanks, I'll leave now." Ouyang Qian looked disappointed. She had no secrets in front of Chun Bo, and a feeling of deep frustration filled her. As she turned to leave, suddenly Chun Bo spoke behind her. "Wait." Ouyang Qian was happy, thinking Chun Bo had changed his mind. She slowly turned around, showing a sad and disappointed look. What's wrong? I think you're quite attractive, especially your eyes. They're very captivating. We could work together on some other projects. What kind of projects? Gathering intelligence and charging based on its value. You want me to be a spy? Business espionage, seducing big bosses. Interested? No, I can't do that. Ouyang Qian immediately refused Chunbo's idea. Being a mistress is an ethical issue, but being a spy could be dangerous. She thought the risks were too high. If she was caught, she might go to jail. If she met a ruthless boss, she didn't know how she would die. All right, by then. Chunbo didn't insist. After all, she was just a materialistic woman, and her usefulness was limited. Back in the living room, Chunbo's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jiang Hu. Brother Bo, your girlfriend is really impressive. It's only 10:30, and the police station has already received an order. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be working at the city bureau in 3 days. And whose son was just taken for a talk by the disciplinary committee. If the Sun family doesn't step in, he definitely won't come back. Jiang Hu finished both updates excitedly. They're just small players. If Sun Shui dares to bother you again, just contact Lin Yao. She'll protect you. Brother Bo, what is Captain Lin's real identity? Are you friends with him? Should I start calling her sister-in-law? Go, go, go. Don't ask about her background. You'll find out later. Anyway, sticking close to her is the right move. All right. I won't ask anymore. I'm hanging up now. Jiang Hu's call came quickly and ended just as fast. Chunbo put down his phone and leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. It was almost mealtime. Chunbo's phone rang again. This was the busiest morning since he was released from prison. This number was special. It had no name saved. Only he knew who it belonged to. Old Chen, are you free at noon? Want to have lunch together? Tan Wenqi's cheerful voice came through. Since he invited Chunbo to eat, it was probably more than just a simple meal, likely a message from Han Chen. On the day they left prison, they made a promise. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't meet directly after release. To send messages, they needed a middleman, and that was Tan Wenqi. A few days ago, at the car dealership, Chunbo had asked Tan Wenqi for help with a small matter. That helped them build a connection. Since President Tan invited me, how can I refuse? Good. The car is already outside your villa, and my people will bring you here. Chunbo sneered inwardly. This setup was clearly planned in advance. For now, he could only pretend to go along with it and thank him. Then I'll trouble President Tan. Hey, no need to be so formal. The food and drinks are ready. Just wait for you to start. Afterward, Chunbo changed clothes and left the villa. Outside, a luxury car was parked. The driver was young and respectful when Chunbo got in. Mr. Chun, please fasten your seatbelt. The destination was outside the city, heading toward Shishan. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside a guest house hotel. The automatic door opened slowly, and Chunbo stepped out. A bodyguard led him inside. They entered a private room, where he saw a man with a square face, about 50 years old. Despite his white hair, he looked energetic. Seeing Chunbo arrive, Tan Wenqi stood up with a smile and greeted him. They shook hands first. Old Chun, you look younger than I imagined. Nice to meet you, General Tan. Today's meeting proves you are still strong and vigorous. Business compliments are common. Both men sit down, and Tan Wenqi starts the conversation. Old Chun, congratulations. I heard your properties in the South District have all increased in value. When you sell them, you might reach a small goal. For those who bought houses in the South District, today is a very special day. The government announced a development plan this morning, which caused property prices to rise. Based on the trend in Jiangxing, prices are expected to go up several times in the near future. Chunbo's investments in the South District have become very popular. His success is now seen as a typical example. Tan Wenqi praises Chunbo, but Chunbo just smiles lightly. Mr. Tan, I'm just a small player. I don't expect to be famous. Tan Wenqi personally pours Chunbo a cup of tea and hands it to him. No, old Chun. This shows your ability. Sure, luck plays a part, but luck is also a form of strength. Chunbo takes a sip of tea but doesn't respond. He knows there's more to come. Old Chun, I also heard you acted bravely to save the daughter of Mayor Guan. Is that true? Chunbo nods without denying it. It's true, but it was kept quiet by the authorities and not made public. Tan Wenqi doesn't press further, but shares some real information. Mayor Guan and Qiqiang Real Estate are now openly in conflict. Everyone knows the car accident was caused by Qiqiang real estate behind the scenes. Mayor Guan directly confronted them. If anything happens to Mayor Guan, higher authorities will investigate Qiqiang real estate thoroughly. Hearing this, Chen Bo's mind moves. A few days ago, at a family dinner, Guan Songhai didn't explain much, only mentioning that higher-ups pressured both sides to settle. Who is the real boss behind Qiqiang real estate? Tan Wenqi pulls out a cigarette and hands it to Chen Bo, looking interested. So, old Chen, do you want to teach that Su Chong a lesson? Chen Bo lights his cigarette and takes a deep puff, then exhales smoke with a cold tone. The conflict between Mayor Guan and him has nothing to do with me, but I am a victim of the situation. They didn't compensate me. At least, I want some mental damages, or perhaps let him experience a car accident scene. That near-death feeling, I believe, he would enjoy. Today was their first meeting. Tan Wenqi's eyes never left Chen Bo suddenly. He sensed a killing intent from Chen Bo. He had felt this before from Han Chen, which made him cautious. It seems Han Chen was right. The person he chose is definitely not ordinary. Before this, Tan Wenqi also learned that Liao Donghan's knee injury was caused by Chen Bo's gunfire. Dealing with someone who plays with guns requires caution. What worried Tan Wenqi most wasn't Chen Bo's ruthlessness, but the things Han Chen left him. Although he was doing Han Chen's work, he was only a supporting role and didn't know the core secrets. By observing and reading between the lines, Tan Wenqi asked with meaning, "Brother Chen, are you sure you want to deal with Su Chong?" "Of course I will, but first, keep track of the account." "Mr. Tan, don't worry. This is a personal grudge between me and him, nothing to do with you." Chen Bo said this intentionally. If he really faced a desperate situation, Tan Wenqi would definitely step in. As a key pawn entrusted by Han Chen, if he disrupted Han Chen's plans, Tan Wenqi's outcome wouldn't be good. "Brother Chen, you're being too polite. If something really happens, I won't stand by. I promised Lord Chen that I would support your development." Chen Bo climbed the ladder of success, smiling as he said, "Mr. Tan, you've been in Jiangxing for many years, with a wide network. I might need your help in the future." "Huh? No problem, no problem." At this moment, the waiter brought a bottle of red wine and Mao Tai, respectfully saying, "Boss, would you like to open the wine?" Tan Wenqi turned to Chen Bo and asked, "Brother Chen, do you want red or white wine?" Chen Bo only then realized that the guest house and hotel were Tan Wenqi's business. He found a reason to politely decline. "Drinking alcohol causes trouble. I won't drink." Tan Wenqi waved to the waiter and arranged, "Bring a pot of red tea instead." All the dishes and drinks were served. Chen Bo was the first to pick up his chopsticks and start eating, hungry because he hadn't eaten all morning. They toasted with tea instead of wine and talked about business and development, but they didn't mention the purpose of the meal. Tan Wenqi had his own thoughts. He planned to get close to Guan Songhai, who was in charge of construction. When Guan Songhai first took office, he visited me, but he refused to see me behind closed doors. "Old brother Chen, if you get a chance to introduce me to Mayor Guan, please do so, no problem, but Mayor Guan is a straightforward official. You might not be able to handle him, don't worry. I speak honestly to everyone, whether they are honest officials or corrupt ones. If the interests align, we can all be friends." After we finished eating and drinking, Chen Bo got straight to the point. "President Tan, we've finished eating. Now let's talk about business." After a short time together, Tan Wenqi understood Chen Bo's personality and how he handles things. He didn't hide anything and relayed Han Chen's instructions. "Master Chen is very pleased with your recent performance. He wants you to keep up the good work. You should use the resources available to you. After all, once people die, even the biggest resources lose their value." This statement was both encouragement and warning. Chen Bo remained calm on the outside but had already raised his alert level to the maximum inside. Since being released from prison, Chen Bo has been building his influence and reducing his weaknesses to avoid being caught by Han Chen with a fatal weakness. Now, Han Chen is threatening him with his life, which makes Chen Bo very unhappy. He suspects Han Chen might have forgotten something. Tan Wenqi watched Chen Bo closely across the round table, intending to report everything he saw and heard to Han Chen. Chen Bo thought for a moment and responded, "President Tan, please help me pass on a message to Master Chen. Resources will eventually run out, and I will do everything I can to get the job done. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. From now on, Anyone who dares to take my life, I will fight to the death with them. If they can't kill me once, they will have to face my revenge. Hearing this, Tan Wenqi felt a chill run down his spine. This was Chun Bo's way of threatening back. He didn't know where Chun Bo got the confidence to threaten Han Chun, but he knew this person was no longer under control. President Tan, please relay my words exactly as I said to Master Chun. All right, I will pass on your message. Tan Wenqi took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Chun Bo with emotion. Old brother Chun, honestly, aside from Master Chun's influence, I really admire you. You've only been out for less than a month, and you've already done several things others wouldn't dare to do. If it were me, I couldn't do it. There is no explicit or inappropriate content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. There's no choice. If you don't fight hard, you'll just be passive and get beaten. You must be tough with enemies, or others will think you are weak and easy to control. Tan Wenqi thought for a moment and said seriously, these days, people don't go around attacking others with knives. Besides killing, any other method can be used. Chun Bo stubbed out his cigarette and chuckled. Really? I don't think so. Some people are just born bad. Bad people won't disappear just because times change. Those damn people must be dealt with physically. Tan Wenqi is a businessman and doesn't like fighting or violence. He can't agree with Chun Bo's view. In today's society, making murder or large-scale violence will definitely lead to official crackdown and punishment. Although he fears Han Chun, he also doesn't want to be involved with Chun Bo. He said what he needs to, and he doesn't dare say more. Brother Chun, where are you going later? I'll send a car for you, to the company. After getting into the car, Chun Bo sent a message to Bing. Because of Han Chun's threats, he had to prepare for the worst. The driver took him to the building's entrance. He took the elevator up to the company and saw a young woman in professional clothes at the front desk. When she saw Chun Bo come in, she immediately stood up and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Chun Bo looked at her. She was pretty and neat, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm Chun Bo." Hearing his name, the girl realized he was the boss and hurried to follow him. "Sorry, I didn't know it was you, boss. It's okay. Just do your job." In the office, only Tang Qingqing was busy working at her computer. She was so focused that she didn't notice Chun Bo coming behind her. Tang Qingqing was editing a training plan PowerPoint. She needed to spend a lot of time researching materials and combining Chun Bo's ideas to make simple, easy-to-understand lessons. Chun Bo patted her shoulder, which startled her. Boss Chun." Chun Bo pulled over a chair and sat next to her. "Your work just now was a bit off. Please redo it based on what I just said." I spent some time helping Tang Qingqing improve the PowerPoint training content, and only then did Chun Bo reveal his purpose for coming to the company. "Tang Qingqing, do you have any good friends who work at karaoke bars?" "Yes. Call them now and ask if they are willing to come for an interview. I can help them leave the karaoke job without fear of retaliation. They might still be resting now." "I'll make a call first." Chun Bo went into the meeting room to smoke, as the space was large and the smoke could disperse quickly. Feeling the pressure from Han Chun, Chun Bo had to speed up. He planned to first find a few attractive girls for live streaming to set an example. After finishing a cigarette, the glass door of the meeting room was pushed open. Tang Qingqing walked in looking upset, shook her head, and said, "Boss, they're all afraid of retaliation and don't dare to come. Then recruit through social channels. Do it quickly." Tang Qingqing then reported on the whereabouts of the others one by one. "We've posted job ads online and received some resumes. We'll start interviews in batches tomorrow. There's a recent graduate job fair at the talent market today. Xiao Yu and Wenwen went this morning but haven't returned. Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun went to the Nanxing District Investment Bureau. Zhang Dalong is driving and ensuring their safety." Chun Bo leaned back in the conference chair, looking up at the ceiling. He felt he was better suited to be a gambler. Running a company was too complicated. Seeing the pressure Chun Bo was under, Tang Qingqing approached from behind and gently pressed her hand on his temples, massaging softly. "Our company is just starting out. Everyone is working hard. I believe you can succeed." Chun Bo closed his eyes, enjoying the massage Tang Qingqing provided, and his expression gradually relaxed. The front desk girl brought over a cup of tea but saw Tang Qingqing giving Chun Bo a head massage. She wisely stepped back. 20 minutes later, Chun Bo was awakened by a ringing phone. He looked at his phone and saw it was a WeChat video call from Chu Yue. At this moment, Only he was in the meeting room. Tang Qingqing had gone out earlier to handle her own matters. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call. The next moment, a delicate face appeared on the screen. Fair skin, a slender neck, smooth shoulders, and a gemstone pendant hanging between two graceful curves. From the environment behind Chu Yue, it is clear that the other person is at a dress shop, probably preparing for tomorrow night's birthday banquet. Chu Yue greeted casually with a friendly tone. Hi, Brother Chun, are you at work? For this generous and confident CEO, Chen Bo was happy to interact with her. Yes, I'm working. Sister Chu, is there something? Chu Yue picked up her phone, smiled softly, and said, nothing serious. Just a reminder to come to the birthday banquet tomorrow night. I don't want you to forget. Don't worry. I keep my promises. I will be there on time. Great. Brother Chun, can I bother you for a moment? Of course. A charming smile appeared on Chu Yue's face as she said slyly, don't hang up the video. Later, help me choose which dress suits me best. Chen Bo felt confused. Why did it matter to him whether she looked good? Shouldn't she ask her husband or boyfriend for advice? This female CEO probably had other plans. First, he could rule out any inappropriate intentions. He admitted he looked decent, but he wasn't confident he could impress a seasoned CEO like her. Remembering the past experience of paying a lot for a child, Chen Bo was cautious. He smiled and replied, Sister Chu, maybe my role isn't quite suitable for this. Chu Yue looked a bit annoyed and said, why? Don't you want to see? That's not it. Sister Chu, you're so beautiful. It's eye-catching and refreshing to look at. All right, I'll try on a few more outfits later and see if I can impress you. After saying that, Chu Yue asked her assistant to help her try on dresses. She took off her dress, revealing a black lace camisole underneath. The delicate lace trim hugged her skin tightly, outlining her full figure. When she bent over, the straps slipped down, revealing a deep cleavage that made men's hearts race. Seeing this, Chen Bo couldn't help but think, damn, this woman is doing this on purpose. Who changes clothes like that? Suddenly, Chu Yue turned to the camera with a charming smile and said, I'm at a dress shop in the city. Do you want to come and see in person? Chen Bo realized that Chu Yue was deliberately trying to seduce him. Understanding the other person's tactics, Chen Bo pretended to be reserved and said, Miss Chu, are you testing my self-control? What are you thinking? I just want to find someone to help me with some advice. Is that a problem? Chen Bo agreed with her words. All right, I was overthinking. Keep going, Miss Chu. I'm watching. Chu Yue was slightly stunned, clearly caught off guard by Chen Bo's reaction. This mysterious man didn't fall into her trap at all. She simply relaxed and changed her clothes confidently. In the next 10 minutes, Chen Bo cooperated very well, constantly praising her. The live dressing show of a beautiful CEO was something most people couldn't see, but Chen Bo was lucky enough to watch the whole process. Finally, Chu Yue chose a purple evening gown, spun around in front of the camera, showing her perfect figure to Chen Bo. Brother Chun, are you still single now? Chen Bo lit another cigarette and asked back, why? Miss Chu, are you planning to introduce me to a girlfriend? Chu Yue smiled charmingly. Isn't there a saying that good water shouldn't flow outside? What do you think of your sister? Not bad. She's at the prime of her life, successful in her career, naturally beautiful, and excellent in every way. Hearing Chen Bo's compliment, Chu Yue's smile became even brighter. Then she boldly confessed, Brother Chun, how about I introduce myself to you? Chen Bo was mentally prepared and replied calmly, Miss Chu, I have a question for you. If I were a lumberjack, faced with a golden tree and a large forest, which do you think I would choose? Chu Yue could tell what Chen Bo was implying, so she pretended to be regretful. Too bad. It turns out Brother Chun prefers the forest outside. Chen Bo shrugged and politely declined. No way. Our spiritual pursuits are different. So, Miss Chu, you should keep looking. All right, today's live show is over. See you tomorrow. Chu Yue seemed in a bad mood. She chose to end the conversation early, ending the video call before Chen Bo could reply. In the center of Jiang City, inside a custom dress boutique's wardrobe room, Chu Yue sat on a high-back chair, showing a look of frustration. She turned her head to look at her female assistant standing beside her and asked, Do you think Chen Bo is stupid? I was very clear, yet he still refused. The assistant is a few years older than Chu Yue and is married with children, so she sees things differently. President Chu, I think he's very smart. Didn't you ask me to investigate him? I found out that Chunbo currently lives alone in Xiangjiangzhou in Yuan, and the women he's close to have been moved elsewhere. It seems he really doesn't like women staying overnight. After hearing the assistant's analysis, Chu Yuwei seemed to understand. Maybe Chunbo has cleanliness issues? Otherwise, why wouldn't he let women stay overnight at his place? Chunbo has a special background. He has close ties with many people in the industry, especially now there's talk that he's an agent for Han Chun. I think you should find someone more reliable to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Yue clenched her phone tightly, her tone tinged with bitterness. Who can I still turn to now? I can't just pick someone off the street to get a marriage certificate, right? At this point, the assistant couldn't give any advice. After the recent video test, Chunbo simply wouldn't fall for tricks. Chu Yue made a firm decision. Forget it, I might as well try my luck. Chunbo leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. He felt that his romantic luck had been pretty good lately. But luck can turn bad if you're careless, so he chose to stay cautious. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoyu and Tian Wenwen, who came to recruit at the talent market, returned to the company first. They brought back many resumes, and the work ahead would still be busy, as each interview would take time. Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyan didn't come back. They were invited to dinner by leaders from the Nanxing District Investment Bureau. The reason the Bureau valued this so much was because Chunbo had invested 70 million in real estate, bought under the company's name. Du Danon also received news today that property prices in Nanxing District were rising. Now he hoped Chunbo couldn't pay back the money, so he could take over all the properties. As night fell, Du Danon left his loan company and headed to a private dinner organized by Liao Longting. He patted Liao Longting on the shoulder and sat down across from him. Boss Liao, just relax and don't scare yourself into trouble. Chunbo doesn't want to kill you directly. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. Liao Longting poured red wine into the other's tall glass, looking worried, and said, I'm also forced into this. He probably has a lot of blackmail material, maybe even about you. Du Danon had suspected this for a while, but because of Han Chen's presence, he didn't dare to fully confront Chunbo thinking about the property deeds he still held. Du Danon felt nervous. What if Chunbo uses blackmail to exchange for the property deeds? Should he trade or not? If he gets caught, it would be like giving away 200 million for nothing. Thinking of this, a fierce look appeared in Du Danon's eyes. Though old, if pushed to the limit, he might act desperately and bite back. No matter what, if he had blackmail material, he would have used it already. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Liao Longting raised his glass and clinked it with the others. Cheers. As night fell, Chunbo took Tang Qingqing and others to a nearby restaurant for a meal. After finishing, Zhang Dalong arrived in a Maybach and parked outside. Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun entered the restaurant and pushed open the private room where Chunbo and his group were dining. Wang Ting's face was flushed, and she looked unsteady, clearly drunk. Xiao Kaiyun had to support her, as she could hardly walk on her own. They found seats and sat down. Xiao Kaiyun, with a hint of dissatisfaction, said, Boss, tonight at the table, a young leader from the investment bureau kept urging Wang Ting to drink. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have been completely drunk. Wang Ting forced herself to stay upright and looked at Chunbo, pretending to be strong, and said, I will drink more often in the future. I believe I can improve my alcohol tolerance. In China, where drinking culture is widespread in both business and government circles, avoiding alcohol is almost impossible. A boss who doesn't drink will never have big business. Chunbo patted Wang Ting's shoulder and then looked at the women present, encouraging them. Drinking can't be avoided. Don't worry about safety. I will protect you. When you work under me, I won't let anyone bully you. All right, that's all for tonight. Everyone go home and find your own moms. Under Chunbo's invitation, the women reluctantly sat into the car because Chunbo had a special charm that deeply attracted them. Zhang Dalong drove Chunbo back to Xiangjiangzhou Garden. After arriving home, Chunbo took a shower and changed clothes. Lilan arrived on time in her car outside the villa. Tonight, Lilan wore a one-piece long dress with light makeup, looking very attractive and charming. Mr. Chun, where are we going now? Zhanghai Building. When Chunbo arrived outside Zhanghai Building, it was exactly 11 p.m. According to the plan, Fan Tuo would start his action at that time. The car stopped under a tree by the roadside. Lilan looked around, feeling a bit suspicious. Mr. Chun, should we do it here? Chen Bo rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and looked up at the top floor of Zhanghai building. Suddenly, a flashlight beam appeared on the top floor, flashing briefly. This was a signal from Fan Tuo. The rest depended on how Fan Tuo would open the safe and then avoid the cameras to leave quietly. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Bo rolled up the window and looked at Li Lan with a meaningful expression. No rush. You can have some late-night snacks first, then have dinner later. Li Lan understood and didn't get out of the car. She moved from the front seat to the back seat through the gap. In the adult world, there's no need to be shy. Facing Chen Bo's gaze, she quickly gave in. 20 minutes later, Chen Bo saw several flashes of light again on the top floor of Zhanghai building. He guessed Fan Tuo had already succeeded in opening the safe and stolen the property deed. Sure enough, at 11:25 p.m., a man carrying a briefcase walked out of the office building. The man wore a baseball cap and swaggered under the surveillance cameras. When passing the gate, Chen Bo saw a very unfamiliar face in the light. This face definitely wasn't Fan Tuo's, and his height didn't match either. Chen Bo suspected that Fan Tuo had hired someone. The man looked like he was out for a walk, hands in his pockets, walking steadily toward the parking spot. When passing by the BMW, the man suddenly turned his head through the glass window and gave Chen Bo a mysterious smile. With a sneaky look and yellowed teeth, it was obvious that this guy was Fan Tuo himself. The man didn't linger and continued walking toward the intersection ahead. Watching the man's back as he left, Chen Bo squinted his eyes, feeling a guess forming in his mind. Fan Tuo probably used a mask made from special material and changed his height. Even if caught on camera at night, he wouldn't be recognized. At first, Chen Bo thought Fan Tuo would use a plan to cut the power, but it seems he underestimated Fan Tuo's skills. The best way to steal is to do it right under the camera's nose. At the same time, Chen Bo received a message on his phone from a Bing. The message had only 4 words: mission accomplished. A Bing had been hiding nearby, watching and helping. With a Bing's confirmation, Chen Bo felt more confident about Fan Tuo's plan. Tomorrow, Fan Tuo will go to the City of Magic to continue his scheme. The plan against Lu Rian must be carried out fully. To get the rights to sell Chen Bo's property, Li Lan decided to go all out tonight. No matter what conditions Chen Bo asked for, she would agree. Chen Bo gently lifted Li Lan's chin with his finger. In the dim light, their eyes met. Li Lan's eyes looked almost glassy. She pressed her lips together, her chest rising and falling. She slowly closed her eyes. Tonight, her body and heart belonged only to one person. Chen Bo smiled slightly and gently wrapped his arms around Li Lan's waist. Their bodies pressed close, and they could feel each other's heartbeat. "Did you wear this outfit on purpose today?" "Yes," Li Lan softly replied, then collapsed into Chen Bo's arms. She really needed Chen Bo's care now. Suddenly, a deep kiss with a hint of tobacco scent fell on her. The kiss was full of aggressive desire. Li Lan was sleepy and tired. Afraid of being seen, she had to stay alert. She went to a nearby hotel. As for Chen Bo, later that night, he politely declined Li Lan's invitation to stay at the hotel together. Back at Xiangjiang Zunyuan Villa, Chen Bo took a hot bath. When he finished, a Bing and Fan Tuo were already waiting in the living room. Following Chen Bo's instructions, a Bing brought breakfast from the roadside. Chen Bo sat in the living room, eating a steamed bun, and asked, "Fan Tuo, did you make your mask yourself, or buy it online?" Fan Tuo seemed to have expected Chen Bo would ask this. He chuckled proudly. "Of course I made it myself. I'm skilled at this. Without some real talent, I'd have been caught and locked up long ago." "Really? Do you also know the bone shrinking technique?" Fan Tuo's smile froze on his face, and he awkwardly said, I really can't do that. Last night, I just added insoles to my shoes to make myself taller, sprayed some hair gel, and wore a hat to look taller." At this moment, Bing stepped forward to add, "My grandfather knows the bone shrinking skill, but I can't learn it." Chen Bo shook his head. In today's world, truly skilled artisans are almost extinct. Have you finished handling the contract and the property ownership documents? Last night, after obtaining them, Fan Tuo handed the bag containing the contract and documents to Bing. "I personally handed them to Wang Ting last night. I wonder how Du Danon will react when he finds out the property documents are missing. He'll probably be confused and then furious." Of course, he might never find out because Lin Yao's arrest operation is about to begin. As someone involved in drug activities, Chunbo naturally plans to send Du Danan to jail as well. Bing, the 3 million yuan in cash is ready. Later, you go to Wang Ting's place to pick it up for Fan Tuo. Okay. Chunbo wiped the oil stain from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and patted Fan Tuo on the shoulder. I believe in you. Go ahead. Once you control that little white face, I'll tell you the next plan. Fan Tuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, boss, for trusting me. I promised to complete the task. Chunbo sneered, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, I trust my people, but if you really dare to run off with the money, do you believe I'll send Bing after you to chase you to the ends of the earth? This sentence seems like a joke, but it's actually Chunbo's warning. Using both kindness and authority is the way to control people. Fan Tuo glanced at Bing, but was scared off by his gaze, retreating 2 steps, afraid Bing might suddenly attack him with a knife. I wouldn't dare run away. Only a fool would throw away a sesame seed and lose a watermelon. Haha, just joking. You two can leave now. Hearing Chunbo tell them to leave, Fan Tuo obediently followed Bing, not daring to turn his back on him. Chunbo didn't go anywhere all morning. He needed to rest and gather strength because many battles awaited him. Near noon, a phone ringing woke Chunbo. He swiped to answer, and Lin Yao's voice came through. Hey, just to let you know, the person in front has already been chosen. Is the Provincial Political and Legal Committee Secretary enough for you? Chunbo shook his head, pretending to be surprised. Wow, your thigh is really thick. You must hold on tight. Come on, the higher-ups have already coordinated everything. The arrest is scheduled for 3 a.m. this Sunday. By the way, bring Jianghu along this time. Aren't you just trying to give your brother a hand? There will be more chances for promotion later. Don't always mention it. I'm not that petty. Ha. Then please, Captain Lin, take good care of my brother. Don't forget what you said. Chunbo chuckled and asked, what did I say? Come on, have you forgotten so soon? Oh, I remember now. Don't worry, that big fish is definitely reserved for you. Humph, you're smart. Bye. He put down his phone, brewed himself a cup of energizing tea, and thought to himself that all exchanges are ultimately about interests. Helping someone who passed him something was just a casual gesture, but the benefits he gained from Chunbo were not minor. Near noon, Chunbo went to a nearby restaurant for a simple meal. Since he had no urgent tasks, he planned to stay at the company in the afternoon and then go directly to Old Chu's birthday banquet in the evening. At the company entrance, Chunbo entered an elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in to stop them. Sorry. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a laptop bag squeezed into the elevator. Seeing that the elevator had already pressed for the 10th floor, he looked at Chunbo and smiled, asking, hello, are you here for an interview too? Chunbo suddenly remembered that Tang Qingqing mentioned yesterday that she had received many resumes. If he guessed right, this young man was here for an interview at his company. No, I came to work. Could it be a Tianqi group? Yes. Which department are you interviewing for? Hearing that Chunbo was an employee of Tianqi Group, the young man immediately perked up, excitedly asking, that's so lucky. I'm interviewing for the network technology department. Which department are you in? How's the pay? I'm just doing odd jobs. The pay depends on your ability. As long as you're capable, 1 million yuan a year isn't a dream. As the elevator reached the 10th floor and doors opened, 2 young people looked downcast, seeming to have been eliminated from the process. Outside the elevator, Chunbo asked as they walked, can you write code? The young man confidently replied, my major is computer software. I graduated from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Writing code is the most basic skill. Oh, besides coding, what other strengths do you have? Apart from coding and software deployment, I can also create game mods. I've written some game scripts for others at school. Chunbo became interested and asked, so, are you a hacker? Just half a hacker, I'd say. I've cracked some low-security private game servers. I don't dare mess with large platform services. If I get caught, I could be jailed. They entered the company together. The receptionist girl saw the boss arriving and quickly stood up politely. Good morning, boss. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and looked at Chunbo. Wow, are you the boss? Is there a problem? The young man scratched the back of his head nervously. No, I was just curious. All right, go wait in line. Later, I'll give you a problem to solve. If you can handle it, we'll discuss your salary privately. Okay. Okay. The young man eagerly agreed. If the boss liked him, his pay would definitely be good. Meanwhile, the reception room was crowded. All the resumes received yesterday had been scheduled for interviews. Under Tang Qingqing's organization, Shi, Tian Wenwen, and Li Xiaoyu divided the interview tasks, or they wouldn't be able to handle everything. Lawyer Bai Shuang also came to the company today to report for work. She was signing a contract with Wang Ting in the general manager's office. Seeing Chun Bo come in, Bai Shuang immediately stood up from the sofa and respectfully said, "Boss." Chun Bo plopped into the boss chair, waved his hand, and said, "Go ahead with your work. If I don't say anything, just treat me like air." Understood. Soon, Bai Shuang's employment contract was completed, and she immediately started working on interviews. Wang Ting personally prepared a cup of tea for Chun Bo and began reporting on the interview situation. Today, we started interviews in the morning. We interviewed quite a few people one after another, but these candidates had too many issues, so we didn't have time to check each one thoroughly. We had to screen more candidates. Chun Bo took a sip of tea and nodded. I just met someone in the elevator who is good at technical skills. His name seems to be Wei Zhe. Call him over, and I will interview him alone. Okay. In the reception room, after Wei Zhe was called, he immediately stood up and walked out amid everyone's curious and envious looks. When he arrived at the general manager's office, Wei Zhe saw Chun Bo sitting in the boss's chair and felt nervous. "Leader," Chun Bo pointed to the sofa beside him and signaled. "Sit down." Wei Zhe carefully sat on the sofa. Seeing Wang Ting bring over a cup of tea, he quickly stood up to thank her. "Thank you. I brought my own water." After Wang Ting left the office, Chun Bo sat down opposite Wei Zhe. "Do you want to make a lot of money?" "Of course I do." From Wei Zhe's eyes, Chun Bo saw desire, so he threw out a tempting offer. "I have a task for you. If you can do it, your annual salary will be 1 million. If you perform well in the future, there's no upper limit." "Huh?" In Wei Zhe's surprised eyes, Chun Bo took out an A4 paper and wrote the name of a coffee processing factory. "It's now 2 p.m. I don't care what method you use, but within 2 hours, hack into their financial computer." "Isn't that illegal?" Chun Bo sneered and said contemptuously. "Illegal? Haha, no one will drop a pie from the sky. If you don't take risks, how can you make big money? You can choose to refuse and leave with your resume. Turn right." Wei Zhe didn't expect Chun Bo to be so direct. He hesitated for a moment, but agreed. "Okay, I'll get it done in an hour. Then let's begin. Show me what your skills are like." Wei Zhe then took out his laptop and started working in front of Chun Bo. Although Chun Bo didn't understand coding, he knew the basic logic. First, he needed to hide his IP using jumping techniques to prevent police tracking. Then, he would target the system, checking the main domain or IP address of the target. Finally, he carried out a hacking infiltration to gain control of the computer and retrieve the desired information. Wei Zhe kept typing rapidly on the keyboard. The screen displayed a script for locating IP addresses. After a series of swift actions, 50 minutes later, Wei Zhe pressed enter. Suddenly, a remote desktop window popped up on the screen. He pushed the laptop screen toward Chun Bo and explained, "Leader, this is the finance computer of the coffee factory. I can access any data you want." To verify whether the infiltrated computer was the finance system, Chun Bo asked Wei Zhe to download the financial data from the computer. Wei Zhe then pressed a few keys and easily downloaded several financial reports using a remote script. At that moment, inside the coffee factory's finance room, a middle-aged woman was on a long phone call, completely unaware that her computer was being controlled remotely. Her desktop was locked with a wallpaper of a playful bird, and she didn't notice anything unusual even after hanging up the call. Wei Zhe opened the financial report. The table showed details of the factory's costs for the last quarter, with no apparent issues. Chun Bo looked at the financial report and started to suspect that the coffee factory might be using 2 different financial systems. The computer Wei Zhe hacked into was likely a decoy, while the real system recording the coffee's financial data was probably offline or manually recorded, so the 2 systems wouldn't interfere. Seeing Chun Bo staring at the screen without speaking, Wei Zhe tentatively asked, "Leader, have I proven my skills?" Chun Bo was pulled back from his thoughts. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." Yesterday, Wei Zhe was looking for a job at a job fair. He saw an advertisement for high salaries and decided to try his luck with an interview. Unexpectedly, the boss was impressed and selected him. He couldn't hide his excitement and bowed, saying, "Thank you, leader." Bo raised his hand to signal him to sit down and asked, "What salary are you expecting?" Wei Zhe, inexperienced in job applications, explained himself first before stating his salary expectations. The job posting mentioned a starting salary of 10,000 yuan, with a monthly pay of 15,000 yuan. Is that acceptable? In Jiangxing, programmers typically earn at least 15,000 yuan per month, so Wei Zhe's request was reasonable. In an era when blockchain and big data are about to become widespread, skilled hackers can sometimes achieve unexpected results when they use their abilities well. For talented people like Bo, he wouldn't be stingy. He intentionally wanted to train Wei Zhe, so he took a puff of smoke and said seriously, "Wei Zhe, I will give you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan to be the general manager of the network department. Our company will focus heavily on developing live streaming services. All related equipment and network setup will be handled by you. You can recruit your own team members. If you need funds, apply to Wang Ting. If you do a bad job, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand?" Wei Zhe was stunned on the spot. He thought Bo was just making empty promises, but he didn't expect to be offered 1,000,000 yuan annual salary. Feeling excited, Wei Zhe stood up again and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, boss." "No. Thank the owner. I promise I can do the tasks you assign. I'm not going to give you empty promises anymore. The real gold and silver in your hands are yours. I really believe in your technical skills, but the most important thing when working under me is loyalty. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. I know the importance of confidentiality." "Good. I like working with smart people." Then Bo called Bai Shuang in and signed the contract with Wei Zhe on the spot. The most important part of the contract was the penalty for breach of contract. If there was a leak of secrets or violation of rules, the penalty would start at least 10 million yuan. Bai Shuang was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that a recent college graduate would have a salary close to hers. She couldn't help feeling curious. After completing the onboarding procedures, Bai Shuang took the contract to Bo and asked, "Boss, is Wei Zhe really capable?" Bo smiled. He noticed Bai Shuang's slight imbalance and teased her. "Why? Are you jealous that he just graduated and is earning 1,000,000 a year?" Bai Shuang shook her head and said, "I'm just curious. Everyone has different strengths. You have an advantage in law, and he has expertise in technology. Age doesn't matter. Everything depends on personal ability." "I understand." Bai Shuang saw a strategic aura in Bo. She became more curious and really wanted to know what this man had experienced. "Oh, by the way, Tang Qingqing's foster mother and younger brother have been sent to the detention center. The court's indictment was filed yesterday, and the trial date hasn't been set yet. It will probably be scheduled for next month. That's okay. Remember, I do not accept any mediation and will not sign any understanding letters. If the other party's family comes to plead, you can refuse directly. Anyone causing trouble will be sent away together." Currently, the most reassuring people for Bo are Wang Ting and Tang Qingqing. Before they are fully developed, they usually won't have any second thoughts. Time quickly passed to the evening. Everyone sat in the meeting room to discuss the interview results. They selected 5 good candidates from many resumes. Among them, 2 are female hosts. They are recent graduates from Jiangxing Art College. One is good at dancing, and the other at singing. Both have excellent figures and looks. Tang Qingqing showed their past achievements through a projection and then suggested to Bo, "Boss, I think we can form a duo with these 2. Music combined with dance, and use the college sister act as a gimmick. I believe the live broadcast will be more successful." Bo nodded and approved Tang Qingqing's idea. "Let's try it out for a couple of days and see how many fans we can attract." Then, Bo looked at Xiao Kaiyun and said, "Xiao Kaiyun, rent a villa nearby as a live broadcast location. Once the base is ready, move there." Next, Bo's gaze fell on Wei Zhe in the corner. Following Bo's instructions, Wei Zhe signed the contract and stayed at the company. "Wei Zhe, you handle the installation of the live equipment and the software network debugging. Is that okay?" Hearing Bo call him, Wei Zhe quickly stood up and responded, "Oh, okay, sure, no problem." At this moment, Wei Zhe felt a bit shy because of the many beautiful women present. He even stammered a little. Also, if the traffic isn't good in the beginning, you can find some fake viewers to boost the numbers. Some basic methods to attract viewers are necessary. In 2016, the live streaming industry was still in its early stages. The crackdown on fake viewers was not strict, so Chun Bo suggested using fake viewers to increase numbers. Back then, one person could run a fake viewer studio. They only needed to set up thousands of phones in a room and control them with software. In minutes, they could boost the live view count to over 1,000. Later, Chun Bo shared examples of popular online cases, such as certain famous streamers and viral stars. Earlier, I shared the different types of online influencers. Next, you can focus on developing and packaging them based on their appearance and skills to achieve diverse growth. Chun Bo stood confidently on stage, speaking clearly. He aimed to take opportunities from top streamers before the live commerce boom arrived to start earning early. With Chun Bo's example, Tang Qingqing and others finally understood his plans and couldn't help but admire his foresight. At that moment, Zhang Dalong knocked on the glass door of the meeting room and came in to remind him, "Boss, it's almost time to leave. It takes at least half an hour to travel from the company to the hotel hosting Old Master Chu's birthday banquet." Chun Bo didn't say more. He looked around at the team members and said firmly, "That's all for today. You guys discuss the rest yourselves. Plan quickly and turn it into action. If you need more staff, hire aggressively. If funds are short, apply for more funding. In short, I will fully support the initial development. Do you have confidence?" Inspired by Chun Bo, the meeting room filled with enthusiastic agreement. Everyone couldn't deny Chun Bo's sharp vision and long-term outlook. Especially since the real estate investments he made kept increasing in value. Everyone was convinced. After Chun Bo left, Wang Ting continued to lead the meeting. Chun Bo was just the leader. The real work depended on the team to implement. With Chun Bo's strong support, everyone was full of energy, working overtime and competing to improve. Wang Ting was no longer the shy girl she once was. After signing up for a business management course at Chun Bo's request and studying for a month, she had grown more confident. Standing in front of the conference room, she looked at everyone with the aura of a female executive. Her voice was strong and steady, neither arrogant nor humble. "Mr. Chen's plan is very clear. Next, Manager Tang will explain the training process for the staff." Chun Bo then headed to Yunhao Hotel to attend Old Master Chu's birthday banquet. Sitting in the car, he couldn't help but recall Chu Youwei's seductive behavior yesterday afternoon. Apart from antique trading, there seemed to be no other interests between them, but Chun Bo always felt Chu Youwei's motives were not pure. Half an hour later, Chun Bo's Maybach hurriedly arrived on the tree-lined avenue in front of Yunhao Hotel. Today, Yunhao Hotel was reserved entirely for a private event. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, and a red carpet stretched from the parking lot all the way to the hotel lobby. In front of the hotel's revolving glass door, 2 security guards wearing white gloves checked the invitations of the guests attending the birthday banquet. Chun Bo approached the door, feeling a bit worried. Damn it. Chu Youwei never gave him an invitation. If he was stopped at the door, it would be embarrassing for him. After a moment of thought, Chun Bo decided to call Chu Youwei nearby. He dialed twice, but no one answered. At the same time, 2 young men in suits walked from the parking lot. One of them suddenly saw Chun Bo talking on the phone. His eyes showed a mix of suspicion and resentment. "Sun Xiao, do you remember I told you a few days ago about being beaten up?" Sun Shuai, walking ahead, sneered dismissively. "What? Did you see your enemy?" Shueliang pointed at Chun Bo, looking fierce but nervous. "Yes, that's the guy who hit me." Following Shueliang's finger, Sun Shuai looked at Chun Bo's side profile. His smile froze suddenly. He finally remembered. A while ago, when he was drinking with Shueliang mentioned being hurt by someone named Chun Bo. His thugs had all been beaten down. Now he realized the person who attacked him was the Chun Bo he knew. At that time, he didn't know Chun Bo had been released from prison. Plus, he had drunk a lot, so he never thought Chun Bo was someone important. It's really bad luck to meet again at the birthday banquet of the old Master Chu. This was convenient, an opportunity to vent his anger. Yesterday, Sun Shuai received news that Hu's son was taken away for investigation by the disciplinary committee. He wanted to find Chun Bo to cause trouble, but was stopped by his wealthy father. After a conflict at the police station, Chun Bo's bodyguards reported everything to Sun Defa. Sun Defa was experienced and had sensed danger from Liao Longting's family. He strongly advised Sun Shuai not to act recklessly. But Sun Defa didn't know that Sun Shuai and Chen Bo grew up in the same orphanage. Deep down, he still saw Chen Bo and Jiang who as poor orphans and didn't believe Chen Bo had any powerful background. Sun Shuai was used to relying on his wealthy father's status to act arrogantly. Now, he had already ignored Sun Defa's warning. Lian Zai, today I'll help you get your revenge. Shuiliang quickly noticed the change in Sun Shuai's expression. It seemed he was more eager to scold Chen Bo than anyone else. He had a bold guess. Really? Young Master Sun, do you also have a grudge against him? Sun Shuai ignored Shuiliang and walked straight toward Chen Bo. Before he reached him, his voice rang out first. Oh, isn't that the rapist just out of prison? What's the matter? Are you here to attend old Master Chu's birthday banquet? Sun Shuai deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of many guests. They recognized his identity. Those who had planned to enter the hotel stopped and looked at Chen Bo with suspicion, unsure of what conflict there was. Chen Bo put down his phone. He had just tried calling Chu Yue 3 times, but she didn't answer. When he turned his head, he saw Sun Shuai approaching. Meeting this guy usually meant trouble. Knowing Sun Shuai's nature, he would definitely cause some chaos to match his status. The words, rapist, sounded very harsh. Faced with Sun Shuai's provocation and the contemptful looks from others, Chen Bo remained calm and spoke in a steady tone. Monkey Shuai, are you born with your mouth in your rear? Why do you talk so foul? Without spewing filth, how can you live? This caused an uproar. Some guests questioned aloud. Who is this kid? Daring to insult young Master Sun face to face. Does he want to die? Haha. I heard Sun Defa is also here tonight. Watch. This kid will definitely get into trouble. Sun Shuai's face turned red from the insults. He pointed at Chen Bo and shouted angrily. Chen Bo, you rapist, don't embarrass yourself here. Tonight, important people are here. If you see a beautiful woman and can't control yourself, who knows what you might do? If you're smart, just get out of here. There was no limit to the insults. Besides cursing, Chen Bo was also a man of action. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Sun Shuai. Seeing Chen Bo approach, Sun Shuai instinctively took a step back, eyes full of caution. Chen Bo, what do you want to do? Back in the welfare home, Chen Bo often bullied him. Now, without bodyguards, Sun Shuai felt nervous. Security, get this guy out of here. He doesn't even have an invitation. He has no right to attend old Master Chu's birthday. Chen Bo's lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered. Young Master Sun, do you only know how to talk big? Surrounded by so many people, Sun Shuai knew very well that if he showed fear, he would only embarrass himself. So he lifted his head and shouted, How? Do you dare to hit me? Chen Bo suddenly smiled, but his smile was cold and sinister. Why wouldn't I dare? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp, smack sound. Sun Shuai staggered back a few steps. If Shuiliang hadn't helped him, he would have fallen. Suddenly, everything went silent. Sun Shuai's mouth was bleeding, and there was a clear slap mark on his cheek. Sun Shuai was stunned. He covered his reddening face and looked at Chen Bo in disbelief. You actually hit me? I've tolerated you for a long time. You're just a spoiled brat who keeps talking. Isn't that embarrassing? After saying that, Chen Bo swung his fist again, this time knocking Sun Shuai to the ground. The crowd was stunned. Sun Shuai struggled to sit up. In the midst of everyone's mocking looks, he yelled hysterically, Hey! Security! Catch this pervert and take him to the police station. Chen Bo, I will make you spend your life in a dirty prison and die there. At this moment, a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the hotel entrance. The car door opened, and everyone's eyes turned to look. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a commanding presence, slowly stepped out. This person was not someone ordinary. He was the famous Jiangqing tycoon, Sun Shuai's father, Sun Defa. Sun Defa saw at a glance that his precious son's cheek was swollen and bleeding. He quickly approached with bodyguards, looking worried. Xiao Shuai. What happened? When Sun Shuai saw his father coming, he immediately put on a sad face and pointed at Chen Bo, shouting, Dad, it's this kid who hit me. Sun Defa's eyes sharpened. Following Sun Shuai's finger, he saw Chen Bo, who was smiling. Their eyes met in the air. Because of the lighting, Sun Defa only recognized Chen Bo from a photo and didn't immediately realize who he was. Sun Defa's expression turned cold. He looked at Chen Bo with anger and warned. Do you know who you hit? Dare to hit my son Defa. Are you trying to get sent to prison for life? When Sun Defo appeared, everyone thought Chunbo would back down. But Chunbo's response surprised the onlookers. Chunbo pocketed his hands and nodded seriously, saying, "Of course I know who this guy is. Isn't he your illegitimate son with your young mistress? Now that the legal wife has passed away, you naturally take him in. Oh, as expected of Sun the Great Richest, truly a good father. A role model for us all." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers were again shocked. Tonight, they saw what it means to be fearless like a young bull. Can such things even be said openly? Especially in front of so many people. It was like openly insulting Sun Defa and his son, almost as if they were being pushed down and trampled on. Chunbo's attitude showed he didn't care about the city's richest family at all. It seemed he was about to completely tear apart the Sun family. For a moment, the crowd speculated about Chunbo's identity, wondering how he dared to offend Sun Defa. Sun Defa's eyes turned fierce, his mouth twitched, and his gaze at Chunbo seemed like he wanted to cut him. If looks could kill, Chunbo would have been sliced into pieces by now. The guests watching all waited for Sun Defa and his son's reaction. Sun Shui looked around and saw everyone was watching him laugh. The illegitimate son was his weakness. Chunbo had exposed his soft spot publicly. His pride was hurt, like being hit with 1,000 blows. Sun Shui was furious and shouted at Chunbo, "Shut your damn mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip out your tongue." Chunbo kept a faint smile and mocked, "Heh, getting anxious? Look at how guilty you seem, like a wild dog that's angry but useless." It's true what they say, stray dogs like to bite. Seeing he couldn't argue with Chunbo, Sun Shui hurriedly asked his father for help. "Dad, tell someone to get rid of him. He's too arrogant." Sun Defa was angry but hadn't lost his mind like Sun Shui. He seemed to realize something and looked at Chunbo coldly, asking, "What's your name?" Chunbo sneered and asked back, "Don't your illegitimate son tell you his name?" The question was thrown back at him. Sun Defa turned to Sun Shui, who dared not hide anything, and replied hesitantly, "He's called Chunbo." Hearing Chunbo's name, Sun Defa suddenly looked very upset. He had given many warnings before, but his useless son still got involved with Chunbo. In this city, only Chunbo dares to ignore his status as the richest man. As Han Chen's chosen agent, he has no desire to be connected to Han Chen in any way. Some guests watching the scene have heard of Chunbo's name and can't help but comment. No wonder he dared to attack the Sun family's young master. Turns out, he's the ruthless person who crippled Liao Donghan. I heard that Chunbo was appointed by Han Chen. Otherwise, Liao Longting wouldn't have let him go. Now, this will be interesting. I wonder how Sun Defa will handle this tonight. People love gossip. They never get tired of watching drama unfold. After learning from Liao Longting and his son's experience, Sun Defa plans to make peace with Chunbo, since they don't have any serious enemies. But things didn't go as planned. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in luxury walks over from the hotel, followed by a group of wealthy young men. Seeing Sun Shui looking so embarrassed, the young man smirks and stirs trouble. "President Sun, this kid is already riding on your head and defecating. What are you waiting for? If you don't fight back, doesn't that mean anyone can do the same to you and your son? How can you stay in Jiangxing after this?" As someone steps forward to stir trouble, the guests start talking excitedly again. "Isn't that Yi Fan, the heir of the Yi family in Jiangxing? If he gets involved, this will be even more fun to watch." Sun Defa's face darkens. He senses that Yi Fan has bad intentions and is deliberately embarrassing him. "Young Master Yi, are you teaching me how to do things?" Yi Fan sizes up Chunbo and then laughs loudly. "Ha, I wouldn't dare to teach you. After all, you're my senior. I'm just giving a little reminder. Face is very important. Once lost, it's hard to get back." Sun Defa wants to say that face is worth little. If he insists on fighting to the end, he can't guarantee whether Han Chen, behind Chunbo, will step in. "Young Master Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but please don't interfere in this matter." "Huh? Since President Sun has spoken, I'll just watch as a bystander." Yi Fan spreads his hands and deliberately steps back a few paces, showing he won't get involved. Everyone is watching how this will end. Sun Defa, caught in the middle, feels trapped and unsure what to do. Facing Chunbo's confident gaze, Sun Defa realizes that this young man has a commanding presence. even stronger than he expected. After weighing the pros and cons, Sun Defa's response surprised everyone. Suddenly, he showed a smile like an elder talking to a younger person. Chunbo, remember, you and Xiao Shuai grew up together. It's normal for young people to have some disagreements. How about this? Let's forget about today's matter. Next time, come visit my house. How does that sound? What's going on? Is he backing down? At this moment, everyone's faces were full of confusion, unsure of what Sun Defa was really doing. Everyone thought there might be a big fight, but who would have expected the respected rich man to bow to Chunbo? Who could argue with that? Sun Shuai, who had been slapped twice, stared with wide eyes, as if he didn't recognize his own father. He looked shocked and said, "Dad, how can you bow to him?" He smack. Next, a clear slap echoed through the room. Sun Shuai was slapped again. He covered his swollen face and took 2 steps back, looking at Sun Defa with fear and asking, "Dad, why did you hit me?" Not only Sun Shuai couldn't understand, but the onlookers also couldn't understand Sun Defa's actions. After all, could the richest man in Jiang City really be afraid of an unknown young man? This slap wasn't from Chunbo. It was Sun Defa himself who did it. With a tone full of disappointment, he asked, "Didn't you speak disrespectfully just now?" Faced with Sun Defa's question, Sun Shuai opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Embarrassment was unavoidable. Sun Defa wanted to end this quickly. He didn't give Sun Shuai time to think and immediately demanded, "Tonight, you were in the wrong first. Apologize to Chunbo now." Sun Shuai wanted to argue a little more, tears in his eyes, showing his unwillingness, "But he hit me. If you don't speak up, who will hit you? Apologize now." Sun Defa turned into a strict father, raising his hand again to force Sun Shuai to apologize to Chunbo. The onlookers were still whispering. Sun Shuai didn't dare look at their gazes. He clenched his teeth and said 3 words to Chunbo. "I'm sorry." Such a loud voice. Anyone who wasn't deaf could hear it. But Chunbo just reached into his ear, pretending to be surprised, and said, "Young Master Sun, what are you saying?" "I didn't hear clearly." Sun Shuai clenched his fists, feeling a deep hatred for Chunbo, seeing his father remain silent. He could only shout 3 words again. "I'm sorry." Chunbo still wasn't satisfied and sneered. An apology should look like an apology. "Didn't your father teach you to bow when you apologize?" This sentence not only slapped Sun Shuai in the face, but also implied that Sun Defa had failed as a parent, indirectly criticizing his parenting skills. Sun Shuai's mind was about to break, and his back teeth were almost ground to dust. Suddenly, a large hand patted his shoulder. He turned his head and met his father's gaze. From Sun Defa's expression, Sun Shuai understood the subtle message. He should lower his head quickly, or things might get out of control. Under his father's guidance, Sun Shuai loosened his clenched fists, took a deep breath, and bowed his head to Chunbo, saying 3 words. "I'm sorry. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me." Chunbo stepped forward a few steps to stand in front of Sun Shuai. In front of Sun Defa, he reached out his right hand and patted Sun Shuai's face. "Admitting mistakes and changing is still possible. I forgive you today, but if you can't control your mouth next time, I might cut out your tongue. Do you hear me?" Chunbo's action was extremely arrogant. Not only did he threaten Sun Shuai, but he also warned Sun Defa that if he couldn't control his people, he wouldn't be polite. Sun Shuai looked directly at Chunbo, hiding a seed of revenge deep inside. But he didn't hide his feelings. The murderous hatred was clearly seen by Chunbo. Then, Chunbo's lips suddenly curled into a barely noticeable smile, and he looked meaningfully at Sun Defa. "Mr. Sun, let's end this matter tonight. Take the person back and discipline him well. If you let him run around biting people again, he might get beaten to death." Sun Defa gasped for breath. He realized that even if he lowered his head, Chunbo still wanted to step on him a few more times. Having been in Jiangxing for many years, few people dared to threaten him. He fought to control his anger and forced a smile. "Chunbo, you're right. It's my fault for spoiling him. I will definitely teach him a good lesson when I get home." He knew he couldn't attend the birthday banquet tonight. Staying even a second longer would be a shame. After saying this, Sun Defa looked at his useless son, left a word, and turned to leave. "What are you standing here for? Are you still ashamed enough?" As the most eye-catching clown today, Sun Shuai's face turned red. He lowered his head and, under everyone's teasing gazes, sheepishly followed behind his father. As they left, Yifan's mocking voice suddenly came from behind. President's son, you've really lost face today. I wonder if you'll be able to recover from this. Son Defa reached the car door, dropped 4 words, and got into the car. Better not to bother. He and the Yi family from Jiang City never got along. Being humiliated by a younger person made his displeasure obvious. The farce ended like this, but the onlookers seemed still eager to stay and watch, unwilling to leave. Normally, the person in charge of the Chu family should step out to mediate, but unfortunately, no one did. Not even a single face was shown, and it was clear that their ignoring the conflict was abnormal. Yifan raised an eyebrow and looked at Chunbo again, muttering in surprise. You're brave, huh? Pretty bold. Which way are you in? Chunbo turned around and teased. Yin and Yang paths. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. Your mouth must be blessed. I'll remember you. Yifan sensed that Chunbo was not someone to mess with, so he decided not to argue blindly and signaled his friends to return to the hotel. What happened tonight became a topic among the guests drinking, and Chunbo's name spread widely in Jiang City's upper circles. Shuiliang, who came with Sun Shui, was completely invisible the whole time. Seeing Sun Shui run away in embarrassment, he also wanted to slip away quietly. But just as he took a step, someone grabbed his shoulder. Chunbo's laughter sounded in his ear. Young Master Shui, where are you headed? Shuiliang grimaced in pain and turned around, begging. Brother Chun, Lord Chun, please let me go. I give up. I really give up this time. Really? Some people say they're convinced, but aren't really. Maybe you should take out your heart and show me? Cross my heart. I'm truly convinced. Just let me go like a fart. Shuiliang finally understood that his father's advice was right. With Liao Donghan in front and Sun Shui behind, both big brothers had bowed. He dared not retaliate anymore. Chunbo's reason for finding Shuiliang was actually about an invitation card. Do you have an invitation? Shuiliang looked miserable and awkwardly replied. I don't have one. The Chu family clearly looks down on us, so they didn't send an invitation to my family. Tonight, I only got to attend because Sun Shao invited me. Damn, I thought highly of you. Hurry up and get lost. All right, I'll leave now. Shuiliang quickly ran away like he was escaping, leaving the hotel in a hurry to avoid being embarrassed or beaten. Chunbo checked his phone, but still hadn't received any reply from Chu Yue on WeChat. He shook his head and decided to go home. Women are not very reliable when it comes to handling things. Since he was already giving her face by coming, it was her problem if she blocked his way. Chunbo lit a cigarette and strolled casually toward the parking lot. At that moment, Chu Yue, dressed in a purple evening gown, rushed out of the hotel. She held up her dress and ran after Chunbo. Zhang Dalong opened the car door for Chunbo and asked, Boss, where are we going now? Home. Okay. Zhang Dalong agreed and was about to close the door when Chu Yue's urgent voice came from behind. Wait. She reached out to hold the door, lifted her skirt, and forced herself into the car. Then she hugged Chunbo's arm and shook it. Chunbo, I just finished a family meeting. My phone was on silent, so I didn't see your calls. Sorry. Chunbo felt the softness pressing against his arm. Honestly, it looked more attractive in person than in the videos. And then, I also blame myself for the conflict between you and Sun Defa. If I had come out earlier, it wouldn't have happened. I'm really sorry, I apologize. Chu Yue explained eagerly, while also rubbing Chunbo's arm with her proud, soft chest, which made Chunbo more alert. Hey, isn't that inappropriate between men and women? Is this really okay? Seeing Chunbo's indifference, Chu Yue felt disappointed and started doubting her own charm. She looked down at her revealing neckline and then playfully pouted. You're single, I'm single. What's inappropriate about this? Do you like men? Chunbo glanced at her deep V neckline, where the purple dress contrasted sharply with her fair skin. My sexual orientation has always been women. If you're so forward, which official could handle the test? Chu Yue gently leaned on Chunbo's shoulder and said affectionately, I didn't test you. If I said I fell in love with you at first sight, would you believe me? However, Chunbo's response cooled her down. No, I only believe in acting on looks. Chu Yue raised her head, her bright eyes looking into Chunbo's, and asked, Are you rejecting my confession? Hee. If you think so, then yes. I don't lack women. Chu Yue bit her lip and found that Chunbo really didn't give her any face. She straightened her proud chest and asked, Is there something about me that's not as good as other women? It's not that. You're excellent. I'm just a bad guy, that's all. Chinbo paused, then continued. Sister Chu, you should have investigated my background. To save time, just be honest with me. Why are you so eager to get close to me? Chu Yue's eyes looked flustered, and she felt guilty as she said, Didn't I just confess to you? What purpose could I have? Chinbo naturally didn't believe her. He had lost interest in continuing the conversation and straightforwardly said, All right, your family's banquet should have already started. Hurry back to the hotel. And you? Chinbo sneered, Of course I'm going home. This kind of occasion isn't suitable for me. Hearing this, Chu Yue tightened her arms around herself and refused. No, I specifically invited you here. How can I leave just after entering? When the banquet ends, I'll go have late-night snacks with you. It's settled. Women's words are often tricky. Chinbo always felt that what Chu Yue said was half true and half false, and not many words were genuine. Especially after the recent conflict between Sun Defa and his son. Both came to attend the Chu family's banquet. The Chu family should have stepped in to mediate. But the Chu family didn't send a decent person, which made Chinbo suspect that the Chu family was deliberately doing this. Maybe they were secretly watching the show from their rooms. Seeing Chu Yue's attitude, if he didn't agree, she probably wouldn't let go. Big Sister Chu, let's agree on 3 rules. I'll go in for a quick appearance and then leave. I won't have late-night snacks. I have my harem of 3,000 waiting for my favor. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I don't have time to waste here. This statement was very straightforward, though it had a joking tone. Still, to Chu Yue, it didn't feel quite right inside. Clearly, she had made an effort to get close, so why was he indifferent? Although she had her own motives, she still couldn't understand his reaction. All right, I'm really sorry about what happened tonight. Stop. I have a grudge with Sun's illegitimate child, so there's no need for you to apologize. Chinbo stopped her from continuing and was the first to get out of the car. He extended his hand and said politely, Miss, please get out of the car. Chu Yue tidied her expression, reached out her delicate hand, placed it on Chinbo's palm, then slowly stepped out of the car. But after walking just a few steps, she suddenly cried out in surprise and nearly lost her balance. Luckily, Chinbo reacted quickly and caught her around the waist from behind. Looking down, Chu Yue looked disappointed and said, Oh, I guess I ran too fast earlier and my shoe broke. Tonight, Chu Yue was wearing a pair of crystal-colored, thin-heeled sandals, about 7 centimeters high, with a few crossing straps on the top, wrapping around her ankle. One of the straps had now broken. Because the heel was too high and unstable, walking was very difficult. Chinbo crouched down to examine her shoes and shook his head. Let your assistant bring a new pair over. Chu Yue secretly felt happy. It was like a pillow scent while she was dozing. She had been worried about missing her chance to stay close. But now the opportunity was here. I didn't bring my phone. How about this? Can you carry me up to the hotel's lounge? Chinbo frowned slightly after hearing this. What kind of request was that? Was she trying to take advantage? All right, I guess I'll suffer a little. Chu Yue rolled her eyes and pouted. You're the one taking advantage, not me. Others want to be held, but can't. All right, I guess I'll suffer a little. Chu Yue rolled her eyes and pouted. You're the one taking advantage, not me. Others want to be held, but can't. Chinbo spread his hands and said, Then forget it. You should find someone else. Chu Yue was worried Chinbo might give up, so she quickly clung to his arm and urged, Chinbo, come on. I want a princess carry. Chinbo turned around and scooped Chu Yue into his arms around her waist. This was the first time Chu Yue experienced being carried like a princess by a man. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, spreading up her neck. Zhang Dalong stood by the car, watching Chinbo carry the purple princess out of the parking lot, his eyes full of envy. Chinbo carried Chu Yue to the hotel entrance, where a Buick van was approaching. The van stopped in front of the revolving glass door. The door opened, and a fit old man jumped out of the vehicle. They met face to face, and Chinbo recognized the old man immediately. Not long ago, he had been hospitalized after a car accident. One night, he went outside to smoke and met this old man in the smoking area. Before leaving, the old man gave him a pack of premium cigarettes. At the same time, the old man also recognized Chinbo. He grinned and said, Wow, kid, you got yourself a beauty so quickly. No, wait, your speed in changing wives is really fast. I remember there was a young woman and a little girl in the hospital. Did you ditch them? Chen Bo's face darkened. This old man was quite cheeky, so he retorted, Sir, that's not right. I didn't sleep with your granddaughter. Why are you asking so many questions? Ha! This made the old man laugh. He looked at Chu Yue and Chen Bo's arms and sighed. Wow, kid, you're quite lucky. With my charm back in the day, this girl should be Chu Old Master's granddaughter. When will you two be having your wedding feast? At this moment, Chu Yue, snuggling in Chen Bo's arms, widened her eyes. She first looked at Chen Bo, then at the old man, and said in shock, Are you Lei Yi? Didn't expect that after so many years, you can still recognize me. By the way, how did you and this kid get together? Are you planning to get married early? Lei Yi, why are you so nosy? Can't help it. I just love this stuff. So, what's your situation now? Chen Bo was also confused. He had heard the name Lei Yi from Han Chen. His real name was Lei Zhongyi, known as Lei Yi in the underworld. Lei Yi was once a powerful figure in Jiangcheng, even earlier than Han Chen, and he was involved in both the black and white worlds. Later, Lei Yi suddenly decided to go straight and sold all his entertainment assets. Now, Lei's family assets had exceeded 10 billion yuan, making them one of Jiangcheng's four major families, alongside the Chu, Lei, Yi, and Song families. Chen Bo looked at Lei Yi again and smiled teasingly. Lei Yi, your vitality is really strong. Lei Zhongyi lit a cigarette and chuckled, saying, Of course. Han Chen hasn't gone to hell yet. So how could I possibly go to heaven early?